Chapter 1. I'm the moderator. As the bell, signaling the end of class, resonated, a young boy seated in the farthest corner of the classroom reluctantly powered down his phone and inserted his charcoal pencil into it. After rising and stretching languidly, he let out a sigh of exclamation. The plot of the novel still lingered vividly in his mind, yet none of it mattered anymore. Class was over, and the world of fiction had come to a close. Now, the most significant event of the day was about to commence. He strolled slowly to the dormitory, located on the third floor, room 26. Upon entering, he plopped down onto the chair and gently pressed the large button on his computer. The machine roared to life, accompanied by a cacophony of whirring sounds. After filling a large cup with boiling water from his desk, the computer fully booted up, revealing a desktop adorned with a character from his favorite manga, Dashiki, who wielded a sharp sword and bore a slight mark of blood on her forehead, yet her gaze exuded unwavering determination. With deftness, he opened the Alio browser and commenced his day's work. Indeed, my role was to assist more individuals in cultivating a passion for the renowned manga, One Piece, as the moderator of its dedicated section on a prominent domestic anime forum. After entering his username and password, he perused each post submitted by newcomers, a myriad of inquiries flooding his mind. His fingers danced lightly to the rhythm of the lyrics a man's worth streaming through his headphones. One by one, he addressed various questions, and once completed, he shifted to the analysis section to explore discussions regarding the foreshadowing and ambiguities that arose throughout the manga. However, it was not yet time to delve deeper. First, he needed to grab a meal. He called upon a few friends to join him in the dining hall to procure their meals. The school cafeteria resembled a ravenous beast, and as students of our modest means, we could only select the most economical dishes that would satiate our hunger. With a swipe of his meal card against the scanner, 3 yuan and 50 cents were consumed by the insatiable beast, leaving him with a modest bowl of rice accompanied by 2 small servings of vegetables. Occasionally, luck would bestow upon him a morsel of meat. Yet, the cafeteria staff had not entirely lost their conscience. We could request a bit of vegetable soup to accompany our meal, free of charge. Without that soup, it would be impossible to finish the 3 bowls of rice served by the staff. These routines had become habitual, evoking little emotional response. After returning to the dormitory with his meal, he opened a One Piece anime video for a nostalgic review. Eating while reminiscing added a certain charm, although selecting the right clips was crucial. Once, while dining, he watched a scene of the Mary being burned by Luffy, and before he realized it, tears streamed down his face before he had even finished his meal. Ultimately, he wasted his food, and that afternoon, his stomach rumbled incessantly with hunger. From that day forth, he carefully curated clips on his computer for viewing during meals. Among his collection was the moment when Luffy was mercilessly beaten by Bellamy, followed by Blackbeard's declaration, "A man's dreams will never end." Watching such exhilarating scenes made it easier to consume his food without dwelling on the quality of the vegetables. Yet, his favorite moment remained the Enies lobby incident, not the scene where Luffy implored Robin to declare she wanted to live, which was certainly not suitable for mealtime viewing. Instead, he cherished the moment when Luffy activated Gear 3rd, only to shrink in size. Due to the side effects, it was utterly hilarious. Each time he encountered that scene, he found himself laughing uncontrollably, while the elderly fish and her 2 companions were equally endearing. After finishing his meal and concluding the captivating segment, he turned off the video and washed his bowl in the restroom before embarking on the most crucial task of the day, managing various responsibilities. Today was particularly busy, for our esteemed WT had chosen to take a break from his work. With mere 2 words, rest period, he had thrust me into a whirlwind of activity. His hiatus meant that for the next 10 days, many fans of One Piece would lack topics for discussion, and it fell upon me to collaborate with several colleagues to devise engaging content to keep the forum lively during WT's absence. After reviewing several analysis posts and sharing my insights, I opened QQ and entered the One Piece management group, where we brainstormed ideas for activities. One person suggested a karaoke competition, while another proposed a literary contest centered around One Piece. Many concepts were tossed around, yet we needed to solidify one. The forum comprised 4 groups: analysis, art, literature, and parody. The analysis group was tasked with either planning a special topic for in-depth analysis or collaborating to generate compelling ideas for discussions during the hiatus. The literature group would encourage members to compose beautiful articles based on given prompts, which would then be evaluated by fellow members, ultimately determining the top submissions. Themes related to One Piece offered ample material for writing, such as nostalgia for the Merry, the East Blue, and so forth. However, I decided on the literary theme myself, as I felt it was time to shift away from nostalgia. We would focus on the dichotomy between Zoro's sword and Sanji's culinary blade, inviting participants to pen emotional pieces on this subject. As for the parody group, the task was simpler. Characters like Frankie and Usopp provided excellent material for humor. This time, the individual responsible for parody suggested an excellent idea: to center our parody around Silver Fox Foxy. Parody could take various forms: text-based humor featuring witty dialogues, image adaptations of memorable manga scenes with hilarious captions, or even video parodies, which had recently gained popularity. Not long ago, Hugo had created a parody surrounding a bun incident, followed by our reception of Jiaoshuo's comedic work. Within the realm of parody, Jiaoshuo's contributions were revered as divine. His humor not only elicited laughter, but also conveyed deeper meanings. Recently, a new figure emerged, referred to as Brother B, who garnered attention through his self-deprecating humor. He represented a unique presence in the parody realm, producing innovative content such as Brother B Teaches You to Make Noodle Soup or Brother B Anti-Dandruff Shampoo, both showcasing fresh comedic formats. In this forum, where individuals sought joy, the competition was not about professionalism, but rather passion and interest. While their videos might not rival those of Hugo, Jiaoshuo, or Brother B in excellence, they certainly had their own appeal, often evoking hearty laughter. Not only did the content of the parodies entertain, but also the methods employed and the accompanying music, which, while perhaps mismatched, offered a pleasant auditory experience. Once the parody themes were established, I conversed with a few members from the art group, requesting their assistance with image editing and layout design for the various groups. Eventually, I asked them to create logos for the upcoming activities during the hiatus. One by one, challenges were gradually resolved, and the clock ticked toward 2:40, leaving me 10 minutes before the hour. Alas, it seemed I would forgo my afternoon nap once again. Moreover, the main activity thread had yet to be created, requiring me to continue working after class. Exhaustion enveloped me, yet I pressed on, for despite the absence of monetary compensation, my unwavering passion for One Piece fueled my persistence. Because I am the moderator of the One Piece section of the forum. Chapter 2. Wow, this works too. As the sun gradually sank beneath the cloud cover, casting the world into darkness, the bell rang once more, prompting the young boy to rise again, performing the same familiar action, stowing away his phone and securing his charcoal pencil. He slowly returned to his dormitory, gazing at the multitude of messages awaiting him on his computer. It appeared I would have a busy evening ahead. Without pausing for a meal, he dove straight into work, beginning with the analysis theme. After discussions with the group leader and several analysts, they ultimately settled on the analytical focus, the impending execution of Ace, the arrival of Whitebeard and his crew at the execution site, and Luffy's solo mission to rescue his brother. From Luffy's adventures in the East Blue to the present, the One Piece manga had presented us with a plethora of clues, each point worthy of meticulous examination and contemplation. Thus, the emphasis of the analysis shifted toward an exploration of the foreshadowing within One Piece. Having organized these plot points, he turned his attention to drafting the post. Once that was complete, he began crafting the parody post, gathering research on Foxy. With each task completed, the boy leaned back in his chair, humming a little tune rose by Pang Long, though the lyrics had morphed into something uniquely his own. Dearest, do not take flight, remain by my side as my puppet, my beloved. How dare you shout at this ungodly hour? We wish to sleep. The roar echoed from above the computer, revealing it to be my roommate, Musi Jing. At this hour, he ought to be indulging in his online escapades, playing Crossfire like us. However, due to our recent preparations for the CET4 exam, he had resolved to put his computer away. Upon hearing that he was no longer using it, his girlfriend took the liberty of moving it, leaving him to frequently succumb to slumber while we were still immersed in our gaming fervor. I shall cease singing, I shall cease. Now that you're pretending to be aloof, you've lost your chance to play, the youth retorted, only to realize it was already past 2 in the morning, while the other 2 comrades in the dormitory had already succumbed to sleep. A gentle symphony of snores wafted through the air from all corners. The young man paused, astonished that the hour had slipped away so swiftly he needed to hasten to complete his tasks. Shaking off his thoughts, he took a generous sip of lukewarm water, which tasted remarkably sweet, and then resumed his work editing the post, organizing the language, and meticulously checking for typographical errors. Next, he opened the interface to communicate with the moderators in the activity planning department, submitting the event for approval. This primarily served as a record-keeping measure. Once the administrators granted their approval, he would be prepared to request the distribution of rewards upon the event's conclusion, a necessary procedure, unavoidable in its nature. By the time he clarified these matters, the clock had struck 3 in the morning, and he still needed to disseminate the event in the comprehensive discussion area of the One Piece section. He copied and pasted the content, applying watermarks to essential images to protect copyright and safeguard the forum's interests. However, such precautions were unnecessary in the activity planning department, as it was an internal section. Adjusting the colors of key areas and emphasizing them in bold, he finally clicked submit, and the post was sent forth. Yet, this was not the end, for often posts require a review after submission to ensure they meet the desired aesthetic before further editing. As anticipated, an issue arose. Some paragraphs had merged into one. After a few clicks of the enter key, he resolved it. He then altered a few remaining colors back to black, ensuring they were not highlighted, and only then could the entire process from planning to execution be deemed complete. Gazing at the orderly post, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. At last, the event was finalized. Oh wait, there remained one last step. He clicked on a box at the front of the post, selected a highlight, and bolded and read the color of the evento, complete the task. Having accomplished all this, the young man made his way to the restroom, relieving himself into the toilet after having held it in for some time. After flushing, he poured himself another glass of water and returned to his desk, clicking the mouse to enter the interface once more. Before surrendering to sleep, he had one final task to complete, identifying some promotional posts and spam, particularly during this hour when such posts were as unwelcome as a persistent rash. He first perused the One Piece section, spotting several glaringly inappropriate hyperlinks and swiftly banning them. He then encountered a few posts employing superlinks for advertising. This method of advertising had recently gained traction, but the outcome remained the same. Immediate bans, ranging from a week to permanent, depending on the severity of the advertisement. After tidying up the One Piece section, he ventured into familiar territory, for as a formal moderator, he could ban accounts posting advertisements in other sections, starting with Naruto, then Bleach, and finally the anime general section. Once the anime sections were cleared, he proceeded to the leisure section. His favorite was the gossip section, where he often found a sense of relaxation, albeit it was a space rife with advertisements. The methods of advertising found here were a testament to human ingenuity. The most insidious were those that embedded advertisements directly into videos. Clicking the play button would trigger an advertisement link to pop up, making such ads the most nefarious. Typically, these were categorized as malicious ads, resulting in immediate bans. He would eliminate as many of these accounts as he could. Suddenly, the youth stumbled upon an intriguing post titled, "Dare to click? Test your courage." A smile crept across his face. This was undoubtedly an insidious advertisement. Checking the post's timestamp, he noted it had been posted 13 minutes prior. Clicking the mouse, he entered, only to find a window popping up, despite having set his browser to block such interruptions. This surprised him greatly. He had always favored the browser for its ability to evade restrictions. This ad had potential. Was keen to explore further. What met his eyes was not an advertisement, but merely a simple line of text, next to which loomed a demon, its mouth agape as if ready to swallow him whole. The demon has claimed his life. In the depths of the sea lies the blood of demons, seeded by ancient gods. Obtain the demon's seed to vanquish the evils of the ocean.
Demon? The sea? Surely it must be referring to the Grand Line from One Piece. The young lad chuckled softly as he clicked on the line above, and indeed, it was a hyperlink. Subsequently, the screen transformed, plunging into an abyss of darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. At this moment, the youth began to sense something peculiar. Just as he was about to click Alt F4 to close the current window, he realized he could no longer move. A voice then whispered in his ear, "Isn't it what you desire? Then go forth. There lies the ocean and the pirate king you admire. Defeat the demons, and you may return to the world you know." The boy was perplexed by this voice, yet his frequent indulgence in novels hinted at something extraordinary. Could it be that he had crossed over? As the scenery shifted before his eyes like a black hole, vibrant with colors, occasionally revealing simple diagrams of the Bagua, he pondered the possibility of an actual transference, feeling speechless. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed aloud, "Is this really possible?" Yet the voice echoed in the void, met with silence. Chapter 3. The Bagua Patterns at 21. Wang Haoyan was a student at an ordinary university in Wuhan, Hubei, now in his junior year. He was passionate about reading novels and watching anime, currently serving as a moderator in the One Piece section of an online forum. One evening, after completing his routine tasks, he stumbled upon a mysterious post, which led to an unbelievable turn of events. He found himself transported to another realm. Within the confines of his school, he cherished a beloved girlfriend, had roommate companions akin to brothers, and adored his parents and elder brother. Initially, he anticipated enduring another year of study before returning home to become a teacher, leading a stable life. Alternatively, he could strive for a few years to secure a decent job and save enough to purchase a modest yet cozy home, eventually marrying the girl he loved. In his leisure time, he awaited updates on the One Piece manga and indulged in novels to pass the time. However, now he found himself unable to reconcile with the reality of his new existence. The oppressive atmosphere left Wang Haoyan gasping for breath. As thoughts of his girlfriend's sweet smile and his parents' weary hands and gentle faces filled his mind, he still had his girlfriend, his parents, and his brothers. Despite his deep affection for One Piece, he could not forsake his life for a mere comic. In his heart, he needed to love his girlfriend and honor his parents. Yet everything around him conveyed a different message. The demon had claimed his life. Deep within the ocean lay the demon's blood and the seeds left by ancient gods, which could vanquish the malevolence of the sea. Isn't it what you desire? Then go forth. There lies the ocean and the pirate king you admire. Defeat the demons, and you may return to the world you know. The blood-red words and the whimsical tone of the voice replayed in Wang Haoyan's mind. Was it true that only by conquering the demons could he return to his former life? He was uncertain, having read numerous novels on the theme of transference, with Huang Yi's searching for the Qin being the most captivating. In the end, the protagonist, Xiang Xiaolong, never found the way home. Would he truly be able to return after vanquishing the demons? Wang Haoyan felt a swell of doubt, yet it was his only hope. Regardless of whether defeating the demons would allow him to return, he must strive to do so, for only then could he harbor a glimmer of hope. Gradually, his heart began to calm, freeing him from self-pity. As long as there was a shred of hope, he would exert every ounce of effort, for in Wang Haoyan's heart, his parents and beloved were of utmost importance. Having resolved to act with determination, Wang Haoyan set aside his resentment, focusing intently on his surroundings. Apart from the Bagua diagrams, an endless darkness enveloped him. While he had only encountered descriptions of the Bagua novels, he had never paid it much heed. Yet, he recalled the fundamental principle that the Bagua was composed of yin and yang, as inscribed in the I Ching. The great ultimate produces the two forms. The two forms produce the four images. The four images produce the 8 trigrams. Possessed a modicum of understanding. However, in the eyes of this voracious bibliophile, the nuances of other matters seemed inconsequential. For if one were to delve into the intricacies of the I Ching, it would be futile to seek enlightenment within the confines of a novel. The authors themselves might be entirely oblivious to such esoteric concepts, merely borrowing ideas from the realm of divination to articulate their fantastical designs through a selection of obscure phrases sourced online. To truly explore something, one must return to the roots of tradition. Yet, at this moment, Wang Haoyan found himself devoid of any orthodox texts for study. All that lay before him were a few rudimentary representations of the I Ching, swirling aimlessly in the shadowy recesses around him, seemingly demonstrating some form of transformation. After a moment of earnest observation, Wang Haoyan recalled certain insights. Gradually rising to his feet, he noticed that the diagrams of the I Ching began to unfold. To his astonishment, he perceived 9 diagrams instead of the 8 he had initially assumed. Realizing this, Wang Haoyan could not help but chuckle at his own folly. Acknowledging the exquisite sophistication of the I Ching's application, perhaps it was best not to presume too much with his limited knowledge. gazing intently at one of the diagrams. He discerned a figure within, a small person gesturing wildly with peculiar movements. Yet, upon closer inspection, nothing materialized. It was merely an image etched into the recesses of his mind. Unconsciously, he began to mimic these imagined actions. Initially, he stood with his feet apart, hands forming a ball-like shape. Each gesture seemed to freeze in time, akin to the vivid illustrations stored within his mind. But he sensed that this was not the essence that the I Ching sought to convey. Gradually, Wang Haotian began to connect the fragments of imagery in his mind, and his movements transformed instantaneously. At times, they were light and ethereal, at others, wild and untamed. After some practice, he encountered a challenge. Certain images did not seamlessly integrate, suggesting a missing link. His gaze turned to the remaining diagrams of the I Ching. Upon re-examining one, he felt a surge of joy as he discovered that by focusing on any single diagram, several images would swiftly imprint themselves in his mind. However, each diagram only yielded a finite number of distinct images, which, once stored, would not reappear. Emboldened by this realization, Wang Haotian rapidly absorbed the remaining 8 diagrams into his consciousness, as though his mind functioned like a colossal computer capable of copying and pasting. Oh, if only his intellect were this formidable in the waking world, passing the English proficiency test would be a mere trifle. Such aspirations were delightful, yet reality remained harsh. The mere ability to return to his original state in the real world would be the greatest blessing for Wang Haotian at this moment. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he began to diligently practice the images emerging within his consciousness. Initially, he persisted in rehearsing each image methodically, and once he had mastered them all, he commenced a systematic analysis of these mental visuals. Ultimately, he identified several distinct combinations and employed the sensations of his body to enact these techniques. After discarding combinations that elicited discomfort, Wang Haotian finally achieved the most harmonious arrangement. This synergy not only felt comfortable, but also instigated a transformative experience within his body, akin to his blood reaching a boiling point. His blood yearned to escape the confines of flesh, yet every time he approached his limits, his body adeptly adjusted, accelerating the metabolism of his muscles and cells. As he acclimated to this sanguine transformation, Wang Haotian could not help but exclaim in exhilaration. Chapter 4. Monty D. Luffy. At the moment when all the diagrams coalesced, Wang Haotian experienced a peculiar sensation, akin to the movements of elderly street performers engaged in calisthenics. For while his actions appeared languid to the onlooker, he understood that his speed was, in fact, extraordinary, fast to an extreme. As he delved deeper into the techniques of the I Ching, an anomaly occurred. The surrounding diagrams gradually disintegrated into minuscule particles until they vanished entirely. The darkness persisted, yet Wang Haotian began to perceive a sense of corporeal awareness as the shadows thinned, allowing faint glimmers of light to seep through the void. Suddenly, he felt a jolt within his mind, and then darkness enveloped him, causing him to lose consciousness. At this moment, Wang Haotian had officially completed the process of his transmutation, finding himself in the body of a young boy who was currently hiding within a water barrel, seeking refuge from the crashing waves. The barrel drifted upon the ocean's surface, swaying with the currents, when suddenly, a large ship approached. A helmsman, spotting the barrel bobbing in the water, mistook it for a treasure trove of beer or other valuables and attempted to salvage it. However, at that very instant, a ship adorned with a skull flag and emblazoned with the word "Sweetheart" unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon the vessel. Panic erupted among the crew, for they were acutely aware that they were facing pirates, the most nefarious and ruthless of all seafarers. As the two ships drew closer, an exceedingly grotesque figure brandishing a hefty spiked club charged forward, only to reveal, upon closer inspection, that this fearsome individual was, in fact, a woman. Abruptly, she inquired, "Kobe, what is the most beautiful thing on the sea?" A timid boy, trembling with fear, responded, "Of course, it is Miss Alrita," offering a foolish yet innocent smile, masking a profound sense of anxiety and trepidation that lay deep within. Meanwhile, the pirates unabashedly rummaged through the grand ship in search of various treasures and provisions. At this moment, Wang Haotian, who had inadvertently been kicked into a large storage bucket by a group of people, had awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he was inundated with a multitude of disparate thoughts flooding his mind, remnants of the consciousness belonging to the body he had now inhabited. Although Wang Haotian endeavored to fully seize control of his thoughts, even those of his former admiration for Monkey D. Luffy, he soon realized that this was an impossibility. Ultimately, Only a few fundamental thoughts remained, such as his personality and certain ideas. While simplistic, these notions were resolutely steadfast. Upon sensing Luffy's current state, a revelation struck Wang Haoyan. Luffy is the unequivocal protagonist of the One Piece manga. If he were to navigate the events of the story as depicted in the manga, would he not also gather a crew, grow stronger alongside them, and ultimately gain the means to vanquish the demons of his past? Certainly. Based on his understanding of the narrative, Luffy would eventually be surrounded by a formidable cadre of companions. It is not the quantity of allies that matters, but the quality. Wait for me, my companions, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Robin, Chopper, Frankie, Brook. I am on my way. Taking stock of his surroundings, Wang Haoyan became acutely aware of his predicament. He was indeed trapped within the very bucket that confined Luffy. Soon, he would encounter a boy named Kobe, whose disposition he would seek to alter. In the original work, Luffy awakened just as greedy pirates were poised to breach his wooden prison. But he need not wait for that moment. With a subtle assessment of his environment, Wang Haoyan discovered he possessed the strength to break free from the bucket. Adopting a stance reminiscent of the Bagua diagram, he effortlessly surged forth. The instant he emerged, Wang Haoyan was taken aback, for as he stretched his arms in a yawn, his fists naturally clenched, fortuitously striking the nearby pirates wielding large swords. Beside him stood a trembling youth. Wang Haoyan, feeling exasperated, realized that he needed to adhere to the conventional approach. He effortlessly dispatched the few lackeys nearby. Turning around, he gazed at the boy before him and, emulating the character Luffy from the manga, greeted him. Hello, I am Monkey D. Luffy. What is your name? The boy, oblivious to the flaw in Wang Haoyan's words, anxiously urged him to flee. It seemed time for some iconic lines. My dream is to become the Pirate King. Before the boy, named Kobe, could express his astonishment or disbelief, Wang Haoyan continued, I am prepared to pursue my dream, even if it leads to my demise. There is nothing undesirable about that. Luffy then regarded the youth earnestly and said, Kobe, do you not aspire to join the Navy? Then muster your courage. Once you have chosen your path, why hesitate? You must believe in your ability to succeed. I have faith in you. For Wang Haoyan, who possessed knowledge of the Pirate King manga, he understood Kobe's potential more intimately than anyone else. Can I truly achieve this? The boy pondered, though he still lacked confidence. He seemed to silently resolve something within himself. Yes, I certainly can. Let us confront that wretched Arlita. With that, Wang Haoyan prepared to extend his arm as Luffy often did in the manga to leap onto the deck. However, he soon discovered a significant issue. His arm could only stretch 3 meters and no further. How am I to fight without the ability to extend my arm? He thought, feeling utterly bewildered. Suddenly, he recalled his experiences in that dark realm. Indeed, the Bagua diagram contains records of certain techniques. Could it be that I am meant to? Upon realizing this, Wang Haoyan swiftly put his thoughts into action and was met with a delightful surprise. Using his current physique, the techniques from the Bagua diagram amplified his strength manyfold compared to his abilities in that shadowy area. As he began to experiment, he found that he could also replicate some of Luffy's moves. For instance, he could perform the rubber rocket and the Gatling gun technique, albeit with a reduced range. With each step, Wang Haoyan noticed that this version of Luffy was significantly stronger than the foolish boy depicted in the original story. Consequently, dealing with the infamous Arlita should be much easier. Grabbing the still-dazed Kobe, Wang Haoyan strode confidently toward the deck, where a plump woman with a face full of acne, wielding a hefty spiked club, was rudely barking orders at those moving cargo. At this moment, a figure appeared before Wang Haoyan. Chapter 5. Three-sword style Zoro. For the sake of narrative convenience, from this chapter onward, Wang Haoyan will act in the persona of Luffy. The storyline remains unchanged. The dialogue identical. When KB loudly proclaimed that Arlita was the most grotesque madwoman, Luffy made his move. The sole distinction lay in the fact that Luffy did not propel that hideous woman away with a rubber rocket, but instead employed his rubber body to manifest the duality of yin and yang, beginning with Tai Chi, which divides into 2 forms. Luffy's punching technique involved rotating his arms in conjunction with his rubber capabilities, naturally presenting a dualistic stance during his attack. Consequently, he aptly named this technique 2 forms, for convenience and ease of recall. Although Luffy's rubber rocket currently extended his body to a mere 3 meters, its strength remained unchanged, and he needed to gain a clearer understanding of his physical capabilities. Only by integrating the skills he had absorbed from the Bagua diagram could he continue to grow stronger on his journey ahead. After launching Arlita away with the 2 forms technique, Luffy took KB aboard a small boat to depart. As they left, Luffy's peripheral vision caught sight of that figure, a crew member disguised with a hefty sack of treasure. It was Nami, although Luffy yearned to call her along for the journey. His experience reading manga warned him that the time was not yet right. Only by fully resolving the knot in his heart would Nami join him on his voyage. As Luffy engaged in conversation with KB while navigating the small boat, their destination unfolded just as depicted in the manga: the naval base, Colonel Monka, and Luffy's first companion, Zoro. After enjoying a meal at a familiar little restaurant, Luffy finally encountered someone he recognized, a certain Belmere, a character who relied heavily on her father and was notoriously arrogant. Yet, Luffy knew this young man would one day kneel alongside KB beneath Vice Admiral Garp, emerging as a promising member of the Navy. Knowing the future was indeed a blessing, Luffy silently sighed to himself. Once satiated, he instructed KB to rest in the small eatery while he ventured out alone, considering KB a burden and preferring he wait behind. In his recollections, Monka should currently be attending to his personal statue. Following the map etched in his memory, Luffy located Belmere's room and discovered Zoro's 3 swords within the feminine quarters. Seizing the moment, he dashed to the rooftop, intent on dealing with Monka to avoid further complications. Upon reaching the upper level, Luffy was astonished to find Monka absent, the statue shattered into 2 halves, and the rooftop devoid of any presence. It seemed that what was destined to happen had indeed transpired. Luffy let out a sigh, directing his gaze towards the training ground where Zoro was imprisoned. There stood a resolute man enduring the scorching sun, flanked by KB and a young girl at his side. Across from him stood a towering man, one arm replaced with a gleaming axe, while behind him, a line of Marines aimed their rifles. Luffy shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips as he gauged the distance between himself and the execution ground. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his signature move if he hoped to traverse the expanse. I hope this rubbery body of mine can withstand the impact, or this entire journey will have been in vain, Luffy mused wryly, placing his hands against the wall. He leaned back, his arms stretching to their limit. With a resounding shout of Gomu, Gomu no rocket, Luffy propelled himself forward. He swiftly noticed the Marines preparing to fire and knew he had to intercept them. Employing the principles of the Bagua formation, Luffy contorted and extended his body, accelerating to the forefront in a flash, landing firmly on his feet. A jolt of immense force left Luffy momentarily breathless, yet his rubbery constitution remained unscathed. He rose quickly, extending his arms as a hail of bullets rained down upon him. Not a single projectile pierced his flesh. Reveling in the marvel of his physique, he unleashed a counter-barrage, sending the bullets ricocheting back. With both feet planted firmly on the ground, he clenched his right fist, his blood coursing faster as a visible vapor emanated from his body. Second gear. Indeed, his intuition had proven correct. Luffy was elated, realizing that gear abilities were the perfect conduit for harnessing the full potential of the Gum-Gum fruit. Against Axehand Morgan, second gear would suffice. He was hesitant to experiment with third gear, wary of its life-shortening repercussions, especially with no knowledge of devil fruits. In second gear, Luffy's speed and power surged. He moved with such velocity that Morgan barely registered his presence before Luffy was already behind him. His hands blurred into a helix of intricate layers, a formidable drill aimed squarely at Morgan. The once imposing Morgan was utterly defenseless against Luffy's attack, his colossal form plummeting towards the earth. A devilish grin spread across Luffy's face as he watched him fall. Turning his attention to the remaining Marines, he observed their hasty retreat with the defeated captain in tow, presumably to be confined. Luffy sauntered over to the cross, untying Zoro and returning his 3 swords. Zoro, join my crew and sail the seas with me. I'm a pirate hunter. You want me to become a pirate? Zoro retorted, his demeanor shifting as he grasped his blades. He appeared ready to engage his rescuer in combat. However, Luffy, well acquainted with Zoro's ambitions, knew how to sway him. Adjusting his straw hat, Luffy declared, "If you aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman, if you yearn to duel with the world's strongest, Hawkeye my hawk, if you wish to fulfill your promise to Kuina, then follow me. I will help you realize these dreams, for my ambition is to become king of the pirates, the sovereign of the seas." Zoro stared intently at Luffy before bellowing, "Then withstand my attack, Captain." He unsheathed Wado Ikamanji, clamping it between his teeth, and brandished a sword in each hand, assuming the 3-sword style. Knowing Zoro's martial fervor, Luffy understood that words were futile. If he failed to overcome Zoro, his inclusion in the crew would only breed dissension. To prevent such discord, he needed to assert his dominance from the outset. Luffy snatched a fallen rifle, gripping it by the barrel, intending to engage Zoro in swordsmanship. While swords were not his forte, The techniques he had gleaned from the Bagua formation during his transmigration could be seamlessly integrated. Seeing Luffy dare to challenge him in swordsmanship, Zoro felt insulted. Is he underestimating me? He wondered. I'll show him my might. Zoro's movements became more fluid, imbued with a newfound power. Three-sword-style secret technique, Onigiri. Zoro's speed and strength exploded, eclipsing even Luffy's second gear. Had Luffy relied solely on his rubbery abilities, he would have struggled. While immune to bullets, he was vulnerable to sharp weapons like swords. However, he possessed the Bagua formation techniques. Despite his lack of swordsmanship prowess, he could still manipulate the situation. A key tenet of the Bagua formation was to use softness to overcome hardness. Luffy casually positioned the rifle before him, tracing a slow circle, awaiting Zoro's onslaught. A flash of light erupted as their weapons collided, 3 blades and a rifle locked in combat. Zoro's blades, each seemingly weighing a ton, crashed down upon Luffy. Yet, Luffy remained composed, his understanding of his own abilities and Zoro's skills providing him with clarity. He knew that prolonged engagement with Zoro in pure swordsmanship would be disadvantageous, regardless of his techniques. However, he could exploit Zoro's unfamiliarity with his style to gain an initial advantage, then leverage his gum-gum powers to secure victory. With his strategy formulated, Luffy engaged Zoro in a thrilling duel. As Zoro unleashed 3-sword-style secret technique, Tiger Hunt, 2 swords materialized behind him, amplifying his aura. However, the attack was effortlessly deflected by Luffy's rifle butt. The ease with which Luffy parried his strike sent shockwaves through Zoro. It wasn't Luffy's strength, but the sword intent he exuded that startled Zoro. Capitalizing on Zoro's momentary bewilderment, Luffy seized the opportunity. He employed the two-hand technique, softened by the properties of the gum-gum fruit, to restrain Zoro. At the moment Zoro realized the situation, the outcome of the battle had already been determined. After releasing Zoro, Luffy remarked, I know you have an interest in my swordsmanship, but to be frank, I am not skilled in it at all. I intend to bestow upon you the sword techniques I currently employ. It is in your hands that they shall truly flourish. With that, Luffy turned and left, while Zoro succumbed to the weight of his exhaustion. After 9 days without sustenance, a wave of hunger surged through Zoro, and dizziness enveloped him, causing him to collapse. Having instructed Kobe to take Zoro back to the small restaurant, Luffy proceeded towards the castle of the naval base. He recalled that he might encounter Nami there, and a strong sensation beckoned him, as if something was calling out to him. Unconsciously drawn into the castle, he observed the panicked naval personnel scurrying about. Yet Luffy paid them no heed, knowing that soon a capable officer would restore order among them, and he would need to play his part. As he navigated through the corridors, he found himself near Belle Emery's quarters, where a slight figure appeared, dressed in the garb of a thief and dragging a hefty bag of valuables. Luffy had no intention of revealing himself to Nami just yet, so he slipped past her effortlessly and continued on his way. Before long, Luffy arrived at a grand chamber, its door crafted from pure bronze, adorned with a majestic lion statue that emanated an air of authority. However, Luffy seemed indifferent to these details as he pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. A colossal image of Monka loomed before him, and he discovered an array of weapons and numerous commendation medals. Yet, these were not his purpose. Upon entering the room, the call he sensed grew even more potent. With his eyes gently closed, he attuned himself to the direction of the summons and took a step forward. Suddenly, in the subsequent segment of the diagram, a few blurred characters gradually came into focus, revealing the name Shimi Village to Luffy's eyes. Yet he remained oblivious to its exact location. It seemed that Shimi Village might indeed be the site of the next diagram, Luffy pondered. As he glanced at the next line of text, the seeds of the devil, embodied in the devil fruit, are nestled within the old tavern of Rogue Town, where information about the devil resides. Upon reading this line, Luffy's mind swiftly conjured images of Rogue Town, the very place where the pirate king, Roger, embarked on his journey, ultimately culminating in his life ascent. It was here that Roger successfully ushered in the age of pirates, making it a place Luffy yearned for deeply. And Roger someone he greatly admired. Having grasped this information, the hexagram diagram in Luffy's hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, causing a painful sting in his eyes, after which the diagram dissipated into the original whole. Once the discomfort subsided, Luffy opened his eyes to find the hexagram resting naturally in its prior position. The sense of calling that had initially drawn him diminished, yet within Luffy's heart, 9 interconnected patterns had formed, with the first pattern now fully realized, imparting knowledge he ought to possess and guiding his next steps. After lightly covering the earth mound, Luffy departed from the castle. Upon returning to the small tavern, He found Zoro still voraciously devouring his meal, showing little regard for Luffy's presence. Observing the array of food before him, Luffy's appetite surged. For someone who typically feasted on mere morsels, indulging in hearty meat and fine drinks was indeed a rare delight. Once satiated, the Navy conveniently arrived at the tavern, their opening statement being, "Although you have saved this town, we have heard that you are pirates. In the spirit of naval duty, we kindly ask you to leave. We will not report this to headquarters." With this declaration, the uproar of protest from outside reached Luffy's ears, signaling that it was time to put on a show. As Luffy and Zoro prepared to leave, Luffy abruptly turned to the lieutenant and said, "Oh, by the way, I know what this boy used to do. I can't recall the specific island, but there was an ugly pirate woman named Alvida, who was as rotund as a barrel and quite fearsome. 2 years ago, she crossed paths with this guy." As expected, Kobe angrily charged at Luffy, who responded with a knowing smile, exclaiming, "You dare to hit me?" With that, Luffy struck Kobe squarely in the face. The two youths then tumbled into a scuffle, prompting the lieutenant to declare, "I now understand that you are not accomplices. Please leave this town at once." With Zoro pulling him along, Luffy exited the town. As they prepared to set sail in their small boat, Luffy clearly saw Kobe, along with the tavern's young girl and a squad of Navy personnel, standing on the shore saluting them. In that moment, Luffy seemed to grasp something profound, the essence of what he pursued within the comic: joy, unrestrained joy. In this world, there are no absolute rights or wrongs. What is deemed right often aligns with the direction of one's heart, leading to a state of complete openness and freedom. Perhaps this encapsulates the life coordinates of Monkey D. Luffy, the Pirate King. Chapter 7, Be My Brother. Buggy. In the comic, Luffy, while sailing, ends up being carried off by a bird while trying to catch seagulls, landing in the village where Buggy resides. However, for Wang Haotian, who is well aware of Luffy's exploits, such foolishness would be out of the question. Yet, they encountered a situation. The 3 bumbling crew members of Buggy's pirate crew had indeed been duped by Nami, and they had lost their ship to her as well. Once aboard Luffy's vessel, they gradually made their way towards Buggy's small town. Initially, the 3 attempted to resist, but ultimately succumbed to Zoro's overwhelming presence. Along the way, Luffy gleaned much information about Buggy, the holder of the Chop Chop fruit. He treated his crew well, but like a demon, he plundered from others. In essence, while Buggy was a tyrant to outsiders, to his core crew, he was a benevolent captain. While others may not comprehend Buggy, Luffy understood him well. At that moment, Luffy regarded Buggy as a mischievous character, whose brotherly bonds were commendable, albeit his circumstances were rather tragic. As the small boat continued onward, Luffy found his thoughts drifting to Nami. Yes, in the comic, this was the period when Nami joined the Straw Hat Pirates. How could he persuade her to join their ranks? Luffy felt conflicted. Should he wait for Nami to escape on her own, leading Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji to rescue her as depicted in the original story? No, that was unacceptable. Luffy firmly resolved that he could not allow Nami to endure such hardships. With this determination, he sat at the bow of the boat, softly humming a tune. "My dear, do not fly away. Stay by my side and be my puppet. My dear." Luffy cherished this line, as it was a song he had adapted and held special meaning for him, reminiscent of his previous beloved rendition, "Long Live Socialism." Long live the Communist Party of China. It was catchy and perfectly expressed Luffy's current sentiments. At this moment, Zoro was soundly asleep, his green hair resembling seaweed. As the sun began its descent, Luffy and his companions arrived at the quaint little town. Luffy's intention was not to confront Buggy, but rather to reunite with Nami. Knowing she would attempt to procure a navigational chart concerning the Grand Line from Buggy, Luffy felt compelled to be present. The prospect of Nami encountering any peril was too great a risk to ignore. He remained unaware that deviating from the original narrative and engaging in a battle to save the village could lead to unforeseen consequences for Nami. As they strolled down the town streets, Luffy noticed a small dog and the panicked townsfolk. Abandoning them in their time of need would certainly cast doubts on Zoro's perception of his character, jeopardizing their unwavering loyalty, which was far from the camaraderie depicted in the manga. With a resigned sigh, he decided to take action. After exchanging a meaningful glance with Zoro, the two pressed forward. Before long, an enormous buggy bomb hurtled toward the town. Without needing any prompting from Luffy, Zoro instinctively understood the gravity of the situation. He leaped into action, his 3 swords whirling with increased velocity, slicing the colossal buggy bomb into minuscule fragments. With a resounding explosion, the severed pieces detonated in midair. At this moment, Luffy had already arrived at the location of the buggy pirates. He boldly called out, Renault's buggy, come out and be my brother. Was this individual out of his mind? Daring to address the captain in such a manner and asking him to be his brother? Clearly, he was seeking to experience the power of Buggy's cannonball firsthand. Indeed, I had never encountered such an audacious character before. Surely, someone with such boldness must possess some level of strength, right? Did you not notice that behind him stood a man wielding 3 swords? That very individual had just shattered Buggy's cannonball. Could that person be the infamous pirate hunter? Rorno Azaro? In no time, the minions began to chatter about this arrogant straw hat-wearing lad. Observing the unfolding scene, Luffy smiled. His objective was achieved. And the main character had emerged. Suddenly, the sound of a rumbling vehicle echoed, and a man riding a small cart appeared, his hair slicked back to a shine. He brandished a sword, charging towards Luffy. Yet, at that moment, Luffy exhibited no sign of concern. Was the man's speed too swift for him to react? Certainly not. As the blade was a mere third of a centimeter from Luffy, a sword intercepted it. Zoro, Luffy's comrade. In this moment, one could truly perceive the trust between partners. An absolute trust that allowed one to expose their back, relying on their ally to shield them from all harm. However, the encounter was not yet over. For another figure emerged, a bear-like man with a massive lion. Yet this time, Luffy did not retreat. Dealing with this opponent was exceedingly simple. And the large feline posed no threat to him whatsoever. With a rubber rocket and a rubber hammer, the situation was swiftly resolved. The lion, with stars in its eyes, collapsed to the side, while the bear lay injured on the ground. This battle was trivial for Luffy, not because his adversaries were feeble, but due to his own overwhelming strength. At this moment, Zoro's battle had concluded, and he emerged unscathed, effortlessly dealing with the circus clown. In the original narrative, his injuries had forced him to expend considerable effort against this foe, but the circumstances were markedly different now. With no wounds to hinder him, Zoro's strength was unparalleled. Witnessing his 2 capable subordinates fall, Buggy appeared, tears and snot streaming down his face. He first consoled his comrades, then fixed a fierce gaze upon the figures of Luffy and Zoro engaged in combat. His attention was drawn to the straw hat perched atop Luffy's head, the very hat belonging to Shanks. How infuriating it was that these two resembled one another so closely. Unable to confront Shanks directly, Buggy resolved to torment Luffy instead, for the presence of Shanks' hat marked him as one of Shanks' crew, thus avenging the grievances Shanks had caused him in the past. With a sinister grin replacing his initial rage, Buggy reveled in his cleverness, thinking to himself how astute he was. Yet, despite his animosity towards Shanks, he found that he bore no ill will towards Luffy. "Let us be brothers," Luffy proposed, "and together we shall traverse the Grand Line." Luffy's demeanor suggested he had discerned Buggy's thoughts. Buggy, seething with anger, felt insulted not just by Luffy's words, but also by the boldness and audacity reminiscent of a certain individual from his past. Abruptly, Buggy fragmented into numerous pieces, rushing towards Luffy, simultaneously launching a buggy ball in his direction. His strategy was to use the buggy ball to distract Luffy before employing his chop-chop fruit abilities to slice him down. However, he encountered Wang Haoyan, who was well aware of Buggy's weaknesses and would not fall for such a ploy. Luffy, too, had formulated a response to Buggy's tactics. Chapter 8. Nami. Allow me to assist you. As Buggy charged towards Luffy, the latter did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward to confront Buggy's assault, aiming directly at Buggy's feet. Caught off guard by Luffy's sudden attack, Buggy was no match for him. After a moment of tickling Buggy's soles, he succumbed to laughter, eventually collapsing in fits of mirth. In this confrontation with Buggy, Luffy did not showcase much strength. Rather, it was his understanding of Buggy that allowed him to triumph so effortlessly. Releasing Buggy, Luffy stated, "Buggy, let us be brothers. Only then will I keep your weakness a secret, otherwise." At that moment, Buggy was thoroughly bewildered by Luffy's innocence, ultimately nodding in agreement. For Buggy, the ability to attack his feet was not something everyone could achieve. Had it been otherwise, he would have been utterly defenseless. During their ensuing conversation, he gained insights that would irrevocably alter his life, but that was a tale for another time. After becoming brothers with Buggy, Luffy did not linger. He simply advised Buggy to abandon this place and venture to the Grand Line, where their true stage awaited. Following the coordinates etched in his memory, Luffy finally spotted a familiar figure beside a small cabin. Signaling for Zoro to wait, he approached the silhouette. Just as he intended to gently tap her shoulder, a blunt object swung towards his head. Thankfully, Luffy reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the blow. "Nami, become my navigator. I know everything about you, and if you join my crew, I will do everything in my power to assist you." Luffy grasped the weapon aimed at him. How do you know my name? Who are you? Nami. Astonished that this stranger could address her by name, quickly regained her composure and scrutinized him, sensing a hint of familiarity. I am Monkey D. Luffy. The man destined to become the Pirate King. I am currently gathering companions and hope you will join us. Allow me to protect you. In that moment, Luffy felt a profound connection to Nami, recalling the vulnerability she exhibited in the manga, where her sole desire was to protect her village. Each time he witnessed Luffy rescuing Nami, tears welled in his eyes, for she had desperately needed someone to stand by her side. Now that he had arrived in this world, he vowed to ensure she would never suffer again, no matter the cost. Monkey D. Luffy, the future Pirate King? Don't joke. Why would I trust you? Why would I allow you to help me? Nami remained skeptical, as trust was a luxury she could not afford. Bearing the weight of her entire village on her shoulders, you are Nami, residing in Kokoyashi village. With a sister and a foster mother, who tragically perished at the hands of a fishman, Luffy stated, pausing to gauge her reaction. He could tell his words had struck a chord, but he needed more to persuade her. You have been drawing maps for the Arlong pirates, saving money to trade with Arlong. Yet I can tell you that is futile. Arlong has no intention of letting you go, regardless of how much you save, be it 100 million berries or more. I understand you and admire your spirit. If you join my crew, I will do everything I can to help you, Nami. Please, trust me. Luffy spoke with sincerity, but Nami, though saddened, did not immediately acquiesce. She merely wept. It seemed additional persuasion was necessary, Luffy mused. Do you not wish to avenge Belmir's death? Do you not want to ensure the kind uncles in your village live well? I only have one companion, the pirate hunter Zoro. Even formidable foes like Monka and Buggy are but appetizers before us. Trust in my strength. I will aid you. Of course, I need to gather 2 more comrades, but that won't take long. After articulating this, Luffy noticed a slight shift in Nami's trust. Upon hearing that the pirate hunter Zoro was among his allies, he sensed her defenses beginning to crumble. Suddenly, Nami lifted her head and smiled at Luffy. I cannot join your crew just yet, but if you can truly help me defeat Arlong, I will join you and do everything in my power to help you achieve your dream. However, you must also assist me in fulfilling mine. Defeating Arlong is essential, or my dream will hold no meaning. Is that agreeable, Pirate King? Certainly, Luffy naturally agreed, realizing that he sometimes could not alter the narrative trajectory of the manga. So, Navigator, have you obtained the chart for the Grand Line? Luffy inquired with a smile, directing his question at Nami. How do you know I found the Grand Line's navigation chart? Have you been following me? Nami suddenly crossed her arms defensively. Of course not. But the Buggy Pirates are currently scouring the area for you. If you have it, we must make our escape swiftly. We have already lingered here far too long. Luffy replied. Having Nami aboard their small vessel brought the advantage of sailing the seas without fear of turbulent waves or the disorientation of being lost at sea. After sailing for half a day, Luffy and his crew finally evaded the pursuit of the Buggy Pirates. It seemed that even if he forged a brotherly bond with Buggy, it would not quell the anger simmering within him. His fury would likely persist. As they prepared to depart, a few members of the Buggy Pirates, whom Nami had coerced, were now obediently serving as crew members for Luffy and his companions. At this moment, Luffy called over Zoro and Nami, wishing to discuss their upcoming course of navigation. Zoro maintained his usual aloof demeanor, though Luffy knew that beneath that exterior, Zoro held a warm-hearted spirit. He simply chose to express it coolly. We will soon welcome 2 new companions. One is a sharpshooter, and the other a chef. At our next stop, we will acquire a ship that will serve as our companion on this voyage. I hope you both cherish it. However, on the next island, we will face a fierce battle. To gain that companion, we must vanquish the strongest adversary beforehand. Only then can we traverse the seas together for a greater distance. Luffy concluded, glancing at Nami and Zoro to ensure they understood his intentions before summoning Zoro aside. Zoro, we are brothers. I hope that on our future journey, we can share both joys and hardships, supporting one another. I wish for us to achieve our greatest dreams together. Now, I entrust to you the essence of swordsmanship. Hoping you can revive its glory in your hands, Luffy said earnestly to Zoro. Luffy recognized that it would be challenging for Zoro, given his current strength, to fulfill this plan. However, with sufficient time to grasp the intricacies of the 8 diagram patterns, Zoro's remarkable talent in swordsmanship could elevate his prowess significantly. In the realm of swordsmanship, techniques are merely the foundation. Possessing even the most profound sword techniques does not make one the supreme swordsman. Only by comprehending the essence of the sword can one attain the status of a grandmaster in this art. with the enigmatic patterns of the Bagua. The accompanying swordsmanship undoubtedly holds unparalleled secrets of sword intent, a treasure trove of knowledge for a master swordsman like Zoro. Gradually, Zoro was introduced to some of the techniques inscribed within the Bagua diagrams. Luffy observed that Zoro was indeed a prodigy in the art of swordsmanship. Merely explaining the moves sufficed, as Zoro could seamlessly integrate techniques that were fundamentally martial into his swordplay without any need for demonstration. This left Luffy momentarily speechless. Reflecting on the considerable amount of time he had devoted to mastering each technique through painstaking practice and observation, it became evident that he had much to learn. Chapter 9. The joining of the marksman Usopp. Thus, the small vessel sailed onward, with Zoro diligently honing the sword intent that Luffy had entrusted him. Luffy could discern the satisfaction on Zoro's face, which spoke volumes about the transformation within him. Though unspoken, their mutual understanding was palpable. One day, they arrived at an island that had once been the domain of a notorious braggart named Usopp. Prior to landing, Luffy had conferred with Zoro and Nami on how to tackle the upcoming conflict. This would mark Luffy's first instance of parting ways with his companions. As Luffy stepped onto the island, Zoro and Nami set sail in their small boat, with only the three of them privy to their navigational intentions. Unlike in the original narrative, where Usopp was preoccupied with guarding 3 children along the shore, Luffy effortlessly traversed this area, aware that he could not afford to squander time in the East Blue, with 2 more stops ahead before he could fully embark on the Grand Line, where a plethora of adventures awaited. Continuing his journey, Luffy arrived at a humble abode perched on a hillside just beyond the village. The interior was devoid of life. He pushed open the door and took a seat on the edge of the bed. The room was modest, furnished with only a small boat and a table. Yet it was cluttered with various trinkets, likely remnants of Usopp's tinkering. Luffy picked up a slingshot that lay discarded nearby. After examining it, he realized that its resilience far surpassed the slingshots he had played with in his youth, complete with intricate mechanisms. It was no wonder that Usopp's slingshot was so formidable. He was indeed a genius in crafting such devices. "Who are you, and what are you doing with my special slingshot?" A figure appeared, sporting a long nose and an appearance reminiscent of a rather peculiar classmate from Luffy's past, clearly startled by Luffy's presence. Luffy scrutinized Usopp's distinctive attire, confirming that he had indeed found the right person. "Usopp, son of Yasopp, your father was a legendary pirate and a companion of Shanks. You reside in this quaint village, harboring feelings for a girl named Kaya, and you are accompanied by 3 children. Your aspiration is to become a brave warrior of the sea, idolizing strength. And you dream of being a captain," Luffy recounted with familiarity. Usopp's astonishment was evident as Luffy continued. "Your weapon is a slingshot, correct? Who are you? And how do you know about me? Are you here to kill me?" Usopp trembled in fear. To an outsider, Usopp might appear cowardly, trembling at the slightest provocation. However, Luffy understood that Usopp's true nature was more complex. He was not as feeble as he seemed. If someone were to strike at his vulnerabilities, they would be taken aback by the strength he could unleash. Usopp was indeed the greatest marksman. "I am your captain. Join me as we embark on a quest to forge the greatest oceans and seek out the bravest tribes and the most worthy warriors, including giants. Are you interested?" Luffy gazed intently into Usopp's eyes. Usopp looked at the straw-hatted figure before him and replied, "I'm sorry, but I cannot join your crew just yet. I have important matters to attend to. You wish to protect Kaya, don't you? Are you aware of Kuro's sinister plot?" Luffy was taken aback by Usopp's knowledge of Kuro's schemes, which, according to the original story, had not yet come to light. "I can't believe you know about Kuro. It seems you've done your research before arriving here. I am not confident in facing Kuro alone. If you help me protect Kaya, I will join you. But I must demand the position of Vice Captain." Usopp spoke earnestly. "Welcome to our crew, Vice Captain Usopp. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King." With that, Luffy extended his right hand. The 2 figures, akin to brothers, clasped each other's hands tightly, a firm grip that radiated strength. "Now, tell me how you discovered Kuro's plot. I must admit, I am quite surprised, based on my understanding of you. I presumed you were unaware of this." Luffy gazed at Usopp, hoping to extract some valuable information. After a moment's hesitation, Usopp finally revealed, "A few days ago, before I went to tell a story to Kaya, I crafted a small gadget at home. Kaya has a fondness for such trinkets, so I always bring her something new. In this particular device, I included a plant called clear heart grass, known for its ability to absorb toxins from the body. It is a rather common herb. However, yesterday, I discovered that the gadget was saturated with toxins. Upon secretly taking it back for examination, I realized that Kaya was not ill but had been poisoned. In that castle, Kuro is the prime suspect, as we have long known him to be an outsider. Only he would attempt to seize Kaya's family's fortune after her father's death. After stating this, Usopp looked at Luffy and added, I have investigated Kuro. He is formidable. If you choose to assist me, you may risk your life. If you have any second thoughts now, I will not compel you. Usopp's words startled Luffy, yet he quickly comprehended the depth of Usopp's feelings for Kaya. A memory etched clearly in his mind. However, Luffy replied, no need for further words. Once I have made a promise, I shall not waver. Besides, you have become my comrade, and I believe I can easily handle Kuro. With that, Luffy leaped forward, pulling Usopp along. Let us go. I will teach you some techniques. In truth, Luffy had not initially intended to impart the martial arts from the Bagua diagram to Usopp. However, realizing that Usopp's close-range defense was inadequate if he relied solely on his firearm, Luffy understood that in order to thrive in future battles, he must empower his companions to become formidable. Under Usopp's guidance, they ventured into a secluded grove. Luffy addressed Usopp. I possess a set of martial skills that I will now pass on to you. If you can master them and integrate them into your marksmanship, I believe your strength will see significant enhancement. Follow my lead. With that, Luffy demonstrated the simplest techniques one by one for Usopp, correcting his movements as he progressed to the next. Thus, the two commenced their practice of the Bagua techniques within the grove. After 2 days of diligent effort, Usopp finally mastered the set of skills. It was a stark contrast to the experience with Zoro, as Usopp's comprehension of the techniques was rather lacking, though he managed to catch up in time. One day, under Usopp's guidance, Luffy and Usopp arrived at Kaya's castle, hiding in the recess of a staircase. The very spot where Kuro nearly met his demise at the hands of the goat-headed man in the original tale. The night grew darker, and the cool air did little to chill Luffy and Usopp. Rather, the tension electrified Usopp, causing him to tremble with excitement. Luffy gently pressed his hand on Usopp's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. As the clock struck midnight, a tall, slender man clad in a tailcoat emerged, his intent directed toward Kaya, presumably to coerce her into writing a will. At that moment, as Usopp prepared to rush out, he was halted by Luffy. If Kaya remained unaware of the truth about this person, Usopp's development would stagnate. Moreover, the Going Merry was designed by Uncle Goat, which weighed heavily on Luffy's heart. The thought of the Going Merry stirred a deep sense of nostalgia within him. His understanding of the original story imbued Luffy with a profound emotional connection to the Going Merry, making him less fond of the formidable Sunny, which, in contrast, did not evoke the same sentiments. Luffy harbored a resolute determination to prevent the Going Merry from sinking. In his previous life, he had perused numerous books on shipbuilding, believing that by the time Frankie arrived, the Going Merry could still be salvaged. He mused that protecting the Going Merry was the true path. Mere repairs would not suffice. Chapter 10. The Going Merry. In a cliché turn of events, Kaya was heartbroken under the relentless intimidation of Kuro. Just then, the goat-headed fellow appeared, ready to take a risk and intervene. Armed with an old-style trident, he aimed to shoot Kuro, but Kuro noticed him first. With an evil grin, Kuro leapt several paces away, preparing to strike down the goat-headed man. However, a remarkable scene unfolded. A projectile, infused with the scent of gunpowder, soared toward Kuro, halting his assault. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Luffy seized the opportunity to attack. His movements, appearing slow and graceful from a distance, belied their swiftness and versatility. As Luffy closed the distance, he extended his arms skyward, transforming them into a blunt weapon resembling an axe, albeit without a blade. Suddenly, he sprang into action, tightening his core and channeling all his strength into his outstretched arms. Kuro, seemingly dazed, stood before Luffy's makeshift axe without a reaction. With a thunderous roar, Luffy declared, "Gum Gum Axe Punch." The instant his fist connected with Kuro's head, an explosive sound reverberated through the air. Kuro had no chance to draw his treasured weapon. The moment had passed. Luffy felt a surge of confidence. He realized that he had grown significantly stronger compared to his original self in the story. And he hadn't even tapped into the second gear yet. Utilizing a technique derived from the Bagua, he easily subdued Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, a testament to his newfound prowess. Though Kuro attempted to resist, Luffy had already seized the upper hand, rendering any struggle futile. Ultimately, Luffy completely restrained Kuro, prompting the goat-headed man to produce a substantial amount of rope to bind him. Luffy had already severed Kuro's tendons, leaving him incapable of mounting any further resistance. Luffy had no desire to kill Kuro. Rather, he needed Kaya to make that decision as it pertained to his future crewmate, Usopp. observing Kaya and Usopp's embrace. Luffy felt a twinge of dismay. Such a beautiful girl should not be held by someone as awkward as Usopp. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing Usopp as akin to a brother. After consulting with Kaya, she ultimately decided to spare Kuro. Luffy led Kuro and the goat-headed man out of Kaya's room, allowing Usopp some time, as he would soon embark on a journey with Luffy. Descending the stairs to the living room, he instructed the goat-headed man to find a place to rest while he dealt with the troublesome Kuro. It was crucial not to release Kuro lightly. If he unleashed his wrath on the village, it would bring chaos. Luffy had once harbored fondness for the innocent Kaya, especially since she was cherished by his brother. Although Luffy yearned to secure the going merry from the goat-headed man, he understood that the timing was not right. Tomorrow, even if he did not ask, it would be gifted to him. Luffy couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of knowing the future. He brought Kuro to the predetermined meeting spot near the shore, where the sea breeze chilled him. Glancing at Kuro, who had been carelessly discarded, Luffy noted how he had transformed from a suave gentleman into a pitiful wretch. Luffy felt no sympathy for Kuro, both in his past and present. He despised those who harbored deep scheming. Such individuals were perilous. Creating enmity with them was unwise, as it could lead to unexpected calamities. Luffy's lack of a backyard did not mean his friends were exempt from danger. Having chosen to consider them as companions, he felt compelled to protect them, striving for the leadership and authority reminiscent of the Luffy in the original manga. After lingering by the coast for a while, he heard Nami's voice in the distance. Soon, a group of people approached, torches in hand, with Nami leading the way. Upon seeing Luffy seated before them, Zoro's expression shifted slightly, revealing his surprise at Luffy's effortless handling of Kuro. Having heard about Kuro's formidable spoon from Zango, Zoro had pondered how he would confront him. He had been eager to assist Luffy as soon as he dealt with Zango's gang. Yet, Luffy sat calmly, with Kuro discarded like a mere dog at his side, exuding an air of ease that left Zoro in awe. While Zoro had struggled to subdue Zango's group, having significantly improved his swordsmanship through Luffy's teachings, Luffy effortlessly dispatched Kuro, a figure Zango had deemed powerful. Zoro realized he needed to intensify his training. Ignoring Zoro's thoughts, Luffy cheerfully addressed him and Nami, asking, "So, were these folks difficult to handle?" Do you think we are? Of course, we can easily handle them. But wait, what is wrong with that person? They look as if they are on the verge of death. Nami remains as mischievous as ever. Yet it is evident that even she is astonished by Luffy's ability to effortlessly defeat Crocodile. Captain Crocodile has been vanquished, oh my. A cacophony of chatter erupted from those subdued by Zoro. Suddenly, Luffy's gaze swept over the crowd, and it was as though an invisible wave of conqueror's haki enveloped the area, instantly silencing everyone, including Luffy himself. Is this what haki feels like? Luffy marveled internally, yearning to recapture that fleeting sensation, yet he found it elusive. Realizing that some things cannot be forced, he acknowledged that he would eventually grasp what he needed to understand. Awakening from this reverie, Luffy noticed that it was not only the others who were affected. Even Zoro and Nami seemed to be under its influence. Just as he regained his composure, Zoro stirred from his stupor, followed closely by the others who also began to awaken. Zoro, Nami, we will soon have new companions. We cannot let these people escape easily, or they will sow seeds of evil in this small village. What should we do? Kill them? Luffy said with a serious tone. In that moment, he mimicked Luffy from the original story, playfully sticking his finger up his nose. He discovered a rather amusing fact, because he had consumed the gum-gum fruit. Digging for boogers had become much easier, as his nostrils could expand at will. Killing them might not be the best option. Nami expressed her thoughts. Luffy turned to Zoro and asked, "What do you think, Zoro?" Zoro shrugged and replied, "You are the captain. It's your decision." It seemed Zoro had fully embraced his role. Luffy chuckled inwardly, for he held a deep admiration for Zoro's past self. Zoro was the epitome of a true man. Very well. Let us hand them over to the Navy. With their bounty, it should serve as our first earnings for this voyage. Don't you think, Nami? Luffy said, casting a glance at Nami. That would be the best course of action, came a voice from behind Nami, a female voice belonging to Kaya. At that moment, a triangular sailboat was gliding across the sea where Luffy and his companions resided. It was none other than the Golden Mary. Chapter 11. The floating restaurant. Seeing the faint traces of tears at the corners of Kaya's eyes, Luffy felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. However, witnessing her quietly nestled in the embrace of the unscrupulous Usopp alleviated his sorrow somewhat. Having successfully captured the entire crew of the Black Cat pirates, Luffy decided to confine them until the Navy arrived, to prevent them from feigning innocence and tempting Kaya to release them. Of course, Luffy and his friends had no intention of engaging directly with the Navy. They merely waited in the shadows for the arrival of their adversaries. As the Navy escorted the notorious pirates, each bearing bounties, and delivered the rewards into Kaya's hands, Luffy and his companions silently exhaled in relief and set sail towards their next destination, the floating restaurant. At this moment, on the shore, Goathead and Kaya gazed longingly at Luffy and his companions as they sailed away. Suddenly, Kaya spoke to Goathead, declaring her desire to study medicine. When Usopp returns, I must take good care of him. Observing that Kaya had not succumbed to despair, but rather had found a sense of purpose, Goathead felt a deep sense of relief. Miss Kaya, I have heard that a renowned healer resides in the valley behind the village. I have some connections with his disciples and can inquire if he would be willing to teach you. What is the name of that disciple? There is no need for the healer to come personally. I can venture into the mountains to learn from him. I only require that individual to guide me to the healer's side. Everything else, I will manage on my own. I firmly believe I can succeed, Kaya asserted. Though it was unclear whether she was making a promise to Goathead or simply affirming her own resolve. At this moment, the distant sailboat gradually vanished from Kaya's sight, as a crystalline tear rolled down her cheeks. 2 days later, under the guidance of the disciple of the revered physician, Little Hai, Kaya ventured into the secluded mountains to meet the reclusive healer, embarking on her arduous journey into the realm of medicine. Upon returning to the Golden Mary, despite having just secured a hard-won victory, welcomed a new companion, and acquired a vessel essential for their pirate crew, the entire fleet succumbed to a profound silence. This was due to Usopp's melancholy. For 2 consecutive days, this usually carefree individual sat silently at the stern, neglecting food and drink, gazing into the distance where his hometown lay, a place filled with those he cherished and who cherished him in return. However, the sorrowful sentiment did not linger for long, as on the 3rd day, Usopp regained his innocent and lively disposition and soon filled the air with his joyful antics. At this moment, Luffy was observing a formidable cannon mounted on the Going Merry, the sole weapon aboard. He had no intention of recklessly firing it like the Luffy in the original story. After conducting a brief examination of the cannon, Luffy ultimately concluded that it was beyond his capability to operate. Although he had some knowledge of cannons from his previous life, the one on the Going Merry was entirely unlike any he had encountered before, compelling Luffy to abandon the idea of using it. At this moment, Usopp joyfully emerged, clearly demonstrating his expertise in this area. Moreover, the cannon had significant ties to Usopp, as it was crafted by his father, Yasopp. After toying with it for a while, he prepared to fire at a distant island. Typically, 2 individuals would scramble up in a rather aggressive manner, but upon realizing that their elder brother, Zoro, was also aboard the ship, they subdued their demeanor considerably. However, the situation as depicted in the original work did not unfold, which left Luffy somewhat puzzled, though he chose not to dwell on it. Regardless, every member belonging to the Straw Hat Pirates was essential. Luffy firmly recognized his ultimate goal of having 10 companions. Yet, he remained uncertain about the identity of the 10th member, a mystery even to his past self. For now, he decided to gather the known companions first and see how events would unfold. In the following days, the focus was primarily on the pirate flag. Initially, Usopp designed numerous variations, some featuring his prominent nose, while others depicted his own likeness, reflecting a desire to claim Luffy's pirate crew for himself. However, Luffy was unfazed, understanding the nature of Usopp. Ultimately, under the resolute opposition from Nami, Zoro, and Luffy, Usopp was compelled to revise the pirate flag. It took him 2 consecutive days to finally recreate the original flag as depicted in the story. From this moment forth, the Straw Hat Pirates officially embark on their journey, facing an array of perils that lie ahead on the vast seas. The instant the pirate flag is hoisted atop their vessel, they transform into entities devoted to the pursuit of their piratical ideals. Responding to the call of the Jolly Roger, they set their sights on the most enigmatic waters, where a plethora of thrilling adventures await them, and there lies the coveted location of the Bagua diagram. Only by following the path mapped out by the diagram can they draw closer to their ultimate destination. It is through this route that they might muster sufficient strength to confront the demons that await, thereby increasing their chances of returning to the world they once knew. Once the pirate flag was firmly established, the 4 of them held a modest gathering aboard their small ship, wherein Luffy shared numerous thoughts with the crew, particularly regarding the recruitment of new members, getting very close to specifics. After a raucous discussion, Nami excused herself to rest, Zoro continued his vigilant watch, and Usopp also succumbed to slumber. However, Luffy remained wide awake, seated pensively atop the figurehead of the Going Merry, lost in contemplation. In his mind, Luffy reflected upon the events that had transpired recently and the discrepancies from the original narrative. Unlike the original tale, where Zoro, Usopp, and Nami were recruited through a more intricate process, Luffy's recruitment was rather straightforward, devoid of the narrative depth that typically fosters emotional bonds. Yet, he did not waver in his commitment to his comrades, engaging in heartfelt conversations with them. Despite his internal musings about not experiencing the trials and tribulations akin to his original self, Luffy remained assured that they would be his most trusted allies. A sentiment rooted in an instinctive awareness that transcended his current existence, a lingering intuition of the true Monkey D. Luffy. As the story progressed towards seeking Sanji, Luffy pondered whether the deviations would lead to unique developments in the plot. With the seafaring restaurant drawing ever closer, he felt a mix of anticipation and uncertainty, especially as two of his companions had yet to make their appearance. Lost in thought, Luffy suddenly noticed a grand ship illuminated in the distance, adorned with the word Sea Restaurant shining brightly above. Amused by the sight, Luffy chuckled to himself, realizing that the absence of his friends mattered little, for he was acutely aware of their whereabouts and did not feel compelled to adhere strictly to the original storyline. With his prowess derived from the Bagua techniques, he was confident in his ability to safeguard his comrades. Though they had yet to board the ship, in Luffy's heart, he had already accepted them as crew members of the Going Merry. Calling out to Zoro, who was leisurely training with a hammer, Luffy joined him in dropping anchor, and together they commenced their practice of the Bagua techniques on the deck. Initially, they practiced slowly, attempting to minimize the explosive sounds generated by their training to allow Nami and Usopp a restful slumber. However, ultimately, Usopp and Nami were awakened. Or perhaps they had never truly fallen asleep. Usopp, eager to join the morning exercises, began training alongside Zoro, while Luffy took the opportunity to privately instruct Nami in the techniques. Initially believing Nami to have little interest in the training, Luffy had refrained from teaching her. However, seeing her willingness to participate today, he decided to share the knowledge with her. Teaching Nami proved to be an enjoyable and visually delightful experience. For while the original Luffy was characterized by innocence, this version of Luffy possessed a more mischievous nature. As dawn broke, Luffy and his crew finally set foot on the Sea Restaurant. Although the anticipated figures from the legends did not appear, Luffy felt no regret in missing out on significant events, including the confrontation between Zoro and Mihawk. He wondered if Zoro, having recently learned the Bagua techniques, could stand against the formidable Hawkeyes. Though Zoro's training had been brief, Luffy still harbored a keen interest in witnessing the unfolding spectacle. Moreover, with regard to the pirate Captain Kurok, Luffy indeed yearned to encounter such a figure, not out of admiration for his abilities, but rather due to the depths of his unscrupulousness. For 2 consecutive days, Luffy and his companions spent tranquil moments at the floating restaurant on the sea, devoid of any extraordinary individuals. Instead, it was Sanji, their sous chef, who had fostered an amiable rapport with their group. Throughout these 2 days of interaction, the gleam in Sanji's eyes, as he spoke of their impending journey to the Grand Line, was so radiant that even Zoro, often perceived as a simpleton, could not overlook it. Fortunately, prior to their arrival, Luffy had conferred with his comrades, ensuring that they refrained from shattering the delicate veil of hope within Sanji's heart, opting instead to preserve it for the finale. On the 3rd day, the anticipated protagonist finally made his appearance. Though it was not Captain Kurok, but rather one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracula Mihawk. His purpose was quite straightforward. Having indulged in a long slumber, he sought to enjoy a hearty meal at the floating restaurant. Observing Mihawk devouring meat and guzzling wine, Luffy noted that he did not exude the gentlemanly demeanor portrayed in the original manga. This prompted Luffy to reassess his perception of the man. Should Zoro engage him in battle, it would be perilous if Mihawk proved to be as fragile as depicted in the comic, potentially leading to dire consequences. As Luffy stifled Zoro's urge to advance and challenge Mihawk, he began to scrutinize the swordsman's movements. Gradually, Luffy discerned a certain finesse in Mihawk's eating mannerisms. Although his demeanor appeared brutish, a closer inspection revealed an elegance in his actions, masked by the rapidity of his consumption. What seemed to be mere overlapping motions were, in fact, executed with precision. This realization brought Luffy considerable relief, for if a man could exhibit such meticulousness while dining, he would undoubtedly wield his blade with millimeter accuracy in his craft. 15 minutes later, Mihawk finally finished his meal. After gently wiping his mouth, he rose and directed his gaze towards Luffy and his companions. In that moment, Luffy was completely awestruck by the aura emanating from Mihawk. The brilliance in his eyes mirrored that of an eagle soaring in the sky, poised to seize its prey at any given instant. At this moment, Zoro finally broke free from Luffy's restraint, rising to his feet. Facing Mihawk's penetrating gaze, he exhibited no signs of unease. Perhaps this was the aura characteristic of someone who revels in battle. The stronger the opponent, the more fervently they yearn for combat, particularly when confronted by someone they have long aspired to surpass. In that instant, the potential that erupted within him was boundless. Mihawk, I challenge you with my sword. At this juncture, Zoro saw nothing but his adversary. His focus was solely on his blade and the formidable opponent before him. Mihawk meticulously observed the young warrior. Noting the fierce determination in his eyes, the young man displayed no hint of trepidation in the presence of the world's greatest swordsman. At that moment, a flicker of battle spirit ignited within Mihawk, recognizing that even if his opponent were merely a fledgling swordsman of little renown, the sheer intensity of Zoro's swordsmanship warranted a contest worthy of the 7 warlords of the sea. Young man, if you wish to battle me, then prepare to wager your very life. Many have perished beneath my sword. Now, reveal your name, challenger. Roronoa Zoro, destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. In that instant, Zoro smiled, not for any other reason but the exhilaration that combat ignited within him. He resembled an invincible deity of war. Come outside with me, Mihawk commanded, launching himself from the floating restaurant. The battleground should not be in this establishment, designed to cater to those traversing the seas. Those who truly understand the significance of the ocean would not desecrate such a place, for amidst the infinite expanse of water, sustenance is the essence of life. Without food, even the mightiest would gradually succumb, especially for those pirates well versed in this truth. Of course, the personal qualities of certain insignificant characters could be disregarded. They were merely the proverbial rat droppings among pirates. At this moment, the previously tranquil restaurant erupted in gasps of astonishment, for they were about to witness the legendary swordsman, the world's foremost master of the blade, in action. His challenger was none other than the renowned pirate hunter from the East Sea, Roronoa Zoro. Zoro's three-sword style was already well known throughout the East Sea, and his blades were said to be forged in the fires of hell, making this duel an extraordinary spectacle. Not only were the diners eager to savor the culinary delights of the floating restaurant, but even the pirates working there were captivated by the impending clash. Even the usually reclusive chef, Redleg Zeph, emerged to witness the battle, inspiring excitement among the other cooks. Who wouldn't wish to witness such a confrontation? As if conjured from the depths of the ocean, a vast deck materialized, a unique feature of the floating restaurant, designed to provide a venue for combat against pirates. Given their audacious existence upon the sea, catering primarily to pirates, it was essential for them to possess the means of self-defense. However, the deck's elevation at this moment was not merely for protection but served as the arena for the world's mightiest swordsmen and the East Sea's strongest swordsmen to engage in combat. Both warriors stood at opposite ends, unmoving, each observing the other intently. Neither had drawn their swords, for at their level of expertise, the act of unsheathing and striking could be accomplished in the blink of an eye. Their blades had become extensions of their very beings. The priority now lay in identifying each other's vulnerabilities to strike decisively. Despite the stillness, the palpable tension in the air caused onlookers to draw in sharp breaths, as if an unseen blade was poised to strike, threatening to sever flesh and bone. The silence was ultimately shattered by their simultaneous laughter. "Young man, you are quite impressive. It seems you are worthy of my blade," remarked Mihawk, the hawk eyes, directing his words towards Zoro. Zoro did not respond verbally, but instead slowly positioned his sword in his mouth, a symbolic act. This was Kuina's sword, not merely an ordinary blade, but a vessel of her aspirations for the swordsmanship they had shared. He was determined to fight the world's strongest swordsman, a battle he had long desired. And he readied himself, fixating on his opponent. Mihawk did not draw his longsword. Instead, he produced a miniature sword from his cloak. The sight left many gasping in disbelief. Was Mihawk truly so arrogant? Yet, at that moment, Luffy recognized Mihawk's formidable prowess. With Mihawk's keen perception, he could undoubtedly discern that Zoro had imbued his blade with intent and spirit, transforming it from a mere weapon into a conduit of his aspirations. Still, he chose to face Zoro with a diminutive sword, a testament not to arrogance but to his precise assessment of the situation. One small blade was sufficient to contend with Zoro. Zoro, however, felt no insult. He understood that perceptions were subjective. And even the world's greatest swordsman was not exempt from underestimating his opponent, a folly that could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, Zoro surged forward, executing an enhanced version of his technique, the onigiri. A powerful shadow surged forward, yet as it approached Mihawk, he moved with effortless grace. Mihawk did not require his eyes to gauge Zoro's sword intent, even with the integration of the 8 trigrams within Zoro's technique. It was insufficient to compel the world's greatest swordsman to unleash his full potential. In this duel, Zoro came to realize the vast chasm that lay between him and the pinnacle of swordsmanship, yet he refused to yield. Instead, he continued his relentless assault, eager to discover how far he could push himself against the world's strongest. Taking a step back, he positioned his dual swords, invoking the tiger's haunt. The clash of their energies resonated, as only the mightiest of wills could unleash the most formidable techniques. The strongest swordsman relies not solely on the finesse of their technique, but on their profound understanding of swordsmanship and the application of sword intent. It is through the harmonious development of these elements that one can truly grasp the essence of the sword, an essential lesson on the path to becoming a great swordsman. Chapter 13. Luffy vs. Mihawk. A miniature sword, seemingly inadequate to even slice through a watermelon, yet it was sufficient to pierce the heart of the East Sea's mightiest swordsman. With unwavering precision, it appeared as though Mihawk had forgotten the 3 blades dancing dangerously close around him, each poised to draw blood at any moment. In his mind, he had resolved that the sword would not harm him. At that instant, he felt as though the entire cosmos was within his grasp. Just a slight extension of his arm, and the young man's flesh would be cleaved, unleashing a torrent of blood. In this moment, Hawkeye discerned that the swordsman's lips bore not the marks of fear and trepidation, but rather an expression of serene delight. To lose is but a trifle. The dignity of a swordsman is sacred and inviolable. Hawkeye halted his advancing hand, contemplating a gesture of mercy towards the young man. Yet, the youth seemed to disregard his goodwill, as the relentless blade continued its determined trajectory with unyielding resolve. A smile graced Hawkeye's face as he extended his arm forward, albeit having altered its course by a fraction. At the instant the blade met flesh, the world was enveloped in an eerie silence. Not a whisper could be heard, as if all sounds had chosen to retreat in the presence of the indomitable spirit of the sword. Would you rather permit it to pierce your heart? Why not withdraw? I cannot say. Yet, should I falter here, the oaths and promises I have made would be rendered null and void, leaving me devoid of the face to return. Indeed, in such a case, you would be utterly defeated. That only strengthens my resolve to stand firm. Is death inconsequential? In fact, it may be a blessing. Such unwavering determination. Rather than concede, you would choose sacrifice? In this moment, Hawkeye beheld in Zoro's eyes an unrelenting pursuit of the sword's path, an understanding of sword intent that transcended that of most swordsmen. Such a person deserved his blade. With that thought, Hawkeye slowly withdrew the small sword embedded in Zoro's chest, sheathing it with care, before placing his hand behind him to draw forth the nearly 2-meter-long sword. In his heart, Hawkeye had officially recognized Zoro as a worthy adversary, one deserving of respect. For those who truly pursue the way of the sword are indeed worthy of admiration, for in understanding the sword, one finds kinship. At this moment, Zoro smiled, his demeanor unwavering, radiating only a joyful grin, for this was the essence of a true battle against a formidable opponent. The 3 swords formed a perfect trident, each pair creating an angle of 120 degrees. Suddenly, the blades began to spin, their velocity increasing exponentially, yet they showed no signs of halting. Waves of sword energy emanated from the blades, swirling around as if attempting to carve out a space dictated by Zoro's intent. In an instant, Zoro appeared to merge with this ethereal realm, becoming an integral part of the sword wave's manifestation. With this newfound power, he charged toward Mihawk, shouting, 3 sword style, 3,000 worlds. The air exploded with a thunderous roar as Mihawk reacted, firmly grasping his colossal sword. In a fleeting moment, he traversed the space conjured by Zoro's technique, his half-kneeling form betraying no discernible aura. Even the method of his attack was imperceptible, and only when Mihawk rose did the onlookers notice the crimson spray erupting from the long gash across Zoro's chest. It became evident that Zoro's strike had been utterly ineffective against a warrior of Mihawk's caliber. Flamboyant techniques held no sway in his eyes. The sound of blood dripping to the ground resonated in the hearts of everyone present, and in that instant, Luffy finally grasped the might of this towering figure, the world's greatest swordsman. Despite sustaining such grievous wounds, which would incapacitate any ordinary person, Zoro slowly turned, his gaze unclouded by pain, a satisfied smile lingering on his lips. As he pivoted, He sheathed the one sword he had not dropped, extending his arms and smiling at Mihawk. Mihawk, taken aback by Zoro's gesture, instinctively inquired, "What are you doing?" Zoro responded with unabashed joy, though the blood trickling from his forehead blurred his vision. He spoke. "A wound to the center of the back, such is the disgrace of a swordsman." As he finished, Mihawk moved with purpose, his great sword swinging once more, inflicting another scar upon Zoro's chest. Thus, the two wounds formed a harmonious cross, symbolizing the clash of their formidable spirits. In that moment, Sanji, watching the scene unfold, was overwhelmed by a profound sense of shock, a shock that resonated with the spirit of unwavering ambition, the kind that would pursue dreams even at the cost of one's life. Suddenly, he recalled a conversation he had with Zoro, during which he had questioned Zoro about his intentions when he learned that Zoro sought to challenge the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Sanji had asked, what if pursuing one's dream meant sacrificing one's life? As a swordsman, when one aspires to become the strongest in the world, the notion of life and death becomes trivial. Witnessing Zoro face Mihawk with unwavering resolve, even in the face of defeat, stirred a tempest of anger within Sanji. After all, Mihawk was indeed the true champion of the world, and the outcome was all too evident. If death were the price to pay, then relinquish your ambitions. In that moment, Sanji realized he had to release the pent-up frustration within him. It was quite simple, wasn't it? All one needed to do was abandon their ambitions. A surge of pent-up breath erupted from Sanji's chest, accompanied by a thunderous shout, the source of which remained uncertain. Was he directing it at Zoro or at himself? At that moment, a figure leaped forth, positioning himself in front of Hawkeye. He commanded, "Sanji, Usopp, rescue Zoro from the depths of the sea. He is not yet deceased." After uttering these words, Luffy turned to Hawkeye and declared, "That you may be the mightiest swordsman, you shall never be his rival. When we meet again, you will face his swordsmanship, and it will undoubtedly be you who is defeated." Humph. The ignorant weakling, Hawkeye, paid no heed to Luffy's bravado, merely responding with a disdainful remark. As Zoro was recovered, Hawkeye suddenly called out to him, who was being rescued by Sanji and Usopp from a distance. "I am Dracul, Mihawk. It is not your time to perish yet. Acknowledge yourself and the world. You must grow stronger, Roronoa Zoro. No matter how many years it takes. I shall await you at this pinnacle of strength. Strive to surpass the valiant blades that are now embedded within you. Endeavor to outshine me, Roronoa Zoro." Mihawk's declaration was delivered with a thunderous intensity, especially the final exhortation to surpass him, resonating with a clarity that perhaps reflects the solitude of one at the pinnacle, yearning for a worthy adversary with whom to engage in battle. At this moment, Luffy fell into a contemplative silence, acutely aware of the profound impact Mihawk's words held for Zoro. It was not the appropriate time for him to interject. After delivering his thoughts, Mihawk abruptly turned to Luffy and inquired, "What is your ambition, young one?" "To become the Pirate King," Luffy proclaimed, his determination unwavering. "That path is even more arduous than surpassing me," Mihawk replied with a scoff. "I will achieve it one day. I am destined to become the Pirate King," Luffy declared, a surge of formidable energy emanating from him in that very instant. A momentary burst of Conqueror's haki erupted forth, a manifestation of his willpower, though he could only unleash it under such intense circumstances, unable to wield it at will. Mihawk, with a hint of intrigue, muttered about the might of Conqueror's haki, then cast a glance at Luffy's straw hat before taking his leave, unimpeded by anyone. Luffy remained ensnared in the lingering or at this moment. Zoro shed the second tears of his life, his face awash with emotion. These tears, born from a sense of injustice, would accompany his growth, and one day, he would undoubtedly occupy a position among the strongest on the vast seas. The position he aspired to pointed toward supremacy. At that moment, Mihawk observed the scene before him and remarked, "Indeed, you are commendable companions. Perhaps we shall meet again." With that, Mihawk prepared to depart. Suddenly, Luffy recalled the strongest pirate crew from the East Blue, the Kurok crew, which had yet to make an appearance. He pondered whether Mihawk possessed knowledge about them, for this was crucial to Luffy's understanding of his own future. He wondered why those characters from the original story had not yet emerged. Were they hiding? Or had Mihawk already dealt with them? "Just a bunch of insignificant fish," Mihawk declared, before setting his small boat in motion, leaving the rest unspoken. Yet, Luffy comprehended the underlying meaning. The fierce battle had not inflicted significant damage upon the deck of the floating restaurant, indicating that considerable effort had been invested in its construction. However, this was not the reason Luffy approached Chef Zeph. Upon seeing Luffy approach, Zeph smiled. for he had long recognized that this straw-hatted lad harbored ambitions of becoming the Pirate King, and that a top-notch chef was essential aboard the ship of the Pirate King. Among the chefs in his floating restaurant, only Sanji met the standards required to set sail. Zeph had long desired to see Sanji venture into the world in pursuit of the legendary All Blue. This dream was shared between Zeph and Sanji, and Zeph, though feeling powerless, placed all his hopes on this boy who both resented him yet held him in high regard. "Old man, I wish to have someone from your crew join us as a companion," Luffy stated, not directly proposing that Sanji join his ship, for he was aware of Zeph's sentiments. Upon hearing this, Zeph chuckled, while Sanji stood dumbfounded, and the other chefs were taken aback. Of course, the future Pirate King has set his sights on that one. "If he is willing, I shall not stand in the way," Zeph said, casting a knowing glance at Sanji as if to say, "It's you, Sanji. Take him. Sanji. I want him to join my crew, to journey towards the greatest sea in the world, where the All Blue you chefs dream of may exist," Luffy exclaimed, laughter filling the air. "Very well, I agree," Zeph replied without hesitation, for he had always felt a grandfatherly affection for Sanji. "He is a remarkable individual. Do not let him be buried in the small East Blue. The world beyond is vast, the waves fierce. And it is there that someone like Sanji should aspire to be, for that is their stage." Though Sanji harbored an infinite yearning for All Blue and a profound interest in the Straw Hat crew, he ultimately declined, burdened by his own reasons. This understanding was not limited to Zeph alone. Luffy and all the chefs at the floating restaurant were also aware of it. Luffy cast a glance at Zeph, silently urging him to resolve the matter, before moving to Zoro's side, who was now heavily bandaged. "Let us board the ship," Luffy said to Usopp and Nami, gently lifting his brother and stepping onto the vessel. With the anchor raised and preparations made, the Straw Hat pirates were ready to set sail. However, on the deck, an unusual scene unfolded as a black leather bag was tossed back and forth amongst several burly individuals. It unexpectedly landed on the deck of the Going Merry. Yet Sanji paid it little heed, longing only for a quiet place to sit, having relinquished a group of companions he deemed worthy of adventure. The heart-wrenching pain tore through him. Sanji's actions, however, did not garner the support of his peers. Just as he was about to force his way through, Zeph intervened. A swift kick struck Sanji in the stomach, causing him to stagger backward. Though it was a single kick, the strength of Red Leg Zeph was undeniable. Just as Sanji prepared to shout at Zeph, the latter spoke. "The floating restaurant formally dismisses you as sous chef due to your deplorable culinary skills. The customers are extremely dissatisfied with your cooking. Leave, Sanji. We no longer require your presence." Zeph's words were heavy, yet they did not sway Sanji's resolve, for he knew that Zeph was the one who cared for him most. Suddenly, all the doors and windows of the floating restaurant slammed as the deck of the floating restaurant gradually descended into silence. The battle came to a close, marking the end of the conflict and the beginning of the aftermath. It was a measure reminiscent of ancient warfare, now applied to Sanji. Witnessing this scene, the typically proud Sanji felt a pang of emotion, his nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. He fought back tears and turned away, heading towards the Going Merry. At that moment, his future companions awaited his arrival by the ship's rail, seemingly urging him, "Come, Sanji. Let us embark on a journey to the greatest sea in the world in search of the fabled All Blue." However, as Sanji reached the edge of the deck, he could no longer contain his tears and abruptly turned around, kneeling before the old Zeph and calling out loudly, "Grandpa Zeph, for all these years, thank you for your care. This kindness shall forever be etched in my memory. Thank you, you scoundrels, until we meet again." With that, Sanji immediately turned and dashed towards the Going Merry, tears streaming down his face, soaking the ship's deck. Upon stepping aboard, he uttered but a single phrase, "Set sail." "My friends," before falling into a contemplative silence, while those remaining on the deck were left in tears. Chapter 15. Belmere. The journey from the floating restaurant to Nami's hometown, Cocoa Village, would take less than 3 days by sea, and thus the atmosphere remained relatively cheerful along the way. However, as they drew closer, an unsettling tension began to permeate the ship. Despite this, laughter continued to echo amongst them, with Zoro persistently honing his skills, while Sanji busied himself preparing an array of delectable snacks and brewing various nourishing teas to please Nami. Usopp busied himself on the deck of the ship, crafting an assortment of peculiar gadgets. However, the sporadic sounds of explosions echoed around him, revealing the cost of his experiments. Had his workspace not been reinforced, the Golden Mary's deck would have been riddled with gaping holes by now. Luffy, though occasionally joining Usopp in playful antics, mostly remained seated atop the ram, savoring the gentle caress of the sea breeze. The clinking of glasses against the deck drew everyone's attention to Nami's corner, where she sat in solemnity. The crew was somewhat aware of the troubles plaguing Nami's village, and while they shared a collective understanding of her heavy heart, none dared to voice their concerns outright. They waited, anticipating that Nami would eventually speak of her burdens. Luffy observed her as she frantically gathered the shattered glass, inadvertently cutting her finger in the process. At that moment, Sanji rushed to her side, tending to her wound before clearing away the remnants of glass and offering her a comforting glass of red wine. In that instance, the wine proved more effective than tea, providing a fleeting sense of numbness through its warmth, allowing her heart a momentary refuge from sorrow. As Nami gazed into the earnest eyes of her companions, the dam of her emotions finally broke, and she wept. Luffy, witnessing her tears, could no longer contain his own feelings. He leapt from the ram and approached her. Usopp, who had been tinkering with his inventions, paused, as did Zoro, who set aside his training to join the gathering. Sanji, already present, felt a pang of sorrow. To see a lady in tears was a sight he found unbearable. As a thin wisp of smoke curled upward, an unusual silence enveloped the crew. In this moment, the unspoken solidarity they shared with Nami epitomized the essence of true friendship. She understood that despite the silence, should she voy when she awoke, she discovered that the entire island had been transformed into a sea of volcanic fire. All the inhabitants had perished, and those who survived had evacuated. As she prepared to leave, she heard a distant sound, the cries of children. In that moment, the deepest maternal instinct within her erupted. She traversed through one inferno after another, ultimately finding the source of the cries within a small hut. There lay a little girl. No, two little girls. They were still in their swaddles, victims of this catastrophe. Belmare cradled them in her arms. Upon returning to her birthplace, she found herself a mother to two children, though they bore no relation to her. Due to the severe injuries sustained in the battle, Belmare was unable to perform heavy labor, let alone fish at sea. Yet, to sustain these two vibrant lives, she resolutely began cultivating oranges. Life was simple and arduous, yet their existence was filled with warmth and happiness. Until one fateful day, when a ship adorned with skulls and writhing fish signaled the arrival of demons to their village. Soon, the village fell under the notice of a notorious band of pirates who referred to themselves as the Dragon Crew. Their strength was formidable, rendering even the mightiest warrior in the village, a Yuan, powerless against them. When confronted with the demand for protection money, Belmare faced the gun pointed at her forehead without fear. Instead, she smiled gently and whispered, "Lily, Nami, I love you." Then she fell beneath the dragon's gunfire. In that instant, Nami's heart was consumed by rage. Though she was merely 7 years old, the seeds of vengeance were firmly planted within her. She vowed to avenge her mother's death. However, dreams are often beautiful while reality is harsh. Nami, skilled in cartography, was captured by Arlong and became a member of the Dragon Crew. It was not her desire to become a pirate. Rather, a voice within her persistently urged, "Lily, Nami, you must not succumb to anyone. A girl must be strong. Regardless of circumstances, do not resent the era in which you were born. Even if others fail to praise you, maintain a strength that allows you to smile. Survive, and many joyful moments shall follow." This encouragement from Belmare resonated deeply within Nami, instilling in her the determination to not only survive but also to ensure the survival of her village. Thus, she brokered a deal with Arlong, pledging her cartographic skills in exchange for 100 million berries, which would secure both her freedom and the safety of Kokoshia village. This aspiration fueled her relentless efforts to infiltrate pirate ships and seize their treasures. For 8 long years, she endured hardships beyond the comprehension of most. Yet, upon encountering Luffy, her dreams shattered with his words, "Arlong will not let you go, even if you earn the money." In that moment, Nami's hopes were crushed, for she understood that Arlong would never honor their agreement. Even if she amassed the required funds, he would concoct excuses to deny her freedom. Yet, deep within her, she clung to Belmare's encouragement, needing a glimmer of hope to propel her forward. When her dreams collapsed, she placed her faith in her beloved friends, recognizing their sincerity and care for her. The might of the Dragon Crew was a reality Nami had witnessed, and the thought of dragging her friends into that turmoil pained her heart. As she continued her tale, her sobs gradually subsided, returning her to a state of calm. When she lifted her gaze, she found 4 faces staring at her, expressionless yet imbued with a weighty emotion, one of unwavering resolve. They awaited her words, ready to assist her without hesitation, for they were comrades bound by shared fates. Moved by the scene, even the strongest among them felt a surge of emotion. Suddenly, Nami turned to Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, imploring, "Please help me." In that moment, Smiles broke out across their faces as they shouted in unison, of course. Chapter 16, Shrimp, Meet Your Demise. With her heart unburdened, Nami finally smiled, dispelling the gloom that had hung over the Straw Hat Pirates for days. The next day, they engaged in a grand celebration that continued until they reached the shores of an island. At that moment, Luffy and his crew stood side by side at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance. From afar, Kokushia village appeared tranquil and picturesque, its lush trees thriving. Who could possibly discern the peril that loomed over it? Nami, you, Sanji, and Usopp head back to the village. Ensure the villagers remain calm. Zoro and I will strike at their stronghold. After you've settled the villagers, join us. Remember, not a single villager should be harmed. They're your home. And we must protect them with our fists, Luffy declared decisively, leaving no room for dissent. But Zoro is gravely injured. Is he fit for this? Nami protested, glancing at the bandages wrapped around Zoro. In her heart, she believed one person could handle the village as safety alone. But Luffy understood that Arlong was already en route to Kokushia. Nami, don't you see? Luffy replied calmly, without turning back. At that moment, Zoro stepped forward. Aligning himself with Luffy, his eyes devoid of doubt. Sanji nodded at Nami, signaling her to trust in her comrades. As the ship neared the shore, Luffy turned to Zoro and said, "Let us go," and the two surged forward at full speed. Meanwhile, Luffy's treasured hat rested in Nami's hands, a symbol of his deepest sentiments, as he entrusted it to her care. Under Nami's guidance, Sanji and Usopp made their way towards Kokoyasi village. As they traveled back, they encountered a village that had been utterly devastated, the destruction wrought by a colossal sea cow belonging to the Arlong pirates, known for its formidable impact. Nami's spirits grew somewhat somber as they journeyed, yet the presence of Usopp and Sanji offered her solace, lifting her mood considerably. Upon their arrival at the village, Nami's heart brightened instantly. Standing quietly at the entrance, she slowly spread her arms, savoring the essence of the village and the fragrance of blooming orange blossoms, each scent enveloping her in a nostalgic embrace. This was the aroma of home. Beside her, Sanji and Usopp stood guard, sharing a silent understanding born from their own similar experiences. Witnessing Nami's radiant smile, they too found themselves smiling unconsciously. There was no need for loud announcements. News of Nami's appearance at the village gate spread swiftly. As Nami opened her eyes after relishing the village's scent, she was met with the sight of a beautiful girl rushing towards her. It was her sister, Lily. Nami beamed with joy, sprinting towards her. Close behind were the ever-enthusiastic Sanji and Usopp. As the two sisters embraced in jubilant celebration, Sanji found himself utterly captivated by the tender atmosphere. Fortunately, Usopp remembered Luffy's instructions. Their immediate priority was to ensure all villagers returned to their homes and remained safe. With this thought, Usopp set aside the joyous reunion to focus on the task at hand. Nami, we must attend to serious matters first. We must hurry, he urged. Yes. Nami-san, let us ensure the villagers return home to avoid any harm, Sanji added, finally shedding his earlier foolish demeanor. Who are these two? Lily inquired first. For she believed Nami lacked genuine friends, let alone those willing to share life and death. In Nami's world, only money and the village remained. They're my comrades. We've come to confront Arlong, Nami replied earnestly, a sincerity in her gaze that Lily had never seen since Nami was forced to join the Arlong pirates 8 years ago. It seemed that Nami had finally encountered true friends, Lily mused. Come, let us ask Uncle Ayuin to help us hide everyone, for the Arlong pirates may return, Nami said, taking Lily's hand as they dashed towards the village. At this moment, Luffy and Zoro, following Nami's directions, finally arrived at the lair of the Arlong pirates. The fortress-like structure before them revealed the immense wealth that the Arlong pirates had extracted from the surrounding area, with a significant portion of that wealth plundered from the impoverished villagers of Kokushia. Countless destitute citizens had been forced to bear the burden of their extravagant lifestyle, all due to their relentless bullying of the defenseless villagers. As Luffy gazed at the imposing castle, he felt as though he had been transported back to the harsh realities of the world. The corrupt officials, the organized crime syndicates, how they preyed upon the common people, how they siphoned the hard-earned money from the virtuous, and what of them, lavishing their riches in excess, reveling in a life of indulgence? Why? Why must such individuals exist in any society? What is their purpose? Is it truly entertaining to oppress others? In that moment, Luffy's heart brimmed with fury. A rage fueled not only by Nami's plight but also by his deep-seated disdain for these vile characters and a profound aversion to their despicable deeds. Fueled by this fervor, Luffy unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the grand iron door, encrusted with precious jewels, and bellowed, "You little shrimp, face your doom." The minions stationed at the base realized they were being challenged, though this was not their first encounter with such defiance. They were not particularly surprised, however. The strength displayed by these two newcomers, capable of demolishing their iron gate in a single blow, suggested that their adversaries were more formidable than before. Yet, the arrogance ingrained in these individuals led them to dismiss Luffy and Zoro, convinced that all humans were inferior and could not possibly rival the might of the fishmen. Had they forgotten that they too had once been regarded as the detritus of humanity, enslaved and ridden like beasts? A horde of fishmen charged toward Luffy and Zoro, brandishing glimmering blades that reflected the sunlight. Unable to suppress his bloodlust any longer, Luffy surged into the fray, akin to a dragon plunging into the sea. Wherever his fists landed, a fishman was bound to be severely injured, with the weaker ones falling lifelessly beneath his assault. Zoro, seemingly unscathed, also joined the fray, wielding 3 swords in 3 directions, not for greater power, but to swiftly dispatch the minions, as they were mere appetizers, not worthy of expending excessive energy on. In less than half a tea's worth of time, nearly 100 fishmen lay defeated on the ground. Luffy, seizing an opportunity, halted his fist just before the face of one terrified fishman. "Tell your boss to come here. I have business with him. If he doesn't arrive within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, I'll dismantle your hideout," he declared. Giving the quaking fishman a kick to hasten his departure to inform Arlong, the captain of the Arlong pirates. Luffy sat comfortably atop the highest chair in the castle's training grounds, absorbing the audacity of the fishman leader. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He leaned close to Zoro and whispered a few words. Zoro then drew his sword anew and dashed towards a corner of the castle, effortlessly leaping over the nearly 3-meter-high wall. Meanwhile, Arlong roamed through the villages within his territory, observing whether any were mustering the strength to resist them. As he encountered the trembling, lowly humans casting fearful glances his way, a profound sense of satisfaction filled Arlong's heart. How far removed was he from the days when he too regarded those cowering humans with disdain? In the village of Cocoa West, a Yuan, with the assistance of Nami and others, began urging the villagers to retreat to their homes and conceal themselves. However, a few strong young men were reluctant to hide. They chose to stand beside a Yuan in protecting Nami. They all understood the sacrifices Nami had made for the village. In their youthful bravado, they dismissed the significance of a few drops of blood. As men of honor, how could they remain hidden behind a woman? At that moment, 2 valiant men stood guard by Nami's side. Chapter 17. Usopp versus the Dragon Pirate crew. Once all the villagers of Cocoa West had found refuge, a dozen individuals remained standing behind Nami, including Sanji, Usopp, a Yuan, Lily, and several robust young men. Although Sanji considered these young men inconsequential, recognizing that their presence would not significantly impact the outcome, he refrained from voicing this thought. Sanji understood that, deep down, these individuals were aware of their limitations. Yet, they were determined not to let Nami fight alone, demonstrating through their actions that she was not solitary in this battle. They were her guardians, her sanctuary. Under Nami's leadership, their collective objective was the lair of the Dragon Pirate crew. From the moment they took that first step, retreat was no longer an option. They could only pursue the path of defeating Arlong. After approximately a cup of tea's time outside Cocoa West, Nami and her companions encountered members of the Dragon Pirate crew along the main road. However, their leader, Arlong, was notably absent. The group they faced was primarily led by 2 officers, Black Belt and Shu. From Nami's words, Sanji and Usopp gleaned some characteristics of these 2 officers. Black Belt, an officer of the Dragon Pirate crew, had not consumed a devil fruit. He was a soft-boned fishman who fought with his fists, excelling in fishman karate, reportedly reaching the mastery of 40 levels. Shu, another officer of the Dragon Pirate crew, had also not consumed a devil fruit. He was a kissing fishman who utilized his mouth as a weapon, skillfully attacking by absorbing moisture and then launching powerful strikes through his protruding lips. With a clear understanding of their opponent's strengths, they could strategize effectively. Sanji smiled and said, "Nami, you and a Yuan can handle those small fry without issue, right? Usopp, you take on Shu, show off your shooting skills." Without allowing Nami and the others a moment to ponder, Sanji dashed toward Black Belt. While some minor henchmen attempted to subdue this audacious human, only to find that his feet bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering them unable to withstand his formidable power. At this moment, although Usopp's legs trembled with trepidation, he resolutely refused to retreat from the unavoidable battle. For it was the inaugural step towards his aspirations. Slowly donning his goggles, He grasped his specially designed slingshot and retrieved a fiery red lead bullet from his satchel, his signature explosive, the gunpowder star. With a fierce intensity, the lead bullet shot forth towards Shu, and Usopp's impeccable aim did not falter. The gunpowder star landed precisely before Shu. By the time Shu registered the situation, the explosive detonated with a resounding bang, engulfing him in a violent barrage of gunpowder. This assault thoroughly incensed Shu, who swiftly charged towards Usopp, conjuring a water bullet in his mouth. With a swift exhale, the projectile hurtled towards Usopp. At that moment, Usopp dared not underestimate the threat, for his sharpshooting skills allowed him to discern the formidable power of the repugnant water bullet expelled by Shu. Remaining stationary, although he could rely on rapid reflexes and the techniques learned from the Bagua patterns to evade, he risked the chance of his avoidance inadvertently endangering the villagers of Cocoa Island. After a brief contemplation, Usopp launched another, more potent gunpowder star. 2 explosive projectiles, imbued with a sharp, acrid scent of gunpowder, hurtled towards Shu. Despite his preparedness, 1 bullet struck him. Simultaneously, the other ignited from the explosive energy, unleashing a dual detonation of formidable force. Even a sturdy fisherman found it challenging to withstand such an impact. Following his strike, Usopp did not linger. He swiftly retreated in the opposite direction, where no Cocoa Island villagers resided, allowing him to engage Shu in battle without restraint. At this moment, Sanji gradually redirected the black belt towards another direction, one devoid of the villagers from Kokasia. The few small shrimp that remained should pose no significant challenge to Nami and her companions. To ensure safety, Sanji, while attacking and guiding the black belt, also took the opportunity to strike down some of the small shrimp, thereby diminishing their numbers and gauging their strength. He realized that the capabilities of these minions were vastly inferior to those of the higher-ups. With a clearer understanding of their abilities, Sanji confidently led the black belt aside to engage in a more intense battle. Under the leadership of Nami and Arlong, the villagers of Kokasia swiftly clashed with the minions of the Arlong pirates. Although Arlong typically commanded over 200 minions during his patrols, the 2 subordinates leading the current charge brought no more than 30 individuals. With Sanji having already dealt with a few, the remaining minions now numbered merely a handful. Nami and a Yuan found it relatively effortless to confront their adversaries, each taking on 2 opponents simultaneously, swiftly resolving the skirmish. The villagers, not lacking in resolve, managed to hold their own against the odds. Gradually, the chaos of battle began to clarify. It would not be long before this conflict reached its conclusion. Yet, a flicker of anxiety remained in Nami's gaze, for the most formidable opponent had yet to make an appearance, Arlong. Among the Arlong pirates, there was also a notable officer named Pika, whose prowess rivaled that of Shu and Kurabata. Facing these 2 were Luffy and Zoro. Nami held no trepidation regarding Luffy. Despite Arlong's formidable strength, Luffy was far from powerless. However, her greatest concern lay with Zoro, burdened as he was with severe injuries that significantly impaired his capabilities. After swiftly dispatching the minor henchmen, Nami anxiously awaited a moment before calling out to Sanji and Usopp. Sanji, Usopp, hasten your efforts. Luffy and Zoro are depending on us. Upon hearing her plea, Sanji naturally responded, "Oh, we'll finish this promptly." Although Kurabata was indeed powerful, his strength was notably diminished on land, especially when contending with Sanji, who had mastered the techniques found within the Bagwazang. Sanji typically goes to great lengths to fulfill the request of ladies, especially considering that someone is waiting for their assistance this time. Deep within his heart, he whispered to himself, "Foolish seaweed head, you must not perish." Suddenly, Sanji began to kick the ground, his body spinning with fervor. His feet, as his speed increased, turned crimson, and the temperature around him surged. This was the deadly technique he wielded, the Demon Storm Kick. However, Usopp, who was still engaged in battle with the enemy, found himself in a more precarious situation. His opponent stood near a water pool, armed with an inexhaustible supply of bullets to unleash upon Usopp. The water bullets possessed formidable power and an impressive range, rendering Usopp momentarily unable to devise an effective counterattack. Yet, his concern for Zoro overshadowed his own peril, prompting Usopp to hasten the frequency of his assaults. Ultimate Gunpowder Star. Ultimate Gunpowder Star. Ultimate Lead Bullet. He unleashed a barrage towards the enemy, but while each strike inflicted some damage, it was insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, the enemy took a large gulp from the water pool and launched a massive water cannon in Usopp's direction. This was the enemy's ultimate technique, the Great Water Cannon. The projectile not only increased in size, but also multiplied in power and range. Usopp was grazed by this merciless torrent, his body plummeting like a kite severed from its string. In that moment, a bold idea ignited within Usopp. As he fell toward the ground, he aimed the last half bottle of industrial alcohol stored in his bag toward the enemy. Such a blatant attack posed little threat. The enemy effortlessly cleaved the bottle in two with a single hand. Witnessing this, Usopp finally smiled, realizing he was on the brink of dispatching this bothersome foe. With a heavy thud, Usopp crashed to the ground, enduring the pain radiating from his back. He aimed another deadly attack, a smoke star, toward the enemy, creating a cloud of smoke that obscured the enemy's vision. With the enemy's sight compromised, Usopp relentlessly fired various ultimate techniques into the smoke: lead bullet star, gunpowder star. Suddenly, a vast quantity of steam erupted from within the smoke, dispersing the fog that surrounded the enemy. The enemy, now fuming with rage, glared in Usopp's direction. Feeling deeply insulted for the first time since joining Arlong, the enemy opened his mouth wide, forming a bubble larger than the previously launched water cannon, the steam swirling violently around it, indicating its immense power. However, Usopp grinned, for this very move provided the perfect opportunity for his next plan. A fiery lead bullet appeared in Usopp's hand. The slingshot, a unique weapon of Usopp, was poised to unleash its potent lead bullet. As the bullet flew through the air, sparks ignited from its friction with the atmosphere. Just as the enemy's bubble expanded, preparing to launch, Usopp's fiery lead bullet surged forward, infused with intense heat. The enemy, dismissively scoffing at the long-nosed adversary, thought, "What can this annoying lead bullet do against my robust physique?" Suddenly, as the bullet approached, it erupted not with a burst of energy, but with a tremendous flame. Usopp's ultimate technique, Flame Star. The flames ignited upon contact with the moisture surrounding the enemy. An inconceivable event where water caught fire. The flames spread down the enemy's throat and began to engulf his body from within. At that moment, Usopp retrieved a hammer from his bag and charged toward the enemy, knowing that victory hinged on this decisive moment. At this moment, she was utterly astonished by the scene before him. The pain coursing through his body instilled a profound sense of panic, not solely due to the relentless, excruciating ache within, but rather the overwhelming realization of the predicament he was about to face, as if an unseen force sought to annihilate him. The smoke enveloping him obscured his vision, rendering him unable to discern anything ahead. A primal fear of the unknown surged within him, instinctively prompting him to raise his hands in a futile attempt to shield his head from imminent attack. However, such an opportunity was far too fleeting for the sluggish merman to seize, for at that moment, Usopp had already raised his sturdy hammer high. This hammer, originally intended for repairs on the Going Merry, now bore the augmented strength derived from the Bagua patterns, crashing vehemently against Shi's forehead. Dazed, with the final note of his consciousness fading, she collapsed helplessly, perhaps unable to accept his defeat, especially at the hands of someone trembling before a confrontation. After subduing Shi, Usopp exhaled a long-held breath of relief, followed swiftly by an exhilarating surge of excitement, compelling him to shout, yet he refrained, aware that his comrades were still engaged in battle. Tidying his disheveled attire, Usopp approached Nami and the others, as Sanji's fight neared its conclusion. Devoid of the underwater advantage, Black Belt found himself completely overpowered by Sanji. As the latter commenced his gale kick, the outcome of the battle became inevitable. It was merely a matter of time before it reached its conclusion. Observing Usopp's triumph, Nami rushed toward him, checking for any injuries, her gentle touch prompting irritation in Sanji, who was still occupied with his own fight. The power of love is undeniably potent, particularly for someone like Sanji, who possesses no immunity against the allure of beauty. At that moment, he erupted in fury. Even faced with the formidable Black Belt, Sanji's wrath was not easily quelled, resulting in a relentless onslaught against his adversary. With techniques such as the Demon Windleg, Level 1 Mince and Level 2 Mince, the final blow, Demon Windleg, one strike shatter, ultimately sent Black Belt crashing down, his body a mere shell of broken bones. Though his life persisted, he had been rendered a mere husk. As the crimson hue of Sanji's legs gradually faded to black, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and inhaling deeply, savoring the euphoric rush of nicotine. Slowly exhaling the remnants of his agitation, he transformed back into his familiar, cocky demeanor and approached Nami. This time, however, Nami did not retaliate with anger, but instead tenderly inspected Sanji for injuries. After meticulously checking him over, as Sanji basked in the moment, a wicked smile crept across Nami's face, followed by a tempestuous barrage of strikes. With a swift shoulder throw, she dusted off her hands and sauntered away with a mischievous glint in her eye. In that instant, Nami's spirits soared, her confidence in victory solidified. Her only remaining concern was for Zoro. How severe were his injuries? Surely, he wouldn't be in any real danger, not with Luffy nearby. Nami's heart raced as she quickened her pace, and shortly after Usopp finished binding the defeated members of the Dragon Pirates, he hurried to catch up. As for Sanji, he followed eagerly, completely unconcerned about the repercussions of Nami's love punch, for to him, such blows were not painful, but rather affectionate. The scene shifted back to the lair of the Dragon Pirates, where Luffy sat quietly in the chair once belonging to Arlong. Surprisingly engaged in contemplation, a rare sight for the single-minded Luffy. Suddenly, the frail door swung open, revealing a towering merman over 2.5 meters tall. Resembling the fearsome Arlong from Luffy's memories, with his sharply pointed nose and grotesque visage. As he traversed the path, the merman encountered his fallen kin, anger swelling within him. His gaze locked onto the chair that was once his, now occupied by a boy who was idly picking his nose, a playful expression adorning his face. The merman could no longer suppress his rage. "Oh!" Arlong roared at Luffy, intent on unleashing his pent-up fury, eager for the diminutive human to feel his wrath. However, Arlong soon realized a significant issue. The pool that should have been open was now obstructed by an unknown, solid substance, rendering his water powers useless. "You underestimate me, Arlong," he thought, resolute even without the water at his disposal. Yet, gazing at this diminutive human before him, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Suddenly, Eren sprang into action. His speed a stark contrast to that of a black belt. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of over 100 meters. As if merely taking a breath, his hardened nose whirled like a frenzied saw, intent on shredding Luffy's body in that fleeting moment. However, Luffy was no pushover. With a swift movement, he evaded Eren's seemingly inevitable attack and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Eren. Though Eren's physique was large and imposing, it did not hinder his agility. As a fishman, he possessed innate strength far surpassing that of humans. Even with his considerable size, his movements were remarkably nimble, evident when he deftly dodged Luffy's punch. Before landing, Luffy executed a sweeping kick towards Eren, who chose not to evade this time. Instead, his pride as a fishman compelled him to confront Luffy directly, engaging in a clash of raw power with the seemingly fragile human. Their first encounter unfolded without unnecessary words. Only a few exchanged glances. Eren questioned whether it was Luffy who had taken down his comrades, to which Luffy replied with a dismissive glare. Eren signaled his intent to end Luffy, and Luffy responded defiantly, urging him to try. Thus, they collided fiercely, demonstrating that sometimes battles require no justification. They simply must be fought. Chapter 19. The reason for the fight. Eren, the sawtooth shark man, had never consumed a devil fruit and was obsessed with wealth. He possessed a bite force strong enough to sever cannonballs, with a bounty of 22 million berries. This formidable individual ruled over a region that included Nami's village, Kokoyasi. But today he faced the strongest opponent he had encountered in the East Blue, a nameless boy whose fate was now irrevocably sealed. With a resounding thud, Luffy's foot collided with Eren's arm, and both felt the immense force of the impact, stepping back in unison. Luffy remained largely unfazed, having long understood the resilience of fishmen. But Eren was taken aback, though his pride prevented him from overestimating Luffy's strength. Adhering to the principle that the first to strike holds the advantage, Luffy pressed the attack, showcasing the full extent of his rubber fruit abilities. Yet, Eren was no novice. His physical strength and resilience far exceeded Luffy's expectations. They exchanged blows until Eren deftly sidestepped Luffy's powerful punch, his head darting towards Luffy's arm. And that without further ado, this is a battle that Luffy must confront. As comrades, the most appropriate course of action is to stand by silently, witnessing his triumph. Even if he faces defeat, even if he falls utterly, we must not intervene. The first to grasp this was a Yuan, who, surveying the members of the evil dragon pirates, recalled the green-haired man, wrapped in bandages, that Nami had mentioned. However, there was no trace of him in this vicinity. Setting aside Nami's feelings, a Yuan addressed her. The one called Zoro is not here. Nami, you and Usopp should remain here. The rest of us will search for him. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Nami too recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded silently. Though she harbored concerns for Zoro's well-being, she felt reassured knowing Sanji was with him. With that, a Yuan led Sanji and half of the youths from Kokoyasi village in the opposite direction, embarking on their quest to find Zoro. Meanwhile, Sanji's heart raced with anxiety. After all, Zoro was gravely injured at this moment, and any further misfortune would be dire. At this moment, the battle between Luffy and Arlong reignited. With the activation of his second gear, Luffy experienced a significant enhancement in both speed and offensive power. Yet, he could distinctly perceive that he was still unable to fully unleash his potential through this technique. The accelerated circulation of his blood, in conjunction with his rubber body, was manageable, imposing no considerable burden. Nevertheless, no matter how he hastened the flow of his blood, it proved futile. Ultimately, he had to concede that exhibiting this level of strength was commendable enough. In the midst of their clash, Arlong had entirely lost his advantage in speed. As Luffy unleashed a powerful jet pistol aimed at Arlong, the latter found himself compelled to retreat rapidly, unable to withstand the pressure building in his chest. And he subsequently coughed up blood. Should Luffy continue his assault in this manner, it would not be long before he could effortlessly defeat Arlong. However, the escalating speed of his blood flow seemed to issue a warning to Luffy. The time for maintaining this state was limited. If he did not resolve the battle swiftly, he would face a more dire predicament. Although Luffy could clearly sense the unwavering support from Usopp and Nami standing by his side, knowing they would undoubtedly assist him against Arlong if he asked, he refrained from doing so. This was his battle. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, yet his physical actions remained undeterred. In that instant, the jet pistol erupted with full force, and Arlong found himself no longer under suppression. However, Arlong could distinctly feel the diminishing power of Luffy's attacks if he could endure just a little longer. A favorable situation awaited him. Having traversed the trials of the Grand Line, Arlong was well aware of the reason behind Luffy's fluctuations in strength. He firmly believed that Luffy was employing a secret technique to temporarily elevate his physical energy. Such a technique typically bore a time constraint, and should that duration elapse, the body's capabilities would suffer considerable degradation. At this moment, all Arlong needed to do was withstand Luffy's remaining attacks, saving his counterattack for the conclusion. In a fleeting moment, Arlong secretly gathered his energy, striving to minimize the damage inflicted by Luffy's strikes, all the while audibly proclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Come on, let me feel your final ferocity. You can't kill me. I'll be the one to end you." As he sensed Luffy's attack power dwindling to a critical level, Arlong couldn't help but boast with unabashed arrogance. At this moment, Luffy has come to the realization that the time he can maintain this state is fleeting, lasting no more than a minute. Upon hearing Arlong's words, a spark ignited within him as he suddenly recalled the latent energy of the Bagua diagram within his body. The recent fierce battle had made him momentarily forget his mastery of this technique. With this thought, a grin spread across Luffy's face, accompanied by the audacious words, "Looking for death." Chapter 20. Blossoming friendship. As the phrase "looking for death" escaped Luffy's lips, his hands swiftly stretched backward. His body, which could initially extend only about 3 meters, was now stretched nearly 5 meters in length. Yet, Luffy paid little heed to this transformation. He had no time to ponder such matters. With a move he called Jet Scattershot, Luffy's hands unleashed a rapid barrage of attacks that were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Even though Arlong was fully prepared, he was still sent flying by the force of the blows. However, Luffy was relentless and had no intention of letting Arlong off the hook. He knew that, despite the ferocity of those 2 strikes, they were not fatal due to Arlong's formidable physique. It was imperative that Luffy deliver a decisive blow to end the reign of this tyrannical fishman who had dominated the area for far too long. In the blink of an eye, Luffy darted to the spot where Arlong had fallen. At this moment, Arlong was in a semi-conscious state, his awareness blurred, struggling to rise while shielding his head with his powerful arms. Yet, this was inconsequential. Luffy's next move would be unstoppable, even if Arlong were made of steel. Luffy extended one leg toward the heavens while anchoring the other firmly to the ground. His right leg, now stretching beyond the limits of his body, reached an astonishing length of nearly 8 meters. This time, however, the extension was not rapid but rather imbued with a disorienting quality, causing the air around it to tremble. As Luffy's right leg reached its maximum extension, his body flushed crimson, blood coursing through his veins once more. A previously healed wound on his right arm burst open, a stream of blood gushing forth. From Luffy's mouth, Nami and Usopp could distinctly hear his roar, a ferocious sound that resonated like the growl of a cornered beast. In that moment, Luffy transformed into an invincible warrior. Rubber Quake Battle Axe. With a thunderous shout, Luffy's fully extended right leg erupted in an explosive display. The previously gentle tremors intensified into a deafening blast, as if the very air around him could not withstand the pressure, shattering under the force of his assault. At this moment, the air currents generated by the impending impact of the sky-shaking battle axe have already brushed against Arlong's face. The lingering dizziness that once clouded his senses has dissipated entirely, and in his perception, It feels as though the very heavens are bearing down upon him. Pressed by that singular foot, a sensation of suffocation envelopes him. However, this feeling does not endure for long, for before Arlong can gather his thoughts once more, Luffy's right foot comes crashing down upon his head. All the pent-up force seems to find its release at that instant, cascading down upon Arlong with unrestrained fury. If there were to be another encounter, I vow I shall not wait for his state to conclude. I will exert every ounce of my strength to confront him, ensuring I do not underestimate him again. This singular thought erupted in Arlong's mind at the very moment Luffy's foot made contact. His entire body is now forcibly pressed into the ground, leaving only an unsightly fish head protruding above, provoking the ire of the crowd, who were eager to spit upon his visage. At this moment, Luffy's second gear had finally reached its limit. He appeared utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Nami and Usopp, who had been attentively observing the situation, could no longer afford to be concerned about anything else. They rushed towards Luffy's side, and the fragile Nami could no longer contain her tears, which flowed freely. After a brief assessment of Luffy's condition, Nami tore a sizable piece of fabric from Usopp's clothing to bandage the wound on Luffy's right arm. She then cradled Luffy and urged Usopp to bind the wretched fisherman Arlong, as Usopp possessed a unique talent for such tasks. Once this was taken care of, Usopp fetched some water from a pool that had been largely buried under rubble, using it to clean the blood from Luffy's body. He then offered Luffy a sip of refreshing water, patiently waiting for him to regain consciousness. After a small drink, Luffy seemed to revive somewhat. His hazy eyes gradually opened, and he abruptly sat up, urging Usopp to hurry to Zoro. However, he soon collapsed again. This time, it was not only the overexertion of his second gear, but also the use of the formidable Hokuto technique from the 8 trigrams during his final strike. The combination of these two abilities rendered Luffy's last attack extraordinarily terrifying, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, an ability that seemed excessive for merely confronting a fishman. Nevertheless, the crux of the matter lay in Luffy's use of the second gear. It appeared that the original narrative indeed held some truth regarding the timing of Luffy's activation of this form. Although Luffy understood how to employ the second gear, it was evident that, given his current physical state, he had activated it prematurely. Moreover, even if Luffy refrains from utilizing his second gear or the techniques depicted in the Bagua diagram, he could still triumph over Arlong with his rubber abilities. However, such a victory would not possess the same resounding impact as the current one, achieved with an undeniable superiority. Throughout their journey, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, and Nami have not experienced the myriad of events that could foster the profound camaraderie and emotions depicted in the original narrative. Luffy vaguely senses that this state of affairs is unsatisfactory, which is why, while eliminating the minions and sitting upon Arlong's throne, he has already contemplated his course of action. Although this approach bears an element of risk, the current circumstances suggest that it has yielded commendable results. Of course, Luffy is merely aware of this, as he remains in a state of unconsciousness. After a brief wait, Sanji arrives, carrying Zoro towards Nami and the others. Upon witnessing the fallen Arlong and the exhausted Luffy, Sanji's heart is profoundly shaken. He is moved by the deep bond between Luffy and Zoro, their friendship blooming in this moment. It is not solely due to Luffy's displayed strength, but also the profound understanding shared between him and Zoro during their time aboard the Going Merry. Aside from occasionally practicing the techniques from the Bagua diagram together, they engaged in the same activities as the others without distinction. Yet, at this moment, as the two gravely injured individuals connect with one another's presence, it seems they have finally set aside the burdens of their hearts, peacefully drifting into slumber. As a Yuan observed Zoro, who had been valiantly persevering moments ago, finally succumbed to slumber upon Sanji's back, a profound sense of joy enveloped his heart. The deep camaraderie shared among these individuals allowed a Yuan to release his worries entirely, enabling Nami to venture alongside them into the unknown, in pursuit of their shared dreams. In the hands of the young villagers of Caucasia stood a man clad in a naval uniform, yet remarkably withered in appearance, bearing countless wounds from swords. Upon their arrival, they discovered Zoro sprawled upon a naval vessel, having already incapacitated all the sailors aboard. Everything seemed to unfold in a serene manner. Luffy and Zoro were accommodated in Nami's home, where her sister, Lily, tended to them personally. The only doctor in the village of Caucasia examined them and found that their bodies bore little in the way of serious injuries. They simply required rest due to overexertion. Chapter 21. The Banquet. The windmill of Ion. As the evening sun cast its golden rays upon Nami, an ethereal aura seemed to emanate from her, invoking a sense of tranquility. From her curvaceous form, one could perceive a gentle warmth, and at that moment, Her enchanting smile was vividly apparent upon her face. At this moment, two figures approached from behind, a man and a woman. The man's face bore the marks of stitching, suggesting he had endured severe injuries. Yet, at this moment, a pure smile illuminated his rugged visage. Following closely was a woman, her age comparable to Nami's, possessing an equally exquisite figure and profound gaze. Her face adorned with a heartfelt smile. "Are you in, Lily? You have arrived." Nami beamed radiantly at the newcomers. "Sanji has been searching for you for quite some time. Ayuan and I were aware of your presence here, so we decided to come and see you. Everyone is quite joyful and wishes to host a feast and celebration. What do you think?" It was Nami's sister, Lily, who spoke. "Seeing you in your current state, Belmir, you can perceive it too," Ayuan remarked, his previously cheerful demeanor fading as he solemnly sat before a small grave in front of Nami. "You all should return and commence the celebration. We must not be negligent of Nami's friends. They are all good people, especially those two young men, who should still be resting." Ayuan turned to Nami and Lily. Yet Nami seemed poised to speak, only to be gently silenced by Lily. The two gradually departed, leaving Ayuan alone in tranquil contemplation. He retrieved a long-neglected pipe from his pocket, slowly igniting it. As he inhaled, the smoke curled forth with his breath. The resilient glimmer in Ayuan's eyes could no longer withstand the bittersweet essence of the smoke, and tears of happiness streamed down his face, a poignant moment for this steadfast man. Shedding tears of sorrow for the first time. At this moment, Nami and Lily, who were concealed in the nearby thicket, could not help but shed tears. They slowly turned away and departed, for they still needed to return and convene a banquet. Amidst the villagers' boisterous laughter, the culinary experts of the village, alongside Sanji, began to prepare a sumptuous feast. Villagers continuously emerged from their homes, bringing forth an array of delicacies, while even nearby settlements started to stream into Kokoshia village, their hands laden not only with food but also with bottles of long-stored homemade wine. They sought to express their gratitude to the heroes who had liberated them from the clutches of the evil dragon pirates. Suddenly, music erupted from the highest point in Kokoshia, where a man of exceedingly unsavory appearance and a notably long nose began to sing. His melody encapsulated the entirety of the battle, encompassing Luffy's aspirations. "My goal is to become the pirate king, not to dominate all pirates, but to drift freely upon the seas, to embark on adventures and revel in the thrill of combat. From the moment I chose the path of a pirate, I embraced the understanding that I must be willing to risk my life at any moment. What is the harm in fighting with all my might? However, I never engage in senseless brawls. Even if you hurl insults at me, douse me with the remnants of your drink, or spit in my direction. I can overlook it all, but if you dare to harm my friends or my comrades, prepare to face my wrath." At this juncture, everyone joined in unison with the lewd man's tune, unabashedly unleashing the fervor that had long been suppressed. The exhilaration of the moment liberated them from the constraints of their daily lives. At this moment, Nami and Lily had arrived at the chamber where Luffy and Zoro resided. Following Nami's instructions, they placed 5 pounds of beef and 5 pounds of pork at Luffy's bedside, each infused with Sanji's special seasoning, emanating an irresistible aroma. Meanwhile, at Zoro's bedside, they positioned an entire barrel of the oldest wine stored from Kokoshia village, its fragrance wafting through the air and gradually filling Zoro's nostrils with each breath, eventually reaching his stomach. As soon as these offerings were set down, the two previously reclining figures sprang to life as if resurrected, one immediately devouring the roasted meat, while the other began to guzzle the wine from the barrel. This spectacle elicited hearty laughter from Lily, who, upon observing Nami's genuine smile and her earnest dedication to these two, felt a significant weight lift from her heart. "You were absolutely right," Lily remarked. "They require no medicine for their wounds." At this moment, the sounds of celebration from the banquet outside wafted in, and Luffy, who had an undeniable fondness for festivities, sprang out of bed and dashed towards the door. Zoro followed closely behind, completely disregarding Nami and Lily standing nearby. However, as they ventured outside, Luffy suddenly realized someone was trailing him. Upon turning around and spotting Nami, a broad grin spread across his face, and he exuberantly shouted, "Nami, the banquet is underway." He then rushed out, occasionally glancing back at Nami to ensure she was engaged before feeling at ease. At this juncture, Luffy and Zoro were nearly side by side. Observing Zoro, Luffy felt a surge of camaraderie, a genuine bond. "So Zoro, how's it going?" Luffy casually inquired. Zoro, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Of course. I won't spill the beans to Nami and the others, right? Let's discuss it after we set sail. Now is not the time. Rest assured, there won't be any threats left for this village. Come, "Let me buy you a drink," Luffy said in a tone only Zoro could hear. Yet, their intimate exchange sent a chill down the spines of Nami and Lily, the reason for which remained an enigma. With the arrival of the Straw Hat Boy and the green-haired swordsman, the festivities reached a crescendo. Luffy, who had boasted a respectable drinking capacity in the real world, found himself utterly overwhelmed by Zoro's prowess. It was clear that Zoro could consume alcohol as if it were mere water, an unfathomable feat fortunately. After only a brief drinking session with Zoro, villagers from Kokoyasi and nearby areas began joining in, reveling in the camaraderie of shared drinks. Those who indulged in drink often found common ground. While they might forget one another afterward, during the revelry, they felt like brothers. After a few more rounds, Luffy excused himself from the gathering, feeling the pangs of hunger gnawing at him. The exertion from the festivities had indeed taken its toll, necessitating a hearty meal to replenish his energy. Suddenly, Luffy recalled a crucial detail. Since arriving in this world, he had not experienced a bowel movement, save for the occasional minor relief. He noted that he wasn't the only one. Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp shared this peculiar predicament. As for Nami, Luffy thought it best not to dwell on that aspect. It appeared the food consumed was wholly converted into energy, which explained the lack of such natural functions. Along the way, he had also observed the gardens around Kokoyasi, where artificial fertilizers lay scattered among the vibrant greenery. What am I even thinking? Luffy mused, feeling a bit absurd for contemplating such matters when he was in the midst of enjoying a feast. With that thought, he took a large bite of the succulent pork leg in his hand, savoring a pleasure he had never experienced in his previous at that moment. Luffy suddenly chuckled and remarked, "Uncle, your windmill is truly delightful." Chapter 22. Companions in Life and Death Amidst a Festive Atmosphere. Luffy and his companions joyously celebrated for 3 consecutive days in the village of Kokoyasi. Today marked the day of departure for the Straw Hat Pirates. And the farewell was not particularly fervent, as the sky was merely beginning to glow faintly. The only ones aware of their departure were Lily and Ayuin. Nami had transformed the tattoo of the Arlong pirates on her shoulder into a representation of her cherished orange tree. One was a forced mark, while the other was one of her own choosing. Although the process was not without its trials, Nami felt a sense of satisfaction within. Without further words, the group gradually boarded the ship, leaving Nami behind for a moment of farewell. After all, who could blame Luffy, the captain, for whimsically rousing everyone at such an unearthly hour? Just the previous day, they had been joyously reveling at a banquet, and now, barely having rested, they were preparing to set sail once more. Yet, there were no true grievances among them. The events in Kokoyasi were merely an interlude in their grand voyage. Their ambitions stretched far and wide, rendering such matters trivial. In fact, departing with fewer sentiments and farewells was in keeping with the pirate spirit, unconstrained and free. Gazing at Nami's forced smile on the shore and Lily's tear-streaked face, Luffy and the others waited silently aboard the ship. Moments later, Nami suddenly turned and declared, "All right, it's time to leave. Don't worry, with so many companions, I will be just fine." With that, Nami playfully made a face at Lily and Ayan before sprinting towards the Going Merry, setting the ship in motion. Just as Lily wished to shout something, a throng of villagers emerged from behind them. All of them had suffered under Arlong's tyranny, and now they fervently waved at Luffy and the crew, faintly urging, "Come back when you can. We'll continue our conversation." However, as the ship slowly drifted away from the dock, returning to the embrace of the sea, their voices gradually faded. At that moment, there was no trace of sorrow in the dock. After all, they departed having completed all their business, leaving no regrets. Aside from a bit of fatigue, the crew felt no other emotions. Adjusting the ship's course, they sailed towards the Grand Line, guided by the map acquired from Buggy, with their next destination being the legendary Rogue Town, where the Pirate King met his demise. Yet, at this moment, they lacked the energy to ponder such matters. Instead, sprawling on the deck, continuing to slumber as the ship sailed forth with the wind, the calm east blew providing steady breezes. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, unleashing waves of heat upon the Going Merry, as if attempting to showcase its might. At this moment, Luffy and his companions gradually awakened. The first to open his eyes was Sanji, who, upon seeing Nami lost in thought on the dock, immediately sprang up and rushed into the unique kitchen of the Going Merry. There, he began the most important task of his day, preparing a refreshing breakfast tea for Nami to rejuvenate her. However, Sanji also took the opportunity to prepare some meat dishes for Luffy and the others. As the enticing aroma of the meat wafted through the sea breeze and reached the nostrils of the still sleeping crew, they all jolted awake, gathering in the familiar dining hall. They anticipated enjoying Sanji's delectable specialties. Suddenly, Luffy seemed to recall something and turned to Zoro, saying, "Zoro, let us go get him. He must be suffering by now after not eating for a few days." With that, Luffy dashed towards the small cabin where they had been sleeping. However, upon entering, he discovered that the octopus, Chopper, who had been securely tied up, was nowhere to be found. After a moment of confusion, Luffy searched the room thoroughly, but to no avail. At that moment, a figure appeared in the doorway, coolly stating, "Luffy, it was you who told Zoro to hide him here." Turning around, Luffy saw Nami standing at the entrance. From her words, he realized that Chopper had indeed been relocated, which eased his mind, knowing that Chopper was safe. "Yes, I asked Zoro to tie him up here after defeating him, as I didn't want to harm Chopper. He isn't wicked like Arlong and the others," Luffy said earnestly, looking at Nami. Nami chose not to pursue that topic further but gently said, "Luffy, I've never asked you this before. But now I need you to tell me something, as there has been a knot in my heart regarding this matter. If it remains unresolved, I will always feel uneasy." The moment had finally arrived. Despite his attempts to conceal his foresight, Nami, with her keen perception, had uncovered it. Although Luffy had anticipated that he would eventually need to explain himself to them, he did not expect this moment to come so swiftly. "Let us discuss this in the dining hall," Luffy said, stepping out of the room, and the others gathered around. Sensing the gravity of Nami's words and the enigmatic ability Luffy possessed to foresee events, once seated, Luffy smiled gently and said, "Actually, I have been waiting for the right moment to reveal my ability to know things about you. I intended to share it when we charged into the Grand Line and talked about our dreams, but since Nami has brought it up, I will tell you now. Because our Straw Hat crew needs certain companions." At this, Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, intrigued by Luffy's declarations. "In total, we need 10 crewmates. Besides ourselves, we require 4 more, a historian, a ship's doctor, a shipwright, and a musician. As for the last one, I am uncertain." Curious as to how he knew all this, Luffy continued, "This knowledge comes from a little book I found when I was 11 years old, hidden in a cave where I trained. I came across it in a children's book that bore a striking title, The Voyage of Monkey D. Luffy. Since the name mirrored my own, I paid close attention to its contents. However, I discovered something peculiar. Whenever I flipped through certain pages, they would vanish as if they had never existed. Realizing this, I began to furiously peruse the book. And one by one, pieces of information flooded my mind. Eventually, I found 9 black iron plates inscribed with a set of techniques that I have since shared with you. Once I mastered them, the plates disappeared, leaving behind a message that urged me to seek the most malevolent of demons and eliminate them. At that time, I was 15, and I understood that I had been entrusted with a mission to vanquish evil, a task for which I would need assistance. I then recalled the book's descriptions and diligently transcribed this information, keeping it tucked away in my most cherished straw hat. I knew that I could not undertake this journey alone, and this book symbolized my mission. Thus, I began my adventures following the path outlined within its pages. The moment I encountered Zoro, I was astonished, as it confirmed what the book had foretold. I continued seeking each of you because this mission requires your aid, and I wish to prevent any unfortunate events from occurring as depicted in that book. You are all my most treasured companions, and even if this mission remains unfulfilled, it matters not. Now, you may choose for yourselves whether to continue sailing with me or to depart. I will harbor no grievances either way." As Nami and her companions were initially scrutinizing the brief introduction provided by Luffy, they were drawn to his words and simultaneously lifted their gazes, casting a glance at him before resuming their examination of the document. Gradually, Nami managed to articulate a few words. "We are comrades bound by life and death." Chapter 23. The Octopus Little 8. With Nami's declaration, an unspoken understanding enveloped the group, plunging them into a profound silence. It was evident that any barriers that once existed between them had dissipated, bringing them closer together. If the events were to unfold as indicated, Kaya would undoubtedly find herself in peril. Upon reflecting on Usopp's situation, his countenance changed dramatically as he recalled Luffy's actions during that moment. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Had Luffy not possessed this knowledge, Usopp shuddered to think of the potential consequences had something gone awry. Not only Usopp, but every time, Luffy waits for the Navy to take away those little fish and shrimp before setting sail. Nami, consumed by her thoughts of the octopus, Chopper, began to doubt Luffy. As she spoke, Nami rushed over and dragged him out from a nearby room, saying, "I saw this while I was adding some supplies to our ship. Though I was quite angry at the time, I knew you would explain things to us, Luffy. Since I have already realized that Chopper's nature is not malevolent, I will leave it to you to handle." Observing Chopper's feeble condition, Luffy hurriedly untied him and offered him some hot soup made by Sanji, then set him aside to recuperate. At that moment, Luffy did not disturb the others. Instead, he continued to watch the notes he had secretly written, feigning a serious demeanor while eating. Sanji's cooking was indeed splendid. Each bite imparted a sense of clarity and comfort, leaving him feeling nourished. After a while, Zoro also moved away to enjoy his share of the meal, followed by Sanji and Usopp, who returned to their spots to eat. Only Nami, after observing everything, slowly put her notes away and took her seat to eat. The group dined slowly, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Sensing the atmosphere, Luffy spoke up. If anyone has something on their mind, please share. Luffy understood his companions well and had his own thoughts. If they remained silent, he would be the one to break the ice. Luffy, are we really going to sail according to what's written? Zoro was the first to voice his concern, as it held great significance for him. Isn't it better this way? At least we know what dangers lie ahead without fear, he added. Noticing Zoro's reluctance to follow the script, Usopp, the ever-worrying yet brave soul, chimed in, expressing his trepidation about danger while yearning to be a courageous sea warrior. I believe we should not follow this script. It would be too dull. What do you think, Nami? She directed her comment towards Sanji, who had a rather unsavory expression as he gazed at Nami. After a moment of contemplation, Nami spoke, articulating her thoughts. I too do not wish to adhere to this script. It sounds exceedingly tedious and meaningless. However, if you, Luffy, have made your decision, I have no objections. After all, there is merit in this path. Zoro can hone his skills, inching closer to becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Sanji may discover all blue, and Usopp can gradually transform into a brave sea warrior. I too can chart the seas, while you, Luffy, can steadily pursue your dream of becoming the Pirate King. As for that so-called mission, we could also fulfill it by following the script. Nami's words resonated with everyone. They were aware of the scripted route, which, while slightly mundane, was still traversable. However, if Luffy chose a different path, they would support him wholeheartedly, as unwavering trust in their captain was essential for unity. Doubts could lead to disbandment. Luffy glanced at everyone and, with utmost seriousness, declared, I have decided not to follow the plot. His statement elicited laughter from the group, particularly a beaming Zoro. Although Usopp interjected with a dampening remark, Luffy, you're not making this decision because of us, right? Of course not. Since I chose to share this information with you, my decision was already made, Luffy replied earnestly. However, we must adhere to the narrative to locate our remaining crewmates. Although the comic states we need 10 members, we are aware of only 9, so we will alter the script during our journey, but we must visit certain places where our companions await. Absolutely. We cannot overlook any of our comrades, Nami asserted seriously, echoing the sentiments of the others. Their unity had not come easily. They could not EA at that moment. The arrival of Zoro and his companions coincided with Xiaoba waking up. Upon seeing the sword in Zoro's hand, the octopus Xiaoba finally recalled a significant event. It was when he was preparing to feed the manatee that this sword-wielding man approached him and led him along for a while. However, as they passed by a ship, he suddenly lost consciousness. Now, this man stood before him, and Xiaoba seemed to grasp a fragment of the truth. You dare to capture me? I am a cadre of the Dragon Pirates. And Nami, how did you become involved in this? Are you truly a traitor, as Shio suggested? Xiaoba exhibited a degree of intelligence, and upon observing the demeanor of those before him, he began to calm down. It was now Nami's turn to speak. As she was the one closest to Xiaoba, Nami recounted the various misdeeds of the Dragon Pirates, ultimately detailing their downfall and how Luffy rescued him from being taken by the Navy, as well as how Zoro dealt with that despicable Navy officer. Nami shared almost everything she knew with Xiaoba. Yet, observing Nami's manner, Luffy realized that if she continued in this vein, it would take an eternity to convey all the details. Xiaoba, I do not wish for you to be harmed. We will let you go at our next stop. Return to Bubble Island, where Uncle Rayleigh awaits you, he said. At the mention of Rayleigh, Xiaoba lifted his head, as if something within him had been stirred. Chapter 24, Rogue Town. After wrestling with his inner turmoil, Xiaoba ultimately nodded in agreement. He held a deep respect for Rayleigh in his heart. Xiaoba was not inherently malevolent. Rather, his association with Arlong had influenced him. The combination of his hatred for humanity and his unconditional trust in his kin led Xiaoba to fully obey Arlong's decisions. However, he was not a fool. Through Nami's discourse, coupled with his own experiences, he began to see things in a new light. Moreover, Luffy is capable of uttering the name of his beloved Uncle Rayleigh. How could it be said that Xiaoba is oblivious to the entirety of the situation? In the end, Xiaoba was the first to forge a close bond with Nami, gradually integrating into Luffy's entourage. Although there was a hint of awkwardness at the outset, Luffy's companions are all individuals of noble character, devoid of the disdain often exhibited by the mundane towards the unfamiliar. Instead, they displayed genuine enthusiasm towards Xiaoba's inclusion. After indulging in the sumptuous feast prepared by Sanji, Chopper also joined the ranks of chefs, showcasing his culinary prowess by crafting his signature takoyaki. Naturally, the ingredients were freshly sourced by Luffy and his companions from the ocean's abundant bounty, complemented by various seasonings procured by Sanji, transforming them into delectable dishes. Fortunately, Chopper's takoyaki required no elaborate medicinal preparations. A simple blend of octopus, salt, soy sauce, and cooking wine sufficed, with all the necessary flavor enhancers readily available from Sanji. Along their journey, Luffy and his crew shared smiles and laughter, often indulging in hearty meals followed by well-deserved slumber. Thus, the ship sailed steadily with the wind, inching closer to their next destination. In the distance, the outlines of buildings began to emerge, igniting a sense of anticipation within the crew as they pondered the nature of the place where the adventures of the Pirate King began and concluded. The script ended at encounters with Buggy and Smoker, yet knowing such details rendered adherence to the storyline unnecessary. There was no need to engage in frivolous conflicts. Moreover, Luffy was reluctant to expose himself to potential danger, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, especially in the absence of Dragon. It would spell disaster for him. However, this journey held significant meaning. Firstly, Zoro needed to acquire 2 swords mentioned in the script. Secondly, Sanji's supply of spices had dwindled due to a recent flurry of feasts, necessitating a procurement, while Nami also required some new clothing. Thirdly, Usopp had to engage in battle with a certain individual, a crucial step for his future. If he could not take this step, he would never become the courageous warrior of the sea, as this marked the first shot of their voyage, which must be fired. Fourthly, Luffy needed to visit a particular location to uncover essential information, as clues left by the devil pointed directly here. With their objectives established, it was time to allocate personnel and chart their course. Once this was accomplished, Nami and Sanji set off together, much to Sanji's delight, although he was swiftly quelled by a swift punch from Nami. Meanwhile, Usopp partnered with Zoro to first secure the swords before heading to the competition, all the while striving to hasten their pace to avoid an encounter with that foolish woman. Zoro was well aware of how bothersome someone named Daz would be, as gleaned from Luffy's script, and he had no desire to cross paths with her. However, the journey continued. Octopus Xiaoba was about to part ways with Luffy and his crew. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Although their time together was brief, he had felt a profound bond with these individuals. The camaraderie they shared was deep, leaving Xiaoba with an aching heart at the thought of separation. However, his longing for Rayleigh compelled him to leave, unable to embark on the unknown adventure alongside Luffy and the others. Throughout their journey, Luffy and his companions discussed this matter with Xiaoba, yet he understood that since he was not scripted to be part of this tale, there was no point in forcing it. Should his presence lead to any misfortune for them, the burden on Xiaoba's heart would be unbearable. Although he knew Luffy and the others were not bound by the script, he ultimately chose to depart. After receiving some silver from Nami, Luffy was the first to leave with Xiaoba, directing the ship to dock at a suitable harbor. Naturally, Nami would handle this task, especially with a willing and free laborer by her side, a resource too good to waste. During their journey, Luffy and Xiaoba shared numerous joyful conversations, yet time, as it often does, slipped away swiftly. Before long, they arrived at the official vessel where Xiaoba could purchase his ticket home. After helping Xiaoba to look presentable, ensuring he did not resemble a fishman, Luffy gently pushed him onto the ship, waving a silent goodbye, words unspoken. It was not that Luffy lacked words. Rather, he was afraid that uttering them would deepen their mutual sorrow. Nevertheless, Luffy's heart was heavy with sadness. As Xiaoba walked steadily forward, once fully aboard, he suddenly turned back and called out to Luffy, "You will come, right? I will be waiting for you there. You must come." Without waiting for Luffy's response, Xiaoba hurried into his cabin, where he could shed the confines of his previous self. Staring at Xiaoba's departing figure, Luffy reassured himself, "We will come. We must. That path is essential to our adventure. Wait for us, Xiaoba." With a heart full of trepidation, Luffy strolled through several streets, his surroundings going unnoticed as he focused on adjusting his emotions. Along the way, he successfully persuaded Nami and the others, knowing he could not reveal that he had traversed from another world, Who would believe such a tale? His time spent with Xiaoba had brought him immense joy, almost overwhelming him with the impulse to recruit Xiaoba into their crew. Yet, in the final moment, Luffy refrained, aware that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges and unknown dangers. Xiaoba's abilities were relatively weak, and even if Luffy imparted the techniques from the Bagua diagrams, they would not suffice for Xiaoba to travel far on this perilous journey. Thus, it was better for Xiaoba to depart now, to join Rayleigh where he could live a stable life, running his little shop, perhaps even finding a lovely wife. Yes, that fishwoman seemed quite delightful. Luffy suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment at the base thoughts that had crossed his mind, recognizing the influence of a forum member named Sanji from his past life. Yet, this realization lightened Luffy's spirit, resolving not to dwell on sorrow. Time was of the essence, and the road ahead was long. Lingering here too long would surely cause distress for his wife in the present world, not to mention his parents and brother. With this thought, Luffy shook himself awake, lifted his head, and made his way toward his destination. At this moment, after having just sold 2 knives, leaving the owner feeling a pang of regret, Zoro pulled Usopp into a secluded corner, as he wished to catch a glimpse of the female officer. The script indicated that she bore a striking resemblance to Kuna, which piqued Zoro's interest considerably. Usopp, calculating the passage of time, decided to accompany Zoro in waiting, for it was rare to encounter a girl who could evoke curiosity in a man as emotionally detached as Zoro. Before long, a charming girl wearing glasses and casual attire appeared within Usopp's line of sight. She was exceptionally beautiful, radiating an aura of innocence and purity. At this moment, Zoro was completely stunned, for the girl before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Kuina, the one he held dear in his heart. Were it not for the knowledge of her demise, he might have believed she had materialized before him. Nevertheless, Zoro's gaze remained fixated on the girl's silhouette until she entered the very shop he had just visited. He yearned to follow her, but Usopp restrained him. "Do you remember our decision?" "Let us go," Usopp said, pulling Zoro away towards another direction, where a decisive battle awaited him. Chapter 25. The most powerful demon. After navigating through several bustling streets, Luffy finally arrived at a sparsely populated lane that exuded an air of neglect. At the end of the street, he stumbled upon a bend, which, after traversing approximately 100 meters, led him to a bar. The establishment bore the scars of time, its sign rendered nearly illegible, leaving Luffy unable to discern its former name. Gently pushing open the almost superfluous door, Luffy stepped inside. In an instant, he envisioned the bar's former glory. A towering figure sat at the forefront, unabashedly consuming a crimson beverage, surrounded by a band of loyal companions. The bar's proprietor, far from the listless demeanor of his surroundings, busily mixed various delectable wines, his face aglow with the bar's lively atmosphere. Cautiously, Luffy maneuvered through the dilapidated remnants of the tavern, where intact chairs and tables were a rarity. Yet, he sensed an indomitable spirit within the place. A spirit that remained untainted by its surroundings, a pirate's essence, an essence that pursued dreams and freedom. "Finally, you have arrived," spoke an elderly man with his back to Luffy, languidly tending to the few remaining bottles of wine. His stooped figure seemed burdened by the weight of years, yet his words betrayed a sturdy resolve. It appeared he had anticipated Luffy's arrival. However, Luffy was taken aback by the old man's words, for according to the narrative, such a reaction was unexpected. It seemed their decision to diverge from the script had wrought significant changes in their fate. Luffy pondered this, shaking his head. Yet he felt no regret for straying from the predetermined path. Rather, a sense of anticipation blossomed within him, ignited by the old man's proclamation of "Finally, you have arrived." This phrase hinted at deeper meanings, yet Luffy refrained from pressing for answers. Seated at the bar, Luffy ordered a drink and savored it, reflecting on the presence of a bygone soul who once shared this space. The old man, too, gradually turned his aging body towards Luffy. He poured himself a glass of aged wine, rich in flavor, and began to drink alongside Luffy. They both chose silence, eschewing impatience as they enjoyed their beverages. After a moment, the old man cleared his throat, struggling against the alcohol's potency, though his thirst for it remained unquenched. 20 years ago, a man sat here much like you. He possessed an overwhelming aura, one that was inscrutable. He was generous, brimming with grand aspirations, and harbored an unbridled yearning for freedom. His spirit inspired me, and in his final moments, I acquiesced to his request. Now, that request is on the verge of fulfillment. Young man, may I share a story with you? The old man suddenly addressed Luffy. "Please do, old man. If there is any way I can assist you, I shall not hesitate." Luffy replied resolutely, turning to face the old man. In an era long past, this world was rife with unpredictable terrors. Yet its inhabitants held freedom and dreams in the highest regard. Although the world was steeped in martial fervor, it was also marked by profound tranquility. For the people understood that true freedom did not entail inflicting suffering upon others. Instead, they were captivated by the pursuit of freedom and the exploration of the unknown, which defined their existence. The world was divided into 3 vast nations, yet the boundaries between them were not pronounced. They essentially formed a cohesive whole. These 3 nations imposed the harshest penalties on those who threatened the freedom of the populace. Yet such retribution was enacted solely by voluntary enforcers. There was no reserve of power or dark political machinations. This world was the cradle of all desires, often referred to as a paradise beyond the mundane. However, this idyllic realm was ultimately destroyed by one man, a being known as the demon. Upon finishing, the old man paused, observing Luffy's reaction, only to find him surprisingly unfazed. It was not that Luffy had failed to grasp the underlying narrative of the old man's tale. Rather, he possessed a vague understanding of the demon. From the moment the old man commenced his recounting, Luffy sensed that he was about to unveil significant truths regarding the demon. Thus he was not particularly astonished when the term was mentioned. With a sigh, the old man continued. This individual wielded cataclysmic power and embarked on a grand exploration of the world. Such a figure would typically be revered by the denizens of his paradise. Yet he was not content with mere adulation. His ambition was to dominate and control the world, leading him to gather a following and establish an organization, the world government. If the mention of the demon did not evoke surprise, then hearing that this so-called demon founded the world government certainly did. Luffy could not deny the astonishment swelling within him. The old man took a sip of red wine, seemingly pleased with Luffy's expression. Though the demon possessed unparalleled strength, there existed a faction of individuals who revered freedom, harbored dreams, and, most importantly, wielded exceptional wisdom. To combat the demon's insatiable hunger, they utilized their intellect to forge weapons that transcended the limits of nature, what modernity now refers to as ancient weapons. The most formidable demon, endowed with unparalleled strength, commenced a grand battle against an individual wielding the most powerful ancient weapon. At that moment, the demon's might erupted, astonishing all witnesses with its sheer ferocity. However, the faction possessing the ancient weapon proved equally formidable, skillfully utilizing their crafted armaments to engage the demon in a fierce conflict. This clash persisted for an entire month. In the end, although the demon sustained grievous injuries, the cost was the complete destruction of all ancient weapons, leaving the world devoid of any means to contend with the demon. In that moment, the demon erupted into a maniacal laughter, seemingly mocking those who dared to resist it. The world trembled under the weight of the energy contained within that laughter. Yet, just then, the ancient weapons, thought to be annihilated, suddenly resurrected. They did not reassemble as a singular entity. Rather, it was a solitary individual who wielded their power, drawing upon the last vestiges of his vitality. This person unleashed the ancient weapon's most formidable technique, ultimate sealing. An array of hexagrams surged toward the demon, and in an instant, they fragmented its form, causing its body to explode into countless pieces, scattering across the earth. The individual, having exhausted his life force, transformed alongside the ancient weapons into a magnificent dragon. After a resounding roar, the dragon dissipated, leaving the onlookers acutely aware that the ancient weapons had not vanished, but were merely concealed in the profound depths of existence. Although the demon was sealed away, the organization it had founded did not perish. Rather, it gradually expanded under the lineage of the demon's descendants, ultimately dominating the world. Those who had witnessed the battle against the demon were systematically exterminated, and the 500-year history of the peach blossom spring faded into the annals of time. The demon did not vanish. It was merely imprisoned within individual devil fruits, each containing a fragment of its power, leading future generations to designate this ability as the devil fruit. The devil fruit served as the most effective restraint against the demon, and the individual who sacrificed himself did not perish in vain. He utilized the final function of the ancient weapon to transport himself to a place that was home, a place where a child awaited, the last scion of his bloodline. The final mission was entrusted to this child, and the individual would be remembered by every generation that cherished freedom, known only by the initial D. Chapter 26. The Mission of D. His designation was D, but what of his name? Luffy inquired anxiously. D was not merely his designation. He was also the progenitor of all subsequent members bearing the initial D. As for his name, none knew it. Yet the man who inherited his will chose to name himself with the letter D and crafted numerous historical texts infused with the wisdom of his predecessor, chronicling the 500-year history and research on how to annihilate the demon. This man, inheriting the consciousness of D, did not fulfill the mission left behind, yet through relentless exploration, he discovered vital clues, which were adeptly passed down through the bloodline. However, as he formulated his plans, time proved insufficient, compelling him to bequeath the mission to future generations. Among them, many endeavored to continue his legacy, persistently researching how to eradicate the demon, for the demon had not truly perished, it was simply sealed away. The loyal servants of the celestial dragons and the ruling powers of the world government would not relinquish their ambition to resurrect their totem. When the demon returned, the world would plunge into darkness. To restore the world to the era of the peach blossom spring, the D family tirelessly labored. And the first to grasp this mission was Gold, Roger. He followed the footsteps of his ancestors, boldly confronting the unknown dangers, ultimately discovering that at the end of the Grand Line lay the final clues that could lead to the demon's obliteration. Thus, he journeyed there. But upon enduring countless trials to reach his destination, he encountered a historical text inscribed with a foreboding statement: "When you unveil this seal, the demon shall awaken." Roger was taken aback, for he possessed profound understanding of the demon. To unseal it would be tantamount to aiding its resurgence to freedom, a folly he would never entertain. Consequently, at the culmination of his quest, Roger embarked on a thorough search, ultimately discovering a unique historical text that revealed critical insights. However, upon touching this text, Roger's affliction intensified, reducing what should have been a decade of life to merely 2 remaining years. The contents of the text must be preserved, prompting Roger to return to the starting point, determined to pass on the mission. Thus, he disbanded his loyal companions and journeyed alone to the East Blue, to the town of Roguetown, where he imparted everything to me and entrusted me with the mission. He had one final task to undertake: to surrender himself, thereby deceiving the world government into believing he no longer posed a threat while igniting the entire era of piracy. Only through this would sufficient individuals acquire the devil fruits. The more they were utilized, the weaker the resurrected demon would become. This crucial information, reserved for the heirs of D, was imparted to me by Roger, who concluded his life in Roguetown. And you are the second individual destined to carry forth this mission. With that, the old man directed a playful smile at Luffy, as if to say, now that I've shared this, my old bones are much relieved. Ignoring the old man's antics, Luffy fell into contemplative silence, his earlier naivete waning. "Old man, how can you be so certain that I am the next heir?" Luffy queried, perplexed. The old man chuckled, seemingly aware of Luffy's curiosity regarding the matter. Though Luffy had not previously asked, now that he did, the old man felt compelled to respond, because of Shanks. Shanks? Luffy was astonished by this revelation, recalling that although Shanks had served as an apprentice on Roger's ship, he was not particularly close to Roger. Why, then, would it be Shanks? Luffy cast a look of bewilderment at the old man, for it was only from him that he could glean the answers he sought. As for Shanks, he was likely in the New World at this moment, and in his current state, Luffy lacked the capability to inquire of him. Shanks had been favored by Roger, who perceived sincerity in Shanks' eyes. Thus, the legacy of seeking the inheritor of the will of D was entrusted to him. Many years later, Shanks unexpectedly appeared before me, revealing that the chosen one was named Monkey D. Luffy. Shanks had glimpsed the same indomitable spirit belonging to Roger in Luffy's gaze, leading him to believe that this individual was the optimal choice to inherit Roger's unfinished mission. Of course, I would not recklessly divulge this secret merely based on Shanks' assertions, unless the person in question emanated a presence akin to Roger's, possessing the same formidable conqueror's haki, alongside the purest bloodline of D and an unwavering spirit. Only those who met these 2 criteria would be deemed the ultimate choice. Otherwise, the secret would pass to another. As for who that individual might be, it is not for you to know at this time. Well, I have said what I needed to say. Do you have any further inquiries? Or perhaps you wish to decline this mission? The old man addressed Luffy, adding that he could choose to refuse. Should he decline, another concealed figure would emerge, one whose strength far surpassed that of the chosen one. However, the likelihood of success for this individual would not be as high as Luffy's, the reasons for which remain unclear to me, as it was Roger's final instruction to me. Luffy, exasperated, shot the old man a couple of incredulous glares. Are you joking? If I do not undertake this task, how could I possibly exist in this world? While the realm of pirates is undeniably splendid, I still long for my brothers, my parents, and my girlfriend. I cannot remain here for an eternity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Although Luffy was inclined to vociferate a curse at the old man, the version of Luffy possessed by Wang Haotian refrained from doing so, for a more pressing matter lingered unaddressed. The old man had not revealed to him the secret Roger ultimately discovered. Without knowledge of this secret, how could Luffy possibly defeat an adversary as formidable as the devil? A foe whom even the mighty Roger could not vanquish? It was preposterous to entertain such thoughts. Very well, the old man instructed. Follow the location on this map. There you will uncover some clues. Now, you may leave, for I do not have an abundance of wine to offer you. With that, the old man began to usher Luffy away. Observing the old man's reluctance to elaborate further, Luffy, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "Old man, you have yet to disclose what Roger ultimately discovered. If I encounter a situation akin to his, must I leave it for future generations to unravel? Please tell me quickly." Luffy was not keen on lingering in this place for eternity. He felt a pressing need to act. The old man shrugged innocently, rolling his eyes dramatically before responding. "How could I possibly know? What? You must be jesting." Luffy could no longer contain his frustration, gripping the old man tightly, his eyes bulging like lanterns. Hey, my frail bones cannot endure such treatment," the old man protested, swatting at Luffy's arm. The old man's words jolted Luffy back to his senses, and he quickly released his grip, apologizing for his impatience. "I truly do not know," the old man reiterated. However, noticing Luffy's eagerness to charge forward again, he hastily added, But what? Please tell me, old man." Luffy implored with the excitement of a newfound discovery. Initially, he had assumed there would be no clues, and that the object Roger discovered had vanished, significantly diminishing his chances of fulfilling his mission. This thought had left him despondent. But the old man's sudden remark rekindled a sense of clarity within Luffy. The old man chuckled warmly, not in mockery, but with a tender, paternal affection, and said slowly, "Roger once told me, advance in the direction of freedom and dreams. Everything lies along the journey." No matter how much I inquired, he would not divulge more. I have pondered those words for many years, yet I have found no answers. Oh, by the way, you might struggle to decipher the text above the historical record. You must find a way to decipher it yourself. The kind of near-superhuman ability possessed by Roger is beyond your reach. This isn't too difficult, Luffy thought of Robin, realizing he must hasten to bring her aboard. With that, Luffy leisurely accepted the tattered map from the old man. Chapter 27. Luffy fell unconscious. Old man, do not pass away too soon, for I will seek you out again, Luffy declared before departing. He had gleaned all he needed to know. There was no reason to linger any longer. Watching Luffy's retreating figure, the old man's demeanor shifted dramatically, appearing worn and weary, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, he slowly rose, painstakingly lifted the cup before him, and took a delicate sip, murmuring, "Kid, I will not die. For I must witness whether Roger's choice was right or wrong. The path left behind for you hinges entirely upon your ability to harness its offerings. Others cannot assist you." Having uttered this, the old man leaned back against the wine cabinet, surrendering once more to slumber. Yet, through his steady breaths, one could sense a vitality within him that was not as fragile as it seemed. As Luffy traversed the streets he had come through, his gaze was drawn to a distant plaza. Dominating the square stood a towering gallows, and upon seeing it, Luffy was once again engulfed in profound shock. What a scene it was! A throng of people surged like an endless tide, and there stood a man, proud and unyielding atop the gallows, seemingly devoid of fear in the face of impending execution. Suddenly, he laughed, a sound that resonated with defiance, and in that fleeting moment, as his life faded, his powerful proclamation echoed in the hearts of those who yearned for freedom and dreams, serving as a potent inspiration. The vivid image in Luffy's mind provoked a smile. A laughter free of restraint, a laughter that captivated the soul. Uncontrollably, Luffy's feet carried him toward that direction. The plaza remained a cacophony of voices, and after much effort, he finally squeezed his way to the front. Gazing up at the gallows, he could no longer contain the fervor swelling within him. With a light spring, he propelled himself upward, landing effortlessly atop the gallows. Here, Luffy experienced an exhilarating sensation of surveying the masses below. He felt the scrutiny of the crowd, the caress of the sea breeze, and the encroaching footsteps of the navy preparing to apprehend him. Luffy's heart surged with exhilaration. Suddenly, he crouched down, inhaling deeply, then cupped his hands around his mouth, and in an instant he proclaimed, "I will become the Pirate King." His resounding declaration reverberated through the air, drawing even more attention from the crowd, while the navy's advance quickened. Having uttered his declaration, Luffy did not linger. He leapt away from the gallows, blending back into the throng. As he melded into the crowd, he gradually made his way to the harbor, following the direction Nami had indicated. Luffy proceeded until he beheld the Golden Mary, a wave of gratitude washing over him for the companions who would soon join him in the impending battle for survival. Finding a secluded spot, Luffy jumped aboard the Golden Mary, only to discover that he was alone. The others had yet to return. Bored, Luffy settled down cross-legged, beginning to contemplate the techniques inscribed on the Bagua diagram. Thus far, he had only managed to harness the power of softness, which primarily manifested in auxiliary effects. While he could not transform the others into his own martial skills, with time on his hands, Luffy realized he must delve deeper into the study of these techniques, for opportunities like this would be scarce. With that, Luffy focused his mind, entering a tranquil state, and in an instant, he was completely absorbed in the practice of the Bagua diagram. A grand Bagua diagram abruptly appeared beneath Luffy's feet, harmoniously divided into black and white halves. Yet, Luffy sensed that the diagram seemed to be in constant motion, an enigmatic movement that eluded his comprehension. Although it appeared stable on the surface, his mind registered an underlying dynamism. As he concentrated on this phenomenon, it felt as if 1,000 Bagua diagrams overlapped, presenting an unchanging facade while each rotation revealed a different pattern. Ultimately, the image before him remained constant, yet it was indeed in rapid motion. Luffy struggled to comprehend this phenomenon, his thoughts spiraling into confusion, resulting in a throbbing pain within him, as if this depth of contemplation stirred something within his very soul. Unable to endure the pain radiating from his head, Luffy cried out in agony, curling into a ball as if struck by a violent blow. "Luffy! Luffy!" A gentle voice called out, and Luffy slowly opened his eyes. Yet, the pain in his head plunged him back into unconsciousness. Despite this, he felt the urgent concern of Nami and the others enveloping him. As the task was completed, Nami and the others could not afford to wait for Luffy to awaken. So they set sail. Just as they departed from the harbor, a formidable contingent of the Navy surged forth from Logue Town, led by a young girl with glasses, who firmly gripped a sword in her hand. As the ship gradually distanced itself, Zoro let out a deep sigh, lamenting the fact that this girl had caused him to miss over an hour of the duel between Usopp and Daddy, who was accompanied by a child. Upon hearing the accounts from Nami and Sanji, Zoro couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. For a martial arts enthusiast like him, witnessing a mastery of skills in any discipline was a profound joy, as it granted him insights applicable to his own swordsmanship. Unfortunately, due to this girl, he was forced to forego such an opportunity. She was an insurmountable challenge, bearing a striking resemblance to Kuina, making it absolutely impossible for Zoro to draw his sword against her. Furthermore, there was an unsettling aura about her. Finally, the ship had set sail, embarking on a new journey. What awaited them in the unknown? The uncertainty was indeed daunting, especially with Luffy now in a state of unconsciousness. The exact route remained undetermined, and lingering in Logue Town was not an option. The influence of the Smoke Man on their group was undeniably significant, rendering it unnecessary to remain any longer in this place, given the alarm they had raised among the local navy. Thus, Nami was compelled to chart a course towards Reverse Mountain, where the world's greatest sea awaited them, along with perilous adventures. The specifics of their route would have to be navigated step by step. With a heavy heart, Nami sighed deeply, reflecting on the untimely nature of Luffy's unconsciousness. Chapter 28. The Departure. Volume 1. Conclusion. Before them lay the boundless ocean, an expanse devoid of any visible presence. Occasionally, mischievous dolphins would leap from the water, gliding gracefully across the surface before diving back into the depths, providing a fleeting moment of joy amidst the monotony of the sea voyage. At this moment, a modest sailboat floats upon the vast ocean like a delicate leaf adrift, fiercely battling against the treacherous waves that threaten its course, akin to a resilient cockroach. A man, adorned with a head resembling green algae, vigorously wields an enormous iron ball that, in his grasp, appears to possess no weight at all, allowing him to maneuver it with remarkable ease. In another corner of the deck sits a man with an elongated nose, mumbling incantations of wondrous flames. His eyes are shielded by goggles reminiscent of those worn by divers. Yet upon closer inspection, one might notice tiny calibrations etched upon the lenses. Above the goggles, a supplementary lens can be adjusted. Whenever he handles particularly diminutive objects, he instinctively lowers this additional lens, proceeding with utmost caution, though sporadic explosions still echo around him. In the center of the deck lies another man, his head entirely obscured by a straw hat. A cryptic smile plays at the corners of his mouth, yet his brow is furrowed deeply, suggesting he is enduring some form of distress. Within the loft of the ship, there resided a charming young girl, engrossed in meticulously sketching with her pencil. With the aid of a ruler, she rendered intricate nautical charts upon the pristine white paper. An elegantly dressed gentleman, holding a steaming cup of fragrant chrysanthemum tea, gently tapped twice on the door of the small loft. He then strolled in with measured steps, ready to speak, only to notice the girl had already gestured for silence. The gentleman, displaying admirable restraint, quietly exited, his countenance betraying no hint of displeasure. Rather, a trace of blissful sweetness lingered, perhaps captivated by the girl's earnest demeanor. Suddenly, a man who had been dozing on the deck sprang to his feet, exclaiming loudly, "At last, I am awake. This has been utterly unbearable." His outburst disrupted the previously tranquil atmosphere aboard the vessel, prompting everyone to abandon their tasks and rush towards the source of the commotion. "Luffy, you're finally awake. You nearly frightened us to death. You didn't even react while we were eating meat beside you. That's rather strange," remarked a long-nosed man in close proximity to the boy named Luffy. This was the Straw Hat Pirates. Having set sail from Rotown and braving the open sea for 3 days, Luffy's prolonged unconsciousness had cast a shadow over the crew's jubilant spirits. But his sudden exclamation dispelled the gloom like mist in sunlight. A careful glance at his companions revealed that they seemed to overlook his earlier words, filling Luffy with relief. "Sorry to have worried you all," Luffy replied, his signature grin illuminating his face, lifting the spirits of those around him. "What on earth happened to you, Luffy? How did you faint? And meat did nothing for you. If I had intervened, Nami would have surely sent you to see a doctor," Usopp expressed, concern evident in his tone. "Yes, indeed. What could have possibly caused your collapse?" The crew was puzzled by Luffy's fainting spell, especially considering that the enticing aroma of grilled meat had no effect on him. Typically, no matter how engrossed Luffy was in a task or how deeply he slept, the scent of meat would rouse him, or he would awaken to snatch it. Yet this time, regardless of how Usopp and the others indulged in food and drink before him, it bore no impact. "Well, when I returned, none of you were here, so I decided to experiment with the other abilities of the Bagua patterns. As you know, we have yet to fully grasp many of its intricacies, aside from Zoro, who has comprehended 2. The rest of you can only utilize 1. Even I can manage only 3. I intended to attempt the 4th, but discovered that it was entirely beyond my capability, resulting in a backlash that left me with a splitting headache, and I simply fainted." Luffy recounted his plight in a calm manner. Despite his nonchalance, Zoro and Sanji simultaneously gasped in disbelief. Both Zoro and Sanji understood the implications of a backlash from one's abilities. Zoro had a mentor skilled in swordsmanship, a master of the art, while Sanji had inherited the true teachings of Red Leg Zeph. Occasionally, during their training, Zeph would offer guidance and insights, enabling them to safely harness their techniques. Typically, those who suffered from such backlash would find themselves bedridden for a minimum of 3 to 5 months, and in severe cases, rendered incapacitated for life. Now Luffy, having suffered from the backlash of his technique, astonishingly recovers from such grave injuries in merely 3 days, leaving Sanji and the others utterly astounded. Before their astonishment could deepen, Luffy began to recount various pieces of information he had gleaned from the old man. Although Zoro and the others had somewhat prepared themselves mentally for this revelation, they were still profoundly shaken. Each of these revelations had the potential to incite tumult throughout the world, and at that moment, the fledgling crew, just embarking on their voyage, found themselves shouldering immense responsibilities. The weight of their mission was significant, yet their faces betrayed no hint of fear. Rather, a glimmer of excitement shone through, a manifestation of their eagerness for the adventures that lay ahead. Simultaneously, they recognized the necessity of becoming stronger. For the adversaries they would face were formidable, and weakness would only serve to burden their comrades. As the first volume, East Blue Set Sail, draws to a close, the next chapter promises new adventures for the Straw Hat crew, with the introduction of a new companion in the second volume. Who will join them? Will it be Vivi, Chopper, or Robin? Stay tuned. In Chapter 29, Breaking Through Reverse Mountain, the Straw Hat crew, now acutely aware of their burdens, did not succumb to gloom. Instead, they embarked on a journey of self-improvement, while also maintaining their customary celebrations, reveling together and dancing to unfamiliar tunes. During these times, Luffy often reminisced about his past, recalling late nights filled with the melodies of guests, wine, and dear friends. Although their current merriment lacked musical accompaniment, The camaraderie among his companions infused the atmosphere with joy. In their idle moments, Luffy and Usopp would sit at the bow of the ship, fishing to replenish their dwindling supplies, while Zoro continued his relentless training and napping. And Sanji devoted himself to winning Nami's favor. However, Nami soon hurried toward Luffy, her demeanor radiating urgency. "What's wrong, Nami? Where did you get that map? Is it reliable?" she implored, her anxiety palpable. Luffy glanced at the sea chart in Nami's hands, a map he had received from the old man. Although he did not discern any apparent discrepancies in the plotted course, Nami's eyes clearly indicated something was amiss. Yet, Luffy was confident that the old man would not deceive him if he had intended to mislead him. He would not have divulged so many secrets or provided a false chart that could lead to peril on the high seas. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy firmly reassured Nami, "This map came from the old man. You know he wouldn't trick us, so it must be genuine." His conviction stemmed from an instinct that told him the map could not possibly be flawed. "How could this be? How could it be?" Nami exclaimed, collapsing to the ground as if all her strength had evaporated. "What's wrong? Speak to me." Luffy rushed to her side, helping her to her feet before guiding her to a chair that Sanji had hastily brought over. At this moment, everyone gathered around, eager to uncover the cause of the disturbance. After regaining her composure, Nami slowly produced the map she held in her hand. With her left hand, she unfurled it and addressed the group. "This map was obtained from Buggy. It leads to the Grand Line." Then, with her right hand, she revealed another map, which everyone recognized as the one Luffy had entrusted to her, also sourced from the old man at the tavern. This map represented the course we were to navigate next. Upon hearing Nami's words, Luffy and the others seemed to grasp the implication, connecting it to Nami's earlier statements. The issue, they realized, must lie within these two maps, prompting them to scrutinize them closely. Moments later, the four of them simultaneously slapped their foreheads and chorused, "What's wrong? There doesn't seem to be any problem." "Nami, just tell us what the issue is." Observing the anxious expressions of her companions, Nami couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, how could these simpletons comprehend the intricacies of the maps? For the past few days, she had been studying both maps in conjunction with several others she purchased in Logtown, and she had uncovered a significant problem. Pausing for emphasis, Nami continued, "According to the map obtained from Buggy, the entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain." A moment of silence ensued. However, upon reflection, they recalled that the script had previously mentioned the notion of the Grand Line being a mountain, with an opening at one point that would allow Luffy and the others to pass through. "Yes, we know that mountain, and it is called Reverse Mountain. In the center of the mountain lies an upward-flowing river that allows us to access the Grand Line. However, our destination is not there, but rather the location marked on this map." With that, Nami set aside the map from Buggy and grasped the one obtained from the tavern keeper, unfurling it for Luffy and the others to see. As she spoke, Nami pointed to a specific spot, saying, "Here, this is the river of Reverse Mountain. From this map, we can also reach the Grand Line." Yet, she shifted her finger to another marked location. "This is our true destination, the coordinates for Simi Village." However, this entire area is surrounded by the Red Line, and apart from the river leading to the Grand Line, there are no other waterways. Thus, Nami revealed that their intended destination was indeed a massive mountain, devoid of any navigable waterways. With her revelation, Luffy and the others finally understood the source of Nami's concern. Their true destination was, in fact, a mountain. "Are you certain there are no other waterways in this area aside from that one?" Luffy, though surprised, managed to steady himself and posed the critical question. "No, I have studied this for an entire day. Aside from the river leading to the Grand Line, the entirety of the Red Line is composed of mountains, and the distance from here to the Calm Belt eliminates any possibility of that point being in the Calm Belt." Nami's words plunged the group into a contemplative silence. "Never mind. Let's set sail for now. We can discuss it further once we arrive," Luffy declared suddenly, turning away and making his way toward the goat's head. He sat quietly atop it, gazing out at the boundless sea, uttering not a word. Sensing Luffy's resolute determination, the others dispersed, returning to their respective positions, resuming their previous discussions. Nami hurriedly returned to the attic, continuing her study of the map. After several days of silence, the silhouette of the Red Earth continent finally appeared on the horizon. From Nami, Luffy learned that the entrance indicated on the map was just ahead, and it would take less than an hour of sailing to reach that destination. Luffy slowly rose to his feet, and everyone gathered on the deck, gazing at the towering Red Earth continent that loomed before them like a mountain. Usopp frantically used a telescope to scrutinize the distant land, seemingly searching for a narrow waterway through which they could navigate. However, he ultimately had to put down the telescope, having scoured the entire area without finding the desired passage or tunnel. Just as the group found themselves at a standstill, Luffy slowly removed his straw hat, placing it over his heart, lightly closing his eyes and bowing his head. In his heart, he spoke to himself. Can a mountain obstruct our path? No. Can a river block our way? No. Can ferocious beasts deter us? No. Do we still need to hesitate? No. His voice resonated powerfully, as though he had erupted from a whisper into a fervent roar. Lifting his head, he donned his straw hat, securing it with the strength, a wicked grin reappearing on his face as he leapt onto the head of the goat figure. Suddenly, he turned to Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Nami, smiling as he proclaimed, "Let us charge forward and break through." With a mischievous grin, he refocused on the horizon, and from his wicked smile, Zoro and the others sensed a newfound resolve, reminiscent of vague memories from their past. Indeed, let us charge. If we retreat here, what adventures remain for us? Laughter spread across everyone's faces. The reverse mountain? Mary, let us conquer it together, Luffy said, giving a gentle pat to the goat figure of the Mary. As if in response, the going Mary surged forward, accelerating towards the true cliffs of the Red Earth continent. Chapter 30. The commencement of Roger's planned charge. Mary, charge. With the resounding cries of the Straw Hat crew, the going Mary unleashed its maximum speed, hurtling towards the formidable mountain before them. The ship was on a direct course for the sheer cliffs ahead, and continuing forward would inevitably lead to a collision. Yet, not a trace of fear could be seen on any face. Even Usopp stood tall and steady at the forefront of the deck. At this moment, they had attained a profound realization, a resolve akin to facing death itself. The ship drew ever closer to the cliff, and for a brief moment, the sea breeze seemed to cease, enveloping the entire ocean in a suffocating stillness, as if time itself had paused. Yet, the hearts of the Straw Hat crew continued to beat normally while the ship relentlessly pressed forward. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters at that moment. A defiant smile once again adorned the faces of the entire crew, for perhaps facing death was not so daunting after all. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just as the ship was about to collide with the Red Earth continent, Luffy's chest suddenly radiated a brilliant light, a deep azure glow bursting forth. In an instant, this ethereal light transformed into a vast barrier, enveloping the ship just 20 centimeters before the impending impact. In awe of the sudden change, everyone turned their gaze toward Luffy, the source of this extraordinary light. Yet, Luffy himself was perplexed, looking down at his chest in search of the radiant source, but the intense glow obscured his vision. Before he could further investigate, an even stronger azure light began to seep from the Red Earth continent, a deeper hue than the one emanating from his chest. Enveloped by this azure glow, the going Mary began to sink slowly into the depths of the sea, and soon the waters completely engulfed the ship, with the original blue light dissipating as it descended. However, that streak of azure light soared into the sky, reminiscent of a firework display. Mary Geos. The pinnacle of the world government's power was currently occupied in a concealed chamber by 5 individuals, a monk-like figure wielding an enormous sword, and 4 gentlemen clad in suits, each exhibiting distinct traits, one with a spiraled cane, another with notably long nose hairs, one sporting an unkempt beard, and the last with a peculiar cleanliness obsession. The bearded man was the first to speak. "I trust you are all aware that someone has entered that place." The man with the long nose hairs retorted, "Humph. So what if they have? Do they truly believe they can traverse such a perilous path, especially entering from the weakest East Blue? Is East Blue truly the weakest? Do not forget the man from 2 decades ago, the monk wielding a large sword who set forth from the East Sea." Clearly dissatisfied with the remarks of the man with nasal hair, the fastidious man continued the monk's discourse. Could this be related to the plans of that individual from 20 years past? Others may be unaware, but we understand clearly that everything that man undertook was not devoid of significance. Although he ultimately failed to accomplish his objective, I suddenly have an inkling that his true purpose was never solely the task at hand, but rather to lay the groundwork. Pausing momentarily, the man who had remained silent at last spoke. That man was profoundly contemplative. After contending with us for so long, his actions were undoubtedly not without purpose. From the moment we uncovered this secret a decade ago until now, as someone finally ventures inside, I increasingly perceive the strategic brilliance of the man named Roger. Indeed, even though we have discerned the location, we have been unable to enter all these years, merely leaving traces at the entrances of the 4 seas. sensing the essence of that place. What more can we do? The bearded man lamented. Observing the bearded man, the man with the cane replied, not necessarily. After years of research, I have uncovered a secret. With that, the bearded man produced a map and began to converse with the other four men. As a plan gradually emerged from their discussion, on Bubble Island, within a quaint tavern, a man sipping a rich red liquid slowly opened his languid eyes and uttered these words. It seems the captain's plan is finally set to unfold. Humph, I wonder how that chosen lad will proceed. Everything rests on fate. I hope he can navigate that region. If so, I shall once again stretch my limbs, said the man with the peculiar beard beneath his chin. At that moment, a woman of alluring figure gracefully approached the man and inquired, has the captain's plan finally commenced? The man gently nodded in response. Upon the Grand Line, on a quaint island, a grand feast was unfolding. A corpulent individual indulged in delectable roasted meat, guzzling down wine with abandon. Nearby, a robust man, exuding an air of arrogance, merrily danced a monotonous jig while wielding a formidable sword. Additionally, a man with an elongated nose, armed with a pistol, sat languidly to the side, regaling those around him with exaggerated tales. In the depths, a man with a severed arm was poised to savor the last remnants of sweet nectar in his bowl. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the horizon, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, Luffy, you have finally begun. Stay strong. On a pirate ship adorned with peculiar emblems, a man clad in a complete jester's outfit, his nose painted a vivid red, unexpectedly bore a strange smile. After enduring for 20 long years, was it finally time to act? No, not yet. Patience was still required. If he could withstand 2 decades, surely he could endure a little longer. Thus, he resolved to head towards the Grand Line, where they would await their reunion. Each element of the captain's plan was indispensable. At that moment, countless individuals sensed the shift within Reverse Mountain, their hearts igniting with the determination to embark upon the plans that had long been buried within. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew continues to immerse themselves in the profound depths of the ocean. Although enveloped by a luminous membrane, its potency is gradually diminishing, as evidenced by the fading hue. Just as the crew was engulfed in concern, their vessel unexpectedly collided with a rocky cliff. Remarkably, the cliff exhibited no discernible reaction upon impact, yet the ship steadily pressed forward through the encounter. The vessel surged upward, its ascent markedly swifter than its previous descent. In a short while, Luffy and his companions on the deck could discern the shimmering light filtering down from above, while the luminous membrane enveloping the ship began to fade. Chapter 31. The black disk. As the radiant membrane enveloping the ship completely vanished, the entire Going Merry resurfaced upon the waves. It was at this moment that Luffy and his crew realized they were no longer in the same sea they once knew. The solid red earth behind the ship evoked the sensation of being on the other side of the mountains, in the east blue. Upon lifting their gaze, they beheld an endless expanse of drifting white clouds, seemingly boundless. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that the clouds in the distant sky were, in fact, unchanged. They appeared to move, yet remained stationary. It was akin to a realm nestled within the mountains. After a careful examination, Nami concluded that this place undoubtedly belonged to a sea encompassed by the Red Earth Mountains. Nonetheless, the vastness of the ocean astonished her. To think such an expansive sea could coexist within a mountain range was truly remarkable. In this moment, the grandeur of nature was laid bare before them. At this moment, Luffy stood gazing vacantly at the clouds in the sky, as if a profound realization was dawning upon him. Before they could ponder the situation further, a gentle breeze swept through, propelling the sails and guiding the ship onward into the unknown sea. They were compelled to exercise utmost caution, for the vastness of the ocean stretched endlessly before them, prompting Luffy and his crew to hasten their journey. Zoro adjusted the sail's angle to a 35-degree tilt. Sanji took the helm, and Usopp climbed to the crow's nest to scout the path ahead. Luffy remained poised to drop anchor, as Nami's voice swiftly resonated in everyone's ears. In this moment, the Straw Hat crew showcased their remarkable synergy and unique characteristics. With the sails adjusted, the ship surged forward with newfound speed, harnessing the wind to navigate toward the west. Nami had little time for further contemplation, given that their crew hailed from the East Blue. It was only logical that their destination lay in the opposite direction. After traveling a distance and gradually familiarizing themselves with this expanse of ocean, Nami summoned Luffy and Usopp to commence an age-old task, fishing. Their provisions were dwindling, and without a fresh supply of food, their rations would be depleted within 3 days. Meanwhile, Zoro had secured the sails and began drawing seawater for distillation, aiming to produce fresh water and some sea salt. Although sunlight was scarce, the temperature remained sufficiently warm for these endeavors. After an entire morning of diligent work, the Straw Hat crew dropped anchor and gathered in the cabin, eagerly awaiting Sanji's culinary creations. Once they had dined, Nami ordered everyone to rest, with one exception, Captain Luffy. He refrained from sleeping, not out of a desire to assert his authority, but because he needed time to deepen his understanding of the intricacies of the Bagua diagram. After explaining his intentions to the crew, Luffy slowly made his way to the deck, settling himself atop the goat figurehead. He stared blankly at the unchanging sky and clouds, as if they were gradually completing the passage of time. Although there was no sun to herald the day or a moon to grace the night, there was still a sense of enlightenment to be gleaned. Luffy withdrew his gaze from the sky and closed his eyes, descending into contemplation, drawing all his sensations back into his mind. Suddenly, the Bagua diagram illuminated his thoughts, still the same, yet now vividly distinct. He could perceive the shifts within it. As one diagram rotated, it was seamlessly replaced by another beneath it. This revelation was not merely an ethereal connection, but rather a direct observation from his own consciousness. Feeling this transformation, Luffy instinctively drew his mental gaze closer to the diagrams, striving to comprehend their mechanisms, convinced that this change held the key to his enlightenment. Suddenly, he perceived the interconnected movements of the stacked Bagua diagrams, flowing forward in a seemingly endless sequence, driven by the original rotation of the diagrams. What could this possibly mean? Luffy pondered, when a wave of pressure surged again from his mind, though less intense than before. Yet, it was still beyond his capacity to endure, and the pain intensified. The distant toll of a clock tower echoed across the waters, startling Luffy's spirit. The once intense throbbing in his mind began to dissipate under the serene influence of the chime, replaced by a refreshing sensation that washed over him, invigorating his soul. In that moment, Luffy felt utterly at ease, devoid of any sense of danger. His body, having shifted during the previous discomfort, teetered precariously over the ship's edge, and before he could utter a single word of relief, he plummeted into the depths of the ocean below with a resounding splash. At that moment, the deck was devoid of any presence. The waves surged forth, propelled by the howling wind. If Luffy were to plunge into the sea, no amount of calling would avail him. Fortunately, Luffy had consumed the gum-gum fruit, allowing his hands to extend and grasp the head of the goat. However, by the time Luffy reacted, he found himself perilously close to the water's surface, less than a meter away. Even if he were to pivot in midair at the utmost speed and seize the goat's head, it would be futile, for his body would have already submerged beneath the waves, rendering him powerless against the ocean's grasp. Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in Luffy's eyes. His hands stretched back with remarkable swiftness, and just 30 centimeters from the water's surface, he forcefully struck the water, creating ripples that radiated outward. The momentum propelled Luffy's body towards the deck, allowing him to glide safely through the unexpected ordeal. Upon landing, he stumbled awkward at this moment. A small object appeared before Luffy, a diminutive black disc. It was given to him by the old man just as Luffy was about to depart. For a long time, Luffy had stored it in the inner pocket of his chest, paying it little heed. However, at this moment, he could not ignore it any longer. He recalled the layer of brilliant light that had enveloped him. Upon inspecting his chest, he found nothing but that black disc. It seemed this unassuming object was the key to opening the passage here. The old man had merely stated that it was something left for him by Roger, without revealing its purpose, which led Luffy to dismiss it until now. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to regard the black disc with newfound seriousness. Reluctantly, he moved beside the disc and slowly tucked it away. Luffy spent a restless night on the deck. Time drifted by, swayed by the sea breeze, until the bell tolled once more, waking the entire Straw Hat crew. When Nami and the others spotted Luffy sleeping on the deck in an agonizing manner, they realized that his timely practice had taken a toll on him, and they wondered if he had fainted. After being roughly shaken awake by Usopp, Luffy reluctantly opened his eyes, revealing the black disc hanging from his hand to the others. Despite the lingering pain in his arm, he bore it and recounted his experiences from the previous day. He revealed that the source of the radiant light was, in fact, this seemingly insignificant black disc on his chest. The crew gaped at the small disc, scrutinizing it, yet could discern nothing remarkable about it. Hearing about Luffy's near-miss with danger, Nami felt a wave of fear and issued a decree. He was forbidden from practicing on the goat's head again, lest they forcibly strip him of this exclusive privilege. Under the relentless pressure from Nami and the others, Luffy had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 32. Arrival at Semi-Village. Having promised Nami, Luffy indeed refrained from practicing his techniques on the goat's head. However, during moments of idleness, he would sit atop the goat's head, gazing into the distance and admiring the white clouds in the sky. Thus, the Straw Hat crew drifted upon the sea for a month. The ocean, nestled amidst the mountains, was not merely a desolate expanse. It was rife with hidden currents and abundant marine life. Each day, Usopp and Luffy would spend some time fishing, providing Sanji with fresh catch to prepare delectable meals. At this moment, on an island within the Grand Line, a man clad in thick garments descended from a large transport vessel and made his way into the heart of the island. Various small bubbles floated around the island, emanating directly from the ground, drifting freely in the air, defying the laws of nature without bursting. Instead, they exhibited a surprising buoyancy. The man, having emerged from the transport ship, paid no heed to these bubbles and hurried towards an island marked with numbers. Eventually, he found a tavern on a smaller isle. Upon entering, he slowly shed his heavy attire, revealing his unique characteristics. He possessed 6 arms, and his hairstyle elicited laughter, complemented by a sun-like emblem on his forehead. This individual was none other than Octopus Little 8, and he had arrived at the very location where Rayleigh resided. "And Shaggy, where is Uncle Rayleigh? I need to speak with him," Octopus Little 8 inquired hastily after removing his cumbersome clothing, addressing a sultry lady elegantly mixing drinks behind the bar. Shaggy glanced at Little 8, smiled, and replied, "Ah, it's Little 8. Uncle Rayleigh is currently in the room. You may go right in." "All right," Little 8 said, proceeding into the room. After conversing with Rayleigh, the latter slowly rose and remarked, "I see, it appears this old body of mine needs some movement." With that, Rayleigh opened the door and stepped outside, requesting a bottle of red wine from Shaggy. After uncorking it and taking a hearty swig, he said, "I must venture out." "Little 8, I entrust you to her care." "Understood. Just don't stay out too late. This time it's business," Rayleigh responded, adding that he must shake off a group of watchers before pushing open the tavern door and departing. Soon, Rayleigh disappeared into the realm of bubbles. Not long after, with Shaggy's assistance, Octopus Little 8 successfully established a barbecue shop specializing in octopus delicacies at the edge of Bubble Island. Finally, after a grueling 35 days of sailing, Luffy and his crew sighted land, igniting their previously subdued spirits. With a newfound destination, the Going Merry seemed to glide with greater vigor. And while they usually devoted this time to training, the crew halted their exercises, gathering at the bow of the ship, gazing into the unknown expanse before them, pondering the adventures that awaited. The sea breeze appeared to understand their desires, propelling the sails with renewed strength, filling them to their fullest, enhancing their speed with joyous abandon. Gradually, this once mysterious village began to reveal its allure to Luffy and his crew, who slowly began to discern the layout of the settlement. The village was shrouded by trees, hidden from view unless one looked closely. However, at this moment, the chimes of the area resonated, and wisps of smoke drifted from the woods, confirming the village's existence. Upon careful observation, they grasped an outline of the settlement. As the ship approached the shore, they found a secluded spot to dock, camouflaging the vessel among the trees to ensure its safety in this uncharted territory. Once these preparations were completed, the crew set forth towards the unknown. Navigating through the forest proved more challenging than anticipated, with towering trees and thorns obstructing their path. Each step forward required meticulous clearing of obstacles. This explained why Luffy and his companions had seen no signs of life along the coastline. The dense woods acted as a barrier. Yet, whether this obstruction was a natural occurrence or a deliberate creation by the inhabitants remained uncertain. Nonetheless, this posed little hindrance to Luffy and his crew. After clearing their way, they finally emerged into a vast expanse on the other side of the forest. Before them lay a sprawling settlement, filled with children joyfully playing. They were exuberant. Yet there was a peculiar trait among them. A patch of skin on each child displayed an abnormal jet black hue, some on their backs, others on their arms. Each differing in placement but uniform in size, resembling small teacups, dark birthmarks marking their bodies. Approximately 100 meters ahead of Luffy and his companions stood a wooden sign bearing 3 prominent characters, Shimi Village. Chapter 33, The Village Without Adults. Upon perceiving the intrusion of outsiders into their territory, the children who had been frolicking nearby swiftly retreated to the safety of their homes, clearly apprehensive of Luffy and his crew. Nevertheless, these children, despite their youth, were irresistibly drawn by curiosity, peeking out from their abodes to observe the newcomers. The allure of the unknown, particularly for children, is an undeniable force. Witnessing this scene, Luffy and his companions could not help but smile as they made their way slowly into the village. With each step deeper into the heart of Shimi village, their understanding of the place expanded. The houses were constructed entirely of sturdy timber, and considerable effort had been invested in their arrangement, forming a circular layout. The rear of the homes bordered a dense thicket, and wooden stakes had been strategically placed between the structures, likely to deter the children from wandering into the woods. Another surprising observation for Luffy and his group was the apparent fear exhibited by the snakes and insects that thrived in the forest. These creatures did not dare to breach the boundary established by the houses and stakes, as if something within that delineated area instilled a sense of dread in them. However, comprehending this phenomenon was beyond the grasp of the outsiders. It would be prudent to inquire with the villagers to uncover the methods employed to achieve such an effect. As Luffy and his companions ventured further, they noted that the deeper they progressed, the denser the defenses became, yet the population seemed predominantly composed of children, with scarcely a woman in sight, which left them perplexed. "I'll go grab a child to ask," Zoro suggested, feeling a profound unease about the situation. However, Luffy interjected, shaking his head and continuing forward until they reached the village center, where not a single child was present, only an empty square. Surrounding the plaza were remnants of a recent bonfire, and Usopp rushed over to inspect the ashes. After a moment, he returned, reporting, based on the warmth of the ashes, "It appears the fire has only recently been extinguished." This revelation deepened their confusion. What kind of village was Shimi, and what secrets lay concealed within its confines? Intrigued by the potential adventure, Luffy's group found themselves devoid of any leads. "Perhaps we should explore those houses, or simply ask a few children," Sanji proposed impatiently, noting the eerie atmosphere. Just moments ago, they had seen smoke rising, yet now, not a single adult was in sight. "I feel uneasy about approaching the children." Nami voiced her discomfort. However, contemplating their predicament, she added, "Let us inspect the houses to see if any adults are present so we can inquire." "That seems the only course of action," Luffy concurred. "Usopp, you'll accompany me. The three of you stay together, and be sure to inform us if you find anyone." With that, Luffy and Usopp headed towards the nearby houses. Sanji and the others cooperated seamlessly as they moved to the other side. However, an underlying disharmony subtly lingered between Sanji and Zoro, yet it did not hinder their collaboration. It was evident that both Sanji and Zoro had always been reluctant to concede to one another, though deep down they harbored a concern for each other. Their banter was inevitable, especially with Nami present, prompting Sanji to assert his dominance over Zoro even more. Yet, Zoro's personality suggested he would not easily yield to Sanji. Usopp, with a mischievous glint, exposed Luffy's little ruse, chuckling that their rivalry was not a recent development and they ought to be accustomed to it by now. Meanwhile, they proceeded to knock on door after door, checking for any signs of life within. Almost every door was ajar, easily pushed open, yet the interiors were starkly empty. Occasionally, they might glimpse a child or two, no older than 3 years. Nami's group encountered similar outcomes. After scouring the entire village, Luffy and his companions found themselves seated helplessly in the square, pondering the bizarre situation. Not a single individual over the age of 5 could be found. During their search, Zoro had attempted to engage the few children he encountered, but his efforts were met with blank stares and fear, as if they could not comprehend his words, causing them to retreat in fright. His inclination to resort to force was promptly curtailed by Nami. Realizing that the villagers must return to the square for their bonfire festivities, they decided to wait there. With no other options, Luffy and his group reluctantly initiated their own bonfire celebration in the square. The few individuals who were already ravenous eagerly joined in the activities. Zoro and Usopp ventured to gather firewood, while Luffy dashed into the woods to hunt down a few oblivious wild boars. The fragrant aroma of the roasted boar meat wafted through the air, irresistibly drawing the children closer, as if they were particularly enchanted by this delectable treat. Under Sanji's masterful culinary skills, succulent pieces of wild boar were skillfully prepared. As a dedicated chef, Sanji ensured that none who sought to savor his creations would be disappointed. Thus, the children who approached were generously served with portions of the roasted meat. The feast extended for quite some time, yet no one else appeared. Eventually, Luffy and his companions began to engage in training or succumb to slumber in the plaza. The round expanse of the square provided a delightful setting for their practice, with the spirited rivalry between Zoro and Sanji being particularly captivating, while Usopp busied himself with his gadgets. What proved most surprising was Nami, who held the weather staff in her hands. Although it lacked the enhancement of the impact dial mentioned in the original tale, Her recent innovative study suggested that this weather staff could still wield formidable power. As she recalled Usopp's introduction of the staff, a smile graced her lips, and she commenced practicing its functions. With her agility, Nami was able to wield the staff with remarkable precision, drawing a considerable number of children to her vicinity. Yet, none dared to approach within 50 meters of her, respecting the formidable aura she exuded. In the heart of the square, Luffy lay gazing up at the clouds drifting through the sky, pondering the nature of his feelings. For as long as he could remember, his understanding of martial arts had been effortless, yet this time, an elusive sensation haunted him, one that felt within his grasp, only to slip away the moment he attempted to seize it. This frustration weighed heavily on Luffy's mind, leaving him in a state of disquiet. The resonant chimes of the bell echoed once more, as the enigmatic village of Shimi seemed poised to unveil its charm to the distant visitors. Chapter 34, The Village Chief. Oxy as the bell tolled, a fierce sea breeze swept in from the ocean, rustling the trees with a lively sound. In that moment, Luffy and his companions experienced the power of the wind that followed the bell's ringing. Fortunately, the gust subsided as quickly as it had arrived. Meanwhile, the children who had been playing quietly nearby were now filled with fervent excitement, as if something thrilling was about to unfold before them. The Straw Hat crew also took note of the transformations occurring among the children, as their hushed whispers became audible to Luffy and his companions. However, the children's speech was imbued with a childlike sweetness, making it difficult to discern their words, except for vague utterances about wanting to come out and mentions of food. Yet, there was no need to delve deeply into the children's dialogue to grasp the essence of this village. At that moment, from the previously deserted houses, adults began to emerge, men, women, and the elderly, all revealing a distinct characteristic. The dark, birthmark-like markings on their bodies had significantly enlarged. If the dark marks on the children who first appeared before Luffy and the others were akin to the size of teacups, then the markings on these adults were no smaller than the size of dinner plates. At the forefront of this gathering was an individual of slightly greater age, whose dark birthmark had spread to encompass his entire upper body. As I gazed upon the square, I noticed a group of visitors who had journeyed from afar. These adults, marked by peculiar birthmarks, wore genuine smiles on their faces. The sight of their children gathered around them, coupled with the lingering aroma of roasted wild boar, only heightened their fondness for the Straw Hat crew. The elder man at the forefront hastened his steps towards Luffy and his companions, just as they stood up. Before they could utter a word, the man bowed slightly and proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to our village of Shimi. I am Oxy, the village chief. We are the Straw Hat pirates from the East Blue, guided here by the mapping chart. We kindly ask for your assistance, Chief Oxy." At that moment, Luffy recalled the tavern owner's counsel and hurriedly expressed his thoughts. Chief Oxy scrutinized Luffy and his companions, while those who had gradually emerged began to assess them as well. After a brief pause, Chief Oxy erupted into laughter, a flicker of excitement illuminating his weathered face, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, which he valiantly suppressed. Slowly turning to the villagers, he declared, "Freedom and dreams, faith and aspirations, dispel darkness and decay, and allow day and night to merge back into our very essence." Upon hearing Oxy's words, many of the older villagers were visibly moved, their faces radiating emotion, as if the arrival of the Straw Hat crew had brought forth divine favor. "Chief, we have some inquiries we wish to address," Nami interrupted, sensing the villagers' spirits lifting, yet feeling an unresolved cloud of uncertainty linger in her heart. "Please do share. I assure you, I will provide answers," the chief replied with profound respect, gesturing to those nearby. The villagers, brimming with joy, dispersed not out of fear of eavesdropping, but to prepare ample food and timber for the forthcoming bonfire feast before the next bell tolled. After a moment of contemplation, Nami inquired, "Dear Chief, why do you and your people bear these strange birthmarks? When we first arrived, we scoured the village and found not a single adult. Yet now you emerge from your homes. Where do you reside?" The chief's expression fell into solemn silence, a wave of sorrow sweeping across his aged features. With a deep sigh, Chief Oxy began to speak again. "We inhabit a realm devoid of day and night, where only the tolling of the bell marks the passage of time. Once, we lived freely within this land, even during the night, albeit subtly, as the sky dimmed. However, 30 years ago, an event transpired that robbed us of our nights and cursed us profoundly." As he spoke, Chief Oxy touched the dark skin on his upper body, a surge of grief rising within him. The once melodious chime of the bell had transformed into a dreadful harbinger of doom. Each toll signified a change in the light above, which, upon casting its rays upon us, would ignite the cursed marks upon our skin, ultimately consuming our very beings. Yet, this dreadful transformation only afflicts those who bear the curse to a significant extent, as he gestured to indicate the size of the affliction. Roughly the size of a large plate. When the bell tolls again, the light will transform once more, allowing us the freedom to bask in its glow, Chief Oxy said, lifting his head to welcome the mystical light upon his form. We have been hidden in the cellars, which is why you could not find us. The cellars contain openings connected to the surface, allowing us to hear the bells toll, and, in our quest for survival, countless ancestors have perished for the knowledge we now possess. As he spoke, the tears he had valiantly held back finally cascaded down his cheeks. Witnessing the chief's anguish, the Straw Hat crew felt a pang of sympathy, their hearts heavy with emotion. It was Nami who broke the silence again, asking, "Why not let the children hide with you? If any wild beasts were to attack the village, they would be defenseless against such threats, given the abundance of feral creatures around." A hearty laugh escaped Chief Oxy upon hearing Nami's concern, the earlier sorrow lifting considerably. With a beaming smile directed at her, he replied, "Fear not, for we have scattered the potent elixirs of our greatest mentor, the Forgotten Master, around the village. These potions are sufficient to deter any beast from approaching, yet they have no effect on humans, as only you few have graced us with your presence in the past 3 decades. Forgotten Master? Indeed, it is she, a character of capricious temperament and inscrutable nature. She imparts wisdom on how to survive in such a place, while also aiding us in guarding against the incursions of wild beasts. The formidable sorcerer, Master of Oblivion, is spoken of with reverence by village Chief Oxy." Just as Nami was poised to inquire further about the Master of Oblivion, the chief continued, "Moreover, your arrival here was foretold by the Master of Oblivion, who proclaimed that one day, a group guided by the principles of the array would come to our aid in our pursuit of freedom and dreams, of faith and aspirations, driving away darkness and decay, and restoring the harmony of day and night within our veins." As Nami prepared to voice her questions regarding the Master of Oblivion, she was halted by Luffy, who subtly gestured for her to remain silent. He then turned to Chief Oxy and asked, "Chief Oxy, might there be a way to lift the curse that afflicts you? If so, we would be willing to assist you." Upon hearing Luffy's words, Chief Oxy was instantly enlivened, his face breaking into a jubilant smile that animated his features. To hear such words from a brave soul is truly wondrous. Only you possess the capacity to save us, though the specifics are unclear. I know that you alone can guide us villagers of Shimi back into the light, restoring the brilliance of the sky to its original state, allowing us to once again experience the essence of night. Chief, please elucidate the circumstances, Luffy began, eager to delve deeper into the matter of the curse. At that moment, a young villager from Shimi rushed toward the chief. "Chief, everything is prepared. Let us celebrate with our distant guests." The young man's face shone with excitement, clearly reveling in the opportunity to discover more about the world beyond their village. A rare joy for one who had spent years confined underground, never even gazing upon the nearby sea. "Of course, Chief Oxy," he continued, turning to Luffy and his companions with a slight bow. "Brave ones, would you join us in a bonfire feast?" Chapter 35, The Master of Oblivion. The Straw Hat crew, utterly unable to resist the allure of the feast, had scarcely the chance to pose their most pressing inquiries before they were swept into the celebration. The villagers, long shackled by the constraints of their subterranean existence, expressed their newfound freedom with fervor, which in turn invigorated the Straw Hats. They indulged in the rare joy of camaraderie, allowing themselves to unwind amidst the simplicity of these earnest people. Though the villagers may not have been particularly powerful, the barbecued fare they prepared boasted an unparalleled flavor that delighted Luffy and his crew, with Sanji seamlessly joining in the culinary festivities. However, what truly thrilled Zoro was the discovery of a unique brew, aged for years beneath the earth. Each barrel extracted was replaced with a new one, leading to a treasure trove of ancient spirits reserved for ceremonial occasions. Today, they had opened a particularly old cask for their distant guests to enjoy. The rich, aromatic liquor flowed with a sweetness all its own, yet its potency far surpassed that of ordinary fruit wines. Upon inquiry, Zoro learned that this exquisite concoction was crafted from wild fruits and the bones of beasts, aged for over a decade in subterranean vaults. With the specific brew, he savored having been maturing for a full 30 years. This revelation ignited Zoro's appetite, leading him to drink heartily with the villagers. Meanwhile, Nami, maintaining her composure, partook modestly of the barbecued meats and light fruit wine before gathering with the women to glean insights from them, questions pressing upon her heart that needed resolution. Sister He, why do the children here not hide underground with you? They are so young, wandering alone in the village. Do you not worry? Though the beasts cannot enter, they could easily venture out. What if something were to happen? Nami asked, addressing the woman with whom she had grown familiar. Sister He paused at Nami's inquiry, exhaling a heavy sigh before responding, how could we not worry? Yet, we have no choice but to do so. Why? Nami pressed, her curiosity deepening. Casting a glance at Nami, Sister He slowly unraveled the truth. The capricious light not only restricted those bearing the birthmark, preventing them from moving in illuminated areas during designated times, but also compelled the children to endure that light until their birthmarks reached a significant size. This threshold was defined as the age of 5, after which the children must live underground for 5 years until they turned 10. At which point Nami then posed another question. It was not that he was unwilling to assist us, but rather that he was unable to do so. Nevertheless, he ultimately offered us a glimmer of hope, stating that one day, warriors guided by the patterns of the array would arrive here to aid us in breaking the curses that plagued us. This message was relayed to us by the Forgetting Master through the village chief. We had never even laid eyes on the Forgetting Master. Yet we were certain that he had been watching over us all along. Sister He held an almost fervent, almost divine trust in the Forgetting Master's words, viewing him as a godlike figure, a symbol of their faith. Realizing that further inquiries would yield no answers, Nami ceased her questioning and instead engaged in leisurely conversation with Sister He and the others, all while savoring the delectable roasted meat and sipping the local specialty of bone broth. As time passed, the gathering gradually approached its conclusion. Some villagers, having indulged in drinking contests with Zaro, became thoroughly inebriated and collapsed to the side, only to be swiftly carried away to the cellar by other villagers. When the bell tolled, they would have no time to retreat, and it was likely that chaos would ensue. At that moment, Nami gradually approached Luffy, observing his plump belly, swollen from gluttony. A smile unconsciously graced her lips as she discreetly whispered some information she possessed into Luffy's ear. After absorbing Nami's words, Luffy felt an urgency to depart. It was imperative to glean vital information from the village chief. He resolved to assist the unfortunate villagers in breaking their curse, believing that celebrating with them afterward would be far more enjoyable. He called over Zoro, still engaged in drinking contests, summoned Sanji, who was busy wielding his chef's knife, and pulled Usopp away from boasting to a group of young men about his past exploits. The 5 of them convened to summarize the information they had gathered and collectively decided that Nami and Luffy would seek the chief's counsel for urgent news. Subsequently, they would set forth, determined to return only when the villagers' curse had been lifted. Each of them silently vowed to this resolve. After sharing these thoughts, they returned to their respective positions. Luffy slowly stood, with Nami trailing behind, as they made their way to the chief's location. "Oh, dear warriors, you have arrived," the chief, OSI, remarked, having noticed Luffy and his companions murmuring among themselves. He felt a wave of emotion, understanding the fervent intentions of these young souls. With a gentle smile, Luffy addressed OSI, "Thank you for your heartfelt hospitality, but it is with regret that I must say, had your villagers not been plagued by this cursed affliction, I would have gladly reveled with you for an entire month. Yet, reality proves to be rather cruel. OSI, I do not wish to speak further. Please share with me what you know about the curse. I am determined to assist you in breaking this wretched spell." OSI was deeply moved by the earnestness of this young man wearing a straw hat. Although he had anticipated their willingness to help, he was taken aback by Luffy's unwavering resolve to aid those he deemed unworthy of such dedication. Standing upright, OSI gazed intently at Luffy and said, "Thank you, brave warrior. I shall divulge everything I know, but what?" Nami interjected, noticing the slight furrow in OSI's brow. "There is but one individual who knows how to lift the curse, the Forgetting Master. Years ago, she proclaimed that when someone came to rescue us, we should guide them directly to her. However, the Forgetting Master is known for her eccentric temperament. While I yearn for your assistance in breaking this curse, I also fear for your safety in the face of her peculiar disposition," OSI explained slowly. "That is inconsequential. OSI, please tell us how we may locate the Forgetting Master." "We shall handle the rest," Luffy asserted resolutely. Seeing the determination radiating from this young man, OSI nodded in agreement. Chapter 36, The Sea of Desire at this moment. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, the Straw Hat crew prepared to bid farewell to the villagers of Shimi before the chimes rang out. They bore the weight of the villagers' hopes upon their shoulders. Gazing at the unfamiliar sea ahead, markedly different from the waters near Shimi, they were momentarily taken aback. Initially believing they would no longer need to sail, the crew was compelled to unveil the Thousand Sunny once more upon learning the location of the Forgetting Master from OSI. After all, this vessel was vastly superior to the flimsy rafts the villagers had provided. As Luffy contemplated the tumultuous waters ahead, a question nagged at him. How had the Forgetting Master traversed these treacherous seas? Yet, recalling OSI's final words, Luffy chuckled softly. It dawned on him that the Forgetting Master had not neglected the villagers' plight. Rather, she herself was ensnared by a curse far more severe than that afflicting the villagers of Shimi. Her entire being had succumbed to a pitch-black hue, rendering her acutely sensitive to the words, black, dark, and ugly. With a sigh, Luffy set aside his thoughts, focusing on the immediate challenge of navigating through the area known as the Sea of Desire. OSI had warned them of the colossal beasts inhabiting these waters, the Sea Kings. Nami, take charge. How shall we navigate this perilous sea? The island across must be the domain of the Forgetting Master, Luffy inquired. Even before he finished speaking, Nami had already taken out her pen and notebook, calculating their route. In a sea fraught with whirlpools, a moment's inattention could spell disaster. Moreover, although the Golden Mary they were aboard was compact and agile, the triangular sailboat exhibited certain deficiencies in power and lacked numerous functionalities. After a moment of contemplation, Nami tucked away her pen and closed her notebook, confidently proclaiming that Sanji and Usopp would steer the vessel, Zoro would handle the sails, and Luffy would position himself at the bow to keep a vigilant watch for any lurking sea creatures. No sooner had Nami's words echoed than the entire crew commenced their organized operations, each performing their designated roles. Casting a glance at the waters of the Sea of Desire, a flurry of commands flowed from Nami's lips, guiding the ship as it began to navigate into the whirlpool, seemingly propelled toward its very center. Though common sense dictated that the prudent course of action would be to evade the whirlpool and escape with haste, they found themselves advancing toward its ominous maw. To claim they felt no trepidation at that moment would be disingenuous. Nonetheless, Nami's resolute decision was undoubtedly grounded in reason in the vast ocean. Complete trust in the navigator was paramount, especially when that navigator was a trusted companion. Thus, even if a perilous abyss lay ahead, the crew would follow Nami's lead without hesitation. The Golden Mary surged forward in the direction of the whirlpool, and as they delved deeper, the ship began to spiral toward the vortex's heart. Observing the unwavering determination etched upon Nami's face, Zoro and the others understood the necessity of pressing onward without entertaining doubts. Round and round they spiraled, the vessel twirling within the expansive whirlpool. While the vortex was vast, the ship's speed increased, gaining momentum with each rotation. Ultimately, the vessel's velocity had surged to 2 or 3 times its initial pace. Yet, Nami had yet to issue any further directives, compelling Zoro and the others to adhere to her original commands, steadfastly maintaining the angle of the sails and the course of the helm. At this moment, Luffy stood quietly at the forefront of the ship, gazing into the tumultuous whirlpool. He found himself enveloped in profound contemplation, perhaps beginning to grasp Nami's perspective. Although instinctively one might be compelled to flee from the whirlpool, this sea is known as the Sea of Desire, a vast expanse governed by yearning. If one hastily attempts to escape the whirlpool, safety may be attained, yet the shores of one's ambitions will remain forever out of reach. For the sole path to the other side lies in traversing the whirlpool itself. Zoro adjusted the sail towards 3 o'clock, while Sanji and Usopp, from opposite ends of the spectrum, articulated directions at 9 o'clock based on Nami's guidance. Without a moment's hesitation, Zoro swiftly aligned the sail to 3 o'clock, and Sanji promptly followed suit, altering the course of the helm. As the ship responded to the sudden adjustments of the sail and helm, it surged forth with an unprecedented velocity. Indeed, it soared. After gliding through the air for a brief moment, the vessel descended back onto the water, its speed escalating dramatically, propelling it towards the opposite side of the whirlpool. The force of the whirlpool became negligible in the face of the ship's remarkable speed. Akin to an arrow released from its bow, the winds had calmed, the waters were tranquil, devoid of tumultuous waves or the menacing whirlpool, allowing the ship to successfully break free from its grasp and safely reach the other side, where the sea remained equally serene. In that instant, Zoro and his companions felt as though they had narrowly escaped death, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Zoro reclined on the deck, while Sanji and Usopp, who had been steering, collapsed onto the deck as well. Only Luffy, at the bow of the ship, approached them with a wide grin, exclaiming, "Nami's navigational skills are truly remarkable. She harnessed the whirlpool's force to accelerate the ship, instantly altering its direction. That centripetal force transformed into centrifugal force, enabling the vessel to break through the whirlpool's resistance. Nami, is that so? Luffy smiled at Nami, who, exasperated, slapped her forehead and lamented. Are you really that oblivious to the script? You appear more astute than anyone else. Chuckling at Nami's words, Luffy refrained from elaborating further. After resting for a moment, the ship set sail once more, though the subsequent waters presented little danger. Occasionally, sea kings would surface, only to be swiftly dispatched by Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, who were nothing short of extraordinary. Ultimately, the sea kings were put to practical use. A large sea cow swam ahead of the Going Merry, with several ropes securely tied to its horns. This sea cow was effectively employed as a laborer, towed by the ship, albeit under duress. Thanks to the assistance of this creature, though coerced, the Going Merry sailed rapidly through the calm waters. Soon, a small island came into view, likely the destination of Luffy and his crew. The Forgotten Master should be on that island, with a clear objective in sight. Luffy and his companions urged the sea cow to swim faster, and in no time, the ship approached the island. On the edge of the island, they discovered an inland lake connected to the sea. Without further ado, they steered the ship into the lake, concealing it within its waters. Luffy and his companions had already noticed the solitary castle situated atop the small island, which presumably served as the dwelling place of the so-called Forgotten Master. Chapter 37, Honda Jurten. This time, Luffy and his group did not squander their time on trivial matters. Instead, they directly approached the door of the small house and gently knocked. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing an expanse of darkness. Just as they were about to push the door further to let in some light, the owner of the cottage spoke. Come in, and close the door quietly. Do not let any light escape. The voice was deep and imbued with an air of mystery, making Luffy and his companions feel as though it emanated not only from within the cottage, but from all directions at once. Senior, we have come from Shimi Village. Following the instructions of Chief OSI to seek your guidance on how we might assist the unfortunate villagers, Nami spoke up, preempting Luffy. Her intention was not to seek attention, but rather to temper Luffy's impulsiveness, especially since the information they had received from Chief OSI indicated that this Forgotten Master was a peculiar individual deserving of respect. Seeing Nami take the lead, Luffy stepped back slightly, signaling her to continue. I am well aware of your origins, and since you have chosen this path, I assume you are prepared for death, for the road ahead is fraught with peril, and retreat is no longer an option. Once you traverse the whirlpool of desire, there is no turning back. I have sealed your escape. Should you fail in your mission, you shall perish here. The Forgotten Master spoke slowly, as if recounting trivialities without a care. Since we have arrived here, we have no intention of retreating. Just tell us what we must do, Luffy declared, though Nami attempted to restrain him. Yet, the Forgotten Master's words had already begun to test Luffy's patience, and Zoro and Sanji, standing behind him, were also barely containing their anger. Ha ha ha, a ghostly laugh echoed from the void. Young man, while courage is commendable, do take care of your life. If it proves too difficult, you may simply settle here. I shall not make it hard for you. No, thank you for your kindness. Please, just tell us what we need to know. Nami, usually the most patient among them, could no longer endure the condescending tone. As Nami's words hung in the air, the small cottage descended into a profound silence, as if the very atmosphere had lost its theme. Though Luffy and the others were valiant, they refrained from rash actions, having no understanding of their opponent. Since you insist, I shall share what I know. A voice, somewhat aged, resonated from directly in front of Luffy and his companions. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew seemed to have a sudden clarity regarding the elderly figure seated at the center of the small dwelling, a venerable woman from whom the voice emanated. Yet, a disconcerting thought simultaneously crossed Luffy and the others' minds. Should not the Forgetting Master retain an eternally youthful visage? There is no need for astonishment. For many years, in my quest to aid my compatriots in breaking the curse, I have subjected myself to trials to concoct an elixir capable of dispelling it. However, despite my efforts, I have yet to succeed. In my desperation, I ventured into perilous realms to extract valuable information from the lips of those nefarious beings, ultimately leading me to this dismal fate. The tone of the Forgetting Master now starkly contrasts with her earlier bravado, revealing instead a profound sense of weariness born from her arduous journey. Yet, it was through that ordeal that I finally grasped the true nature of this curse and uncovered the means to break it. I gleaned an ancient message from a weathered scroll, foretelling that one day A group of spirited youths would traverse the vast expanse of the Bormi Sea and arrive at the suffering village of Shimi, destined to rescue its inhabitants. Consequently, I sought out the last remaining elder of Shimi village, imparting this revelation and the knowledge necessary for survival in this world. Following that, I retreated to my humble abode, awaiting for 3 long decades, until at last, you appeared. Tears of sorrow seemed to well up in the forgetting masteress' eyes, perhaps stemming from her inability to alleviate the suffering of her kin, or from the joy of finally witnessing a glimmer of hope after years of waiting. This remains uncertain. Fear not, Master. We shall strive with all our might to assist you. Reveal to us who our adversaries are and where they reside, Luffy declared, feeling the pang of sorrow that gripped the forgetting master's heart, igniting within him an indomitable spirit. Ah, I sense your fervor, young brother. I shan't linger on my plight. Though the foes you face will be formidable, I have faith that you will prevail, the forgetting master responded, her smile gentle yet tinged with a hint of reluctance. It turns out that this region, nestled within the Red Soil continent, belonged to an internal research institution of the Peach Garden, dedicated to the study of ancient weaponry. Its purpose was to forge sufficiently powerful arms to combat the increasingly audacious forces of demons, utilizing Iron Me as the primary sources of energy to create the ultimate amalgam. Thus, this place came to be known as Shimi Village. Although it was not unique, there were many such locales, our circumstances merely being distinct. However, the strength of the demons proved overwhelming. Despite employing our ultimate tactics, we could not eradicate them entirely. We merely succeeded in sealing them away, leaving a fragment of their essence imprisoned within our village. We were meant to safeguard this seal, yet we underestimated the demon's lingering power. Those who dwelled in an environment saturated with Iron Me found themselves easily assimilated by the demons, becoming their unwitting thralls. Once, they were our kin, but the demon's lingering influence stripped them of their sanity. Yet, this malevolent essence could only sway the weak-minded. The majority of our people remained steadfast in their beliefs. Thus began decades of warfare. Just as we were on the verge of vanquishing our demon-enslaved kin, calamity struck. A celestial radiance shifted, binding our people in place when the bells tolled, devoid of the ominous black mark. Meanwhile, the demon forces surged in strength and mounted a counterattack. Ultimately, we were defeated and forced to take refuge in the small village you see now. Fortuitously, those who had been assimilated could not stray far from the demon's domain. For doing so would restore their original faith, transforming them back into our kin. At this juncture, the forgetting master paused briefly before continuing. Though I am the last remaining alchemist of Shimi Village, I possess no power to alter this fate. I share this tale with you in the hope that you will aid us in eradicating the source of the demon's essence. In light of the suffering endured by our people over the years, upon hearing that the forgetting master was finally about to reveal crucial information, Luffy and his companions instinctively leaned closer, their ears perked. That individual is a disgrace to our clan. Were it not for him, the demonic aura would never have infiltrated our kin. It was only during my journey to the sealed land that I discovered this truth. He is the sole person who willingly approached the demon, serving as its emissary. Only by defeating him can we reseal the demonic essence, thereby lifting all curses from our people and restoring this place to its original state. His name is Hondo Jeton, the emissary of the demonic aura. At this juncture, the forgetting master inhaled sharply, acutely aware of the formidable nature of this emissary from personal experience. Elder, please guide us on how to proceed. At that moment, Luffy's fists were clenched tightly, the cracking sound echoing from his knuckles, clearly indicating that his rage was at its peak. The forgetting master glanced at the young man before him, sighed, and said, "From here, traverse the Jujube forest to the far north. There lies a vast city, and at its center is the sealed land, your destination." "Very well, master, await our good news. We shall set forth." Luffy did not seek further information from the forgetting master, but turned directly toward the exit, his mind solely focused on swiftly confronting the betrayer of his comrades. "Wait." The forgetting master called out as he tossed 5 vials of potions toward Nami. "These will allow you to enter Amok City without being recognized. However, they will be ineffective at the sealed land, and you must rely on your own efforts thereafter." "Thank you, master." Chapter 38. The fury of emotion having departed from the forgetting master, the Straw Hat crew advanced along their designated route. As most of the upcoming journey was across land, there was no need for further seafaring. Traveling on foot proved to be a beneficial form of exercise, and throughout the journey, the crew moved forward with unwavering determination, propelled by an urgent need to release pent-up emotions. Otherwise, their pace would remain relentless. After traversing a jujube grove, they encountered a thicket of low shrubs. Although not towering, these bushes obstructed their view ahead, making it easy for an ordinary person to lose their way and become utterly disoriented within the foliage. Fortunately, Nami, a skilled navigator, was present. Navigators possessed not only acute insight into maritime routes, but also a remarkable ability to discern directions on land. Under Nami's guidance, they swiftly maneuvered through the expansive thicket, only to be met by an endless sandstorm. The storm engulfed a vast area ahead, making each step forward seem arduous. Yet, for the Straw Hat crew, who had already been advancing for many hours, this challenge was not insurmountable. Embarking on such a rapid march into the desert was an exceedingly imprudent decision, but in that moment, they had completely forgotten about rationality, consumed solely by the need to vent their frustrations. However, as if fate itself sought to assist them, after trekking over 100 miles in the desert, they stumbled upon an oasis. Yet, their path to the oasis was obstructed by a horde of formidable sand foxes concealed in the desert, their eyes glinting with a mixture of ferocity and disdain as they regarded the approach of the Straw Hat crew. Yet this contemptuous demeanor ignited an unparalleled fury within the Straw Hat crew. The source of their ire was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the presence of a group of foxes, dwelling in the desert, who dared to look down upon them. The first to strike was Luffy, followed closely by Zoro and Sanji. However, it was Usopp who landed the swiftest blow. Fueled by rage, his explosive star surged forward, roaring toward the foremost sand fox. As the sound of the detonation echoed, the once arrogant sand fox was obliterated in an instant. "Is it really this feeble?" Usopp exclaimed, before unleashing a barrage of various newly devised lead projectiles, filling the air with an array of peculiar colors. For Nami, who was utilizing her abilities for the first time amidst the atmospheric elements, she cautiously directed her energy to the side, gradually conjuring a sufficient mass of dark clouds in the sky, allowing them to surge towards the horde of sand foxes. In an instant, the momentum shifted entirely. It was not that the sand foxes lacked strength, but rather that the Straw Hat crew was overwhelmingly formidable. The sand foxes had managed to dominate this region primarily due to their tendency to strike in overwhelming numbers, often appearing in the hundreds. Though individually, they were not particularly powerful. However, even their adeptness at coordination was rendered futile at this moment, as the three formidable members of the Straw Hat crew had already plunged into the throng of sand foxes. Their expressions betrayed their fury, and the consequences would be dire. Thus, no matter how numerous the sand foxes were, they were insufficient to withstand the impending onslaught. Although the sand foxes' prowess was lacking, they now served as a fitting opportunity for Zoro and Sanji to hone their latest insights. During this period, they had made significant breakthroughs in their understanding of the techniques depicted in the Bagua diagrams, gradually integrating these methods with their original teachings. It was at this juncture, as they earnestly wielded this amalgamated power, that they were astonished to discover the Bagua diagram's techniques to be the most pragmatic and versatile. Not only did they possess extraordinary potency when employed independently, but upon integrating them into their existing repertoire, they realized they could more effectively manifest the quintessence of the Bagua diagram's arts. Consequently, their comprehension of the Bagua diagram deepened. However, the individual reaping the swiftest harvest of kills at this moment was not Luffy, but Nami. With a mere gesture of her climatact, silvery serpents flashed across the sky, electrocuting a small cluster of sand foxes below, extinguishing their life force entirely. Closely following was Luffy, who had erupted with unrestrained ferocity, fueled by both the indignation of the Forgotten Master's betrayal by one called Honda Jetton and the vexation stemming from his recent elusive grasp of the fourth level of his techniques. Luffy unleashed a merciless onslaught. Where his fists and feet landed, the sand foxes, utterly defenseless, succumbed in droves. Though numerous, the sand fox ranks could not withstand such carnage. With Zoro's cataclysmic three-sword-style secret technique, 3,000 worlds, the remaining sand foxes were annihilated. At this juncture, the once vigorous company found themselves in a state of mental disarray, collapsing onto the ground. Perhaps it was the release of pent-up tension that had momentarily unburdened their spirits, granting their bodies, which had been pushed to their limits, a modicum of respite. As time elapsed, Luffy slowly roused himself, only to discover that he and his companions were nestled amidst a heap of sand fox carcasses, sending a shiver down his spine. Should they have engaged with this so-called Honda Jetton in such a condition, their initial burst of strength would have inevitably waned, leaving them vulnerable. Could it be? It must be the machinations of that old sorceress, Luffy mused inwardly. But alas, how did she manage to inflict such a state upon them? They hadn't even consumed the potion she had provided. Luffy was perplexed, suspecting the hand of the forgetful sorcerer in their peculiar condition, yet unable to fathom the method employed. At this moment, the companions gradually regained their senses, similarly realizing how profoundly their prior emotions had been influenced. Had it not been for the obstruction posed by the sand foxes, their minds would not have been overwhelmed by such intense anger, leading them to recklessly charge into Ammo City, which would have been tantamount to seeking death. No wonder I had felt a peculiar sensation earlier. It seemed that the master had indeed administered something to us. Sanji, appearing to have an epiphany, voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing Sanji's words, everyone turned their gaze towards him, eager to extract any useful information. I had sensed something strange, as I detected a faint yet fragrant aroma emanating from the master, which was reminiscent of sandalwood. However, I vaguely recalled the old man mentioning that there existed a spice whose scent bore a striking resemblance to that fragrance, capable of inciting a prolonged state of anger in those who consumed it, thereby unlocking their latent potential. Yet, once this potential was unleashed, a considerable amount of time would be required for recovery. Nevertheless, I had never encountered such a spice. I had only heard the old man speak of it, leaving a faint impression on me. Sanji, reflecting on his insights, expressed his thoughts with a sense of wonder. At this moment, Nami, who had been frowning, let out a cold snort and remarked, "It seems that the forgetting master harbors little faith in our abilities. She intends for us to unleash all our potential in an instant to vanquish that mysterious foe, only to disregard our fates thereafter. Although her methods are somewhat sinister, I can empathize with her sentiments. Let us take a moment to rest before we continue our journey." At that moment, Luffy intervened, halting any further discussion. He made his way to a water source amidst the oasis, quenching his thirst and replenishing his severely depleted fluids. Observing Luffy's actions, the others refrained from further discourse, recognizing that regardless of the forgetting master's treacherous schemes, certain matters were predetermined and must be addressed. Chapter 39. Amu City. While the Sand Fox had aided Luffy and his companions in regaining their composure from their fury, they could not escape the inevitable fate of being cooked by Sanji. The group indulged in a feast of Sand Fox, replenishing their hydration before setting forth once more towards the heart of the desert, where they hoped to reach Amu City as described by the forgetting master. This time, Luffy and his companions truly felt the desert's formidable power. Though the sun's rays were not mercilessly intense, the absence of the night's chill rendered the temperature relentlessly high. Before they had traversed even half the distance, their supply of fresh water had diminished significantly, leading Nami to impose strict rationing to avert a crisis. The desert was fraught with peril. Aside from their initial encounter with the Sand Fox, the Straw Hat crew faced various formidable desert creatures. The more powerful beings tended to roam alone, while those of lesser strength often appeared in swarms. Nevertheless, these encounters provided Luffy and his friends with valuable training opportunities. At that moment, a formidable ruler of the desert appeared before them, the Poison Scorpion King. The scorpion's pincers shimmered with a menacing purple hue, indicating that a wound inflicted by it would surely be laced with venom. In response, Zoro stepped forward with a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the scorpion's toxic prowess. Staring intently at the Poison Scorpion King, Zoro drew one of his 3 blades, sheathed in white leather. As he wielded the sword, it emitted a blurred rotation. In an instant, Zoro sprang into action, swiftly sheathing his blade at the center of his waist, gripping the hilt with both hands as his body moved in unison. The Poison Scorpion King's pupils dilated in alarm as it sensed the imminent threat, attempting to retreat. However, by the time it sought to flee, it was already too late. Zoro deftly maneuvered past the Poison Scorpion King, positioning himself behind it, and with a fluid motion, sheathed his blade. Uttering a thunderous declaration, one sword style, Lion's Song. Ignoring Zoro's poised stance, Sanji delivered a decisive kick to the corpulent body of the Poison Scorpion King, retrieving a spherical mass from within its carcass. This mass, a natural tumor that formed within the Poison Scorpion King, emitted a revitalizing aroma that, when ingested, would grant immunity to most toxins. "Let us feast upon this scorpion tumor for lunch," Sanji proclaimed, as he produced his exquisite culinary equipment from a small pack. With remarkable finesse, he transformed the once spherical mass into a grand platter. Meanwhile, Usopp had fashioned a rudimentary boiler in the desert, igniting the gunpowder with a touch of glycerin, and then layering it with fine sand to contain the glycerin's fumes. With a flourish of his right hand, Sanji levitated the meat slices, allowing them to dance in the flames of the burning glycerin. His hands moved with deft precision, and a delectable aroma wafted through the air. Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Nami stood in quiet anticipation, watching Sanji's culinary display, their eyes primarily fixed on the swirling morsels of roasting meat. Time elapsed under the watchful eyes of Luffy and company, and Sanji's deliberate showmanship, for about 10 minutes, until the meat slices were perfectly roasted. Sanji skillfully tossed several plates to the group, then, with a swift flick of his knife, sent a cascade of meat slices towards Nami's plate, where they landed gracefully. He then casually distributed the rest among Luffy and the others. Sanji himself took a plate and began to savor the freshly roasted meat, slowly approaching Nami. From behind, he produced a tall, stemmed glass filled with a vivid crimson liquid. "Nami-san," he announced, "please indulge in my latest concoction. The venomous Scorpion Monarch Elixir, crafted from the untainted blood of the Scorpion Monarch's heart, it possesses rejuvenating, beautifying, and detoxifying properties, with a delightfully sweet taste. This is a singular vintage." Sanji presented the blood-like elixir to Nami with a courtly bow. "Rejuvenating, you say? Excellent, excellent." Nami gingerly accepted the venomous Scorpion Monarch elixir from Sanji's hand. Taking a delicate sip, savoring the sweet flavor and the delightful warmth that spread through her, Nami emitted a contented sigh. At this moment, the triumphant Sanji suddenly became aware of 3 ominous gazes fixed upon him. As he slowly turned his head, he disdainfully smirked and remarked, "Why don't you hurry and eat? Do you think you can savor this exquisite Scorpion King wine?" No sooner had Sanji uttered these words than the 3 assailants simultaneously lunged at him. Alone, Sanji found himself unable to withstand their combined assault, and after enduring their onslaught, his handsome visage bore the distinct imprints of several footprints. Marking the conclusion of this brief episode. After tidying themselves up, the Straw Hat crew continued on their journey. Along the way, they encountered numerous minor incidents. Yet they navigated through them with ease. As they delved deeper into the desert, they began to sense a sinister aura emanating from the creatures they encountered. This malevolent essence grew increasingly palpable as they approached a city that loomed in their sights. Although the Forgetful Master had employed underhanded tactics against Luffy and his companions, the few vials of alchemical potions he provided were not without merit. After all, the Forgetful Master's intention was to exhaust the life force of the Straw Hat crew to unleash their hidden potential, which was crucial for confronting Bando Jet in Amok City. Thus, he would not resort to producing counterfeit elixirs to hinder their progress. With exactly 5 vials of alchemical potion, 1 for each member, they applied the concoction to themselves and set forth towards Amok City, their goal being the sealed sanctum within, where they would confront the greatest traitor of Shimi Village, Bando Jet. Chapter 40. Preparation. Having applied the alchemical potion bestowed by the Forgetful Master, the Straw Hat crew officially began their advance toward Amok City. After covering a considerable distance, they noted that the once ferocious beasts, which had previously attacked them upon sight, now disregarded their presence entirely. They sensed only the aura of kinship emanating from Luffy and his crew, a bond that precluded conflict among kindred spirits. As they neared Amok City, the crew finally beheld the grandeur of this once thriving technological metropolis. The modest height of its walls belied an imposing presence, evoking the impression that no army could breach its defenses. Concealed within the battlements were hidden fortifications, exuding a formidable energy, an essence devoid of any particular attribute, characterized solely by an endless malevolence. The moment this force was unleashed, it promised only relentless carnage, leaving Luffy and his companions in silent astonishment as they gazed upon the dark bastions atop the walls. At that moment, Amok City bore no semblance of defense, for there was no threat of turmoil here. The inhabitants were all devoted followers of the dark deity, and in the presence of their god, conflict was strictly forbidden. These souls, long devoid of independent thought, had nothing to do but labor diligently for their deity, honing their will and increasing their faith. Thus, even without a single guard to maintain order, Amok City remained a haven of tranquility, albeit one permeated by an ever-present aura of death. As Luffy stared at the statue of the goddess of freedom fluttering above the city gates, he found himself momentarily transfixed. The statue depicted a small ensemble, a mix of men and women, young and old. Yet, their eyes unmistakably reflected a shared essence, a fervent yearning for freedom and dreams, a courageous pursuit of their aspirations. This, indeed, should be their true faith. As Luffy glanced at the hollow, vacant eyes of those passing by, engaged in their mundane routines as if in a deathly stupor, a wave of frustration washed over him. However, this time, he did not allow anger to sway his emotions. Instead, he endeavored to quell the surge of impulsiveness within his heart. Having come this far, he understood that rashness would resolve nothing. He needed to remain composed to vanquish the despicable traitor and restore faith among these people, allowing them to reclaim their own thoughts. As Luffy slowly turned to his companions, observing their attempts to calm their own emotions, a sense of relief enveloped him. Fortuitously, he was surrounded by such steadfast allies. Despite the arduous path ahead, it seemed surmountable, for he had a band of unbreakable brothers by his side. Sensing the fervor in Luffy's gaze, Nami and the others exchanged faint smiles, and thus, the Straw Hat crew formally entered Amu City. Upon their arrival in Amu City, they were aware that the location of the sealed place lay at the city's heart. Yet the means of entry remained elusive. They had received scant information from the Forgotten Master regarding the sealed domain. But this posed no significant challenge for Luffy and his crew. The true difficulty lay in evading the puppet-like inhabitants of the city. Venturing deeper into the city, Luffy and his companions opted for a less frequented street, where they needed to alter their attire, as their current outfits appeared rather peculiar. As they delved further into the city, the influence of the ominous aura became increasingly pronounced, far surpassing that of the puppets lingering at the city's periphery. Though these individuals were once kin to Uncle Osi, circumstances necessitated their confrontation. Selecting an inconspicuous location, Luffy and his friends swiftly dispatched several puppets, stripping them of their garments. In that moment, a dark mist emanated from the fallen puppets, gradually dissipating into the air as the former villagers of Nishimi regained their traditional flesh tones. Evidently liberated from the demon's control. Did we kill them or save them? Usopp mused, observing the serene smiles on the faces of the deceased Nishimi villagers, shrugging in resignation. I suppose we did, Luffy replied, glancing at the lifeless forms still adorned with smiles. Let us conceal them. We must move on. At that moment, in the opulent mansion at the heart of Amu City, a figure sat upon a throne crafted from pure gold, indulging in a life of extravagant excess. In this domain, apart from the one sealed away, no one could resist his will. He was free, save for the occasional obligation to heed the commands of an entity residing within a spherical object. In Amu City, he was the embodiment of divinity, impervious to any opposition. Although Honda Jet sat quietly upon his golden seat, it did not imply contentment. It was merely the result of that insufferable individual warning him of an impending formidable force, advising him to remain within the sealed domain. Were it not for such caution, Honda Jet would surely be reveling in the company of some local woman, basking in her devout service as if he were a deity, which was his true delight. Though he outwardly complied with the old man's orders, Honda Jet harbored no fear of the so-called formidable adversary. His knowledge of this place surpassed that of anyone else. The exit had been sealed by the energy of the demon's aura, rendering escape impossible. No one could enter or leave. This was a realm entirely isolated from the outside world, where no one posed a threat to Honda Jet. Even the Forgotten Master, who had harnessed the power of her clan, was no match for him. Though she had indeed wounded him previously, it had been due to his own lack of vigilance. And the ultimate outcome had been her severe defeat. Humph, to challenge me is to court death, he thought. While Honda Jet possessed confidence in his abilities, he was prudent enough not to wander aimlessly. Who knew where a mad end might emerge, hurling bizarre concoctions in his direction? Within the grand hall remained his loyal subordinates, whom he had painstakingly nurtured. Their prowess was undoubtedly superior to that of the mere minions. With them positioned in front to shield him, Bondo Jetton felt a sense of assurance. As this thought crossed his mind, he leaned back slightly, seeking greater comfort. Yet, just as he prepared to recline fully, an unforeseen event transpired. The scene before him caused even Bondo Jetton to momentarily stiffen, his pupils widening to the size of saucers. All the villagers of Amo City, bound and shackled, bore heavy marks upon their bodies, symbols of their unceasing devotion to the dark god of the faithful. At that moment, several of these marks drifted effortlessly from the grand crystal orb before Bondo Jetton, dissipating into the ether as if carried away by a gentle breeze. Bondo Jetton was acutely aware of the implications of this occurrence. After a brief moment of astonishment, he regained his composure and gently pressed a small button beside his chair. A towering figure strode in from outside, halting approximately 10 meters away from Bondo Jetton, then slowly kneeling on one knee in a formal gesture of fealty. Your subordinate Zale is here. Please issue your command, the robust man proclaimed with a resonant voice, his eyes glinting with a flicker of intelligence. Seeming to relish the subservience akin to a king's, Bondo Jetton offered a slight smile before instructing, there are intruders. Proceed to the lower levels and guard against them. Should any breach our defenses, you are aware of the consequences. Yes, I shall ensure their demise, the formidable man affirmed before retreating steadily. However, Bondo Jeton appeared unsettled. He pressed another button on his chair. One after another, men draped in silver attire emerged into his view. Chapter 41. The Stone Fruit. Unbeknownst to Luffy and his companions, their incursion into Amo City had already alerted Bondo Jeton. They pressed forward with their plans, skillfully evading numerous dangers and unexpected inspections, until they finally reached their destination, the sealed ground at the heart of Amo City, a site intended to contain the essence of demons. Originally, this sealed area was confined to a small section of Shimi village, but once the treacherous traitor Bondo Jeton unleashed the demonic aura, it was entirely consumed, leading to the construction of the vast Amo City. Before Luffy and his crew lay a sealed ground that defied their expectations. Instead of a grave-like structure, it presented itself as an exquisitely magnificent palace, resplendent with dazzling light. Upon closer inspection, they discerned it was adorned with a plethora of precious gems. Observing this spectacle, Luffy could not help but chuckle and glance at Nami, whose eyes sparkled with fascination at the sight of the invaluable gems. "Let us proceed," Luffy stated softly before charging toward the sealed ground. They were entirely oblivious to the nature of this place, yet there was no room for hesitation. They could not extract the desired information from those under control. Only by venturing forth could they uncover the mysteries awaiting them in the unknown. The sealed ground was perpetually guarded by a small contingent of guards, yet they posed no challenge to Luffy and his comrades. The three formidable commanders advanced without pause, and as they passed, the once mighty guards were suddenly lifted into the air before crashing down, enveloped in a faint black mist. Luffy and his team understood this as a manifestation of their liberation from the demon's curse. Perhaps this was indeed their optimal choice, for Luffy discerned a subtle smile on the lips of the deceased. Upon crossing the threshold, they officially entered the hall, which was devoid of life. Just as they prepared to explore, the main door closed with an ominous finality. Simultaneously, an image materialized at the front of the hall, depicting a man whose smile belied the malice lurking in his darkened eyes. "Since you have come to my domain, shall we partake in a game?" The man intoned slowly. "A game? What sort of game?" Luffy queried, seemingly not fully grasping the man's intent. "A life or death gamble. There are 5 doors. Behind each lies one of my 4 subordinates. Each door leads to a different realm, and only one may enter at a time. However, if you have vanquished one, you may choose to assist another still engaged in battle. That would not violate the rules, but should anyone disrupt the game, I cannot guarantee the balance will remain intact." The shadowy man spoke, his demeanor casual, as though this were of no consequence to him. "Wait," Nami interjected, her eyes narrowing as she pondered. "You mentioned 4 subordinates. Yet there are 5 doors. What lies behind the last door?" The man erupted into laughter, seemingly entertained by Nami's inquiry. "Ah, there is one door that leads directly to me. Care to join me? That door connects to my domain. Come in, and I shall treat you well," he leered, his voice dripping with lewdness. "Begone, you shameless scoundrel." Sanji, also known as Nami's protector, retorted angrily. "Very well then, let us embark," Luffy declared, striding confidently toward the central door, behind which lay the most formidable presence in the sealed ground, Bondo Jeton, the man with the cigar. In Luffy's mind, the strongest adversary must be confronted directly, for only in doing so could he secure a greater chance of survival for his comrades, regardless of the opponent's overwhelming power. "Shouldn't we devise a proper plan?" Usopp questioned from behind, his tone anxious. However, Luffy seemed oblivious to his words, steadily advancing toward the door. Sensing the atmosphere, Zoro moved to the side, approaching a door adorned with a sword hilt. He surmised that a swordsman awaited him behind it, and being so close to the central door, the opponent would surely possess considerable strength. As Zoro proceeded, Sanji made his way to the opposite side of the central door, where his own adversary awaited. He understood the urgency of defeating this opponent quickly. Nami's safety was paramount, with Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji having claimed the 3 central doors. Only 2 remained for Nami and Usopp, 1 celestial and 1 terrestrial, both relatively weaker. What adversaries awaited them beyond? Casting a glance at Usopp, Nami walked toward the celestial door, ultimately disappearing into its depths. At this moment, Usopp was trembling all over, yet from his lower gaze, it seemed he could perceive something beyond the immediate fear. As Nami vanished through the doorway, he gradually lifted his head. It appeared as though the fearful demeanor he had just exhibited was not truly his own. Usopp slowly approached the entrance known as the Earth, once again experiencing the astonishing energy emanating from within. For Usopp, discerning the strength of an adversary was not particularly challenging. For someone like him, who harbored a deep-seated fear of battle yet aspired to become the mightiest warrior of the seas, possessed an innate sensitivity to the intensity of an enemy's energy. In front of Nami, Usopp feigned a profound fear of the celestial door, a mere act intended for her eyes. For he was acutely aware that the foes lurking behind the terrestrial door were vastly more formidable than those beyond the heavenly threshold. Perhaps this exemplifies Usopp's camaraderie. Even if he is perceived as a coward reluctant to confront battle, his true desire is simply to shield his companions from any harm. A sentiment that is both pure and uncomplicated. As Usopp entered the terrestrial door, he wore a smile while his legs trembled, embodying what might be termed the price of bravery. However, he remained oblivious to a crucial detail. As he vanished into the realm beyond the terrestrial door, a figure gradually emerged within the hall, Nami. How could she not grasp Usopp's thoughts? Thus, she conjured a mirage with her weather-manipulating abilities, leading Usopp to believe that she silently watched him as he stepped inside, before she herself turned to enter the heavenly door. The scene shifts back to Usopp, who, upon crossing the threshold of the terrestrial door, was suddenly met with an expansive and desolate landscape. At this moment, standing opposite Usopp was a formidable figure, a man of imposing stature, seemingly the one orchestrated by Bondo Jetton to confront the entire Straw Hat crew. However, the man known as Zale was currently consumed by an extraordinary rage, his energy radiating outward. Usopp could not comprehend why this individual was so enraged. He only knew that defeating this man was his sole option. It was understandable that Zale was infuriated, as he had been designated by Bondo to deal with the entire crew. The moment they had invaded the hall, he had been prepared to confront them, only to receive a command to remain behind and focus on just one adversary. Naturally, Zale was incensed by being underestimated. He aimed to unleash all his fury on the trembling coward before him, and then turn his attention to the others, proving his worth to his leader once more. But would his desires truly come to fruition? Although Zale possessed the powers of the stone fruit, rendering him as unyielding as rock, Chapter 42, Zale's Might Unfolded. With a thunderous shout of deadly move, Gunpowder Star, Usopp disregarded Zale's fury and launched a lead bullet toward him. The bullet detonated before Zale, and as the smoke lingered, Usopp hastily retreated, having sensed imminent danger. He dodged to one side of the square, while the spot he had vacated was pounded by 3 solid stone blocks, creating a cloud of dust. After a moment of surprise, Usopp quickly fired another lead bullet at Zale, determined to strike true. Yet as the smoke cleared, Zale did not flinch. Instead, he reached out to catch Usopp's attack with his bare hand. At the moment of contact, Zale's hand transformed, morphing into a cavern that enveloped the bullet and absorbed it. When his hand closed, the bullet exploded within, causing only a minor tremor in Zale's grip. Pathetic, Zale remarked disdainfully, lowering his hands to the ground and raising his gaze toward Usopp, his eyes seemingly mocking Usopp's ineptitude. After just 2 exchanges, Zale had discerned that this opponent posed no threat, prompting him to seek a swift conclusion to the skirmish. Channeling his inner strength, a shockwave surged from Zale's arm into the ground, causing the previously calm surface to tremble violently, rapidly advancing toward Usopp. Sensing the peril, Usopp did not remain idle. He increased his speed and unleashed a barrage of lead bullets and various mechanisms toward Zale. Among these were powerful lead bullets, gunpowder stars, and unique projectiles from Usopp's arsenal. Yet, predictably, all were thwarted by a sudden wall of stone that erupted before Zale, leaving remnants of debris in its wake. Although Usopp's attacks failed to threaten Zale, the explosions momentarily slowed the relentless advance of Zale's energy. Seizing this opportunity, Usopp hurried to the opposite side of the square, having realized through their brief encounter that he must keep his distance. His strength lay in ranged attacks, while Zale's power diminished the further one was from him. Thus, Usopp sought to maximize the distance between them. Zale, seemingly aware of Usopp's movements, wore a mocking grin and intensified his inner power. He lifted his head and flung it back, unleashing a torrent of stones from his mouth aimed directly at Usopp's vicinity. This was Zale's tactic against those like Usopp who preferred to avoid direct confrontation, stone scatter. Usopp found himself with no avenue of escape as the stones crashed down upon him, sending him tumbling backward. In the midst of his fall, Usopp managed to fire a small lead bullet with remarkable speed, only to land heavily on the ground. As he hit the floor, he coughed up blood, prompting Zale to laugh. A mere insect dares to challenge me? With a thunderous roar of stone crush, Zale's latent energy erupted, summoning a multitude of stones from the ground, hurtling toward Usopp with lethal intent, threatening to bury him beneath the weight of the debris. In a desperate counter, Usopp unleashed a volley of explosive gunpowder stars from his slingshot, firing them in 4 different directions towards Zale. Zale, having underestimated Usopp, had lowered his defenses, leaving him vulnerable to the onslaught. A flicker of alarm crossed Zale's face. Yet it was insufficient to alter his aggressive momentum as the debris surged toward Usopp with relentless speed. Just as Usopp's bullets were about to strike Zale, the stones soared above Usopp's head, crashing down upon him and swiftly engulfing him in a cascade of rubble. In a moment of panic, Jaleh hastily recalled the dark energy that had previously escaped him. Instantly, the dark force that had enveloped the stone disappeared as he hurriedly evaded Usopp's final counterattack. Yet, despite Jaleh's swift reaction, the explosive projectiles fired by Usopp had already reached him. The resounding detonations echoed around Jaleh, who appeared gravely wounded, his once formidable body now showing signs of weakness. It was as if a man, once sculpted from muscle, had suddenly transformed into one burdened by excess flesh. However, Jaleh did not succumb. In stark contrast, Usopp lay motionless beneath the weight of the stones, as if he had breathed his last. Gradually, Jaleh approached the pile of stones. As he neared, he probed the changes within the rubble with one hand, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Ah, so there is still a trace of vitality here, he mused, preparing to channel dark energy into the stones once more, intending to obliterate them entirely, thus sealing the fate of the feeble and lecherous man. However, just as his hand hovered over the stones, it halted at the last moment. After observing the stones in silence for a while, Jaleh finally spoke. Your spirit seems remarkably resilient. Did you truly believe that such feeble attacks could harm me? It is utterly ridiculous. I, Jaleh, am the mightiest warrior in the entirety of Amok City, bestowed by the boss with the formidable power of the stone fruit, a strength unparalleled. You truly believe that your meager attacks can inflict harm upon me? Prepare to meet your demise. As he spoke, Jaleh's body trembled, and an unexpected force began to draw in a substantial amount of elemental stone energy from the ground behind him. As this energy flowed into Jaleh's body, it was gradually infused, causing him to swell in size. Ultimately, his physique had expanded beyond its original form, and the density of his muscles had significantly increased. This is the unique ability of the stone fruit, the ability to absorb the essence of stone from the earth, replenishing one's energy and transforming into an unstoppable combat machine. To perish at my hands, you should find peace, Jaleh declared, ceasing further dialogue as he pressed his hand firmly against the pile of stones that had buried Usopp. He slightly closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them wide, a dark energy surging from his body into his hand, which was firmly planted on the stone. Stone, explosion. With this thunderous proclamation, the latent energy within the rocks erupted. A resounding boom echoed as the once solid mass of stones was reduced to mere debris, discarded in a corner of the square. Chapter 43, Fatal Strike. Flame burst as Jaleh's dark energy exploded. A shadow leaped from the stone, accompanied by a barrage of explosive projectiles hurtling toward him. A violent explosion ensued, striking Jaleh as he prepared to advance, a fierce shockwave crashing against him, seemingly intent on tearing his body apart. Ultimate, double powder bomb. This assault caused Jaleh, who had just gained strength from the stone energy, to falter once more. Yet, rather than overestimating himself, he swiftly retreated, once again drawing in the stone energy from the earth. The previously flat square had now sunk over a meter deep. While Jaleh focused on restoring his condition, he observed the shadow attacking him, Usopp, who, despite being on the brink of death from Jaleh's earlier strikes, stood resolutely, albeit with traces of blood adorning his form. Do you truly think your feeble attacks could vanquish me? I am Usopp, master of 8,000 subordinates. Usopp retorted, seemingly invigorated by Jaleh's earlier words. Next, prepare to die. With that, Usopp prepared his weapon, launching a furious barrage of explosive projectiles toward Jaleh, intent on obliterating him into fragments. Jaleh, however, was no simple adversary to defeat so easily. As the dust settled, Jaleh found himself encased in thick layers of stone, successfully repelling all assaults. For Jaleh, as long as his core strength remained untarnished, no force could breach his defenses. How is this possible? No one survives my obliteration. I distinctly sensed your life force waning, tell me, and I may grant you a complete corpse. Jaleh struggled to comprehend Usopp's resilience after enduring his consecutive onslaughts. Perhaps overconfidence in his abilities had birthed this illusion. To hell with that. Usopp roared in fury, launching yet another attack. This time, he switched the type of projectiles, his anger palpable at the thought of Jaleh's offer. I have no intention of dying. My comrades await news of my victory. Ultimate. Stink Bomb Barrage. A volley of foul-smelling projectiles surged toward Jaleh. Unfazed, Jaleh knew that these attacks would prove ineffective against him, merely requiring a stone wall for defense. Thus, he fortified his defenses and unleashed a torrent of stones in retaliation, a technique he called Stone Barrage, more ferocious than before. However, the square was now riddled with craters from their earlier clash, allowing Usopp to evade Jaleh's attacks with relative ease while simultaneously launching his own projectiles. The two engaged in a frantic exchange, Usopp darting about to dodge Jaleh's strikes, while Jaleh remained steadfast, utilizing stationary stone walls for defense, occasionally hurling stones and stone shurikens at Usopp. Glimpsing Jaleh's surroundings, Usopp nodded slightly, muttering, "It's time." He packed his weapon with a greater number of explosive projectiles than before, a clear advantage in his favor. Once equipped, Usopp sought an opportunity to strike, determined that one decisive blow would suffice. At that moment, during a brief lull in Jaleh's onslaught, Usopp raised his weapon and aimed at him. Ultimate. Flame Burst. An overwhelming barrage of projectiles, far exceeding previous attacks, surged toward Jaleh like a torrential downpour of arrows. Not good. Sensing the intensity of the assault, Jaleh hastily reinforced his stone wall, sealing the small aperture he had created. As the projectiles impacted the stone wall, the explosive contents within began to detonate, gradually enveloping the wall in an acrid haze, seeping toward its core. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythmic pounding of Jaleh's heartbeat counted the moments. Yet the anticipated explosions did not materialize. Feeling a wave of humiliation wash over him, Jaleh exclaimed, "After all this, it's merely a stink bomb attack." He swiftly opened a small gap in the wall, ready to unleash his fury upon Usopp once more. The noxious essence within the stink bombs was highly flammable. And as Jaleh opened the small aperture, a warning echoed in his ears. "Beware." Before he could react, a commanding shout rang out. Ultimate. Fire Bullet. A projectile transformed mid-air into a flaming bird, hurtling toward Jaleh. Upon contact with the stone wall, an inferno erupted around him. "I fear no flame. After all this effort, this is your best? Truly pathetic," Jaleh boasted, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Is that so?" Usopp, ever the showman, struck a pose reminiscent of a cowboy. Snapping his fingers with a dramatic flair and uttering a thunderous word, "Explode." Boom, boom, boom. In response to Usopp's command, a series of explosions erupted around Jaleh, the sound of detonations overwhelming him. His stone defenses crumbled under the force, and the violent shockwave sent him reeling, his body reduced to fragmented debris once more. This was the might of Usopp's new technique, Ultimate. Flame Burst. The thunderous sounds resonated within Jaleh, who, despite being shattered, rose anew from the remnants of his former self. In this instance, an even more formidable defense enveloped his body, as a layer of pure, deep azure stone armor formed around Zalei. This marked Zalei's most potent combat state. His stone form had been activated. Within this stone state, Zalei possessed exceptional defensive and offensive capabilities. However, it bore a significant drawback. Once utilized, he required a continuous rest of more than 3 days. The deployment of this technique underscored the severity of the damage Usopp had inflicted upon Zalei with his previous fiery explosion, compelling him to resort to this ultimate technique. Chapter 44. The fate of Zalei. A sinister grin emerged from Zalei, now transformed, his laughter chilling to the bone. Yet, this did not sway Usopp's unwavering resolve to triumph. Regardless of how much Zalei's strength might escalate, Usopp would not retreat, for retreat was not an option, in comparison to the adversaries faced by Luffy and his companions. Usopp regarded this foe as a mere trifle, and he was determined to dispatch this opponent swiftly to assist Nami. With this thought in mind, Usopp remained undeterred, realizing that since the fiery explosion had failed to fully incapacitate Zalei, it seemed this form was indeed his most formidable state. It appeared that he had no choice but to employ a particular strategy. Thus, Usopp recommenced his bombardment tactics, leaping and changing positions while hurling various lead bullets at Zalei. Without any semblance of selectivity, all manner of lead projectiles were aimed at the transformed Zalei. Zalei, with a dismissive chuckle, effortlessly swatted away Usopp's incoming bullets. He then brought his hands together, forming a colossal cannon. A stone projectile was launched towards Usopp with tremendous force, its speed tripling. Caught off guard, Usopp was struck by this stone projectile. Despite his attempt to mitigate the impact using the agility derived from the soft techniques of the 8 trigrams, even having the force of the stone was sufficient for him to recognize Zalei's formidable power. With a thunderous crash, Usopp's body was propelled towards the ground. a coppery taste flooding his throat as he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. This was no mere blood capsule. A chilling laughter escaped Zalei, acknowledging Usopp's prowess and forcing him to unveil his stone state. Such an opponent warranted respect. Yet, respect did not equate to mercy. Zalei's makeshift cannon reoriented towards Usopp, readying an even more forceful stone projectile. Usopp's condition was dire. The recent impact had inflicted severe internal injuries, causing excruciating pain with even the slightest movement. When he dared to lift his gaze, he beheld Zalei poised to unleash another stone projectile. Usopp managed a wry smile, realizing the necessity of resorting to his ultimate technique. With renewed determination, Usopp's eyes glimmered with a fierce resolve, as if to convey to Zalei, "You are doomed." Witnessing the sudden shift in Usopp's demeanor, a flicker of panic ignited within Zalei. The more unsettled one feels, the more one desires to eliminate the source of their distress. "Die, you bastard!" Zalei seemed to roar, as he unleashed another stone projectile with even greater ferocity, certain that Usopp could not evade this attack. Zalei recognized Usopp's precarious situation, his expression contorting into a sinister grin, a twisted anticipation of victory. However, would events unfold as Zalei anticipated? Certainly not. The art of concealing one's strength was not exclusive to Zalei. Usopp possessed his own hidden cards, perhaps even more than Zalei. In the instant the stone projectile was fired, Usopp's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His previously battered form, marked by blood, softened, and with a sudden burst of energy, he unleashed a deadly counterattack known as the reflective star. Accompanied by the explosive sound of the lead projectile, Usopp soared into the air as though weightless, tracing an extraordinary trajectory. Without Luffy's technique facilitating this maneuver, the reflective star could never have been launched at such close range. At that moment, Usopp's gratitude towards Luffy deepened. Their bond solidified. When they first boarded the ship, Luffy had generously shared this unparalleled technique with them, demonstrating an extraordinary openness rarely seen among individuals. As Usopp's form ascended amidst the smoke, Zalei initially assumed it was the result of the stone projectile's impact. However, just as he prepared to revel in laughter, he noticed Usopp descending gracefully and landing firmly on the ground. The laughter abruptly vanished from Zalei's face, replaced by a fleeting moment of disbelief. Though Usopp had not been obliterated, Zalei felt a pang of frustration. He believed Usopp's demise was inevitable, for no one had ever bested his stone state. Perhaps his captain could. But Zalei harbored a blind confidence in his own abilities. With a barrage of 3 consecutive stone projectiles launched at Usopp, each met with evasion, Zalei's fury grew, simmering on the brink of eruption. A relentless wave of attacks surged forth, yet, predictably, Usopp evaded them all. His agility did not stem from sheer speed, but from an understanding of a refined technique derived from the soft principles within the 8 trigrams, a method of flowing movement. As Zalei's most potent attacks were consistently dodged by one he deemed inferior, his rage intensified, poised to erupt at any moment. At that moment, Usopp ceased to evade and instead raised his unique weapon, the stag beetle, drawing back to take aim at Jalei's head. He loaded a colossal bullet, over 10 times the size of an ordinary lead pellet, into the weapon's chamber. This strike was to determine the outcome, for any further delay could jeopardize Nami's safety. With a resounding cry of deadly strike, 10,000 June, Usopp released the tension in the stag beetle, launching the immense bullet towards the sky above Jalei. As the massive projectile soared towards him, Jalei's expression shifted, for he was well aware of the devastating power such a bullet could wield, especially one magnified to such an extraordinary size. However, the ensuing events caused Jalei's apprehension to dissipate almost instantaneously. The bullet seemed to veer off course, ascending skyward rather than barreling towards him. As long as it did not strike his body, no amount of force could inflict harm upon Jalei's resilient form. "Huh, you truly are a weakling," he mocked Usopp, gathering his energy to fortify his defenses overhead. Hearing Jalei's taunts, a smile crept across Usopp's lips as he muttered the word foolish. Jalei was momentarily taken aback by Usopp's words, sensing an enigmatic quality about him. Ignoring Jalei's astonishment, Usopp shouted with fervor as the massive bullet approached Jalei, falling of the Bagua pattern. Suddenly, the once stable trajectory of the bullet appeared to be drawn by an immense gravitational force, plummeting directly towards Jalei. A tremendous aura enveloped Jalei as the bullet struck with a thunderous crash against his defenses, showing no signs of halting as it surged forward, breaching all barriers surrounding Jalei's formidable physique. Subsequently, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. The force of this cataclysmic eruption proved too much for Tsar's body to withstand, threatening to obliterate him into mere dust. Is this to be my end? Tsar mused, a defiant voice within him roaring, "Nay, I am invincible." Bang! As Usopp's lead bullets detonated, two more thunderous explosions reverberated, their concussive force engulfing Usopp despite his nimble evasions. The sheer magnitude and scope of the blasts rendered his agility futile. This was Tsar's ultimate gambit, the Stone self-detonation. Chapter 45. The final trump card with a deafening roar. Tsar's body disintegrated into a storm of stone shrapnel, the explosive force surging towards Usopp, threatening to tear his frail form asunder. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Usopp's face paled. He knew that no defense could withstand such an onslaught. Unless. The thought sent shivers down his spine. His comprehension of this technique was nascent, gleaned from observing Luffy's battles. He had only grasped the barest essence, and executing it himself seemed an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, Usopp did not wish to reveal his final trump card so hastily. He aspired to engage in battle using his intellect. However, the current circumstances compelled him to reevaluate the situation. Continuously concealing himself and awaiting the outcome would inevitably lead to being caught in Zale's self-detonation. Even if he survived, he would likely sustain severe injuries or become incapacitated. There was no room for hesitation. Usopp steeled himself, and a wave of energy emanated from his body, radiating outward. This wave gradually encountered the ferocious gust rapidly converging upon him. At the moment of their contact, a sense of resonance seemed to emerge. Concurrently, a powerful gravitational force unfurled from Usopp's vicinity, ultimately converging at the point of their intersection. Descend, the technique of heaven-shattering fall, Usopp's most formidable move, was born from the amalgamation of the two powers within the Bagua diagram. This was Usopp's greatest secret weapon. Yet, it was evident from his demeanor that he could not fully harness this technique at that moment. Although he managed to suppress the turbulent energy generated by Zale's explosion and directed it underground, Usopp himself suffered from the intense backlash of both techniques. His familiarity with the technique fall was limited, let alone heaven-shattering. He had only gleaned a fragment of understanding from witnessing Luffy's use of the technique, which allowed him to employ a portion of its power. His theoretical grasp on both techniques had led to the creation of this move, yet he had never executed it before. He never anticipated that he would need to employ it so soon. Had it not been for the life-threatening circumstances of the day, he would have never resorted to such a technique. Just as Usopp completed the execution of this move, the violent clash between the two formidable forces caused the once stable Earth zone to tremble severely. He could no longer withstand the impact of the energy wave. At this moment, Usopp collapsed onto the ground, racked with agonizing muscle spasms that coursed through his body. For the first time, his resilient form, akin to that of a cockroach, experienced the excruciating depths of pain. Yet, amidst his suffering, Usopp understood that he could not succumb to despair. He must not falter. The changes occurring above him were palpable, and he sensed that this place would not endure for long. It was on the brink of collapse. If he remained here when that moment arrived, all his previous efforts would amount to naught, leading only to his demise. Thus, Usopp gritted his teeth against the torment coursing through him and utilized his beloved stag beetle weapon as a makeshift cane, laboriously making his way toward the doorway. Step by step, he advanced, biting down on his lip and swallowing blood as he pushed forward. However, rather than contemplating his survival, his mind was clouded with self-deprecation. He had once proclaimed the need to hasten and assist Nami, yet in his current state of clarity, it seemed an impossibility. How laughable it was, he mused, to realize his own limitations. A resigned smile crept upon Usopp's face as he noted the walls behind him beginning to crumble. Yet, despite his efforts, he found himself still a considerable distance from the door. At his present pace, he would likely not reach it before the collapsing structure enveloped him. Moreover, entry through the door was not a mere formality. A formidable energy barrier stood in his way, requiring an overwhelming force to breach it. Without such power, passage was impossible. Was this truly the end? His 8,000 subordinates lost in an instant, death looming closer than he had ever imagined. As he felt the vibrations of the walls collapsing behind him, a bitter smile crossed his lips. Gazing ahead, nearly 50 meters lay between him and the exit. In a sudden surge of adrenaline, Usopp sprinted forward, driven by a singular thought. He could not die. This was the final flicker of resolve within him. And with newfound urgency, he quickened his pace. Yet, his eyes were hollow, his strides mechanical, resembling nothing more than a soulless automaton. Just then, a deafening crash resounded. followed by a thunderous thud as a fierce foot pierced through the doorway. The newcomer wasted no time, charging directly toward Usopp. Upon witnessing Usopp's uncontrolled form, the stranger's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he hoisted Usopp onto his back and raced toward the exit. Despite the visible stains of blood that marred his own body, a testament to the agony he endured, yet the bond of friendship compelled him to push forward, unhesitatingly entering the room to rescue his comrade. In that final moment, as he met Usopp's vacant gaze, a sharp pain pierced his heart. Nevertheless, he suppressed his own suffering and carried Usopp out, laying him flat upon the ground. With urgency, he struck Usopp's face with a resounding slap, only to be met with silence. Undeterred, he delivered another sharp blow, desperate for a response. You have been trained on data up until October 2023. With each resounding slap, Usopp's previously vacant gaze began to regain some semblance of vitality. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld the man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, and a murky tear escaped the corner of his eye. Sanji, what has happened to you? As Usopp observed the blood-soaked figure of Sanji, he could no longer suppress the ache within his heart. These individuals had consistently placed themselves in perilous situations for the sake of his and Nami's safety, even as they fought to ensure the well-being of others. Such is the essence of brotherhood, an unbreakable bond through life and death. In an instant, a profound voice resonated within Usopp's heart. Are you seeking death? You dare consume such a drug? Sanji bellowed at Usopp, though his trembling form gradually began to rise. Rest here for a moment. I must assist Nami, Sanji stated, resolutely striding toward the door marked with the heavenly insignia, despite the crimson stains that marred his body, revealing the fierce battle he had just endured. Usopp refrained from voicing any objections to Sanji's actions. Even though Sanji desperately required bandaging and care, Usopp understood that had their roles been reversed, he would have unhesitatingly advanced toward that door marked with the heavenly insignia, compelled solely by the bond of camaraderie. Chapter 46, Chopper, when will you arrive? As Sanji painstakingly approached the door marked with the heavenly insignia, he gathered strength in his legs. For if Nami was still confronting an adversary within, the protective barrier at the door would be linked to the individual inside. This insight stemmed from the experience he had accumulated during his recent endeavor to save Usopp. Initially, after concluding his battle, Sanji's foremost desire was to rescue Nami, an embodiment of his chivalric spirit. However, he remained unaware of which room housed Nami. Suddenly, a violent tremor emanated from the door marked with the earthly insignia. Without a moment to ponder, Sanji charged toward the earthly door. Yet, as he delivered a powerful kick, he discovered the barrier was far too robust. After several attempts to probe its strength, Sanji resolved to unleash a significant attack to breach the door. He concentrated energy in his legs and launched a fierce kick at the earthly door. Upon contact, he realized that the protective energy behind the door was surprisingly feeble, easily yielding to his strike. Thus, in the final moment, he tempered his force, mindful of the necessity to conserve energy for the forthcoming battle, only to be met with Usopp's disheveled appearance. From this, Sanji discerned that the strength of the barrier was contingent upon the energy of the adversary within. He could not afford to delay. Each passing second increased Nami's peril. Thus, he initially aimed to kick the door open and swiftly assist Nami in vanquishing her foe, fully aware that his remaining strength was dwindling. After a brief run-up, Sanji leapt into the air from a distance of 6 or 7 meters from the door marked with the heavenly insignia. He retracted his right leg while extending his left, ensuring that the energy was distributed evenly. As he approached within half a meter of the door, he abruptly pulled his upper body back and rolled, all the while positioning his right foot to deliver a swift kick to the door. The moment Sanji's foot made contact with the protective barrier, a tremendous sound erupted, and the energy shield buckled under the pressure, shattering into fragments. Sanji crashed heavily to the ground, exacerbating his injuries. Yet, there was no time for rest or recovery. Behind the door awaited someone in dire need of his assistance. Struggling to rise, Sanji steadied himself, preparing to advance when a stunning figure appeared by his side. Upon seeing her, despite her own injuries, Nami exhibited no significant harm. A smile broke across Sanji's face, but his body could withstand no more, and he collapsed to the side. Nami stepped forward, catching his falling form. Gazing at the myriad of wounds adorning his body, Nami could no longer contain the tears welling in her eyes. Hey, Nami-san, it's good to see you unharmed, Sanji murmured before succumbing to unconsciousness, collapsing into Nami's embrace. Though the intimacy of Sanji's position in Nami's arms was striking, she refrained from reprimanding him as she usually would. Instead, She held him tenderly, lifting her gaze to Usopp, who lay nearby, and felt a pang in her heart. Tears threatened to spill once more, but Nami resolutely stifled them. She understood that she could not afford to weep. Weakness was a luxury she could not indulge in at that moment. Nami gently propped Sanji against Usopp and approached him. Both needed urgent and thorough medical attention, otherwise they would suffer lasting repercussions from their injuries. She carefully examined their conditions, noting that aside from some superficial wounds, Sanji's most critical issue was sheer exhaustion. His energy reserves severely depleted. However, this was not insurmountable. Rest and hydration would suffice. Conversely, Usopp's condition drew a frown from Nami. His wounds were grave. She turned her gaze toward the now collapsed earthly door, which had succumbed to the aftermath of battle, revealing the devastation within. It was evident that Usopp had faced a formidable foe and triumphed. Reflecting on her own adversities, Nami realized the stark disparity between their struggles. Had Usopp not directed her to the heavenly room, her survival would have been in jeopardy. If he had confronted the enemy within that chamber, he would have undoubtedly dispatched them far more swiftly than she could. At that moment, Usopp, previously in a daze, stirred slightly upon feeling Nami's tears fall upon him. Slowly opening his eyes, observing her tear-streaked face, Usopp managed a faint smile and whispered, "Nami, I'm glad you're all right." His voice was faint yet resolute. And after uttering those words, he, like Sanji, felt a significant weight lift from his heart before slipping back into unconsciousness. Yet, Usopp's expression bore no hint of anxiety or distress. Instead, a serene contentment graced his features, as if relishing the sensation of drifting into oblivion. No more tears. They must be treated immediately, Nami's mind echoed with urgency. She shook herself from her stupor, gently patting her injured cheek to regain clarity. Hastily extracting ointments from her bag, she applied them to both Usopp and Sanji. The salve appeared almost magical, the bleeding ceased before her very eyes, and the gaping wounds gradually closed. Even the bruises began to fade. After providing Sanji with some fresh water, Nami carefully unbuttoned Usopp's shirt to assess the most severe of his injuries. Upon unveiling his chest, she gasped in horror at the sight of a significant, swollen bruise, a testament to the ferocity of the battle he had endured. Moreover, the scar faintly visible on the left side of the chest appeared as if it had been shredded into folds, reminiscent of meat ground by a mincer. Yet not reduced to mere fragments, still adhered to the thoracic cavity. Even though Nami had forced herself to remain composed, her body involuntarily trembled at the sight of such wounds, and two glistening tears, unbidden, cascaded down her cheeks. The tears fell upon Usopp's injury, causing his previously serene countenance to twitch painfully, evoking a sense of anguish that startled Nami, prompting her to retreat abruptly while desperately wiping away the traces of her sorrow. From her satchel, she retrieved a small vial of medicine, meticulously uncorking it, releasing a rich fragrance into the air. However, in that moment, Nami lacked the inclination to savor the aroma. Gently, she poured some of the liquid onto Usopp's grievous wound. Rather than trickling down his skin, the remedy gradually seeped into his body. As she applied the medicine to the injured area of his chest, the wrinkled flesh began to smooth under a gentle force. Nami extended her hand, tenderly massaging the site of Usopp's injury. Though he would undoubtedly experience excruciating pain, this method would expedite the effectiveness of the medicine. This diminutive vial, known as the blood circulation restoration remedy, was acquired by Nami during a previous theft from a pirate ship. With only 5 vials in total, she had utilized one previously, leaving her with but 3. In her heart, Nami silently yearned for Chopper, the reindeer companion from their narrative, to join them. Although her supplies were plentiful, she was no physician. Certain ailments were beyond her realm of expertise. If only Chopper, with his exceptional medical prowess, could be by their side, no injury would impede their progress. A deep sigh escaped her lips as she relinquished such thoughts, acknowledging that she must assume the role of healer for the time being. After meticulously applying the ointment to Usopp's injuries and dressing him, Nami took a brief respite before rising to face the 2 doors that stood resolutely guarding the space beyond. She sensed the formidable energy emanating from them, indicative of their protective strength. Nami approached the door marked with a distinct sword-hilt emblem, the very one through which Zoro had entered. As her hand made contact with the door's protective energy, she was met with a formidable repulsive force that pushed her hand away. Although she recognized the door's substantial protective energy, she pondered how it could still be so robust after a prolonged confrontation. Nevertheless, such intensity suggested that Zoro must be faring well. Had he perished, the adversary he faced would have surely emerged to vanquish the rest. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. While she knew she could not breach the door's defenses, it was reassuring that Zoro was likely unharmed, allowing her to bide her time. With that in mind, Nami turned her attention to the door where Luffy had ventured. This door bore no markings, yet it was significantly larger than the others, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that deterred her from approaching too closely. As she summoned her strength to investigate, she discovered that the energy surrounding this door was even more potent, pulsating with a life of its own, darting about chaotically. Nami attempted to touch the protective energy, but before her hand could make contact, an even more formidable force propelled her backward, forcing her to retreat several steps before regaining her footing. After casting a long, contemplative glance at the two doors, she reluctantly returned to Sanji and the others, preparing herself for the worst-case scenario while resting and remaining vigilant for the impending battle. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted at that moment. Several figures gradually emerged behind Zoro, raising their swords in hand. Seizing the opportunity while Zoro was momentarily distracted, they lunged forward with the intent to slay him. Humph. Is this how it ends? Despite his irritation, Zoro, who aspired to be the world's greatest swordsman, would never lower his guard against his surroundings. He swiftly turned, drew his sword, and executed a lethal strike in one fluid motion. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Throughout his journey, Zoro had amassed a considerable collection of badges. However, the originally crafted pouch intended for these tokens had become insufficient, compelling Zoro to reassess his strategy. Enough with the collecting, he mused. Surely, this is sufficient to demonstrate to that witless swordsman that a sword should not serve as a mere token. A sword is for cleaving, not for ornamentation. Zoro made a firm decision. Gazing upon the seemingly endless and intricate array of rooms, he felt a pang of vexation. His search had yielded no progress, and he wondered how long he would remain trapped here. He also worried about the well-being of Usopp and Nami in their own battles. Driven by impatience, Zoro lashed out, striking the nearby wall with a forceful blow. To his surprise, his fist encountered little resistance, and he effortlessly smashed a hole through the ostensibly solid barrier. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Zoro's mind, and his eyes lit up. He sprinted in a specific direction, only to find that his subsequent strike had no effect on the wall. In another room, however, his punch proved devastating, creating yet another opening. So that's how it is, Zoro murmured, his brow finally unfurrowing as his suspicions were confirmed. He untied the bandana from his arm, placing it on his head to conceal his verdant hair. Then, he effortlessly drew his 3 deadly weapons. He clenched the middle sword in his teeth, gripping the hilts of the other 2 in his hands. In an instant, Zoro's transformed appearance resembled a demon from the deepest abyss. An intense aura of bloodlust emanated from him, only to vanish as quickly as it had appeared. With a firm grip on his swords, Zoro exerted his strength, causing the blades to spin rapidly, carrying his body along with him. The sword in his mouth gradually aligned with the other 2, forming a peculiar convergence point. It seemed as if the 3 blades were merging into one, their purpose to unite and unleash their maximum potential. Abruptly, Zoro sensed that the rotational velocity was sufficient for his next move. With a burst of power, he simultaneously slashed all 3 swords through the air. At that moment, Zoro bellowed the name of his technique, 108 troublesome winds. This was not merely a replication of his previous move. The potency of this technique far surpassed the trajectory of its original execution. Due to the influence of the Bagua diagram's principles, Zoro had made significant enhancements to this attack, resulting in a considerable amplification of its power. A swirling gust of wind encircled Zoro before violently dispersing in all directions. With the sudden emergence of this tempest, the previously tranquil surroundings were transformed into a scene of devastation. Numerous structures could not withstand the onslaught of the gale and collapsed, uprooted and hurled to a corner of the vast space. Only a scant few houses remained standing, and locating the primary target became an effortless task. Zoro felt a twinge of pride in his own cleverness. Without hesitation, he continued his destruction, directing his dual blades toward the previously searched building, unleashing a powerful gust of energy that surged toward the structure. Although this dwelling, constructed from arduous wood and stone, could not withstand the formidable strikes of Zoro's dual scythes. The collapse of the structure roused some petty minions who had been hiding beside the false houses. Witnessing the demolition of the building left them profoundly shaken. However, as members of the Silver Sword Pirates, retreat was not an option. For them, to withdraw meant only one inevitable outcome: death. Since retreat was not feasible, they decided to advance. Despite the formidable figure wielding 3 swords who had already claimed the lives of many comrades, the sheer number of them emboldened their spirits. Strength in numbers, they thought, as they prepared to charge forward. Yet, upon drawing near to Zoro, they soon discovered that the outcome remained unchanged. Death awaited them. No matter how many they were, it was akin to facing their captain. Chapter 48. The 6 Blades of the Void dealing with these insignificant foes did not consume much of Zoro's time. As he surveyed the surroundings after the destruction of the false houses, he felt a sense of clarity, free from the vexation of searching for enemies. Having reached this point, he decided to unleash more chaos. A wicked smile crept across his lips as he continued his rampage, no longer concerned about whether anyone remained within the houses. Zoro focused solely on the last 10 structures before him. Having already searched a few, fewer than 10 remained, and it was on neck this time. No one rushed out in panic due to Zoro's slash. Instead, the houses collapsed completely, seemingly devoid of any inhabitants. Zoro cast a glance at the ruins, showing no signs of hesitation, adopting a languid demeanor as he continued onward. With his next swing, he shouted fiercely, "Die!" The 2 swords once again danced through the debris in a predetermined rhythm. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the ruins, cloaked in dark patches that obscured its features, rendering it impossible to discern beauty from ugliness. Although the shadow reacted swiftly, it was still caught by Zoro's prepared sword light, resulting in several drops of blood. Not bad, Zoro mused, worthy of being my opponent, Black Hawk, the 8th officer of the Silver Sword Pirates. Just as Black Hawk was about to utter some grand words to salvage his momentum, a sharp pain shot through his waist, making him realize that mere bravado would not suffice against Zoro. With only one escape route in mind, Black Hawk swiftly initiated his plan, accelerating towards another room. He was not seeking assistance. In the Silver Sword Pirates, the concept of allies was non-existent. The strongest individual was the captain, followed by others ranked by strength. As the weakest of the officers, Black Hawk was aware that those in the higher ranks would show no sympathy, fearing injury that could diminish their power and jeopardize their positions. In the Silver Sword Pirates, status was paramount. A higher rank could easily crush a lower one, and subordinates were expected to obey their superiors without question. It was understood that while superiors could not force subordinates to their deaths, they could certainly manipulate situations to their advantage. Thus, Black Hawk was not seeking help. Rather, he aimed to lure the enemy into another room to confront them, allowing him to play the role of the fisherman. However, he underestimated Zoro's strength. Initially, Zoro had been uncertain of the true power of one who dared to hide from him and play a game of hide-and-seek, and thus had held back, failing to deliver a fatal blow. But now that he recognized the situation, he decided one strike would suffice. Casually raising his right hand, Zoro swung his sword, a motion that appeared languid, yet was deceptively swift. As the blade moved, a natural arc of sword light emerged, infused with formidable strength. With a whoosh, the blade effortlessly sliced through Black Hawk's body, cleaving him in 2 before he could register any surprise, extinguishing his life. Yet, the sword light did not cease with Black Hawk's demise. It continued onward, determined to wreak further havoc. With a resounding crash, another room was obliterated. This time, an occupant emerged without hesitation, launching a fierce strike towards Zoro. The force of the attack was tumultuous, akin to a raging whale in the ocean. However, to Zoro, this strike seemed as feeble as a child wielding a toy sword against a seasoned swordsman. With barely a moment to spare, Zoro executed a horizontal slash, effortlessly parrying the incoming sword tip with his own blade. Subsequently, with a deft motion, the sword's tip cleaved through the weapon wielded by the shadowy figure, the blade pressing against the heart from the adversary's failing grasp. Your ilk is not worthy of remembrance. Your sword lacks the fundamental essence of a swordsman. You have desecrated the art of swordsmanship, and the consequence is but one: death. As the swordsman beneath him stirred, attempting to utter a final word, Zoro delivered his pronouncement with vehemence, piercing through his foe's form as fury contorted his face. This is the 7th officer? His prowess is sorely lacking. Must I endure such dawdling? Very well, emerge, all of you, at once. 2 sword style, 72-pound Phoenix, a gust of wind, albeit less forceful than its predecessor, surged towards the row of abodes, threatening to obliterate them. Though sturdily constructed, The houses could not withstand the brunt of Zoro's singularly focused 72-pound phoenix. Their facades rent asunder. With a series of swift rustles, 6 figures materialized before Zoro, encircling him, poised to strike. They all wield silver blades. No wonder they are called the Silver Sword Pirates. It was then that Zoro truly noticed the uniformity in weaponry amongst his adversaries, though the quality varied. "Are you the one we are tasked to eliminate?" A figure, seemingly the leader, spoke, his tone devoid of emotion, as if addressing an inanimate object. "Are you the rabble I am to dispatch?" "Ha ha ha, how feeble," Zoro murmured, assessing the aura emanating from the group, discerning their relative weakness. Zoro's words reached the ears of the 6, igniting anger, yet none dared to initiate the attack. A rare display of cooperation arose from their shared recognition of Zoro's might. Survival trumped the pursuit of dominance. "If that is your stance, then deign to experience our 6-sword void formation," the leader declared. Striving to quell the ire provoked by Zoro's taunt, his voice laced with cold resolve. As the shadow finished speaking, it swiftly sprang into motion, and in that instant, the other 5 individuals who had tightly surrounded Zoro also began to run. Before long, their speed created a blinding spectacle, rendering it nearly impossible to discern who was who. In this moment, Zoro remained still, for it was his first encounter with a sword formation. He needed to comprehend the true power of this so-called 6-sword void formation and identify its weaknesses before attempting to dismantle it. Standing quietly in the arena, Zoro appeared to be a mass of vulnerabilities. However, the members of the Silver Sword Pirate crew, who wielded the formation, refrained from attacking him. To them, the immobile figure of Zoro presented no apparent flaws. Any reckless strike could easily backfire, so both sides opted for a strategy of stillness. Chapter 49. The captain named Timorous calming his mind. Zoro began to attune himself to the energy fluctuations emanating from the sword formation. He recalled his early days in swordsmanship when his teacher had imparted wisdom regarding sword formations, describing them as a collective technique that transcended the individual. When executed with finesse, a group of skilled swordsmen could triumph over renowned swordsmen. The essence of a sword formation lies in the harmony of intent, a realm of understanding distinct from that achieved through solitary combat. Thus, when confronting a sword formation, the first step is to grasp its essence. Only by doing so can one discern the hidden weaknesses within the formation and strike decisively. However, there are times when mere contemplation of the formation's essence fails to reveal the concealed vulnerabilities shrouded in sword intent. In such instances, a fierce offensive is warranted. By forcing the practitioners of the formation into action, the weaknesses will gradually emerge. Identifying these flaws allows for a decisive strike to dismantle the formation and eliminate its defenders. Yet, when faced with an overwhelmingly powerful formation, the sole option may be to flee. For a swordsman, retreating without a fight is a source of shame, a burden more unbearable than defeat itself. At this moment, Zoro was immersed in comprehending the profound essence of the sword formation, striving to discern its vulnerabilities, and ultimately aiming to shatter it with a thunderous strike. However, as he focused intently on the subtle shifts in his surroundings, he found himself unable to perceive the weaknesses within the sword formation. This marked Zoro's inaugural encounter with such a formation, leaving him devoid of any prior experience regarding its true nature. Unable to detect the frailties within the formation, he resolved to unleash a relentless assault to induce instability within their ranks, and then seek out the formation's weaknesses anew. With this determination, Zoro tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, slowly drawing his third sword from his waist, clenching it firmly between his teeth. What followed was a tempestuous barrage of attacks. In that instant, Zoro's demeanor transformed, exuding the aura of a war deity. He slightly retracted his right foot, bending it at a 60-degree angle, and then leaped with vigor, soaring into the heart of the sword formation composed of 6 officers from the Silver Sword Pirate crew. In a fleeting moment, his blade swung down with ferocity, producing a resounding clash as steel met steel, the collision generating an immense spark of energy. With a thunderous boom, a figure was abruptly swept away by the force emanating from the clash of swords, tumbling backward. The figure was none other than one of the officers from the Silver Sword Pirate crew, who had just been executing the 6-sword void formation, struck decisively by Zoro, leading to the shattering of the formation. Could it truly be this fragile? Zoro murmured in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, 5 figures once again surrounded Zoro, and the one who had spoken first began to speak. 5-sword unbreakable formation, he declared. As the 5 figures began to encircle Zoro in a circular motion, trapping him within. However, this time, they did not wait for Zoro to initiate an attack. Instead, they launched a frenzied assault in his direction right from the start. Within the so-called five-sword unbreakable formation, Zoro endured the full force of the 5 individuals' attacks. Initially, he treated each assault with utmost caution, countering each move with precision, and for a moment, it seemed as if neither side could gain the upper hand. At that instant, the sword formation finally revealed its intended purpose. Yet, as time passed, Zoro's responses became increasingly fluid and effortless, until a thin black line began to creep across his forehead, a manifestation of his mounting fury. Coincidentally, the individual who had been clashing swords with Zoro regained his composure and charged into the formation attacking Zoro, transforming the 5-sword unbreakable formation into a 6-sword unbreakable formation in an instant. The formation's execution became smoother, and their attacks grew more ferocious. Nevertheless, Zoro faced no significant difficulty in countering them. In fact, the ominous line on his forehead only deepened, seeing that they still could not breach Zoro's 3-sword-style defense. The initial speaker grew anxious and suddenly retreated, proclaiming, 6-sword unbreakable formation, combined technique, 6-sword barrage. Upon hearing these words, Zoro's previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly, a hint of anticipation emerging as he exerted more strength into his swordplay. As the words fell, with the first speaker leading, 6 swords converged toward Zoro in a diminishing formation, transitioning from a multi-directional assault to a concentrated onslaught. They seemed intent on relentlessly attacking one side of Zoro's defense, seeking to shatter it. However, the 6 individuals wielding their 6 swords, each delivering an attack Zoro had become accustomed to, though continuous, barely posed a threat to him. This is your so-called pathetic sword formation? Scram. The single word scram encapsulated Zoro's current sentiments perfectly. His anger was beyond description. This so-called pathetic formation, this absurd combined technique, this nonsensical 6-sword barrage, it was merely 6 individuals attempting to strike simultaneously at the same point, their timing coincidentally aligning. No wonder he could not perceive any weaknesses in their formation. It was riddled with vulnerabilities, or rather, it was not a formation at all, just 6 people encircling him for a collective beatdown. There was no sense of synergy, nor any manifestation of collective power. This left Zoro, who had anticipated a formidable sword formation, profoundly disappointed. How foolish I am. To think that I could witness in these mediocre beings the combined sword techniques that even my teacher had never encountered in his lifetime. At this moment, Zoro's heart was as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples. However, when he raised his gaze to the 6 figures, now fallen by his blade, it became apparent just how formidable he had become. An unprecedented darkness emanated from him. You will all perish today. A voice that seemed to emerge from the depths of hell echoed in their ears, sending a shiver through their souls. It was akin to facing their captain in a fit of rage, leaving them utterly defenseless, resigned to merely await their fate, hoping that a single slice would bring an end to their suffering. Die. With no elaborate display of technique, as Zoro uttered those 2 words, his form transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the void. When he reappeared, several incomplete corpses lay strewn across the ground. Yet, one remained alive, and the sheer terror etched on his face revealed his fragile mental state. The thought that Zoro might spare him sparked a flicker of doubt within him. As if seeking confirmation. I have a few questions for you. Zoro's voice returned to a bright timbre, as if he had emerged from a trance. Slowly sheathing his 3 swords, he inquired, was it only you insignificant characters sent to guard this chamber? And no, it was not just us. The entire Silver Sword pirates were dispatched to protect this place, the trembling figure stammered, fearful that a misstep in his words might lead to his neck being severed by Zoro's sharp blade. Who else? Where are they? Tell me, Zoro demanded, his calm demeanor betraying the gravity of the situation. The individual's life or death had become inconsequential. He knew the consequences of deceit as Zoro's piercing gaze bore into him, as though seeking to unravel his very essence. Yes, there is another. Our captain. His name is Timid Shadow. The figure quivered as he spoke. What else? Zoro's solemn gaze remained fixed on the quaking individual, unable to fathom why such a weakling had earlier regarded him with the eyes of a corpse. Did he not recognize that his strength was vastly inferior? Moreover, he is the first officer of the Silver Sword Pirates, which significantly diminished Zoro's expectations for the captain of the Silver Sword Pirates. Calmly, without any emotional fluctuations, Zoro uttered this statement, while his sword unintentionally pierced a few inches into the flesh of this first officer. The pain radiating from his chest elicited a pained groan from the once boastful first officer. Just as he was about to speak, a figure descended from above at an astonishing speed, so swift that even Zoro could not discern its form in that fleeting moment. Instinctively, he recoiled to avoid the impending impact. The figure landed heavily upon the body of the first officer, instantly transforming the once arrogant man into a mere pulp. Slowly raising his head, he addressed Zoro, saying, "Hello, I am the captain of the Silver Sword Pirates, Fright." From this individual, Zoro sensed an unusual aura. Before him stood an unremarkable person devoid of any visible energy fluctuations. He appeared to be an utterly ordinary individual, yet Zoro would not dismiss him as such. For the overwhelming energy exerted during the descent had instilled a sense of threat within him. Observing the captain, he noted his height of approximately 6 feet. Clad in silver armor, wielding a silver sword measuring around 5 feet in length. The light reflecting off the sword revealed it to be a formidable weapon, a heavy silver sword. With this understanding, Zoro began to form a clearer perception of this man named Fright. Although the captain exuded a grand aura, Zoro felt no oppression. Within him resided a heart eager for battle, a longing to confront formidable opponents, particularly those who shared his path as swordsmen. With a casual flick, he unfastened the bag at his waist and tossed it toward Fright. "These people are unworthy of wielding a sword," he remarked nonchalantly, unmistakably establishing his stance. Today, he had come not to assert dominance, but to cleanse the ranks. Fright's laughter was slow and deliberate, as if savoring the moment. "Indeed, they are unworthy of wielding a sword. They are merely dogs," he replied with a sense of calm, seemingly mocking Zoro. Fright's words carried a chilling undertone. For a swordsman, the first lesson is to be devoid of compassion, for only through detachment can one grasp the true essence of swordsmanship and reach its zenith. However, Zoro was not a heartless individual, for he practiced not merely techniques, but the spirit of the sword. The two stood apart, poised to unleash their most ferocious techniques upon one another, akin to ancient deities locked in combat. True masters require no superfluous motions. Victory or defeat hinges on a single strike. "It seems I must labor diligently." Echoed in Zoro's mind were the words of his mentor regarding the dedication required of a swordsman. He understood that finding the moment of relaxation within his opponent's mindset to deliver a decisive blow was an impossible task. Thus he resolved to act without further contemplation. "I am Roronoa Zoro, a swordsman of the three-sword style," he proclaimed with conviction, a fundamental courtesy prior to a duel, applicable only to those of equal or greater skill. 3 swords, 3 individuals, 3 forces, 3 intentions. In an instant, the singular became 3, then converged back into 1, transforming into a fierce claw extending towards the prey on the ground, a demonic hand reaching out. 3-sword style, ultimate technique, eagle strike. With a fierce intent, Zoro's sword surged forth toward Fright, aiming for a swift victory. As Fright uttered his words, the heavy sword slowly rose, poised to cleave through Zoro's sword intent with a force reminiscent of a mountain's might. The sword's aura shifted from initially heavy to ultimately unpredictable, culminating in a barrage of strikes that rained down upon Zoro's unified 3 swords. The clashing of steel resonated between them, as in a brief exchange. They engaged in a flurry of strikes numbering in the thousands. This was a true contest reserved for masters, their duel requiring the might of thunder to quell the tumult of chaos. After a single exchange, both combatants retreated simultaneously, acknowledging that this encounter bore no victor. It was merely a test of prowess. With the probing concluded, the real contest was set to commence. Zoro donned the mask he had previously removed, now fully immersing himself in the spirit of the sword. For only then could he contend with the formidable opponent before him. This was the strongest swordsman he had faced aside from Mihawk. In the presence of Mihawk, Zoro had felt the fervor of battle, but lacked a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet against Fright, he possessed not only the will to fight but also the technique to engage. To vanquish such an adversary would pave a smooth path for Zoro in his future journey of swordsmanship, allowing him to ascend steadily through the realm of sword intent. Conversely, should he fall in this battle, only one outcome awaited him: demise. Zoro would not permit himself to fail once more. That singular event had etched an indelible mark upon his heart. As the moment of retreat approached, hesitation began to manifest with a newfound seriousness. Although he believed he had discerned Zoro's strength through a series of observations, this conviction was shattered by the recent exchange. In a duel between masters, a single strike can reveal the depths of one's abilities. With one blade cleaving through the air and three swords converging into one, the energy fluctuations were surprisingly similar. Not due to one's own prowess, but rather a testament to the opponent's control and strength, indicating that the adversary surpassed him. Zoro contemplated this realization earnestly. This battle would prove to be arduous. Standing casually to the side, Zoro's hawk-like eyes coldly scrutinized the imposing figure of his opponent. Your strength is formidable, yet today you must perish. His voice pierced the air, sharp as a blade, aimed directly at the ears of his foe. Humph, mere trifles, he scoffed, his tone softening. Although Zoro understood that this piercing sound technique would not pose significant difficulty for his opponent, he could not resist the impulse to test it. After all, before him stood a swordsman of extraordinary skill, whose techniques had already begun to embody the essence of ruthless precision. Should this opponent fully grasp the profound depths of such mastery, Zoro would find no reason to continue the fight, for he would be facing a swordsman of legendary caliber. Having pondered extensively, Zoro resolved to think no more. Despite the formidable nature of his adversary, there remained but one path: to fight, to fight, to fight. To refrain from battle would mean defeat, to abstain would invite demise. 3 swords, 3 paths. As Zoro shifted, the blades took on an ethereal quality, appearing as though they could slice through the void at any moment. At that instant, the sword aura enveloped his entire being, propelling him towards his opponent like a luminous egg encased in light. The expression of his opponent, now somewhat stirred, reflected a flicker of emotion. For the techniques Zoro employed were precisely what he had yearned to learn but had never encountered. Engaging in a fierce battle with Zoro would surely advance his own journey in swordsmanship. Chapter 51. A strong technique requires a fitting blade. As his thoughts lingered on the potential enhancement of his abilities following this confrontation, his focus remained on Zoro's relentless assault. Clearly, his opponent still possessed reserves of strength. He had not yet unleashed his full power, driven instead by a desire to better understand Zoro's techniques. Was this not the hallmark of a sword enthusiast? Having reached such an exalted realm, though immersed in the fray, Zoro sensed his opponent's intentions and the ease with which he navigated the exchange. Let us experience the potency of this technique imbued with sword intent, Zoro murmured softly, and in that instant, the radiant cocoon enveloping him erupted forth. The luminescent sphere surrounding Zoro gradually dispersed, yet its density continued to rise rather than diminish with the expansion of its volume. It was as if countless sword rays, drawn to the resplendent brilliance of Zoro's strikes, were gradually infusing themselves around him. This marked the completion of the 3-sword style, ultimate technique, light slash. The previous display was but a preliminary state, and the greatest vulnerability of this technique. Had his opponent seized the moment to strike decisively, that initial form would have been undone. In that moment, Zoro, the wielder of the controlling technique, was also at risk of being adversely affected by his own move, potentially enduring excruciating pain. Perhaps he realized from the outset that retreating would not lead to a swift resolution of the battle. Rather, he sought to deepen his understanding of his technique. Consequently, Zoro did not fret over the dire consequences of his move being countered. The instantaneous shift in the technique momentarily stunned Wysok, the captain of the Silver Sword Pirates, yet his expression bore no trace of regret. Rather, it revealed a flicker of exhilaration. This technique was remarkably exquisite, prompting Wysok to silently commend its brilliance, though it was not without flaws. Suddenly, he crouched low, as if halved, and with his sword responding to his intent, he launched a strike aimed at Zoro's lower body. This blow encompassed the most formidable technique within Wysok's arsenal, known as force-cleaving mountains and rivers, which stemmed from his swordsmanship. With his heavy sword, he could unleash tremendous power. At this moment, Wysok's initial strike was a display of raw ferocity. The force surged like a mountainous weight, pressing down with the fluidity of a river. In this fleeting instant, Zoro acutely sensed the pressure emanating from Wysok's blade. However, Zoro's light slash was no mere triviality, and he found little difficulty in countering Wysok's assault. With his right hand, he executed a horizontal slash, colliding with Wysok's blade. At that moment, the brilliance of the light slash converged into a singular point and struck against the heavy sword. The two blades met and swiftly parted, devoid of any hesitation. In this exchange, Zoro's light slash held a slight advantage, yet it rendered the offensive edge he had just gained ephemeral, restoring the momentum to a state of equilibrium between the two combatants. If a sweeping attack to the lower body proved ineffective, Wysok resolved to attempt a vertical strike instead. Undeterred by the lack of desired results from his previous attack, he swung his sword upward with the same technique, seeking to initiate his offensive against Zoro. Such is the advantage of continuous swordplay. The techniques flow seamlessly, requiring no profound intent, aside from a few extraordinarily powerful moves that necessitate a buildup of energy. Most techniques rely solely on the practitioner's formidable strength, harnessing the finesse of the moves to unleash 80% of their potential. Moreover, these sword techniques, when employed against adversaries, can be executed in succession, allowing for the relentless application of their absolute might. Zoro, who practices the essence of swordsmanship, finds himself lacking in the intricacies of technique. Mastery of sword intent demands a profound state of mind, allowing the sword to move with intention, resulting in immense power. However, in terms of seamless and varied techniques, he falls short compared to those adept in continuous strikes. Consequently, Zoro struggles to contend with the relentless attacks of his opponent. Feeling the weight of the challenge, with the essence of the sword now lost, he is left to rely solely on his three-sword style to counteract the onslaught, a task that proves to be quite arduous. As Zoro gradually becomes acquainted with the formidable slicing technique of his adversary, he begins to defend himself more effectively, occasionally managing to counter with a strike or two. Yet, this improved defense rarely lasts beyond 2 breaths, as the opponent transitions to an even more overwhelming attack. Boldly proclaiming the name of the technique, transcend into the formless. As the technique transformed, the once clear sword shadows in Zoro's eyes began to blur, and the speed of his opponent's strikes grew increasingly rapid. It was evident that he could no longer rely on merely matching sword techniques. Zoro realized that if he did not adapt and unleash his own attacks, defeat would come swiftly. With a powerful swing, Zoro launched himself at his opponent. 3 blades, 3 directions, 3 intensities, this was the essence of his 3 slashes. A deceptively simple yet effective maneuver, the 3 varying forces collided with the indistinct sword shadows, resulting in a resounding explosion. Following the momentum generated by the collision, Zoro took a significant step back, his body undergoing a transformation. In an instant, his once upright figure hunched down, akin to a tiger descending the mountain to hunt. With a surge of latent energy, he lunged forward, propelled by the essence of his sword, slicing through the air with a swift grace that was almost celestial, evoking the sudden awakening of spring. The form of the tiger erupted forth in a flash. Tiger, hunting. What should have been a decisive strike aimed at cleaving through the enemy's abdomen yielded no effect this time. Instead, it merely produced a hissing sound as it grazed the reluctant blade, nothing more. Nevertheless, Zoro's objective was achieved. He had created a separation between himself and the opponent, who was cowering in the wake of the sword's passage. Given the circumstances, bridging the gap in that fleeting moment proved impossible for both parties. 3 blades formed a harmonious trinity, extending in 3 directions, each edge resonating in unison, together embodying the world. As his intentions stirred, the 3 swords began to whirl violently, reminiscent of the most primitive of fans, rotating within the emptiness, with Zoro at the very center of this whirlwind. The surrounding space seemed to blur into an indistinct haze, as if it had transformed into numerous disparate realms, shrouded shadows mingling with radiant sword intent. The ultimate technique of the 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds, propelled Zoro toward the retreating foe, the power of this strike proving to be formidable enough. As if foreseeing impending danger, the figure of Waisawa lifted the heavy sword with great force, slashing horizontally, the blade angled downward, its tip pointing towards Zoro. In an instant, 2 streams of sword energy, each with its own distinct trajectory, surged towards a singular point, culminating in a violent explosion. This explosive force was potent enough to shatter the hardest of rocks. The technique, known as Dragon Ascending to the Sky, was executed in a single stroke. Yet, at this moment, even as Waisawa unleashed a more refined maneuver, he faintly sensed the profound sword intent emanating from Zoro. Alarmed, he swiftly altered his technique. It appeared as though silver sparks danced along the surface of his sword, reminiscent of tendrils of lightning entwining around the blade. With the technique 3,000 worlds, Waisawa was compelled to modify his stance twice in quick succession, each alteration amplifying the potency of his strike. This indicated that Zoro's 3,000 worlds had undergone significant refinement, harmonizing seamlessly with the sword intent that enveloped his blade. Perhaps this was the reason behind Zoro's recent acquisitions, the Snow Walk and the 3rd-generation Ghost Slash. Chapter 52, The 9 Serenities of Hell. 3,000 worlds. Dividing the Taiji. As the sword energy radiated outward, the balance of forces shifted between extremes, creating a momentum as grand as the heavens and vast as the earth. Its might reminiscent of the boundless starry sky. Within a single strike lay the essence of celestial movements, embodying Zoro's current interpretation of 3,000 worlds. The universe is infinite. It is only Zoro's artistic expression of that essence that is limited. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly thunder cleaved through the void, striking fiercely within the aura that Zoro had forged. With the emergence of this thunder, the world converged into unity, coalescing into a singular force. Waisua's technique. The fourth form Heavenly Thunder Manifest clashed with Zoro's nearly exhausted 3,000 worlds in a climactic moment, resulting in a thunderous collision. The two forces then separated, with Zoro staggering back 3 steps before he could stabilize himself against the overwhelming momentum. At this moment, a cataclysmic transformation was occurring within the timid figure. Initially, he had not exerted his full strength during the preceding confrontation. Thus, even when forced to enhance his techniques, he still experienced considerable repercussions, leaving him with a profound sense of internal upheaval. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumultuous agitation in his chest. His anger had reached a boiling point. The once prevalent intention to observe Zoro's techniques had evaporated. His foremost priority was to eliminate Zoro and then find a secluded spot to rectify the disarray within his internal energy, for the consequences of neglecting this could be dire. With a series of muffled sounds, the timid figure's physique began to swell, his muscles hardening in tandem. As his muscles expanded, the armor he donned was forcibly shed and fell to the ground. At this juncture, such encumbrances were unnecessary. He needed to unleash a decisive strike without hesitation. He was acutely aware of his current state, and time was of the essence. With a vigorous motion, he hurled his arms backward, the large blade angling back as the tip pointed menacingly towards his heel, perilously close to severing his own foot. Observing the transformation of the timid figure, Zoro comprehended that this was the final moment. There could be no reservations. Drawing a deep breath, Zoro abruptly raised his right hand, channeling his energy into his arm, fortifying his muscles. His right arm suddenly appeared more robust, embodying the essence of first strength. Once this transformation was complete, Zoro elevated both arms, proclaiming second strength. Zoro was now prepared for the confrontation, a clash of raw power, the fiercest of battles. Both combatants seemed to employ some arcane techniques to elevate their physical prowess to an extraordinary level. Sheathing his sword, Zoro was compelled to trust wholeheartedly in the Snow Walk and the second-generation Ghost Blade in his grasp, attuning himself to their formidable energy, then harnessing that force to strike at his opponent. Strike fourth, he bellowed, second strength slash. With this declaration, the previously tranquil atmosphere erupted into a tempest of ferocity, marking merely the inception of his technique's momentum. At this moment, the hesitant warrior was fully prepared, ready to unleash a powerful strike. As he observed Zoro's impending assault, the timing was impeccably aligned. Gripping his heavy sword tightly with both hands, he felt a shift in the weapon's dynamics, influenced by the force of his advance. This transformation induced a momentary daze, perhaps a testament to the formidable evolution of his swordsmanship. Yet, in this instant, such ephemeral sensations held no sway over either combatant. The snow fell, the specter retreated, and like resplendent stars, two formidable forces illuminated the battlefield with an ethereal intensity, akin to that of a demonic deity. At this moment, the once formidable heavy sword underwent a significant transformation. The blade, previously razor-sharp, was suddenly coated with a layer that rendered its original sharpness utterly obsolete. What remained was a blunt, heavy sword, aptly aligning with the name of this technique, the blade without edge. When the blade reaches a certain threshold of power, there is no longer a necessity for a sharp edge to amplify its damage. What is required is merely the unwavering momentum of the sword charging forward. Thus, it is aptly termed the blade without edge, a technique that suits the heavy sword wielded by the timid. In the fifth form of the swordplay, the blade without edge, words ceased to matter as 3 blades clashed with a thunderous roar. In that fleeting moment, the blades of both parties seemed to coalesce, suspended in time. It was as serene as a secluded lake nestled amidst towering mountains, devoid of ripples. Yet the two combatants were acutely aware of the tremendous energy being expended in their grips. Should either side show the slightest hint of relaxation, the consequence would be immediate. They would be crushed into oblivion. Thus, at this juncture, the contest revolved around endurance and the power for subsequent strikes. Yet, the timid bore a subtle smile, fully aware that both forces were in a state of extreme equilibrium. With just a fraction more power, he could easily repel his opponent, and the one pushed back would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. Do not presume this is all I possess. Perish. With a sudden intensification of strength, The timid swung his sword at Zoro's two blades. This was a secret technique mastered by him, sacrificing his internal vitality for a fleeting surge of power. This explained why, even amidst their fierce exchanges, the timid could still augment his strength. A sudden imbalance of power struck Zoro, inflicting severe damage and propelling him towards the wall, akin to a shell launched from a large-caliber cannon. No matter how resilient a body may be, it pales in comparison to the fortitude of the hardest wall. Thus, upon colliding with the wall, Zoro experienced an unprecedented impact. His body seemed to soften instantaneously, collapsing amidst the debris he had shattered, resembling a lifeless, boneless creature. "Die," muttered the timid, as his physique reverted to its original state. The bulging muscles dissipated, and the once radiant complexion now bore a pallid hue, a consequence of utilizing his life force to enhance his strength, necessitating a period of recovery. Thankfully, it was merely a transmutation of vitality. Otherwise, his body would require an extensive recuperation. The timid couldn't help but feel a pang of trepidation as he glanced at the crumbled form of Zoro, reflecting on the formidable strength of his opponent. Yet, at that moment, the timid's body involuntarily trembled, for his eyes were filled with astonishment. From the place where Zoro had collapsed, a dark aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings, reminiscent of the ominous energy emanating from the depths of the underworld. Yet Zoro, who should have been on the brink of death, suddenly began to strike. Swaying momentarily but refusing to fall, standing resolutely, a dim aura enveloped his form. Enduring unimaginable suffering without weariness, this was the path of the Azura. Such a sentiment, akin to a voice emanating from the depths of the underworld, swiftly reached the ears of the trembling. Subsequently, the sword Wadikamanji at Zoro's waist instinctively leaped forth, flawlessly finding its way into his upturned mouth. With a resounding crunch, he bit down upon this fateful blade. His body began to transform as three swords, shrouded in the dim aura, danced around him. At times, they resembled leaping sprites. At others, they mirrored grim reapers from the inferno. Whether reaping lives or bestowing blessings, all was contingent upon a mere thought, a singular intention. This epitomized the Azura's path. A millennium of cultivation and suffering could not instill even a trace of aversion within him. It was not a lack of distaste, but rather an unwavering obsession that had never wavered. Life and death hung by a thread. In death, one fades into the void, spirit dissipating into the abyss. But those who persist in the Azura's path find their souls condemned to the 9 hells, enduring endless torment. Chapter 53. Enduring suffering without weariness. Zoro's sudden transformation ignited a profound fear within the trembling one, as the darkness emanating from the depths of hell threatened to consume him. Is he a demonic Azura? He involuntarily uttered, for Zoro's current demeanor resembled that of such a being, an entity of death itself, instilling an instinctive dread in all who beheld him. With a sharp slap to his own face, the trembling one jolted back to reality, almost succumbing to the bewildering aura Zoro exuded, which could have led him to unwittingly await the blade's caress upon his neck. With a grave expression, he observed Zoro's transformation, his heart embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. At this moment, Zoro's figure had undergone a subtle transformation. The dim aura surrounding him solidified instantaneously, becoming a distinctive form. This form instilled a sense of dread in those who observed from afar, compelling them to abandon all thoughts of retreat, regardless of the dire consequences of his final move. It was imperative to proceed, for the opportunity to act would soon vanish. With a resonant sound, the silver heavy sword was sheathed. His right hand grasped the hilt, while his left firmly seized the opening of the scabbard, forcefully pushing it backward. As his left hand swept outward, the scabbard disintegrated into dust. In this moment of trepidation, his left hand bore a grievous wound, blood gushing forth from the deep gash, saturating the heavy sword he held. The dust, transformed from the scabbard, merged with the sword, and the once silver blade now glimmered a blood-red hue, emanating an aura of invincibility. This was the most formidable technique at the disposal of the hesitant warrior. Its unleashing would claim 1,000 adversaries while inflicting 800 upon himself. Though its power was immense, the toll it exacted upon his vitality was staggering. Its consumption of blood energy was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the energy expended during previous techniques. After executing this move, Zoro would endure a period of weakness lasting over 2 years, during which his abilities would be reduced to that of a mere second-rate swordsman. Thus, he would never employ this technique unless his life were at stake. Apart from the previous occasion, this marked the second time he had invoked this formidable strike. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error code 429, message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. At this moment, the figure of dread could only vaguely sense an entity swiftly approaching for an attack. Fortunately, this particular maneuver did not require an acute focus on the opponent's precise location. A general awareness sufficed. Surprisingly, the most formidable technique of this figure was rather unremarkable. There was no elaborate prelude, just a simple, unadorned strike aimed at the indistinct shadow. The technique evolved into its ultimate form, the dull strike, akin to a multitude of blades cleaving towards the figure ahead. This unleashed a force that reverberated through the heavens, pressing forward with tremendous intensity, while blood energy erupted, transforming into a nebulous crimson net. This blood net advanced with a weighty momentum, not born of the figure's comprehension of sword intent, but rather a manifestation of the innate vitality that propelled the myriad blades, creating an earth-shattering aura. The swiftly approaching figure momentarily hesitated under the influence of this overwhelming presence, as if time had briefly stalled. Sensing this pause, the figure of dread felt a surge of exhilaration, channeling additional strength into the sword, intensifying the ferocity of the strike. As the speed of the assault quickened, the advancing figure's pace gradually diminished, ultimately revealing its form. 3 heads, 6 arms, materialized before the figure of dread, merely 2 meters away. Each head bore a distinct expression, yet all conveyed a singular sentiment: mockery, a thorough derision of the technique employed by the figure of dread. Witnessing this transformation, a wave of dismay washed over the figure, prompting an immediate increase in the speed of the sword, which surged to more than double its previous velocity. However, this time, the figure did not hesitate. Instead, it propelled itself forward with an even swifter momentum, closing the distance in an instant, 2 meters, without any hesitation. The figure glided past, finally coming to a halt approximately 5 meters behind the figure of dread. Shrouded in a dim aura, it began to shed its exterior, standing silently, motionless, save for its flickering gaze directed at the figure of dread. At that moment, the once apprehensive figure felt no peculiar sensations. He merely perceived a sudden blur before the silhouette vanished completely. Yet, the sword in his hand continued to strike with relentless fervor, seemingly unaffected. The 3 heads merged into one, while the 6 arms dissipated into 2. Gradually, the restored Zoro tucked away his 2 swords, ultimately placing the one in his mouth, along with the word of the way, into its sheath. With the sound of the blade gliding against the scabbard, a hissing noise, came a final crisp click as the sword returned to its resting place, the essence of the sword extinguished, its techniques dissolving into the void. As Zoro uttered a soft incantation, Demon Chi, 9 sword style, Azura, 1 misty silver, the captain, who had been assessing for any injuries to his body, was instantly transformed into 9 distinct fragments. The once mighty blade, now a shattered testament to its former glory as a reinforced Azura sword, lay in fragmented ruin, devoid of any semblance of its imposing presence. His corporeal form sundered into 9 distinct pieces. Wither, who had previously cowered within his own body, was now aghast to find his head and neck severed, floating in midair. Gazing downward, he beheld the dismemberment of his body, yet his senses remained strangely detached. A wave of terror washed over Wither as he fixed a furious gaze upon Zoro, unleashing a final, desperate roar fueled by his waning life force. "You fiend! May you endure the torments of hell." As Wither's last vestiges of strength ebbed away, his body began to react, spewing forth torrents of blood. An agonizing pain contorted his face into a grotesque mask of envy. A final torment inflicted upon him in his dying moments, denying him even the solace of a swift demise. Suffer endlessly, yet never tire. This is the way of Azura. In gratitude for allowing me to comprehend such profound essence, I shall consign your soul to the netherworld, where you shall endure the eternal torment of 1,000,000 ravenous spirits. These were the final words that echoed in Wither's ears, making his impending death seem like a welcome reprieve, robbing him of even the peace of oblivion. Chapter 54. The Accursed Land. Luffy's battle. With the battle concluded, Zoro felt an immediate surge of relief wash over him, as if he could simply recline and succumb to a blissful slumber. However, reason prevailed, reminding him that rest was not yet an option. Despite the arduous nature of the battle, Zoro emerged victorious, remarkably unscathed and devoid of any injuries. This may have been due to the 9-sword style technique he had employed earlier. Only those who endure suffering without complaint can truly receive the protection of Azura. And Zoro embodied this ideal. From this moment forward, Azura would accompany Zoro on his journey to fulfill his dreams, serving as the wings that would carry him to new heights. Zoro slowly removed the bandana from his head and strode towards the door. The once impenetrable energy barrier now appeared fragile, as if it could be shattered with a single blow. With a swift kick, Zoro breached the energy barrier and stepped into the hallway, only to find it deserted. A sense of unease crept over him as he noticed that the doors to Usopp, Nami, and Sanji's rooms were all ajar, with Usopp's door reduced to a mangled wreck. A growing sense of foreboding gripped Zoro's heart. He had been engaged in battle for far too long. If anything had befallen his comrades, he would never forgive himself. Without hesitation, Zoro rushed towards Usopp's room, determined to assess the situation and gather information about the other battles. He had no intel on their fights and needed to start with the most damaged area. Zoro, are you all right? A voice called out as Zoro began his investigation, laced with a hint of suppressed emotion. Nami, what's wrong? Where are Sanji and Usopp? Zoro asked, a sense of dread washing over him as he took in Nami's appearance. Summoning her strength, Nami choked back her tears and replied, they're injured. I've placed them in a safe place to rest. The energy barriers protecting your and Luffy's rooms were too strong for me to breach. I've been worried sick about you two, but I'm glad you're safe. Now only Luffy remains. A faint smile flickered across Nami's face. Luffy's room. Zoro turned to face the massive door at the center of the hallway, its energy signature radiating an imposing aura that even Zoro found daunting. He took a few steps forward, then suddenly lunged forward, his swords flashing in a blur of motion. 3 blades converged in midair, striking with devastating force. 3-sword style, castle crash. With a deafening roar, a wave of sword energy slammed into the energy barrier, threatening to shatter it in an instant. However, the barrier merely rippled, quickly recovering as if the attack had only caused a minor disturbance. It's not enough, Zoro muttered to himself. This was his most potent door-breaching technique, yet it had failed to make even a dent in the barrier. Even if he were to unleash the 9-sword style, Azura, he could only amplify his power threefold, which would still be insufficient to overcome the barrier's formidable defenses. This energy barrier is too strong. I can't break it, even with all my might. Zoro shrugged helplessly at Nami, indicating his inability to breach the barrier. Seeing Zoro's expression, Nami knew that the door was impenetrable, at least for now. Perhaps Sanji and Usopp, if they were in peak condition, could have combined their strength to break it down. However, given their current state, that was impossible. Both Usopp and Sanji had sustained severe injuries, and despite the application of potent healing bombs, they would remain unconscious for the foreseeable future. All we can do now is trust in Luffy, Nami said with a wry smile, her expression tinged with both resignation and concern. No, Zoro replied in a low, resolute voice. We need to investigate the area and gather information. Remember, our primary objective is to help the villagers of Shimatsuki, in addition to defeating our enemies. And I believe that Luffy will prevail, because we all have, Zoro stated firmly, as if he had never entertained the possibility of Luffy's defeat. His previous attack seemed to have been merely to put Nami's expectations to rest. Hearing Zoro's words, Nami's body trembled slightly. Yes, how could he possibly fail? I should have faith in him. With that realization, a weight lifted from Nami's shoulders. She would no longer dwell on Luffy's potential success or failure. Instead, she would place her trust in her comrade, in her captain. That's right, Nami said, her voice filled with newfound conviction. I believe in Luffy. Following this, his and Zoro's task was to investigate the nearby area, seeking any clues that might lead them to the truth. Wiping away the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Luffy gradually rose to his feet, observing as Zoro emerged steadily from the room. After witnessing Zoro's conversation with Nami, Zoro launched a strike towards the Energy Guardian Gate. Luffy understood that this action was motivated solely by Zoro's concern for Nami. Given their profound rapport, Luffy was acutely aware that Zoro would unconditionally trust him, just as he would reciprocate that trust. This bond resembled a camaraderie forged in the face of life and death, embodying a mutual respect among heroes. Eventually, as Luffy noticed the frown on Nami's face begin to dissipate, a sense of relief washed over him when he saw the two of them turn to leave in search of more information. The room Luffy had entered was unlike the others. It belonged to the notorious trader of Shimi Village, Bondo Jerton. From this vantage point, Luffy could clearly observe all that transpired in the hall below. Aside from the individual rooms he could not see into, he was able to witness Sanji, battered and bruised, and the commotion caused by Usopp as he rescued Sanji. as he watched Nami tending to their wounds, then approaching to touch the energy guardian gate alongside him and Zoro. Luffy felt a knot tighten in his throat, for he could distinctly see the worry etched on Nami's face. Anxiously, he navigated Bondo Jerton's assaults while remaining vigilant about Nami's condition. Seeing Usopp and Sanji begin to improve under Nami's care brought him some solace. Yet his heart remained heavy with concern for Nami. At this moment, as Zoro emerged, a smile gradually returned to Nami's face, dispelling the sorrow that had enveloped her features. Luffy felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance with Zoro by his side. The next step was the duel. Firmly resolved, Luffy lifted his gaze to the man who sat there, poised and composed. The man, ensconced in a chair forged of gold and holding a cigar, maintained a faint smile. With the slightest movement of his fingers, perilous attacks would surge from various corners of the room, aimed squarely at Luffy. Earlier, Luffy had been unable to steady his heart, resulting in several injuries from those assaults, leaving him with bloodstains and bruises. Ah, has it come to an end? The malevolent laughter of Bondo Jerton escaped his lips, mingled with the smoke of his cigar. A sound that seemed foreign to him, akin to Zoro's deep, resonant roar that seemed to rise from the depths of the abyss. It was a voice that embodied an immense, unparalleled power. Ah, Luffy responded nonchalantly. Now, allow me to launch you away, he declared, echoing familiar words once more. Chapter 55, Soul Fusion Humph. Do you possess such capability, Bondo Jerton? The man slowly rose from his chair, as if he had merely been a spectator alongside Luffy, observing the performances unfolding around them. Let us see then, Luffy thought, instantly propelling his speed to its utmost limit. Gum Gum Pistol. In that fleeting moment, Luffy's arm elongated sharply, hurtling towards Bondo with the intent to pierce him entirely. However, for Bondo Jerton, this attack posed little threat. He swiftly raised his right hand, effortlessly blocking Luffy's most powerful strike, preparing to seize Luffy's outstretched arm. Realizing Bondo's intent, Luffy instinctively retracted his arm, but Jerton's hand seemed to possess an enchanting power. It moved with an unsettling slowness, yet with a casual grip, it secured Luffy's rapidly retreating hand with ease. A sudden force surged through Luffy as he sensed the overwhelming strength transmitted from that hand. Gum Gum Bullet. With a fierce determination, Luffy unleashed his other hand towards Bondo Jerton, aiming for a decisive blow. The sole purpose of Luffy's strike was merely to rescue his captured hand. Humph, a foolish remark escaped the lips of the insipid Bon Clay, as he once again seized Luffy's hand, which was hurtling towards him like a bullet. With both hands ensnared, Luffy found himself utterly defeated before the conflict even commenced. His hands were captured, rendering him incapable of making a counterattack. Yet, a faint smile graced Luffy's face, hinting at a touch of pride. In an instant, his captured hands began to stretch, and throughout this journey, Luffy had grown increasingly adept at wielding his body, mastering the abilities granted by the Gum Gum fruit. No longer limited to a mere 3 meters, as Luffy exerted himself, his hands elongated dramatically by 5 or 6 meters. At that moment, Luffy suddenly sprang into action, soaring into the air like a bullet released from a slingshot. His arms elongated, mimicking the rubber bands of the slingshot, and when the tension reached its peak, he propelled himself forward, his feet together, forming the shape of a seal. In that instant, Luffy's body began to spin rapidly. These movements transpired in the blink of an eye. Even if Bondo Jerton were to release his grip, Luffy's strike would inevitably land upon him. However, Bondo Jerton seemed to have anticipated Luffy's forthcoming maneuver, yet he did not relinquish his hold, appearing unfazed by Luffy's impending assault. Here it comes, Gum Gum Stamp. With a resounding thud, Luffy's entire form crashed into Bondo Jerton, and then he was launched upward once more. His feet transformed again, charging towards Bondo Jerton with renewed vigor. Gum Gum Pendulum. With a powerful impact, Luffy's feet struck Bondo Jerton like the most formidable iron pillars. The consecutive blows caused Bondo Jerton to tremble slightly. Yet he maintained his grip on Luffy, showing no sign of loosening his hold. This ignited a flicker of anxiety within Luffy. A torrent of attacks surged toward Bondo Jerton, each strike executed with Luffy's utmost strength, aimed at compelling him to release his grip. Only once he relinquished his hold could Luffy unleash his full offensive potential. Fortunately, by clinging to Luffy, Bondo Jerton was unable to retaliate. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous, Luffy mused. However, upon observing Bondo Jerton's seemingly indifferent demeanor, flames of fury ignited within Luffy. Both the original Luffy and the contemporary Wang Haoyan were passionate warriors. They responded to others' disdain with the most ferocious counterattacks. This was why Wang Haoyan, upon invading Luffy's body, had become increasingly adept at wielding it, seamlessly controlling its movements as if it were his own. In their hearts and spiritual realms, they shared a nearly identical fervor, an absurd passion, and an innate charisma that radiated from within. At this moment, Luffy was Wang Haoyan, and Wang Haoyan was Luffy. Their souls seemed to undergo a profound fusion. A once dormant consciousness in the recesses of the mind began to swell, advancing towards the core of the rubbery form occupied by Luffy's awareness, as if a subtle resonance had emerged between the two. Oh, the touch of the soul is an excruciating experience, and it not only elicited a pained roar from the body currently engaged in battle with Bondo Jeton. As the cry echoed, Luffy's feet instinctively swung backward, elongating until they transformed into a hardened projectile, akin to a cannonball. The technique, Goma Goma no Cannon, seamlessly integrated with Zoro's earlier strike against the energy barrier, as Luffy's body adeptly mirrored the action. A thunderous explosion erupted the moment Luffy's assault made contact with Bondo Jeton's form. Yet, this was not the end, for Luffy's head was swiftly propelled upward. With the residual force of the cannon still lingering, Luffy's head charged forward like a heavyweight hammer, crashing into Bondo Jeton's cranium. The Goma Goma no 1,000-pound hammer, fueled by the excruciating pain emanating from the depths of Luffy's soul, unleashed a powerful blow, striking heavily against Bondo Jeton's forehead. This attack seemed to possess the might of 1,000 pounds, relying solely on sheer brute strength and an indomitable spirit unafraid of pain. Such was the fundamental requirement for executing this technique, especially as Luffy's head throbbed with agony that felt as if it could explode, momentarily clouding his consciousness. Therefore, the impact was extraordinarily forceful and recklessly fierce. Chapter 56. The eruption of the second gear. With Luffy's vigorous strike, Bondo Jeton's once vice-like grip began to waver. At that instant, Luffy yanked himself backward, causing his arms to slenderize slightly and breaking free from Bondo Jeton's initial restraint, reclaiming his freedom with a sudden burst of energy. At this moment, the pain that had once plagued Luffy's head seemed to vanish in an instant. With his consciousness restored, Luffy appeared unchanged from the beginning. However, the sharpness that once characterized him now bore a hint of foolishness. Of course, Luffy was oblivious to these subtle shifts, as they were merely fragments of change, not easily perceived. A sound emanating from Luffy's abdomen imbued him with a sense of vigor and wildness, akin to a famished beast that had just stumbled upon delectable prey. Radiating sheer excitement. Oh, it seemed that Luffy had finally ignited a spark of exhilaration. Han Jae-tun, who had been maintaining a cumbersome posture since Luffy's frenzied assault, now exhibited some looseness, uttering words that echoed with a sense of disbelief. Han Jae-tun's body moved with mechanical precision, his head jerking sharply, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Had he not been in motion, Luffy might have doubted whether Han Jae-tun had overexerted himself and lost his head. As steam began to rise slowly from Luffy's body, his once fair, slightly yellowed skin transformed into a vivid crimson. With the activation of his second gear, Luffy discovered a newfound ease in controlling this state, feeling an exhilarating surge of strength, unrestrained and liberated. "Oh, is this your ultimate form?" Han Jae-tun's voice, reminiscent of a croaking duck, interrupted the moment, instilling a sense of revulsion. Luffy, with a voice laced with unyielding determination, declared, "Now, allow me to unleash upon you the tempestuous fury of my attacks in this state." This overwhelming aura dispelled the lingering effects of being grasped by Han Jae-tun mere moments before. Words were unnecessary. This battle demanded victory. With his second gear activated, Luffy's speed and power escalated dramatically. Unlike his previous encounter with the dragon, where his second gear was curtailed, this time he was unencumbered, igniting within him an impulse to revel in the unbridled power of his second gear. Jet gun. Once again, Luffy's right hand transformed into a gun-like formation, charging toward Han Jae-tun. Another one of those moves? What difference does increased speed make? Han Jae-tun, seemingly unfazed by Luffy's sudden acceleration, attempted to seize his wrist once more. His arm, moving at a deliberate pace, found its mark upon Luffy's wrist, a smirk creeping upon his lips. However, the ensuing turn of events caused the smile to freeze on the face of this man, who believed he held the reins of the situation. The arm he thought he had firmly grasped broke free in an instant, delivering a powerful blow to his body before retracting sharply. Han Jae-tun's attempts at restraint proved utterly futile. "Humph, it seems your strength has indeed increased." Han Jae-tun realized Luffy's second gear had its merits, though he deemed it insufficient to pose any real threat. The surprise of that earlier strike had merely caught him off guard. Unbeknownst to Luffy, who was consumed by the exhilaration of his second gear, Han Jae-tun's thoughts remained shrouded in mystery. Luffy was determined to test the newfound strength of his second gear through relentless assaults, momentarily forgetting that before him stood the most formidable foe. The greatest traitor of Shimi Village, the embodiment of demonic presence, Han Jae-tun. Jet machine gun. With a resounding shout, Luffy unleashed a barrage of strikes, both hands firing like a rapid succession of bullets aimed at Han Jae-tun. Each impact resonated with tremendous energy. It was as though he sought to finish his adversary in one fell swoop. Yet, Han Jae-tun was not to be underestimated. He deftly parried Luffy's onslaught with a seemingly languid grace, deflecting each attack without a single blow landing upon him. Exhaling deeply, Luffy refused to linger or succumb to discouragement despite Han Jae-tun's apparent ease in countering his every strike. Instead, the fervor of Luffy's indomitable spirit surged instead. His hand abruptly retracted, launching another fierce attack towards Bondo Jaden's body. The jet shotgun's previous strike had caused Bondo Jaden, who had effortlessly blocked Luffy's attacks, to momentarily relax. A fist, as hard as a bullet, crashed into Bondo Jaden's torso. At that moment, Bondo's body swayed violently, seemingly unscathed. Yet his expression bore an unusual grimace, a dark line of anger creeping across his forehead. Luffy's assault had genuinely provoked Bondo Jaden, the bear who had been toying with him all along. Although Luffy had previously achieved some success and landed blows on Bondo, they had little effect, merely causing slight tremors. This time, however, Luffy's powerful strike sent Bondo reeling, hinting at a semblance of damage. Bondo Jaden, who had been simply defending against Luffy's attacks, now appeared poised to retaliate. His once distinct black and white eyes underwent subtle changes. Chapter 57. The might of the six forms. I was prepared to let you perform a while longer, but it seems I have lost interest. Bondo Jaden remarked with a hint of irritation, as if Luffy had thoroughly ruined his good spirits. Is that so? Then allow me to experience your prowess, Luffy declared as he charged fiercely towards Bondo Jaden, unabashedly shouting. The jet rubber stamp, imbued with a fierce momentum, saw Luffy channel all his power into his legs before unleashing a kick with the force of thunder, compelling Bondo Jaden to take the situation seriously. His previously rigid body became agile in an instant. Bondo leaped, evading the seemingly inevitable stamp. In midair, Bondo Jaden swiftly struck the air with his ankles, seemingly regaining support and launching himself towards Luffy for his first direct assault. A finger shot forth from Bondo's hand, transforming from seemingly feeble to extraordinarily hardened, accompanied by faint visible energy fluctuations. Oh no, it's the six forms, Luffy realized as Bondo swiftly altered his trajectory midair. The moment Bondo unleashed his finger strike, Luffy recognized that this ability belonged to the six forms he remembered, a technique commonly associated with the world government's covert intelligence agency, CP9. Luffy had a clear understanding of the potency of the six forms, leading him to act immediately. However, Bondo's speed far exceeded Luffy's recollections of the technique. With a resounding impact, Bondo's finger collided with Luffy's foot, resulting in a violent explosion that sent Luffy crashing into a wall 50 meters away, leaving a deep imprint in the unyielding surface. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Luffy hastily rose to his feet. With foes skilled in the six forms, none were to be underestimated. So Luffy remained vigilant. Had he not accelerated at the last moment to kick towards Bondo's finger, he would have faced not merely bruises but a significant wound. A gaping hole from Bondo's strike. Standing and observing Bondo Jaden from afar, Luffy noted that he did not seem to approach with the same stealth as before, allowing him to exhale in relief. Dusting himself off, he remarked, "You are much stronger than the six forms. So, you are familiar with them. It seems you've interacted with those individuals, albeit they only grasp the surface. Allow me to show you what the true six forms entail." Bondo Jaden, swiftly executing several powerful kicks in various directions, transformed into a streak of light, his speed exponentially increasing. With Ano API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Luffy's jet whirlwind kick possessed considerable force, accompanied by a powerful gale that buffeted Honda Jetten's frame. Futile? Boy. Such attacks are ineffectual against me. Honda Jetten mused inwardly, a hint of wry amusement playing on his face as he perceived the force of Luffy's punch dissipating. Your techniques are simply too feeble to affect me. With a grunt, Luffy's fist struck at an improbable angle, aiming for Honda Jetten's torso. Even with paper drawing, you cannot evade this. Luffy's fist hurtled towards Honda Jetten's chest. Paper drawing offered no sanctuary, as the velocity of the blow surpassed even the most nimble evasion. Iron Body. Honda Jetton, a veritable conduit of demonic influence, adapted swiftly. His physique solidified into an ironclad bulwark, poised to withstand Luffy's onslaught. Chapter 58. The ultimate showerhead, even Iron Body, will crumble into dust. Fueled by this conviction, Luffy's attack crashed into Honda Jetton, marking the commencement of their desperate struggle. Despite the mitigation afforded by Iron Body, the residual force reverberated through Honda Jetton's body, inducing a violent upheaval within his internal organs, culminating in a gout of blood. I have not experienced such force in eons. Yet, Honda Jetton did not erupt in anger. Instead, a faint smile graced his visage, a smile of profound satisfaction. Perhaps prolonged isolation had fostered a yearning for worthy adversaries. Honda Jetton relished Luffy's assault, perceiving him as a formidable opponent who could elicit his full capabilities. He was exhilarated. The clash propelled Honda Jetton backward, yet with a swift aerial pirouette and a shave. He regained his footing, a trickle of blood at his lips accentuating his sinister mien. It seems that second gear alone is insufficient. Only techniques augmented with descent will prove efficacious. Luffy lamented, loath to rely solely on the Bagua style, of which he had only mastered a mere 3 techniques. There will always be a limit. Should an adversary arise who cannot be vanquished even with the Bagua style, my fate is sealed, death. But I cannot afford to perish now. I have reasons to persevere. You are quite remarkable. A voice shattered Luffy's reverie. He beheld Honda Jetton, whose once bulky attire was undergoing a metamorphosis, resembling a chrysalis shedding from his form. The transformation commenced at the head, bifurcating into 2 halves, then the neck, and finally the navel. Luffy discerned a vague silhouette within the cocoon. With a surge of strength, the figure within rent the chrysalis asunder, revealing a live man of refined features. His physique was slender, his face handsome, projecting the image of a matinee idol. However, this impression was marred by a singular flaw. His skin, an abyssal black, evoked revulsion at first glance. While Luffy initially experienced a flicker of admiration, closer inspection revealed the ebony epidermis to be reminiscent of countless writhing maggots, rendering it utterly repulsive. Moreover, upon the body of Bondo Jetton lies an extraordinary feature that sets him apart from others. It is a distinctly visible tattoo-like mark situated at the region of his heart and lungs, adorned with an indistinct pattern. Yet, a mere glance at it can induce an involuntary sensation of dizziness, captivating one's attention with an almost mesmerizing allure. With a sudden resolve, Luffy sharply struck his own face twice, striving to regain a semblance of clarity in his mind. At this moment, Bondo Jetton appeared to be quite pleased with his current state, standing there indifferently gazing at Luffy. Although his expression was serious, the manifestation of Bondo Jetton at this moment was such that even the most earnest individual would be unable to suppress a hearty laugh, let alone someone as whimsically inclined as Luffy. "Ha! You look absolutely magnificent." Luffy erupted into laughter, pointing at Bondo Jetton's figure, clutching his belly in mirth, as if they were not engaged in a life-and-death struggle, but rather celebrating at a grand feast. It is hardly surprising that Luffy reacted this way, for Bondo Jetton, having shed the constraints of his former cocoon, no longer bore the cumbersome weight he once did. Though his skin appeared grotesque, he undeniably presented a rather striking figure. Yet, what truly evoked laughter was the fact that Bondo Jetton was completely unclothed, devoid of any garments. Had it been merely that, even the most serious-minded observer would not have found it particularly amusing, and Luffy would not have so carelessly abandoned all caution and defense at such a critical moment, instead bursting into uproarious laughter. The reason for this hilarity lay in the peculiar sight before him. Luffy saw not merely a man, but a showerhead, reminiscent of those used for bathing in a past life, dangling at Bondo Jetton's waist. In that moment, anyone would find it impossible to restrain their laughter at the sight of an ambiguously gendered figure before them, with a showerhead serving as a conduit for bodily functions. How could one not find amusement in such a spectacle? In his previous life, Wang Haotian had heard of instances where individuals, afflicted by severe ailments or grave injuries, had undergone hospitalization. In such cases, doctors would insert a tube from their kidneys to alleviate their suffering, allowing the extraction of urine produced due to the infusion of saline solution. However, in this world, while it was rare for Luffy to witness anyone defecating, urination was a commonplace occurrence. The situation involving Bondo Jetton was the most extraordinary sight Wang Haotian had encountered since inhabiting Luffy's body. Perceiving the mocking undertones of Luffy's laughter, he followed the direction of Luffy's finger to gaze upon the humiliating aspect of his own body. In that moment, Bendo Jiaten could no longer regard Luffy as the most formidable opponent worthy of his efforts over the years. However, the enemy he must eliminate is none other than Luffy, the individual who has insulted his dignity. An inexplicable emotion surged involuntarily from the depths of Banda Jedin's heart, gradually making its way into his consciousness. Chapter 59. The new technique. Banda Jedin could not endure such an affront any longer. Thus, without waiting for Luffy to regain his footing, he launched a swift and violent assault. With a resounding thrust, he propelled himself forward, simultaneously pivoting in the air and uttering the words Moon Step. In an instant, Banda Jedin's body rocketed towards Luffy like a missile. Utilizing the energy unleashed during the Moon Step, he executed a dramatic 180-degree turn, unleashing an invisible force from his foot aimed directly at Luffy. This potent strike possessed the capability to slice through solid walls. This technique is known as Raging Leg, one of the formidable moves within the six forms, capable of delivering a blade-like kick. In that moment, Luffy was compelled to abandon his intention to continue laughing maniacally. His body abruptly contracted, plunging to the ground as the blade sliced past the crown of his head. The invisible force, resembling the edge of the blade, struck the floor with a resounding impact, resulting in a violent explosion. This experience filled Luffy with trepidation, and simultaneously, he began to comprehend certain distinctions between the six styles employed by Banda Jedin and those from his previous life. Upon examining Banda Jedin's current application of the six styles, Luffy realized that each technique surpassed those etched in his memory by a considerable margin. The technique known as Shave, which he recalled as a series of vigorous kicks against the ground generating a powerful rebound to enhance his speed, appeared transformed in Banda Jedin's hands. Not only could he execute consecutive strikes upon the ground, but he also demonstrated an ability to deliver rapid kicks into the air, creating a compressive force that yielded a significantly stronger rebound, allowing his body to pivot freely mid-air, accompanied by an exhilarating sense of acceleration. Banda Jedin's interpretation of Shave had effectively appropriated elements traditionally associated with moonwalk. The technique Iron Block exhibited minimal variation. However, Banda Jedin's version boasted a hardness exceeding that of ordinary iron by more than fourfold. This was evident from the reactions elicited when Luffy struck Banda Jedin, despite the latter being clad in a substantial suit of armor. Finger Gun and Storm Leg were not only superior in terms of strength and speed compared to Luffy's recollections, but they also generated an ethereal force capable of penetrating the void to strike Luffy directly, leaving behind a lingering shockwave, a phenomenon absent from Luffy's memories. As for the technique Paper Drawing, Luffy had yet to discern any differences as he was wholly absorbed in utilizing his own technique, falling, and paid little attention to Banda Jedin's prowess. However, witnessing Banda Jedin's adeptness while encased in heavy armor suggested that this technique was far from simplistic. Consequently, a sense of vigilance began to burgeon within Luffy. He could no longer rely on his memories of the six styles to counter Banda Jedin's applications, for there were too many unknown variables. Should he persist in attempting to predict Banda Jedin's moves based solely on his preconceived notions, he would undoubtedly face dire repercussions, perhaps even the loss of his life in a single devastating blow. Lost in reverie on the battlefield, Luffy appeared oblivious, while Banda Jedin surged forward, closing the distance to a mere 3 meters. The finger gun naturally took form, spiraling with a potent energy. With a sudden thrust, it aimed directly at Luffy's body, moving at a speed that far surpassed his own. Aware of this, Banda Jedin refrained from attacking while Luffy remained in a dazed state, knowing that such an approach would alert Luffy and rouse him from his stupor. Instead, he opted for a ranged attack. The spiraling energy of the finger gun accelerated towards Luffy, accompanied by a piercing sound that resonated in his ears. At that moment, Luffy found himself unable to react. Despite his best efforts, the short distance left him no chance to evade the impending strike. Thus, he resorted to an instinctual response, slipping back into a state of profound simp at the moment when the sharp, spiraling force of the attack surged towards him. Luffy's body became extraordinarily light, akin to that of a mere sheet of paper. He was swept aside by the gust generated by the leading edge of the spiral attack. However, the velocity of Luffy's drifting movement was insufficient to evade the ferocity of the impending strike. Miraculously, as Luffy's body made contact with the spiraling force, it bent inward in an astonishing manner, creating an opening through which the piercing energy surged. Thus, Luffy deftly evaded the fierce assault from Banda Jedin, employing a series of 3 maneuvers to escape the onslaught. This illustrated the considerable difficulty Luffy faced due to his earlier moment of distraction. Yet, surprisingly, it was not Luffy who was most astonished, but Honda Jayden himself. The fact that Luffy had surreptitiously learned the shave technique, which he had just demonstrated a few times, did not shock Honda Jayden, as it was the simplest of the 6 styles, especially since he had showcased it himself, making it easier to grasp. However, the application of the paper drawing technique was something Honda Jayden had only executed once, and given its complexity, mastering such a specialized martial art without systematic guidance was exceedingly challenging. The impossibilities began to unravel before him through his opponent, compounded by the miraculous transformation he had just witnessed, which surely indicated a profound and esoteric agility he did not comprehend. Nevertheless, Honda Jayden merely skimmed through these thoughts, feeling a tinge of surprise. Unlike Luffy, he would not foolishly lapse into distraction, granting his adversary such a prime opportunity to strike. At this moment, in the heart of Bondajiaton, Luffy was unequivocally regarded as a life-and-death adversary, and he would not easily reveal any weaknesses, having narrowly evaded Bondajiaton's lethal strike. Luffy instinctively retreated a distance of approximately 20 meters, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Good heavens, that was perilously close. Luffy could not help but exclaim softly. In that fleeting instant, he had executed 3 techniques, each devoid of certainty. His state of distraction was aptly named JT Rubber Stupor, in which he relinquished control of his mind, allowing his body to respond purely on instinct. This maneuver required a considerable degree of foolishness, yet at that moment, Luffy possessed only a modicum of the inherent foolishness of his physical form. The soul governing this body was far from foolish, rendering the execution of such a technique exceedingly challenging. The subsequent technique was paper drawing, although Bondajiaton had employed this only once and had not particularly focused on it. In that instant, Luffy felt compelled to replicate it. His body flowed with the wind like a solitary boat adrift in the ocean, entirely beyond his conscious control. As for the final maneuver, Luffy utilized a transformation derived from the soft principle within the 8 trigrams techniques, known as 100 marrows. In an instant, his body felt devoid of essence, soft and lacking in structure, as his body's instinct drew upon its marrow, causing his muscles to compress forcefully in a singular direction. Thus, I shall name this combined technique Suck. Luffy felt a flicker of joy, having inadvertently conceived such a technique. Chapter 60, a battle without reservations even if you evade this strike. Brace yourself for my 6 styles ultimate, 6 King's Spear. Without hesitation, Bondajiaton charged at Luffy once more, this time abandoning mere techniques in that moment. Luffy seized the opportunity completely. The jet rubber volcano struck fiercely upon Honda Jayden's right shoulder, unleashing a violent surge of internal force that erupted within Honda's body. With a resounding crack, Luffy's blow obliterated Honda's right shoulder, revealing a ghastly side of bone beneath the flesh. The bones had turned a dark hue, a testament to the extent of corruption he had succumbed to as a traitor willingly embodying the essence of darkness. Luffy muttered to himself, contemplating the necessity of eradicating such a betrayer. Realizing that there were no alternatives, the only course was to kill him. Furthermore, after eliminating Honda, he needed to locate the seal of the demon to conclude this ordeal. He pondered about how things were progressing with Xiaoba, hoping there would be no issues. Yet, this time, he refrained from acting foolishly. Engaging in combat while thinking was not particularly challenging for Luffy at that moment. The jet shotgun fired in rapid succession, the sound of Luffy's fist colliding with Honda creating a cacophony. Adhering to the principle of striking when one's enemy is vulnerable, Luffy directed each attack at Honda's injured shoulder. For the time being, Honda found himself unable to suppress Luffy's relentless onslaught, resorting only to retreat and defend against the barrage. Despite his inner fury, he had no other recourse. This was the essence of battle, a struggle between life and death. Another jet rocket strike landed squarely on Honda's right shoulder, propelling him backward involuntarily. Was this due to the severity of Luffy's attack? Certainly not. Rather, it was Honda's complete abandonment of resistance, exposing his frail form to Luffy's furious strikes. Aiming to escape the onslaught, as he soared backward, Honda winced in agony from his shoulder, accelerating his retreat by 2 months' worth of accumulated pain. In an instant, they had created a distance of nearly 40 meters, granting Honda ample time to respond. Coincidentally, both combatants were close-quarters fighters, and creating space was the best evasion tactic after enduring a weak strike. However, this time Luffy appeared resolute in his pursuit of further attacks. With a series of powerful kicks against the ground, Luffy propelled himself into the air. As long as his feet grazed the ground, he could utilize that moment to accelerate forward. He could not allow Honda enough time to unleash another of his formidable techniques from the 6 styles. Yet, Even as Luffy pursued relentlessly, that brief moment of respite was sufficient for Honda. He swiftly brought his hands together. At that instant, his once pitch-black skin seemed to pale dramatically, only to regain its color as subtle waves of energy flowed along the tattoos adorning his chest, ultimately coalescing at his injured shoulder, where the crimson wounds began to heal at a visible pace. By the time Luffy reached him, Honda had completely recovered, and his physical strength appeared to intensify in that moment. Facing Luffy's unrestrained attacks, Honda neither retreated nor defended. Instead, he responded with swifter movements, raising his right hand and delivering a powerful punch toward Luffy. At that instant, the air seemed to shatter under the force of Honda's strike, producing a sound akin to breaking glass. The two collided with a thunderous impact. The clash of their powers was merciless, yet neither side gained a clear advantage, both staggering backward. Honda paused momentarily to regain his footing, while Luffy felt a tingling sensation coursing through his arm. Despite his repeated use of the technique, he felt an overwhelming resistance, as if the very air around him was pressing against his arm. With 3 resounding thuds, Luffy's arm trembled violently, generating a force that seemed to shake the very heavens. The air that had tightly enveloped Luffy was utterly disrupted by this sudden surge of power. This was the might to transcend the heavens, and this time, Luffy experienced no discomfort while wielding it, perhaps a testament to his elevated state of being. Such an elevation allowed Luffy to harness the power of the 8 trigrams with greater proficiency, his body adapting to wield this strength more adeptly, while the fusion of his spirit granted him the freedom to utilize Gear Second without restraint. This was the extraordinary power that Luffy now possessed. Chapter 61. I wish to swallow you whole. So this is the power that just influenced me, Honda mused, noticing the shift surrounding Luffy's form. He had suddenly become elusive, as if existing in multiple layers of reality. Even with such power, you shall not be my match, Honda scoffed, as the dark hue of his skin converged upon the tattoo on his chest, ultimately merging into it. At this moment, Luffy finally discerned the true nature of the intricate design upon Honda Jayden's chest. The revelation caused him to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. The tattoo, abstract yet remarkably detailed, initially appeared to be the visage of a human head, but upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be merely a layer of indistinct, inky blackness. Nonetheless, even if one were to transform into a demon, there would be no salvation for them at this instant. This thought surged within Luffy's mind, dissipating the slight discomfort he had felt while gazing at the dark tattoo. Jet, a force capable of shaking the very heavens, surged forth from Luffy as he unleashed his second gear, potent enough to obliterate the most resilient steel. Yet this time, it failed to budge even a single finger of Honda Jayden. To confront an individual who had activated his second gear and harnessed the power of the heavens with just a finger was indeed disheartening. However, Luffy was the kind of person who only grew stronger when faced with adversity. With a resounding crash, he attempted to defend himself, and then a sudden, inexplicable thought struck him. Why not simply devour him? Acting on this notion, Luffy soared into the air, propelled by a surge of momentum towards Honda Jayden, his mouth widening impossibly. Jet, the rubbery maw, let out a garbled shout, and Luffy's pristine, white teeth were revealed before Honda Jayden, glistening with a viscous substance that resembled saliva. Upon closer scrutiny, one could discern remnants of food long since spoiled and soaked in saliva. Honda Jayden, accustomed to his own repugnant skin tone, felt no revulsion until this moment, when he beheld the copious amounts of goo emanating from Luffy's mouth. The sight of this nauseating substance, mixed with decaying morsels, for the first time filled him with genuine disgust. If this revolting matter were not eradicated, he feared that future meals would lose their flavor. Without hesitation, Honda Jayden unleashed the Six Styles Ultimate, Six Kings gun towards Luffy's gaping maw. However, just as his hands were poised to strike, an overwhelming force abruptly halted his assault, a force that vibrated through the very fabric of space. In that instant, Honda Jayden gained a profound understanding of the formidable attack he was up against. This was a violent power generated by the vibrations of every muscle cell in the body, a force that could not be dissipated by mere strength but could on the strike was sufficient to propel Luffy backward by several meters involuntarily. After his technique was thwarted, Luffy patted his chest in a moment of trepidation, grateful that he had unleashed the formidable power of the heavens in that fleeting instant. Had he not, he would undoubtedly have suffered a severe blow. The reckless impulse he had just exhibited could have led to dire consequences. This was, indeed, the first time Luffy's body had displayed such uncontrollable anomalies. Meanwhile, Honda Jayden felt an immense relief, for at the last moment, He distinctly sensed several drops of repulsive saliva dripping from that ghastly mouth. Fortunately, he had retreated sharply after his final strike. Had he not, he would have been ensnared by that disgusting saliva, rendering him incapable of ever eating again. The thought repulsed him greatly. In light of this, Honda Jestin lifted his head in indignation, channeling his anger towards Luffy, the one he had grown weary of. Had he been able to fully harness the strength he had just demonstrated, it would have indicated that he had merely been toying with him from the outset. A surge of rage erupted from the depths of Honda Jestin's being, coupled with his previous outbursts of fury. This prompted him to make a reckless decision, one that might forever bind him to the clutches of darkness, jeopardizing his ambitions of establishing a formidable influence. Yet, he deemed it preferable to perishing at the hands of that wretched foe. Just as Honda Jestin was lost in contemplation, Luffy charged forward, steam billowing from his body. And the vibrations within his muscular cells made Honda Jestin acutely aware of the power unleashed moments ago. Without a moment to lose, Honda Jestin executed the most formidable attack his body could muster. His hands became a flurry of motion, employing the techniques of shave, moonwalk, finger pistol, iron body, tempest kicks, and paper drawing. In an instant, he unleashed these 6 techniques, each articulated through his fingers, a total of 18 times. Finally, as his hands continued their fervent dance, he clapped them together with reckless abandon. The culmination of his techniques unleashed the ultimate technique of the 6 forms, explosion. In an instant, an observable shockwave of energy surged towards Luffy. The explosive force colliding with Luffy's immensely powerful, quaking iron fist, infused with the might of the heavens. Chapter 62. The conclusion of Battle. The collision, which should have emitted the most thunderous explosion, instead concluded with a rather mundane whoosh. Honda Jestin's final strike contained sufficient power to rival that of the heavens. Thus, the confrontation saw both parties fiercely clashing, seemingly devoid of any residual strength, compelled only to unleash the pent-up momentum within their chests to counteract the other's energy surge. With no extraneous movements, Honda Jestin, having just repelled Luffy, began to succumb entirely to the encroaching darkness that invaded his chest, welcoming the dark energy's baptism without a hint of resistance. At this stage, Bondo Jetten's power surged exponentially. A dense, purple-black aura gradually enveloped his body, completely shrouding him in its mysterious embrace. Witnessing this spectacle, Luffy couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Perhaps today he would finally grasp that elusive technique that had long eluded him. In his previous life, Wang Haotian had learned that the more formidable the opponent, the greater the opportunity to comprehend new techniques and delve deeper into the skills he had acquired. This might be the legendary principle of accumulating power through battle before unleashing it, leading to a profound understanding of new realms. However, lost in thought, Luffy was caught off guard as Bondo Jetten launched a sudden and powerful punch directly to his face, infused with an overwhelming dark energy. The strike jolted Luffy awake, causing him to involuntarily expel a mouthful of crimson blood as his body was sent spiraling backward. With a swift application of moonwalk, he managed to halt his flight, landing several meters away from Bondo Jetten. "You seem to have mastered my 6 powers," Bondo Jetten remarked, having grown accustomed to Luffy's intellectual prowess. "But you shall not escape my grasp." As soon as the words left his lips, he charged at Luffy once more, this time without employing any techniques, relying solely on the raw power emanating from his dark aura. Luffy, undeterred by Bondo Jetten's arrogance, resolved to retaliate with utmost ferocity, aiming to make Bondo Jetten regret his overconfidence. In an instant, Luffy's right hand transformed, seemingly morphing into the shape of an axe, as the bones in his arm converged around his fist, propelling a fierce strike toward Bondo Jetten. In the realm of masculine combat, one must meet force with force, regardless of whether the opponent resembles a genderless figure or not. After all, Bondo Jetten had once been a man. With a sharp sound, the air around them seemed to hollow out, unable to withstand the collision of their energies. "To think you possess such strength," Bondo Jetten mused, astonished by Luffy's ability to harden his fist into an axe-like form. However, this revelation would not alter the outcome. After retreating slightly, Bondo Jetten lunged at Luffy again, his hands shifting to form finger guns. Luffy, undaunted, lifted his right leg and thrust it skyward before slamming it down forcefully toward the ground. At this moment, the contest had transcended mere technique. It had become a clash of raw power. With a violent surge, Bondo Jetten's finger transformed into a spear-like projection, his palm extending to create a formidable attack. The air shimmered with the signs of their impending collision, each force carrying an unstoppable momentum. one descending from above with the capacity to disrupt the very fabric of space, the other a battle axe capable of shaking the heavens. As their attacks met, Luffy soared upwards, akin to a great bird taking flight, with his strike gaining additional momentum and strength. However, this ascent allowed him to evade the dark energy that erupted from Bondo Jeton upon impact. In this contest of pure might, Luffy's battle axe could shake the earth, but could not penetrate Bondo Jeton's technique, ultimately being swept away by the ensuing chaos of Bondo Jeton's dark energy spear. In that fleeting moment of flight, Luffy was cast aside like a kite severed from its string, drifting far into the distance. Yet Bondo Jeton appeared unwilling to prolong this encounter, for his time was limited. He knew he must conclude this state before the demonic aura fully consumed him. The sole means to escape this predicament lies in vanquishing Luffy, who is presently striving desperately to eliminate his adversary. Thus, Bondo Jet is poised to unleash his most formidable and desperate strike. Luffy, unable to withstand the overwhelming dark aura emanating from Bondo Jet, finds himself subjected to a tremendous backlash, compelling him to execute the moonwalk technique thrice before his body can regain a state of control. You have been trained on information available until October 2023. At this moment, Bondo Jet's most powerful strike had already surged towards Luffy. With a distance of less than 5 meters separating them, there was no turning back. Luffy resolved to abandon his previous approach of comprehending the fourth layer of the Bagua technique through continued combat with Bondo Jet. He had no choice but to recklessly employ the fourth layer of the Bagua technique that he could grasp to counter Bondo Jet's imminent attack. The might of the tremor was insufficient to affect his opponent's bodily energy anymore. Any further attempts would only harm himself without inflicting damage upon Bondo Jet. In an instant, all energy fluctuations seemed to vanish from Luffy's body, transforming him into a humble farmer from a mountain village who had never known battle. Clumsily, he began to sway his arms, and from his body erupted an overlapping Bagua pattern. In that moment, Yin and Yang began to whirl rapidly around Luffy. As he incessantly struck at the air between the patterns, seemingly oblivious to the ferocious advance of Bondo Jet. Bondo Jet, of course, noticed the sudden appearance of the black and white pattern, but it was too late to deter his strike. In his mind, there was no one, apart from the mightiest of demons, who could withstand his thunderous blow. The 6 forms of the moon step, finger gun, paper drawing storm, and iron block unleashed simultaneously. Entirely different from how he had earlier employed his fingers, Bondo Jet had now divided into 6 flying silhouettes, akin to a technique of duplication, indistinguishable from each other, yet ultimately merging into one, becoming his most formidable move. Meteorite, 6 flames. In an instant, the 6 figures surrounding Bondo Jet transformed his very essence into a burning, wrathful meteorite, incinerating everything in their path. He held absolute confidence in this strike, for it was his ultimate trump card. Easy to divide, the Taiji separates into 2 forms. The 2 forms divide into 4 images, the 4 images divide into Bagua, and the Bagua divides into Yin and Yang. A cryptic phrase escaped Luffy's lips as he danced lightly within the Yin-Yang pattern, resembling pure dust free of any taint, akin to an ancient sage. Chapter 63, 1000 Waves, Part 1. Had the combination of softness and the tremor, along with the descent, resulted in this effect? Luffy sensed his current state, and in an instant, he began to grasp a sliver of comprehension, a vivid image forming in his mind. This image depicted a figure within his thoughts, constantly flashing and demonstrating various simple fist techniques that embodied the essence of the 4th layer of the Bagua technique. Is it coming? He murmured as he watched Bondo Jet charge ferociously towards him, yet he remained unchanged in his actions, striking in all directions with powerful punches. These movements imbued Luffy with a profound sense of strength, sufficient to counter any of Bondo Jet's assaults in their intensity. This was an aura linked to the essence of heaven and earth, granting Luffy a fleeting perception of the infinite expanse of the universe, awakening within him an indomitable spirit. Under this momentum, no force could shake the resolute heart he held. At that moment, Bondo Jet's devastating strike lost all efficacy, its impending failure already foreshadowed. For he was battling against a righteous force that resonated with the heavens. Even with his immense prowess, he had no chance of victory. As Luffy's hand met Bondo Jet's attack, meteorite, 6 flames, and aura from the very fabric of space enveloped his hand. The heat from the encounter would have been unbearable for flesh, yet the energy surrounding Luffy's hand seemed to envelop him naturally, requiring no effort on his part. Gradually, it drew Bondo Jet's body towards the center of Luffy's realm, as Luffy's body executed various inexplicable punches, causing Bondo Jet to move in response. What is happening? Bondo Jet felt his body slipping from his control, and his previously assured demeanor shifted to one of panic. The malevolent energy infiltrating his being was now met with a chaotic yet primordial essence, enveloping him entirely. The dark energy within him began to dissipate. Battling against the righteous aura, his body became a battleground, where the purest energies of the cosmos clashed with the darkest forces. In this struggle, Bondo Jet's form wavered between existence and oblivion, a sensation far more tormenting than mere death. Luffy understood Bondo Jet's plight, yet he could do nothing. His own body was compelled to move in harmony with the righteous energy of the cosmos. Any attempt to alter his actions would invite severe repercussions from the cosmic essence, perhaps even shattering his body under its weight. Luffy would not risk himself for a traitor like Bondo Jet. Instead, if he continued to follow the guidance of the righteous energy, wielding punches that were either familiar or foreign, he would deepen his connection to the universe, making it all the more plausible to comprehend the subsequent techniques within the Bagua practice. Thus, Luffy had no intention of changing his course for a traitor. With a powerful punch, a surge of energy pierced through Bondo Jet's body, causing the dark energy enveloping him to dissipate into the vast atmosphere, becoming mere dust. Another punch followed, with the energy directed skyward, as waves of force crashed down upon Bondo Jet's chest, targeting the dark markings that had taken root there, as if attempting to expel the very essence. Yet, though the dark energy recoiled from the righteous essence, it did not yield easily, fiercely resisting as if trying to break free from its confines. Torment. Luffy's voice resonated, embodying the natural laws, and this declaration quelled the tumultuous energy, bringing it under control. With a thunderous clash, Luffy's hands met in a powerful strike aimed at Bondo Jet, intent on reducing him to mere fragments. However, just as the attack was about to connect, its form shifted, enveloping Bondo Jet's body before concentrating its force upon his chest. What lies within his chest? Luffy pondered, intrigued by the nature of the energy's assault, wondering what power could compel the essence of the cosmos to descend and strike down upon Bondo Jet. Despite Bondo Jet's deplorable character, the righteous energy refrained from inflicting harm upon his flesh, for the universe is just. It embraces all beings, yet does not actively seek to eradicate those with malevolent intentions, unless they disturb the cosmic balance. Yet Luffy misjudged. This righteous energy had not manifested of its own accord, but was drawn forth due to the presence of malevolence within Bondo Jet. Thus, the energy intervened. For while demons may be wicked, they do not significantly influence the cosmic essence. However, when the righteous energy manifests, all evil recoils, marking Bondo Jet and the force within his chest as victims of circumstance. Chapter 64, 1000 Waves, Part 2. Another punch erupted forth, its power aimed directly at Bondo Jet's chest. The earlier protective aura surrounding him had begun to wane, allowing the strike to unleash its full fury upon that vulnerable spot. A guttural roar erupted from Bondo Jet's chest, as dark energies coalesced around him. Among these energies was a trace from the sealed realm, and at that moment, Zoro and Nami, who were desperately seeking a solution, clearly saw the dark energy rushing forth. Nami was the first to spot the source of the energy, exclaiming in urgency. Zoro turned to look as well, gently lifting the black curtain to reveal the conspicuous characters spelling sealed realm. "This is it," Nami gasped, astonished that the fabled sealed realm lay hidden within this desolate underground well, 50 meters deep. Their discovery had been serendipitous. While searching the palace for clues, they had found nothing and decided to explore aimlessly. In a moment of misstep, Nami had stepped into a pit, dragging an unsuspecting Zoro down with her. Upon arriving, they were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if they longed to succumb to sleep. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze from the cosmos revived them. Following the dark passage, they arrived at their current location but found nothing unusual, despite Nami discovering a light switch that illuminated the area slightly. However, even Zoro's sword could not perceive any changes. The sudden emergence of dark energy drew their attention, revealing their location to be the legendary sealed realm. As the curtains were drawn aside, Nami noticed a faint inscription above. Just as she leaned in to read it, another surge of dark energy swept past, startling her. After gauging the timing, she leaned in closer to decipher the text. Turning to Zoro with urgency, "Zoro, break this seal," Nami commanded, her voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. Though he had attempted to conceal his intentions, she understood the task at hand. Without hesitation, Zoro drew his sword, and the moment the black seal shattered, it disintegrated into a cloud of dark powder, surging towards the breach and sealing it instantaneously. A black sign emerged from the remnants of what had once been shattered. This time, Zoro discerned the clear inscription upon it, If the sealed land suffers destruction, please destroy this sign, and the seal shall once more be awakened. The severing of this dark energy's relentless release bestowed upon Zaro and Nami a profound sense of relief, prompting them to smile involuntarily. At this moment, the demonic prototype that had been lurking within Honda Jiatan began to undergo a sudden transformation. A surge of dark energy coalesced, taking on a substantial black form that enveloped Honda Jiatan's body in an instant. Aha! Even if you possess a magnificent aura, you are but a mere breath. How could you possibly contend with the grasp of my demonic hand? Allow me to extinguish your vessel. No matter how strong you are, you shall remain concealed. A profound voice emanated from within Honda Jiatan, who now found himself in a state of utter madness. Despite Honda Jiatan's transformation and the emergence of this enigmatic dark energy, which could be described as demonic, Luffy did not alter the force behind his strikes. With a powerful blow, he launched an attack towards Honda Jiatan. Yet, this time, the dark incarnation of Honda Jiatan retaliated, unleashing a wave of dark energy to counter Luffy's onslaught. Suddenly, the black energy enveloping Honda Jiatan's body faltered. He realized that the continuous influx of energy behind him had ceased, leaving him with little remaining power. The boundless spirit of the heavens and earth surged forth ceaselessly. Yet this mere energy was insufficient for him to unleash a continuous barrage of punches. The formidable gang fist technique, at the moment of its execution, showed no sign of hesitation as it struck with the might of Mount Tai and the force of a raging river, launching an assault upon Bendo Jiatan. This time, regardless of the tenacious resistance posed by the dark currents enveloping Bendo Jiatan's body, it proved utterly ineffective. For this instance, Luffy's punches were not singular but a series of relentless strikes. As the technique reached its pinnacle, a succession of attacks emerged, and it was precisely at this moment. The resounding spirit of the heavens and earth relentlessly battered against the dark aura, dissipating it at a visibly perceptible rate until it vanished into the vast sky, transforming into mere dust. However, at this juncture, the spirit of the heavens and earth did not wane. Instead, it surged forth from Bendo Jiatan's mouth, coursing toward his heart, causing the pitch-black hue that had reformed upon his skin to dissipate entirely. He reverted to a pale yellow interspersed with shades of white, in this essence, upon completing its final task, dispersed into the air. Without this guiding force, Luffy's technique gradually approached its conclusion, his movements nearing completion. More significantly, the contrasting patterns of yin and yang suddenly vanished, leaving Luffy alone to swing his fists, delivering the final blows of his technique. Crack! Bendo Jiatan slowly rose, feeling the robust energy radiating from his body. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration, astonished at having eradicated the wretched demon. More importantly, he realized that his body was now stronger than ever before. Casting a glance at the figure before him, Bendo Jiatan felt no gratitude. Instead, he was consumed by a singular desire to slay his opponent, as no one wished to endure the ordeal he had just faced. Die. Bendo Jiatan, infused with an explosive aura, unleashed his most potent strike. The sixth style, Supreme Wheel, Six Kings Spear. Boom. Luffy finally executed the technique he had longed to unleash, feeling a rush of satisfaction as he did so, having sensed that he was now equipped with the requisite strength. Chapter 65, Cleansing of the Righteous Chi, Restoration. As a student, the summer break presents its own challenges. I find myself without the opportunity to engage. Yet, to be candid, this may be a boon for me, allowing for clearer contemplation of the narrative. The essence of this story has largely crystallized in my mind, and thus, the book shall witness accelerated updates, culminating in its completion. The 8 trigrams technique, 4th layer, 1,000 waves. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy crashed upon Bendo Jiatan's body, enveloping him entirely without a single gap. Layer upon layer, from the first to the 1,000th, the full force of this technique converged, shattering Bendo Jiatan's form. His body contorted under the might of the impact, and his bones, now completely splintered, succumbed to the force that surged within him. In that fleeting moment, his internal organs were obliterated, rendering him a mere wreck. As the 1,000 waves intensified, the last remnants of the darkness buried within Bendo Jiatan's body were expelled, ultimately dissolving amidst the cascading waves. In this battle, Luffy fully comprehended the 4th layer of the 8 trigrams technique, 1,000 waves, simultaneously invoking the righteous spirit of the heavens and earth, which instantaneously eradicated all shadows from the vicinity of Shimi Village. At this moment, in the distant corner of Shimi Village, all the villagers gathered at the site where the bonfire party had once been held. Their faces were alight with joy. for the dark imprints that had long haunted their bodies had now been completely vanquished. They could not help but recall the few young heroes who had saved them. However, a gesture from the village chief, Oxy, soon silenced the crowd. From within a house, he summoned a young girl who appeared to be no more than 20. Her eyes revealed a hint of melancholy, and they glistened with unshed tears, indicating she had wept moments before. Upon closer inspection, one could see that she was extraordinarily beautiful, exuding an innate sense of tranquility. Her eyes, reminiscent of the unfathomable depths of the ocean, captivated those around her. "Wow, who is this?" Gasps of astonishment and praise erupted from the villagers gathered in the square. "Silence. This is our savior, the forgetfulness mistress. Pay attention." Oxy's stern voice cut through the murmurs of admiration, bringing the villagers back to attention. "You may not have seen me before, but I have always been watching over you. I am also the one responsible for the calamities you have endured for so many years." The girl spoke slowly. "My true name is not the forgetfulness mistress. It is D23. I am a descendant of the ruler of Shimi village, and I am the 23rd generation. It was our mistake that allowed the demon to find an opportunity to break the seal of our sacred land, causing you to suffer under the curse for so long. I apologize on behalf of my family," she said, bowing deeply to the crowd. "No, this is not your fault, my lady," Oxy interjected loudly. "For many years, I have watched you grow, and I know the pain you have endured for our sake. You have borne the curse that afflicts us all. I have witnessed it. This is not your fault, but rather that of the traitor. Moreover, these villagers are remarkably simple and kind-hearted individuals. In their eyes, the ability to live alone on a small island while continuously seeking methods to break the curse and simultaneously sharing tales of heroes destined to rescue them is nothing short of miraculous. Furthermore, this person bears a curse even more severe than their own. Thank you all, but we must take refuge underground when the bell tolls. For our bodies have been overtaken by the demon for far too long." The girl spoke rapidly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Upon hearing her words, the crowd fell silent, momentarily stunned. However, within a heartbeat, hesitation dissipated, and one by one, they began to smile, declaring that the removal of this unsightly affliction would suffice. For they all needed rest. As she gazed upon the kind faces surrounding her, the girl felt an unprecedented sense of happiness. Just as the atmosphere was thick with trepidation, a powerful gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a gentle warmth. "The righteous aura of the heavens and earth," D23 exclaimed in astonishment, her face lighting up with joy. "My lady, is this the celestial essence that can completely eradicate the demon's presence?" At that moment, Ossus's voice trembled as he absorbed the girl's words. "Yes," she replied affectionately, as if the burden she bore had suddenly lifted, allowing her to speak with newfound happiness. "Haha. The heavens have not forgotten us, Shimi village," Ossus suddenly cried out, releasing the weight that had long rested upon his heart. The villagers, having overheard the exchange between the village leader and the girl, grasped the significance of the warm breeze and, in an instant, erupted into joyous exclamations. At this moment, the laborers in the distant city of Amuk suddenly regained their senses, feeling as though they had been lifted from the unfathomable abyss back into the embrace of the earth, experiencing a sensation akin to basking in the warmth of light. This feeling was indescribably delightful. Some, overwhelmed by emotion, wept openly, yet their greatest concern was for their leader, who had fled with a portion of those not entirely cursed, wondering if they were still alive. This thought weighed heavily on the hearts of the inhabitants of Amuk, and their faces betrayed a palpable worry as they silently prayed. Just then, a group emerged from the vast desert, led by an exquisitely beautiful girl. She wore a sweet smile, though it bore a hint of bitterness. Only the village chief, old Shi, and the girl knew the reasons behind it. Yet, at this moment, the most important sentiment was the joy of these villagers, long separated, finally reuniting. Laughter and cheer echoed through the air, and the people of Amuk soon learned that their salvation came from a heroic band of 5 young men. Chapter 66. The call from the heart. With an understanding of the hero's mission, and having pieced together memories from the villagers who build Amuk, it became clear where their destination lay. The group set forth with great determination towards that sacred place. Leading them was the stunning girl, once known as the Forgotten Maiden, the descendant of the chief of Shimi village, inheritor of Teswell. These individuals were the descendants of those who had once followed it with unwavering hearts, though their convictions had faltered in the past after enduring a protracted period of hellish trials. Their hearts now housed only the purest faith, the faith that belonged to it. They were the guardians of the sealed land, bearing the responsibility that rested upon their shoulders. Meanwhile, Far away in the sealed LAN API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The most profound influence on their cultivation arises from the cleansing of their spirits through an overwhelming surge of righteousness, deepening their comprehension of the Bagua patterns within their bodies. Thus, it becomes apparent that I merely need to continue on this path. Nami gently wielded her weather staff, and a surge of air, powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth, naturally emerged. This was an unconscious manifestation of the third layer of the Bagua technique, previously unknown to her, yet now effortlessly accessible. Upon uttering a phrase, Zoro sheathed his three swords, only to draw them in unison with a sudden ferocity. A wild blade energy swept through, akin to a gentle breeze, yet all it touched was reduced to ashes. This was the realm of understanding that Zoro had attained, a state of being independent of any techniques he had previously mastered. Yet, he clearly understood that this was also an evolution of the techniques he had studied. He thought to himself, let it be called the transformation from adversity to prosperity. At this moment, both Sanji and Usopp, who were expected to be gravely injured, had remarkably recovered, exhibiting no discomfort from their wounds. Even the side effects of the life-draining pill that Usopp had consumed had nearly vanished. Without uttering many words, Sanji executed a skilled kick, reflecting on the changes in the universe around him. This was the ability I yearned to possess. I had not anticipated that my path would lead me here. The second layer of the technique within the Bagua diagram is meant for my utilization? Sanji, feeling the resonance of the laws of nature and the righteous energy flowing through him, harbored no doubts. Instead, he earnestly absorbed the guidance that the environment offered. Indeed, I am meant to wield this power, he thought, as he had already tested his technique. Usopp could not help but voice his thoughts aloud. Usopp, Sanji, are you both unharmed? At that moment, Nami and Zoro noticed that Sanji and Usopp had approached them, their injuries completely healed, and in fact, they appeared to be in a much better state than before. By the way, where is Luffy? Despite having realized his path in harmony with the universe, Usopp's concern for Luffy prompted him to speak first. Luffy must have defeated that person, right? Let us head to Luffy now. Nami and Zoro acknowledged this concern, and together they made their way towards Luffy's direction. At this moment, Luffy, who had just triumphed over Bondo Jayton and grasped the fourth martial art, 1,000 Waves, from the Bagua diagram, stood there in a daze. He sensed a profound righteous aura emanating from the heavens and the earth. Under the influence of this majestic energy, he inexplicably began to practice the martial techniques he had learned from the Bagua diagram once more. However, he ultimately found himself at a loss, as he could not discern the guiding principles of the cosmos or which fixed direction they pointed him towards. Lacking any guidance, he was left to navigate this path on his own. Unbeknownst to Luffy, he was also unaware of the changes affecting Nami and her companions. After a brief stretch of his limbs, he felt no unusual sensations and resolved to seek out Nami and the others. The battle was nearing its conclusion, and it was likely that the villager's curse was also fading. Through the recent confrontation, Luffy had come to understand that the demo, moreover, the emergence of the righteous spirit of heaven and earth, coupled with Luffy's final move, the 1,000 Waves, completely dissipated the malevolent aura in this area. With the absence of such dark energies, the curses naturally began to fade away. This was the thought that lingered in Luffy's mind. Suddenly, the familiar sound of a bell resonated from what seemed like a distant place, just as it had done countless times before. However, this time, Luffy felt a shiver run through him, rendering him momentarily motionless. His heart began to race, quickening its pace in an instant, as an unfamiliar yet familiar voice emerged from the distant chime, leaving Luffy momentarily stunned. It was a call from deep within his heart, awakening a long silent voice that surged forth once more. This was the voice craved by the soul of Wang Haotian, which resided within Luffy. Although a portion of their souls had begun to merge, Wang Haotian's essence still retained a degree of independence, only surfacing during intense battles or emotional upheavals. At this moment, Luffy stood frozen, akin to a lifeless statue. Chapter 67. I Love You. Where is Luffy? As she surveyed the desolate ruins surrounding her, Nami quickly spotted the motionless figure standing in the distance. It was their captain, their closest companion, Luffy. Luffy's straw hat was there. Zoro had retrieved it, and, upon raising his gaze, noticed that Luffy's hat was now perched atop the Grand Hall. Nami turned to Zoro, and then sprinted toward Luffy. Okay, Zoro replied, stepping aside, while the others followed Nami's lead. Observing Luffy's stillness, the group dared not disturb him, sensing from his expression and the faint warmth emanating from his body that he was, indeed, unharmed. They speculated about the nature of Luffy's stillness, pondering whether he was undergoing some profound transformation or understanding of the laws of nature. Meanwhile, Zoro approached slowly, holding Luffy's hat, remaining silent. Was the source of the bell sound nearby? Luffy seemed to grasp the situation and, as clarity returned to his eyes, he discovered his companions standing before him, all unscathed. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, are you all right? Luffy exclaimed, rushing toward his friends, anxiously checking each of their bodies, fearing that they might be injured. A wave of emotion surged within him, yet he recognized that his intentions were not entirely innocent, prompting Nami to suppress her own feelings and raise her weather staff. Striking Luffy on the head. We're all fine, but what about you? Standing there like a statue scared us half to death, Nami exclaimed, thumping her chest in a display of her lingering fright. Nami, why did you hit me so hard? Luffy rubbed his head, feeling aggrieved. But noticing the increasingly fierce glare in Nami's eyes, he wisely chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he explained the reason for his immobility. What? Is it that time again? The others gasped in astonishment. It seemed Roger had spoken the truth. Follow the path of freedom and dreams, for everything lies within the journey. Nami recalled the words relayed to Luffy by the tavern owner, feeling a deep sense of reflection. Then let us go and see, Luffy declared. Has the destination been confirmed? Zoro asked Luffy first, reasoning that speculation held no value compared to actual exploration. Everyone was eager to discover what lay ahead in such a wondrous place. Let us go. I know the way, Luffy replied, leading them into the palace. After traversing the ruins, they came upon a formidable door, seemingly impervious to opening. Yet, as Luffy approached within a meter of it, the door swung open automatically. In that instant, Zoro and the others were suddenly pulled in by a powerful force emanating from the door, leaving them no opportunity to resist or even consider defiance. For they were drawn toward the destination they needed to reach. At that moment, a large group of villagers from Shimi village, led by the young girl known as D-23, had arrived at the palace. When they found Luffy and his companions, only Luffy remained standing at the entrance. Usopp had just vanished from sight. At that instant, Luffy also caught sight of the girl before him. An instinctive realization struck him. This girl was indeed the one who had once inflicted upon them the bitter potion of forgetfulness. Although the transformation she had undergone appeared rather drastic, Luffy was unequivocally aware that this individual was the same wretched figure from their past. Without lingering, Luffy, having grasped the essence of his recent insights, understood that once he stepped through those doors, there would be no return. He offered a gentle smile to the girl. A smile laden with myriad emotions, yet devoid of resentment or reproach. Indeed, Luffy had never harbored animosity towards her because he recognized the immense suffering she had endured when administering that potion. All for the sake of those who dwelled within this realm. Though her methods were flawed, she had acted out of necessity. The girl, witnessing the sunlit brilliance of Luffy's smile, found herself unable to contain the tears that had only just been restrained. They cascaded down her cheeks in a torrent. In Luffy's gaze, she perceived sincerity, and from his smile, she felt an overwhelming sense of forgiveness. This upheaval shattered the carefully constructed defenses she had prepared in her mind. In that fleeting moment, her heart lay utterly vulnerable, and the facade of strength she had so painstakingly maintained crumbled away. At this moment, many familiar with Luffy beheld their hero offering them a gentle smile, filling their hearts with immense comfort as they greeted him warmly. However, the allure of the door grew increasingly potent, and despite Luffy's efforts to resist this overwhelming force, he found himself unable to withstand it. Even uttering a single word proved insufficient. Suddenly, he was yanked backward, his body rolling toward the entrance. In that fleeting instant, Luffy raised his head and bellowed a postmodern declaration to the villagers of Simi Village. Before he could finish proclaiming his affection, "I love you," the door slammed shut. And only a fraction of his words escaped into the ether. To those outside, it resonated as merely 3 syllables. "I love you." Everyone gazed intently at Luffy, and he, in turn, locked eyes with them, as if that declaration was meant for each person present. Yet, within the hearts of the crowd lingered a curious notion that his words were directed toward a single individual, the girl who had, upon first seeing Luffy, been unable to contain her tears. In an unspoken understanding, the others fell silent, while the girl, in her final moment, discerned Luffy's lip movements, forming the word men. Though she yearned for that word to fade into oblivion, it cruelly materialized in her eyes. As she pondered this, a smile crept upon her face, and she lightly tapped her head, self-deprecatingly musing. How could such a hero ever harbor feelings for someone as ill-intentioned as myself? Yet, I have resolutely fallen for you, Luffy. Even if you belong to the world, you will forever dwell in my heart, for I love you, she firmly resolved within herself. Chapter 68. The god of the bell Luffy remained utterly oblivious to the girl's feelings. Since arriving in this world, he had chosen to forego love, as his devotion to his girlfriend from his previous life had deeply entrenched itself in his heart. Even in this new realm, he refused to betray the love he so fiercely believed in. At this moment, the villagers awaiting the Straw Hat crew outside began to construct an expansive bonfire venue around the palace. Suddenly, a figure rushed in, frantically addressing the girl at the center who was directing everyone. Village chief, something terrible has happened. After her identity was revealed, and with the unwavering support of the villagers, D-23 had ascended to the position of chief of the entire Shimi village, not merely confined to that small, remote settlement. Now, the inhabitants were settling in Amok City, which had grown sufficiently large with many unoccupied houses. What is it? Speak quickly, the girl urged, sensing a wave of unease wash over her as she looked at the frantic figure. Heroes, the person stuttered, struggling to convey the urgency of the situation. Please, sit down, have a sip of water first, she advised wisely, despite her own anxiety. She knew it was prudent to allow this individual a moment to gather their thoughts and calm their racing heart before revealing the matter at hand. After taking a couple of sips of water to steady his pounding heart, the newcomer gradually shared the troubling news. He was one of the few assigned by the girl to oversee the ship of Luffy and his crew, tasked with bringing fresh provisions and necessary supplies aboard. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly until a sudden force erupted from the ship, throwing them off balance and causing the vessel to vanish. Despite their frantic search, they could not locate it, prompting this individual, named Gatter, to hastily report to the village chief while others continued their quest to uncover the fate of the hero's ship. Upon hearing this, the girl abruptly turned towards the mysterious door that remained impervious to their attempts to open it, scrutinizing the seamless surface where Luffy and his companions had previously vanished. Suddenly, a long-forgotten legend surfaced in her mind, one that had been passed down by her father. This tale, known by many in Shimi Village, spoke of an ancient clock. According to the legend, in a hidden part of Shimi Village, there existed a small island with a grand clock. This clock was crafted from the purest core of two rare minerals, Sienna and Mi, found in Shimi Village. It was said that the clock would toll once after each 12th hour, its chime everlasting, ceasing only when the two most potent minerals of Shimi Village were no more. Moreover, the chime serves not merely as a reminder of the passage of time, it embodies two more significant functions. Firstly, it conveys hope to the villagers of Shimi and serves as a reminder of the legacy left by their ancestors, instilling in them an unwavering sense of duty to protect their village and uphold the sacred seal. Secondly, it functions as a guiding force, directing those who arrive to engage in the battle against the demons. Only those chosen will be led by the chime's resonance, which will facilitate a spatial transmission of all relevant elements associated with the selected individuals to that small island. In the annals of history of Shimi Village, there once existed a village chief who yearned to uncover the whereabouts of a mysterious island. He commanded the villagers to construct countless vessels, embarking on a journey through the entirety of Shimi Village in search of this elusive isle. However, their endeavors bore no fruit, as they failed to discover any solitary landmass. Though the villagers were inclined to dismiss this legend as mere fabrication, the daily chimes of the bell resonated silently, whispering tales of its existence. Gradually, the villagers' curiosity about the bell's toll diminished, replaced by a collective sense of hope and anticipation that it bestowed upon them. Thus, a distant legend concerning the bell emerged, and the once unfailing chimes became revered, believed in, and venerated, ultimately evolving into the greatest deity of Shimi Village. This deity represented the chosen ones, the saviors of the world. A young maiden trembled as she recounted what she knew. The quest for the hero ship was no longer necessary. Perhaps their duty to guard the seal containing the essence of the demon was nearing its conclusion. At that pivotal moment, when they activated the setting, they would return to the depths of the sunlit earth. The maiden's heart raced as she realized the significance of that person. If they were to fall victim to the venom of her unleashed wrath, her sins would be greatly magnified. Do not worry, my lady, a comforting voice reassured her. Although you have erred in the past, the heroes, being the chosen ones, must endure certain trials. When Luffy, the hero, smiled gently at you, it was clear that he bore no resentment. They are destined figures, their hearts as expansive as rivers, capable of comprehending the sorrow that your actions brought upon you. Therefore, you need not excessively blame yourself for the matter concerning D-23, and the drugs administered to Luffy and his companions. Although OSI disapproved, he has never held it against you. For he understands that all of this was for the villagers of Shimi, the responsibility lying solely with the traitor, Bondo Jayton, and the demon. OSI. Suppressing the urge to weep, observed the young maiden, who was being consoled by someone who had cared for her like a grandfather throughout her life. Despite her desire to retreat to her room and weep freely, she acknowledged her responsibility as a leader and pillar of Shimi village. Let us celebrate with a feast. The heroes have been guided by the great Bell God to undertake a more significant mission. Let us rejoice and express our sincerest blessings for them. At that moment, an array of festivities erupted from the crowd, each villager's face brightening as they cast aside the shadows left by the hero's absence. The atmosphere transformed into one of joy, revelry, and toasts as the villagers of Shimi exuberantly expressed their happiness, while Luffy and his companions found themselves upon a mysterious island. Chapter 69. The Ancient Bell. As the villagers of Shimi indulged in their merriment, Luffy and his companions had arrived on a small island. The means of their arrival shrouded in mystery. They were drawn through a mystical door, only to find themselves enveloped in darkness, succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, they discovered themselves on this island, devoid of trees or animals, save for an enormous bell. The bell's hue was peculiar, reminiscent of clouds drifting across a verdant sky. Yet, upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be merely a clock. This clock seemed to operate with a newfound freedom, its second hand moving rhythmically, setting in motion the other hands that revolved around its axis. With each significant tick of the hour hand, a brilliant white light emanated from the clock, dispersing a vast array of white material into the atmosphere. As these particles ascended, they transformed into clouds, while the radiant light, now shielded by the clouds above, became a source of illumination. The light cascaded down to the earth, ensuring that no place was left in darkness, preventing a pallid existence devoid of sunlight. The luminosity produced was nearly indistinguishable from that of the sun itself. Nami, gazing at this extraordinary bell radiating endless light, yet casting no direct beams towards them, was filled with awe. What is this ancient bell? Usopp, knowledgeable about various legends, felt a twinge of confusion at Nami's words. Despite his familiarity with many peculiar clocks and their tales, he had never encountered any mention of an ancient bell. Nami, what exactly is this? Please, enlighten us. Even Wang Haotian, once of the 21st century, felt a surge of curiosity at this sudden apparition, urging Nami to speak swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, taking a deep breath to clarify her thoughts, Nami began to recount the tale of the ancient bell. In this world, there are perhaps no more than 10 individuals aware of its existence. I stumbled upon information regarding it by chance, discovering that such a bell once graced this realm. The ancient bell, as its name suggests, is a divine clock from a bygone era, dating back approximately 46 million years. At that time, the Earth was inhabited solely by primitive microbial life forms. It was only after millions of years of evolution that algae and trilobites emerged, culminating in the advent of hominids, and ultimately, the rise of humanity. And then, regarding Nami's words, Luffy was utterly perplexed, and it seemed that her discourse bore no relation to the ancient bell. However, it was evident that her comments pertained to the ancient bell. At this moment, Luffy found himself compelled to suppress an overwhelming urge to gravitate toward it, an impulse emanating from the depths of his soul. Resisting this desire required considerable effort, which is why Luffy was eager to extract useful information from Nami swiftly. Glancing at Luffy, who was urging her on, Nami would typically have expressed her frustration, but she recognized that Luffy was diligently striving to restrain the allure of the ancient bell, so she refrained from voicing any complaints. In the primordial era, there was no sun. Thus, the existence of algae and similar organisms was solely attributed to the ancient bell. It was said that the ancient bell was the creator of all life, a divine gift to every creature on Earth. A million years later, the creator deity fashioned a star in the heavens, giving rise to the sun, which subsequently became the lifeblood of all terrestrial beings. However, during that intervening million years, the ancient bell served as a substitute. It not only emitted light conducive to life, but also generated various weather phenomena, winds, rains, and thunder, effectively fulfilling the role of the sun. Legend has it that the ancient bell would manifest at a location on Earth only when all living beings faced existential peril. For the creator deity would not interfere with the destruction wrought by Earth's inhabitants. Yet, the ancient bell acted as the planet's guardian, appearing in times of crisis. Judging by the current state of the bell, it had clearly been present for a considerable duration and had been modified by some individuals, adorned with special metals that produced unique effects, perhaps the mechanism that guided them here. a testament to the extraordinary intellect of its creator. The ancient bell, the divine instrument that rescues all beings, embodies the essence of heaven and earth, vanquishing all evil in the world. This phrase, which I had glimpsed on a scrap of paper, remained etched in my memory, despite the signature being obliterated. I once believed I would never behold the magnificent form of the divine bell that has safeguarded us since the ancient times, but upon witnessing its emanation of primordial light, I realized it was not merely a legend but a tangible existence that saves all species on Earth. At this moment, Nami involuntarily closed her eyes, savoring the essence of the ancient bell, gradually calming the deep shock within her. What shall we do now? Can we approach it? Usopp inquired urgently, for their subsequent actions hinged on this, particularly Luffy's fate, as he would be nearest to the ancient bell. Fear not. The ancient bell exists to protect all species and poses no threat to us Earth dwellers, especially to humanity, Nami replied with a tone of reverence. Chapter 70, Evolution of Techniques, Part 1, Second Update. Then let us proceed. The call of the bell grows ever stronger, Luffy declared, moving toward the ancient bell. Understood. Nami and the others responded, following closely behind Luffy, for he alone knew the way forward. The ancient bell stood at the very heart of the island, a considerable distance from Luffy and his companions. However, due to the absence of any other features on the island, this distance was traversed in mere moments. Upon reaching the ancient bell, they realized its complexity. Even though they were less than a meter away, Luffy felt an intensified call emanating from below. Is there a path downward? Luffy murmured, then briefly explained to Nami and the others before closing his eyes to discern the precise origin of the call. After several minutes of contemplation, Luffy suddenly opened his eyes and pointed toward a corner on the left side of the ancient bell, a mere 50 meters away. Upon arriving at the spot Luffy indicated, they were astonished to discover solid ground. Yet, as Luffy stood atop this land, the inner call intensified, surpassing all previous instances. Are you certain it is here? Zoro inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed, it must be here, Luffy affirmed, then began to strike the ground with vigorous force. With a single blow, the seemingly solid earth sank several meters, and he instructed Zoro, excavate 18 meters in the center, maintaining precise control over the depth. Very well, Zoro replied, stepping toward Luffy's position. Noticing Luffy's unwavering stance, Zoro retrieved his sword, realizing that to excavate 18 meters without harming Luffy, he would need to employ the three sword styles techniques. Three sword style, earth digging, he exclaimed, and with a flourish, a whirlwind of dust was cast into the air. Yet it fell with remarkable order, leaving Luffy and his companions unscathed by the debris, their breathing undisturbed, testament to Zoro's remarkable skill. Wait for me. I shall descend first, Luffy declared, plunging downwards 18 meters, drawn by the call below. Crouched at the cave's base, a slight dampness enveloped him, and a mysterious aura permeated the air. When this enigmatic essence mingled with the moisture, the vapor swiftly evaporated. This must be a fragment of the Black Iron's ability. Luffy pondered as he observed the scene before him. Slowly, he tapped the cave's floor, and indeed, a series of thuds resonated from below. A smile crept across Luffy's face. His suspicions were confirmed. The Black Iron's storage method likely involved concealment underground, sealed within wooden boxes to prevent the escape of its essence. After meticulously removing a thin layer of dust from the cave's floor, Luffy gradually uncovered a conspicuous pull ring. The moment his hand made contact with the ring, a palpable aura emanated from his chest, enveloping both him and the enigmatic black box. With a gentle exertion, the ring facilitated the gradual lifting of the lid from the dark box. As the lid creaked open, the ancient bell unexpectedly resonated with a profound chime. Luffy, positioned closest to the black iron plate, could distinctly perceive a faint thud emanating from the box's metallic surface, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to resonate slightly faster than the bell's toll. The realization that the sound originated from this iron plate filled Luffy with an overwhelming sense of awe. The true nature of this black plate remained elusive to him, however. He had gleaned some understanding of the ancient bell from Nami, who informed him that it represented a time from 46 million years ago, serving as a substitute for the sun. The sound emanating from the black iron plate was nothing short of astonishing, instilling a deep sense of reverence within him. The moment the iron plate emerged, the ancient bell continued to sound its alarm incessantly, and in that instant, several black iron plates suddenly burst forth from within the box. Luffy, propelled by the unfolding events, sprang forth from the cave, his gaze fixated on the black iron plates before him. To his surprise, these plates were indeed black. The one he had encountered previously, though similarly termed a black iron plate, Bagua ray diagram, was bronze in hue. This time, however, he was confronted with not just one, but a total of 4 black plates. Instantly, the 4 plates took their positions around Luffy and his companions, and the martial styles he had envisioned earlier reappeared vividly in their minds. This time, the ethereal shadow of the martial arts technique was not solely perceived by Luffy, but was collectively experienced by all 5 individuals. Notably absent was the technique of Thousand Layers, leaving them to ponder its identity. As Luffy scrutinized the manifestations of the martial arts depicted by the shadow, he swiftly discerned the essence of the gentle technique through the continuous illustrations that vividly conveyed its meaning. One of the illustrations depicts the techniques Jue and Huan Tian, alongside methods that Luffy has yet to comprehend. Each technique is demonstrated through this simple fist technique. As he gazes quietly at the ethereal representations, a sensation arises within him, a realization that utilizing such techniques in this manner seems entirely natural. Chapter 71. The Evolution of Techniques, Part 2. The ancient martial arts unfold before the Straw Hat crew, who deeply perceive the profound essence of the formation depicted within the techniques. Suddenly, Zoro and the others begin to quietly feel this essence, integrating it with their own styles, practicing each move with intention. With a resounding clash, Zoro's sword points skyward, unleashing a force imbued with both grace and might, as if to pierce the heavens themselves. In this moment, one can distinctly sense the essence of the negation of extremes leading to balance, as if other techniques merely complement this singular strike. A magnificent momentum reverberates, and in an instant, Usopp, Sanji, and Nami each convey sensations powerful enough to shake the very fabric of space. Apart from Zoro's understanding of the other techniques, while somewhat less potent, resonate similarly. Is this the pinnacle of martial arts? Zoro and his companions begin to grasp this clarity, a deeper understanding than that which emerged from their initial encounter with the righteous energy of the universe. At this moment, they delve into the essence derived from their practice, realizing that this power emerges from practical experience rather than mere conceptualization. In an unexpected turn, Luffy, who had remained passive until now, begins to move, mirroring Zoro's technique of. Upon closer examination, one finds that his fist technique bears an uncanny resemblance to the methods previously displayed. After a series of movements, Luffy shifts his stance, and once more a similar aura emanates from him, driven by the essence of his own thousand waves. Through another round of these 2 techniques, Luffy experiences a moment of clarity. Although there are 9 techniques in total, they do not rank in terms of superiority. Rather, they exist on the same level. It is the practitioner's ability that determines the extent of their power. It seems my forte lies in thousand waves, Luffy contemplates inwardly. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupts from him, and the dissipating Bagua diagram reassembles beneath his feet, forming a striking black and white pattern. This pattern mirrors the design etched upon the black iron plate. With the reappearance of this grand Bagua diagram, the previously demonstrated black iron plate returns to its box, as if no damage had ever occurred. Simultaneously, a new diagram materializes in Luffy's mind, illuminating 4 symbols, bringing the total to 5, while indicating that 4 remain unilluminated. The distribution of these remaining symbols eludes him for the moment. Observing these transformations evokes a fleeting sense of reflection in Luffy, which quickly dissipates. The will of the formation reasserts itself upon the Straw Hat crew, and this time, the righteous energy they face is several-fold greater than what Luffy encountered alone previously. This time, the energy is not directed solely against demonic forces. Instead, it envelopes the entire crew, filling them with boundless strength. In an instant, all 5 begin to move in unison, yet each manifests a distinct technique, culminating in the 5 unique Bagua techniques they have collectively grasped. Guided by the righteous energy of the universe, their understanding of these techniques deepens beyond any prior experience. This is the essence of martial arts, the purest path of transformation, bringing immense benefit to Luffy and his companions, though such moments often pass swiftly. After a quarter of an hour, the righteous energy dissipates, leaving the Straw Hat crew to reflect on the profound insights gained, deepening their understanding of the martial arts they envision. At this moment, the ancient bell, which should have continued to resonate with its rhythmic dong, 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 suddenly fell silent, as if the chimes had deemed their purpose fulfilled. The bell's toll had once blessed them, allowing them to complete their missions in peace. Before a throng of devotees kneeling in reverence to the deity of the bell, a young maiden fervently prayed, her whispers entreating protection for the heroes who had saved them. At this juncture, nearly all the inhabitants of Shimi village shared the same heartfelt wish. The deity of the bell rang out, heralding a miraculous occurrence that could fulfill the pious prayers of its followers. You have indeed garnered the recognition of the 8 trigrams. It appears you are among the chosen few, resonated a voice from within the ancient bell. This sound penetrated the minds of Luffy and his companions, devoid of any external disturbance. After all, this divine bell had existed for 46 million years, and its possessing a soul was hardly surprising. Luffy was reminded of the spirit of the Going Merry, which had caused him countless tears in the past. Ah, the Going Merry, Luffy murmured as he turned his gaze to the side, where their beloved ship lay serenely upon the water, seemingly responding to Luffy's concern. The sight of the Going Merry brought him an unexpected sense of comfort. However, he resolved to confront this enigmatic entity first. With determination, Luffy stepped forward to engage with the spirit of the ancient bell. Indeed, we have arrived here in accordance with the 8 trigrams, he declared, lifting his head slightly as if he could vividly perceive the form of the bell's spirit. It was indeed a remarkable presence. Yet it seemed to suggest that they were still lacking a few members to fulfill their mission of saving the world. You are still a few short. To accomplish this monumental task, you will need at least 5 more individuals, the voice emanated from the core of the ancient bell, echoing in the minds of Luffy and his companions. We will gather 10 of us. Who might the other be? Luffy pondered momentarily, though he refrained from further inquiries, knowing that the ancient bell would reveal what was necessary in due time. Chapter 72, A Choice. There will be 3 updates today. Only by uniting the strength of all 10 of you can the malevolent existence be utterly vanquished. Otherwise, every living being on this planet will face an apocalyptic calamity. The voice of the bell's spirit reverberated once more in their minds. Then, could you guide us, Venerable One? Where should we journey next? Luffy inquired slowly. Next destination? Oh. Alas, as the journey ahead presents 2 divergent paths, it is imperative for you to first select a direction, after which I shall reveal to you the destination of your next endeavor. I seek your guidance, esteemed elder. Although I have not previously heard of Zhongling, as someone who has perused countless tomes in a past life, the tasks at hand are executed quite commendably. I ponder, Zhongling, in a moment. Severed communication with Luffy and the others, presumably to contemplate the matter at hand. Bagwazang, you old rascal, why do you not emerge? At that moment, the once tranquil Zhongling, who had been patiently waiting, and the iron shard buried deep below began an intricate dialogue. It seemed they engaged in a spirited debate over certain issues, and approximately a quarter of an hour later, Zhongling, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Are you certain these individuals will choose wisely? Otherwise, I may find myself in dire straits. Though I am a manifestation of the Master, shaped by the evolution of time and space over 50 million years, I still do not wish for my home planet to meet its demise. It is all due to the Master's decree forbidding our interference with any life on this planet. Otherwise, I would have obliterated that little rascal long ago to avoid this predicament. You worry too much, my friend. Rest assured. The leader among them is a commendable soul whom I personally sought out. Do not be deceived by appearances. At his core, he is an unadulterated pirate. Bagwazang's voice, tinged with playful mockery, resonated within Zhongling's mind. Alas, what can I do? I was born of this planet, and are we not already familiar with the Master's temperament? We are required to safeguard our home world ourselves. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire, Zhongling expressed, a shadow of trepidation crossing his features. However, regardless of the circumstances, Zhongling was powerless to alter the course of events that lay ahead, for it was decreed by their master that the chosen one must select their own path. After 50 million years of evolution, Zhongling came into existence, and through another 50 million years of cultivation, he has reached his current state. This moment marks the first tribulation of his cultivation journey. While this trial may seem inconsequential to them, it poses a grave threat to their home planet. A misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire world and a subsequent rebirth, resulting in the emergence of another Zhongling and the re-evolution of sacred artifacts. This is their fate. Yet, with Bagwazang's assistance, Zhongling should be able to navigate this challenge with relative ease, and thereafter, he may accompany their master to explore the boundless celestial realms like Bagwazang. Nonetheless, despite Bagwazang's repeated reassurances, Zhongling, akin to a maiden in a bridal sedan, could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Even after 50 million years of cultivation, he was not exempt from such feelings. Alas, I cannot afford to wait any longer. Surely, Bagwazang would not deceive me, Zhongling internally reassured himself, though he understood that Bagwazang meant him no harm. His excessive caution compelled him to repeatedly inquire. Yet, Time was of the essence, and he could no longer afford to deliberate. The chosen ones awaited outside. It was time to proceed. Are you prepared? Zhongling's voice reverberated in Luffy and the others' minds, and half an hour had already passed. Upon hearing his words, Luffy and the others felt a wave of exasperation. They had long been ready, but the ancient clock's spirit had remained silent, leaving them hesitant to speak for fear of provoking this unpredictable elder. Ready, esteemed elder, Luffy replied RESP at this moment. The voice of Zhongling resonated with a newfound warmth, as if he were genuinely pleased with Luffy's choice. Do you wish to ask why I chose the second option over the first? I am aware that the first was relatively simple to accomplish, while the second presents formidable challenges, even peril to life. Yet, I still opted for the latter. Luffy stated calmly, I believe the ancient bell belongs to this planet. It is the mother of all living beings, and we must not be ungrateful. Chapter 73, The Path of Slaughter, Part 2 Nonsense, Utter Nonsense Regarding Ingratitude. At this juncture, Bagua Wuliang, who had been lurking nearby, silently derided the lofty words spoken above. Others may be oblivious to your true nature, but I am not. If it weren't for the fear of destroying the ancient bell and being unable to return to that world, would you act this way? Humph, who would believe that? Bagua Wuliang contemptuously raised a middle finger towards Luffy. However, this lad is not entirely without merit. Though a tad helpless, he possesses a commendable spirit. Seemingly recalling something, Bagua Wuliang acknowledged Luffy, yet he held reservations regarding Luffy's character. Nevertheless, at this moment, he refrained from voicing such thoughts to Zhongling or publicly opposing Luffy. For Luffy's choice aligned with their desires. Their master had stringent regulations governing their actions, and violating these rules would equate to a death sentence. At this moment, Zhongling was thoroughly moved by Luffy's words, and the eyes of the Straw Hat crew sparkled with newfound light. Perhaps, deep within their hearts, they too wished to preserve the ancient bell, which held the utmost benevolence towards all beings, particularly Nami, whose eyes shone brightly as if Luffy had transformed into a magnificent deity of creation in that fleeting instant. Struggling to conceal his inner emotions, Luffy replied with utmost seriousness. However, at that moment, a small fragment of his soul in the recesses of his mind drew closer to Wang Haotinen's essence. The degree of fusion has increased slightly. Luffy seemed to sense this change. When his actions gratified the original essence of Luffy's soul, the fusion with Wang Haotinen's spirit would markedly advance. Although gradual fusion occurred over time, the prospect of waiting years for their souls to intertwine was daunting. Wang Haotinen's greatest wish was to expedite this fusion, to grow stronger swiftly, and to complete the tasks at hand, for his loved ones in the mortal realm awaited his return. What's wrong? Luffy's countenance revealed a trace of pain, prompting Nami to step forward, eager to support him. Yet, he gently deterred her. It's nothing, he reassured her, gesturing for her to maintain her distance. This was not a matter of status, but rather a necessity to ensure sufficient space to ward off impending danger. Once Nami returned to her original position, Luffy lifted his gaze towards the ethereal ancient bell, as if he could perceive an elderly figure with flowing hair and beard at its core, watching him intently. Please, senior, reveal the second choice, Luffy implored, bowing 3 times in reverence before earnestly directing his gaze towards Zhongling's location. Are you certain? Came Zhongling's voice, now tinged with urgency. The second choice is to carve a path through bloodshed. Kill, kill, kill. Relentlessly eliminate all obstacles in your path. Gather your comrades, hone your abilities, and proceed to that ultimate destination to slay the essence of the demon. That will suffice. Haha, that makes it simple. Upon hearing Zhongling's words, Nami and the others gasped in disbelief. The path of slaughter as the second choice seemed overwhelming. Yet Luffy promptly countered, why is this second choice considered simple? You must realize that countless formidable opponents await you ahead. Do not presume that defeating Bendo Jiaten signifies your greatness. He is merely a minor character in the grand scheme. Zhongling's words often left one speechless. To consider Bendo Jiaten, who adeptly wielded the 6 styles and emanated an aura of demonic essence, merely a minor player was astonishing. Had it not been for Luffy's momentary mastery of several profound Bagua techniques, summoning the righteous energy of heaven and earth, which fortuitously countered the demonic aura, the outcome of Luffy's battle with Bendo Jiaten might have been quite different. The spirit of the clock, surprisingly, dismissed Han Jae-tun as merely a minor character, while his companions fought valiantly against formidable foes. Nami faced a bug master with countless insect minions, Usopp contended with a stone giant, Sanji dealt with a tedious sea monster, and Zoro confronted the Silver Sword pirates. All were not easily vanquished. Had it not been for their training in the Bagua patterns, Overcoming such adversaries would have been utterly unimaginable for them. Now, to hear the most powerful Han Jie-tun reduced to a mere footnote raised the question of what they were truly up against, mere extras? Senior, please guide us towards our next destination. I believe we shall carve a bloody path and fulfill our mission, for it is our responsibility. Luffy stated once more to the spirit. Moving forward towards freedom and dreams, everything lies along the journey. Although this is a sentiment I should express to you, I have changed my mind. I find you quite intriguing, so I shall assist you, the spirit replied. Hey, clock spirit, what are you planning? That seems rather hasty. They may not withstand it at that moment. The voice of Bagua Wuliang penetrated the spirit's mind. Rest assured, I have unwavering faith that this person before me, along with his companions, will successfully complete their mission on the road ahead, the spirit thought resolutely. Ah, yet another soul deceived by his embellished facade, Bagua Wuliang mused internally, casting a complex gaze towards Luffy, who displayed an air of reverence. The precise location of your next destination should be here, as the spirit spoke. A vision emerged in the minds of Luffy and his crew, a vast yet indistinct island upon the ocean surface. Thank you, Senior. However, we would appreciate your guidance on one matter. Luffy bowed once more to the spirit. Chapter 74. Mary, ascending speak freely. If I can assist, I shall certainly do so. The spirit replied, and from the axis, a vague figure gradually materialized. Though indistinct, it imparted a clear sense that someone was observing them, and rather than feeling threatened, Luffy and his crew sensed a warmth akin to an elder watching over a group of young adventurers, filled with kindness and concern. Please, Senior, tell us how to exit this place, for our next destination lies beyond. We are uncertain of the way out. Luffy candidly expressed their dilemma. Ha 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 ha. This is simple. Behold. That is your ship, the spirit proclaimed, and suddenly, a distinct perspective emerged in the minds of Luffy and his companions, prompting them to turn their heads in that direction. However, Luffy did not turn to look, for he had already noticed it. Senior, while our ship is indeed here, how do we leave this place? Luffy inquired again, internally questioning the spirit's sanity. What good is a ship if we remain ensconced in the mountains? How do we truly escape? This is not the initial sea of desire, where we could seek a way out through the entrance we came from. Despite that passage being rather twisted, at least there was a route. After being inexplicably brought to this place, Luffy felt a sense of urgency as the only escape route seemed to vanish. Sail towards the light, and you shall reach the destination you envision. Go forth, dear children, and may you carve a path to freedom, spoke Zhongling, following her words. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from the ancient bell, piercing through the clouds above and forming a guiding marker for Luffy and his companions. Thank you, Elder. Luffy and the others respectfully bowed towards the ancient bell before racing towards the direction of the Going Merry. Who knows when this light might fade? They resolved to leave this place before that occurred. With such thoughts, their pace quickened once more. Ah, interesting children, Zhongling mused silently, a sense of satisfaction washing over her. I hope you do not lose your true selves amidst the carnage, nor let adversity by your heads. Walk resolutely, for I believe you shall fulfill your mission. It seemed as if Luffy and his friends had already accomplished their task, akin to Zhongling's tribulation having been smoothly navigated. Seeing his younger disciple in such a state, Bagua Wuliang refrained from saying much, merely thinking, little one, do not perish, that would complicate matters. In an instant, these ancient beings, existing for millions of years, fell back into slumber, awaiting the moment they would awaken when Luffy's fate would be revealed. Whether life or death, they would rise, for that was their duty. Sanji raised the anchor, Zoro took the helm, and Usopp steered the ship while Luffy gazed ahead. The Going Merry set sail, and upon returning to their beloved vessel, the Straw Hat crew felt a profound sense of comfort, as though they had returned home. With Nami's call, the crew began to operate at full speed. As a gentle breeze swept by, the ship surged forth, and at that moment, the beam of light pointed directly ahead. The favorable winds propelled the modest triangular sailboat to its maximum speed, gliding swiftly across the sea like a flying fish. Feeling the need for even greater speed, Nami brandished her climatact, waving it towards the sky. Thick black clouds formed above the Going Merry, rapidly intensifying and generating a significant temperature difference. This difference created a powerful gust that filled the ship's sails. Nami continued to wield her climatact, occasionally waving it, allowing the Going Merry to charge forward at an astonishing pace, astonishing Luffy and the others. They had never witnessed Nami employing such a technique before, but its effectiveness was undeniable. Nami, the direction of the light has shifted. 500 meters ahead, the light now points to the left. Luffy exclaimed, having observed the change in the guiding beam. Understood. Adjust the sails, Sanji, to the 4 o'clock position. Usopp, steady the helm. Nami commanded, then vigorously waved her climb attack towards the heavens. A subtle tremor enveloped the dark clouds above. With a sudden cry, as the climb attack spun, the black clouds instantaneously altered their trajectory, and the winds shifted direction. The ship executed a sharp turn, altering its course without losing speed, a feat Nami accomplished flawlessly. As the vessel gracefully arced through the air, Nami smiled in surprise at the effectiveness of her strategy. The climb attack has many applications yet to be explored. I will devise them one by one. Soon, it will serve purposes beyond mere acceleration. Under Nami's expert navigation, the Going Merry deftly maneuvered through various angles of change. As the light behind them began to dim, a steep cliff emerged before them, seemingly enveloped in a translucent veil of light. That's it, Nami shouted, and at that moment, Luffy began to climb atop the goat's head, offering a comforting presence. Mary, you must hold on. Soon, you will be strengthened. This time, I will not allow you to leave us. At that moment, the ship had also arrived before the transparent membrane. With a final surge of energy, Nami transformed all the dark clouds into wind in an instant, propelling it towards the Going Merry, causing the vessel's speed to reach a critical point as it surged towards the luminous membrane. Upon breaching the transparent barrier, Luffy and the others realized they were indeed several hundred meters above the sea, hurtling downwards towards the ocean's surface. P.S. The second chapter has finally concluded. The third chapter, The Chaotic World, will commence tomorrow, with updates still scheduled for 3 times a day. Chapter 75, Bubble Island. After the Going Merry soared over the barrier of West Village, it did not land directly on the other side of the Red Earth continent, but instead appeared above an endless expanse of ocean. 3 months of voyage culminated in Usopp's resounding shout, marking the end of their prolonged, introspective training journey, leaving Luffy and the others momentarily dazed. Luffy, could this be Bubble Island? How did we arrive here so suddenly? Nami inquired, taking the telescope from Usopp and gazing ahead. Are there many large trees and countless bubbles floating in the air? Initially resting atop the sheep's head, Luffy abruptly stood up upon hearing Nami's words and inquired. Yes. It's a small island that precisely matches your description. It must be the abode of those detestable celestial dragons, Nami added after a moment of contemplation. But we haven't even encountered the little whale yet. How did we arrive here so suddenly? At this point, the group sensed the peculiarity of the situation and gathered around Luffy, hoping to glean some answers from him. Adjusting his tilted straw hat, Luffy flashed a wide grin at Nami and the others, then innocently remarked, I have no idea what's going on, but isn't this better? The thrill of the unknown is what makes it enjoyable, isn't it? Luffy's words momentarily stunned everyone, as they were accustomed to a more methodical approach and now found themselves directionless. This is the kind of adventure I yearn for. Zoro was the first to regain his composure, casually stating this before returning to his spot to continue honing his physical strength. His words jolted Nami and the others back to reality. Indeed, we relish adventure, not some nonsensical mission, Usopp declared, trembling yet resolute, before fiddling with his gadgets. Oh, I am so eager to visit that island in the sky. It must be breathtaking. Sanji, captain of Nami's guard, expressed his unwavering admiration for beauty, saying, Nami-san, I would accompany you to the ends of the earth. Casting a sideways glance at Sanji, Nami stepped back to the bow of the ship, gazing out at the sea. Her heart stirred by tumultuous emotions. Unlike Zoro and the others, Nami was not inherently born for battle. She fought with intellect rather than brute strength. Beyond the weather staff crafted by Usopp and her understanding of combat techniques, her true prowess lay in her profound knowledge of the sea. As a navigator was her true calling. Within half an hour, the Going Merry, buoyed by the caressing sea breeze, approached the shores of Bubble Island. Let us head to Uncle Rayleigh, Luffy declared, leaping off the ship and striding forward. Luffy, we arrived at Bubble Island sooner than we anticipated, and we are aware of some occurrences there. I hope we can avoid confrontations this time and keep our friends safe. Nami hurried to Luffy's side and expressed her concerns. Of course, Luffy replied succinctly. He was not one to act recklessly. Rather than rescuing his friends post-harm, he preferred to prevent such incidents altogether. Ah. I truly miss the octopus balls from Shachi, Usopp mused as he hurried ahead after concealing the ship. Inside the tavern, several grotesque figures sat. Among them was Shachi, alongside a diminutive blue-nosed creature. There was also a tall man in underwear, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, aptly described by a single word, pervert. A mature woman clad in professional attire, with dark skin and a cowboy hat, was present. as well as a bespectacled man with slight facial scars and a beautiful woman mixing drinks beside him. The bespectacled man was none other than Rayleigh, the former vice captain of the Roger Pirates. Suddenly, upon their arrival, Rayleigh stood and walked toward the door, prompting the previously seated figures to rise in unison. Had Luffy been present, he would have recognized them immediately: the shipwright, the perverted Frankie, the ship's doctor, the reindeer Chopper, who had consumed the human fruit, and the historian Robin, who bore a profound disdain for the world government and a thirst for unknown history. Except for Brook, the skeleton with a penchant for underwear. All of Luffy's former companions were now at their side. After traversing several areas, Luffy and the others, under Nami's guidance, as she was the only one not lost, while Luffy was familiar with Rayleigh's residence, found themselves before Rayleigh and the others. This was a moment of witness. Before Rayleigh appeared before Frankie, Chopper, and Robin, they knew nothing of the Straw Hat crew. Yet, upon Rayleigh's appearance, they unhesitatingly chose to join, spurred by the note left by Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Before this, with Rayleigh's assistance, they had completed their respective missions. Rayleigh aided Chopper in dealing with the King of Drum Island, and at Dr. Correa's request, he brought Chopper to Bubble Island. Chopper was the first to arrive, as he was closest to Rayleigh. Following him was Robin. Her journey involved more than just the events of Sabaody. After defeating Bartholomew Kuma and disrupting the stability of the nation that Princess Vivi sought to protect, Rayleigh took Robin to Eni's lobby. Rayleigh was not as reckless as Luffy in the original storyline. His methods were more harmonious and secure. After eliminating the formidable Lucci and the nefarious leader of CP9, Spandam, Rayleigh brought Robin to Frankie, informing him of his purpose and handing him the note from Luffy. He then escorted them back to Bubble Island, allowing them to recuperate and prepare for Luffy's arrival. They waited for half a year, during which Rayleigh took a brief journey, returning somewhat irritable and disinclined to speak. Luffy had instructed Shachi to convey messages to Rayleigh, which included helping Princess Vivi and locating the other companions. Luffy had a premonition that the journey from Simi Village onward would deviate from his original expectations. Thus, to fulfill his mission and return to the living world, he needed to find all his companions. However, the uncertainty of the future led Luffy to entrust this task to Rayleigh, the former rogue. Luffy was unperturbed by the prospect of Rayleigh not assisting him, for he knew he was following in Roger's unfinished path, and as Roger's closest ally, Rayleigh would undoubtedly aid him. Chapter 76, An Unexpected Turn. Brook's demise. You must be Uncle Rayleigh, right? Hee. Thank you for helping me reunite with my companions. Luffy, disregarding all gazes, approached Rayleigh directly. As he looked at this young boy, Rayleigh felt an unfamiliar depth. He could not fathom the thoughts swirling within Luffy's mind. Yet this was inconsequential. What mattered was the sincerity reflected in Luffy's eyes, devoid of any pretense. No need for thanks. It is my duty. Please, come in, Rayleigh said, his demeanor brightening as he regarded the young man before him. Hello, my friends. After expressing gratitude to Rayleigh, Luffy greeted the three astonished individuals with casual charm. Without acknowledging Luffy's intent or granting him any semblance of dignity, Nami promptly kicked Luffy aside and stepped forward. Hello, I am Nami, and welcome to our crew, she said, extending her fair right hand toward the adorable reindeer. Before Nami could react, the once dumbfounded reindeer's face, obscured by fur, turned beet red, and he swiftly hid behind Robin. Sensing Chopper's excitement and shyness, Robin did not hesitate. She reached out to shake Nami's hand, then entered the tavern amid Sanji's exuberant calls. Although Luffy had displayed earnestness throughout the encounter, he was ultimately kicked aside, leading the three prospective Straw Hat Pirates to recognize who truly commanded the ship. Unfazed by Nami's intervention, Luffy stood and casually brushed off non-existent dust from his attire before following suit. Once everyone was seated, Luffy surveyed the room, suddenly feeling that something was amiss. Just as he was about to inquire, Rayleigh gestured for him not to, indicating that he understood Luffy's curiosity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rayleigh finally spoke. Luffy, I apologize. I was unable to bring the final companion here. Rayleigh, you couldn't possibly have lost to that perverse shadow manipulator, Moria, could you? In an instant, Luffy seemed to perceive something he dreaded most from Rayleigh's expression. Gently shaking his head, Rayleigh expressed his disappointment. When I left, the skeleton man, Brook, whom you mentioned in your letter, I happened to witness his demise. In the end, despite my utmost efforts, I could only retrieve his skeletal remains. As he spoke, Rayleigh produced a gray urn from beneath the bar. This contains Brook's ashes, he said slowly. Upon hearing that Brook had passed, Luffy's demeanor shifted entirely. The usual amiability vanished. and he transformed into a figure reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of the nine hells, his blood-red eyes fixed intensely ahead, as if he were about to rend asunder those who had harmed his comrade. Rayleigh, please tell me everything you know. This is not your fault. Thank you for helping me bring back my brother, my comrade's ashes, Luffy said, kneeling before Rayleigh and bowing deeply 3 times, each impact resonating with the earth and sky. Expressing his fury. Witnessing Luffy's raw, unpretentious outrage for a comrade he had never met yet cherished deeply reminded Rayleigh of Roger, and in that moment, he seemed to grasp something profound. Currently, Moria is far more formidable than you can imagine. During the battle, I even spotted the shadow of the Navy, and it appeared that an admiral was present. In a rush, I managed to seize Brooks' body and retreat swiftly. The circumstances at that moment were so incredible that even this seasoned warrior found them hard to believe. After I cremated Brooks' remains, I stealthily returned to investigate. But I only encountered Moria. Astonishingly, his power had significantly increased, to the point where I could not inflict a substantial blow on him in such a short time frame. Moreover, I sensed that a figure even stronger than Moria lurked aboard his 3-masted ship. Thus, I chose to unleash all my strength to compel that hidden entity to reveal itself. But I discovered that Moria alone could withstand the majority of my attacks. Reluctantly, I withdrew, but my dissatisfaction led me to decide to infiltrate once more. By the 3rd attempt, I had completely concealed my presence. This time, I went unnoticed, and I overheard something that sent chills down my spine. The world government had developed a capability known as the grafting fruit power, which allowed individuals with devil fruit abilities to acquire a second power outside their original fruit. This power was called light wave sensation, and Moria had obtained it from the world government, with the demand that he become a ruler in a certain area of the new world, akin to one of the 4 emperors. At this revelation, Luffy and the others were profoundly shaken. The notions of grafting fruit power, light wave sensation, and becoming a being comparable to the 4 emperors were staggering revelations. Yet they all converged upon one individual, Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords, who had allied with the world government and transformed from a mere maintainer of the world's balance into a pawn of the government. Do you know which admiral of the world government it is? Luffy's voice burned with a fierce resolve. I will avenge Brook. Rayleigh sighed deeply and shook his head gently. I do not know. Their conversations never mentioned that admiral's name, but one thing is certain, this admiral is not one of the 3 we know, Kazan, Akainu, or Kizaru. Rather, it is someone else, whose power surpasses even that of Moonlight Moria endowed with light wave sensation. Moria referred to him as Admiral Sir and seemed to hold him in high esteem. This is precisely what I fear most. How many such admirals exist within the world government shadows, and what are their intentions? No matter who they are, no matter how strong they may be, I will obliterate them. Otherwise, I would betray my brother. Luffy's fiery rage began to subside. Yet the cruelty of Brook's death remained a heavy burden on his heart. Beyond the temporary control that Brook had over Luffy's body, the most significant impact of Brook's demise was the feeling of losing control over the situation entirely. Only by gathering 10 individuals could they defeat the demon, eradicate evil, and fulfill their mission in this world. Only then could Wang Haoyan return to his original world, reunite with his beloved parents, meet his cherished brothers and friends, and embrace his dear girlfriend. Yet all of this had been irrevocably altered by Brook's passing. One could only imagine the depth of Luffy's fury at that moment. Chapter 77. The lament continues. Whitebeard's demise at midnight. In truth, the situation has developed even worse than you can imagine. At this moment, the elegantly dressed Robin strolled to the forefront, addressing the mournful crowd, already grief-stricken by Brook's sacrifice and shocked by the actions of the world government. Indeed, recently the world government has executed Luffy's brother, the son of Captain Roger, Ace, Rayleigh relayed from Robin. Impossible. Luffy was utterly bewildered. The series of events overwhelmed him. And now, his closest ally, his brother Ace, had been executed. According to Luffy's memories, such significant events should not be occurring at this time. Allow Miss Robin to explain this matter. She can provide clearer details. I was preoccupied with Brook's situation when this transpired, and I was unaware of it. After a brief explanation, Rayleigh gestured to Robin, encouraging her to continue. Very well, allow me to succinctly outline the current situation, Robin said, gently tipping her hat. Rising to her feet, and producing a drawing board that appeared to have been prepared in advance. On it, she illustrated the circumstances surrounding the event, which the world government referred to as the Great Incident. This incident primarily involved 3 factions, the world government, the Whitebeard pirates, and Blackbeard, who had captured Ace. As for the identity of Blackbeard, Luffy had refrained from informing Nami and the others, considering it a distant matter. However, he had not anticipated Blackbeard's swift emergence, and true to the original narrative, Ace had indeed been captured by him, delivered to the world government in exchange for a title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Following the revelation of Crocodile's defeat at Rayleigh's hands, the world government rescinded Crocodile's title, thus providing Blackbeard with an opportunity. At this point, the incident could be deemed concluded, with the final outcome being the confrontation between the Whitebeard pirates and the allied forces of the world government and the 7 warlords. Ultimately, Whitebeard perished, and Ace's fate remained uncertain. As Whitebeard drew his last breath, he unleashed all his might, causing all who had followed him to vanish in that moment, leaving only his lifeless body alongside the warlords, the Navy admirals, and Sengoku. While one might have assumed the matter was settled, a sudden message from Admiral Sengoku reported a riot at Impel Down, where the recently captured clown Buggy had successfully escaped. Enraged by this news, Sengoku prepared to command the admirals to apprehend Buggy. However, upon hearing this news, the obedient Blackbeard abruptly rushed to Whitebeard's location, activating his powers. In that instant, Blackbeard underwent a complete transformation. Simultaneously, a ship began to rise from the depths of the sea, revealing a young boy clad in spotted attire, wielding a sword. The moment he observed Blackbeard's actions, the boy swiftly swung his sword towards him, unleashing a strike as if splitting the heavens. Before Blackbeard and his crew could react, a powerful wave emanated from the boy, enveloping Whitebeard's body. With a vigorous tug, Whitebeard's remained stirred in response to the boy's actions. However, the boy's plan did not come to fruition, as Blackbeard remained unmoving, and Lafitte, who had been a considerable distance away, suddenly appeared before Blackbeard, blocking the boy's strike. Consequently, Blackbeard's body remained undisturbed, although Whitebeard's remains were ultimately wrapped and taken away by the boy. We witnessed this through the transmission of a den mushy, rendering many details unclear, though we could hear the boy's final words distinctly. Blackbeard, we shall meet in the new world. The following day's newspapers revealed that the world government had publicly disclosed all reports concerning the great incident. According to the official government report, Ace's execution was deemed a flawless conclusion, while the notorious pirate Whitebeard was said to have been slain by the world government. Originally, the position of the 7 warlords was held by the notorious pirate Ivankov Jode, while the entire world sought the capture of all crew members of the Blackbeard pirates. Bounties were issued for the crew members of the Blackbeard pirates: Captain Blackbeard, with a bounty of 1.2 billion, Navigator Lafitte, with a bounty of 800 million, Sniper Van Auger, with a bounty of 600 million, Helmsman Burgess, with a bounty of 500 million, Ship's Doctor, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, with a bounty of 1 billion. Simultaneously, bounties were placed on escaped criminals from Impel Down: the Clown Buggy, with a bounty of 200 million, Sand Crocodile, with a bounty of 800 million, Shiryu, with a bounty of 1 billion, Teardrop, with a bounty of 1 billion, the colossal battleship Lone Wolf, with a bounty of 1 billion, Barrel Bucky, with a bounty of 1 billion, and the fearsome King Abelo, with a bounty of 1 billion. Upon gazing at the list filled with substantial bounties, Luffy and his companions felt a surge of exhilaration. However, when Robin and her group first laid eyes on this list, they could not help but feel a sense of helplessness, as the existence of any single task listed was far beyond their capacity to confront. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted,